Chapter 1. Bound to the Supreme All-King. The Realm of Dragon Ball Super. By the heavens! What is this place? Xue Tian gazed at the surrounding desert, filled with bizarre peaks and peculiar stones, astonished. Welcome to the world of Dragon Ball Super. I am your ultimate system, and you can operate it with your thoughts. What? Dragon Ball Super? Is it truly the one that has captivated the entire Blue Star? A tremor of disbelief coursed through Xue Tian's heart. Hadn't he just stumbled upon a Dragon Ball CD on his way? How'd he end up here? Could that CD be the work of the system? As a youth of the new era, Xue Tian had indulged in countless novels and was well acquainted with themes of transmigration and reincarnation. Knowing that the Chosen Ones often possessed a remarkable golden finger, he had always regarded these tales as mere fiction, never anticipating that they held a grain of truth and that he would be among the chosen. Ha ha! This seems rather exhilarating. His eyes sparkled with newfound realization, and he promptly inquired, "System, do I have some sort of beginner's gift pack?" "Host, you are rather unreserved." "Unreserved, my foot. We are in the Dragon Ball Super world. Even a random passerby can easily overpower me without a beginner's gift pack. I might not even escape this desert." "System, congratulations, host. You have received a super gift pack 1. Open it." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained Flight Technique, Solar Flare, Wolfang Fist, Random Binding Roulette, and a battle power of 100 million. Xue Tian stared at the 4 rewards, his face a portrait of disbelief. What rubbish were these? The Flight Technique was tolerable, but the Solar Flare and Wolfang Fist were utterly useless. One could be easily countered, and the other lacked any formidable might. However, upon seeing the battle power of 100 million, Xue Tian felt a slight sense of solace. "Thankfully, I have a battle power of 100 million. With that, I could strut about." Wait, this is a Dragon Ball Super world. 100 million battle power means nothing. Any member of the main cast could effortlessly subdue me with a mere finger. In the context of other Dragon Ball series, a battle power of 100 million indeed seemed impressive, but within Dragon Ball Super, it was utterly trivial. As widely known, the power levels in Dragon Ball Super had escalated beyond comprehension, with various physiques, extraordinary martial arts, and peculiar abilities rendering battle power almost irrelevant. Goodness, it appears this beginner's gift pack is truly for novices, filled with worthless items. But what is this random binding roulette? Let's take a look. Suddenly, a colossal roulette manifested in Xue Tian's consciousness, adorned with images of various Dragon Ball characters. Black Goku, Frieza, King Cold, Piccolo, Son Goku, Vegeta, Whis, Beerus, Brienne, Xiangpa, the Omni King, the Grand Minister. Immediately, the spinning wheel began to rotate. Wait, why is the wheel turning? Could be starting already. System, a friendly reminder. Activating consumable items equates to using them. What the hell, this is absurd. I merely want to see what this is. System. If you wish to observe, you could simply inquire of me. There was no need to activate it. Xue Tian's face contorted in frustration, on the verge of tears. I am grateful to you, my dear system. Could your friendly reminder not have come a tad sooner? View the effects of the random binding wheel. Random binding wheel effect. One may randomly bind with any individual on the wheel should either party perish. The other shall also meet their demise. Completing the task issued by the wheel will release the binding, and the stronger the individual drawn, the more arduous the task to dissolve the bond. Upon seeing this effect, Xue Tian lamented the system's tardy warning. Yet again, the notion that should one side die, the other would follow was utterly exasperating. Fortunately, it seemed that upon completing the designated task, the binding could be undone. The wheel continued to spin as it approached the symbol of Zamasu, but did not halt, continuing its rotation until it slowed near the images of Black Goku, Son Goku, Vegeta, Bulma, Android 18, and Android 17. Am I to bind with Android 17? If I were to bind with him, it wouldn't be so bad. He's currently serving as a forest ranger, posing little danger. But just as he prepared for a bond with Android 17, the pointer passed his symbol and landed in Krillin's domain. Krillin, within the Dragon Ball universe, is remarkably fortunate in love, having wed the stunning Android 18. Yet in battle, his fate often falters, with Son Goku's breakthroughs heavily reliant on his contributions. Krillin, a celestial offering, possesses boundless virtue. Goodness, should I bind with him, his sacrifice would become mine as well. Even if Son Goku and the others triumph, can I, not belonging to this world, be revived by the Dragon Balls? This remains an uncertainty. Moreover, who can guarantee that Son Goku and company will assuredly prevail? In another timeline, both Son Goku and Vegeta fell in battle, The task of protecting Earth was entrusted solely to future trunks. Spin, oh spin, with all your might. Xue Tian clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. The pointer's speed dwindled further, moving slower than a snail. Just as Xue Tian perceived with his own eyes that the pointer had ceased moving, settling upon the boundary between Krillin and the Omni King. The wheel illuminated a line of text. The host is bound with the Omni King, binding complete. In an instant, the wheel spun rapidly, revealing the task to dissolve the binding. Defeat the Grand Priest to release the bond with the Omni King. This must be accomplished within 100 years, or the two shall merge into one, eternally bound, with the Omni King as the controlling entity, forever united. Under the dominion of the Omni King, my state of mind has utterly collapsed. The Grand Priest is one of the top 5 strongest beings across the 12 universes, and the characters that emerge later are extraordinarily formidable. Just imagine the terror of facing the top 5. Defeating him within a century seems insurmountably difficult. At this moment, Xue Tian felt a glimmer of hope in binding with Krillin. This would render the task bestowed upon him far less daunting. Damn it, that cursed random binding wheel. I shall never activate it again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he vented his frustrations, a radiant arc of 7 colors streaked through the space before him, enveloping the surroundings in brilliance, only to retract in an instant. 4 figures materialized before Xue Tian. Standing in the center was a child resembling an eraser, clad in a half-purple garment emblazoned with the words King x King. Flanking him were 2 individuals, slender as pencils, their eyes perpetually narrowed, vigilantly guarding the child at the center. The 4th figure stood with arms crossed, featuring pale blue skin, a striking white pompadour, and violet eyes and lips. A light blue halo hovered behind his head, and he wore a belt emblazoned with the character Da around his waist. Omni King, Grand Priest. Chapter 2. I slapped myself to death. The Omni King. The Grand Priest. Xue Tian instantly recognized the childlike Omni King and the Grand Priest with his striking white hair. The former stands at the pinnacle of the universe, while the latter serves as the steward of this highest authority. Each of them possesses the power to govern the existence or annihilation of the cosmos. As his mind raced with thoughts, Xue Tian pondered whether their visit was a consequence of his recent binding to the Omni King. Before he could utter a word, the Omni King spoke first in a childlike voice, inquiring, "Why do you have a connection with me?" Previously, while playing a marble game in the Omni King's palace, he had felt a stirring in his heart, and suddenly, the image of Xue Tian appeared in his mind, leaving him perplexed. Thus, he had brought the Grand Priest along to investigate. Naturally, Xue Tian could not reveal, "I have bound myself to you." Instead, he spread his hands in a gesture of confusion and replied, "I am also uncertain, but I feel a peculiar connection to you. It is as if my demise would lead to yours as well." He acknowledged that it took immense courage to voice such sentiments, as he was uncertain whether the Omni King's guards would react violently. However, he believed that they would not dare to harm him, even if they did. The Grand Priest would intervene, for should he face peril, the Omni King would inevitably follow. The demise of the Omni King could spell instant destruction for the 12 universes. Xue Tian disclosed this information not for any other reason but to bolster his background within the realm of Dragon Ball Super. In this world, lacking prestige or power renders survival impossible, with the constant threat of being slain. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, the guards of the Omni King exchanged glances, their eyes momentarily betraying a flicker of emotion as one raised a finger, preparing to strike at Xue Tian. He could acutely sense an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and pressure. "Halt!" The Grand Priest rebuked immediately. The 2 guards froze, glancing at the Grand Priest. With a gentle demeanor, the Grand Priest remarked, "It seems you have not spoken falsely. You indeed share a unique connection with the Omni King." Just as the guards were poised to act against Xue Tian, the Grand Priest noticed an intriguing detail, while Xue Tian was bracing himself for death. Feeling the weight of fear, the Omni King's eyes reflected a similar trepidation. Clearly, the Omni King was experiencing the same sentiment. This confirmed that the individual before them was not mistaken. He and the Omni King possessed a distinctive bond, where the death of one would herald the demise of the other. Was this individual meant to balance the power of the Omni King, akin to the relationship between the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction? If the Supreme Kai perishes, so too shall the God of Destruction. Yet, why had he received no prior notifications or omens? At a loss for answers, he required time to investigate the nature of this connection. Furthermore, why could his vast divination techniques not unravel Xue Tian's origins or any pertinent details? "May I ask, what is your name?" "Xue Tian." "Greetings, Xue Tian. Please accompany us back to the Hall of the Universal King," the High Priest invited with a smile. "Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Tian firmly declined. How can I trust that you want to take me back for experimentation or find a way to forcibly sever our bond? Xue Tian was acutely aware that his binding to the Universal King had sealed his fate. If the High Priest were to forcibly sever that connection, it would surely result in his demise. They would never allow a potential threat to remain alive. Why? The High Priest maintained his smile, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. It was evident that he harbored murderous intent towards Xue Tian, yet he dared not act recklessly without understanding the situation. Xue Tian fabricated a casual lie. No reason at all. I simply do not wish to go. Xue Tian, if you refuse and something unfortunate occurs, wouldn't the Universal King also be in peril? For the safety of the entire universe, you should return to the Hall of the Universal King with us. The High Priest implored earnestly. As a young man of the new era, well-versed in countless novels, Xue Tian recognized the subtext of such sentiments and scoffed internally at their hollow grandeur. High Priest, I genuinely do not wish to go. Do you intend to keep me under house arrest? If it comes to that, I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. Without personal freedom, I might as well embrace annihilation. He raised his hand, poised as if to strike his own forehead. No. The High Priest panicked. The Universal King also felt a stir of emotion. Though immature in mind, he sensed an overwhelming dread. He despised this feeling, having always existed in a position of power. Even as the god of destruction within the cosmos, he could obliterate anything within the 12 universes with a mere thought. Yet now, he found himself confronted by such fear, a most displeasing sensation. The Universal King spoke in a childlike voice. If Xue Tian wishes to remain here, then let him stay. Indeed, the High Priest replied, somewhat helpless. Until he clarified Xue Tian's identity and the nature of their peculiar connection, he dared not act against him. On the contrary, he must protect him with utmost effort. Xue Tian did not genuinely wish for self-destruction. He merely sought to assert his stance. Then I shall take my leave without further ado. The Universal King ceased to linger, signaling to the guards nearby. In an instant, the four transformed into a streak of light and returned to the Hall of the Universal King. High Priest, determine immediately why Xue Tian possesses this unique connection with me. I am quite displeased. As he spoke, he casually crushed a floating, colorful orb, and simultaneously, a vibrant planet in a distant universe erupted in an explosion. Understood, my lord. The High Priest bowed his head slightly. Furthermore, until this connection is severed, he must not be allowed to perish. Is there any danger on that planet? The Great Priest immediately investigated and replied, No, Lord Zeno. The average developmental level of humanity on that planet is exceedingly low, nearly at the bottom. Although Xue Tian's combat prowess is not particularly high, it is sufficient to deal with those ordinary humans. Nevertheless, I shall discreetly watch over him. In the 7th universe, on Earth. After Xue Tian bid farewell to Zeno and his companions, he employed the technique of flight to soar out of the desert towards West City, the most renowned city in the Dragon Ball Super realm, where Bulma and others resided not far away. However, amidst this desolate and barren desert, he was utterly unaware of the direction to West City. Boom, boom, boom. Just as despair began to set in, a series of explosive sounds erupted from ahead, accompanied by surges of energy. Someone was engaged in battle. Xue Tian instantly reacted. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended into the air. Upon arriving at the scene of the conflict, he beheld a massive scorpion, towering at 10 meters, attacking a man clad in a brown martial arts uniform, who was followed by a pet resembling a cat. Was that not Yamcha and Puar? How did they find themselves here? Chapter 3. Yamcha, do you idolize me? With a resounding crash, the enormous scorpion raised its pincers and struck down fiercely towards Yamcha, who, having quickly evaded and retreated to a safe distance, shouted, Now's my chance. Raising his right hand, he swiftly gathered energy and proclaimed, Super Large Spirit Ball. A colossal energy sphere materialized in his hand, and under Yamcha's command, it hurtled towards the scorpion's pincers. Boom. Smoke billowed instantly, obscuring the view of Yamcha and Puar. Yet, Yamcha felt assured that the situation was under control. Turning to Puar, he triumphantly declared, It was a piece of cake. Under the might of my newly invented super large spirit ball, no one can withstand such power. Not far away, Xue Tian wore a bemused expression. How could he boast so shamelessly? This so-called super large spirit ball was merely a manipulation of the energy sphere. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, anyone capable of harnessing energy could achieve this with mere effort. Yamcha, watch out, Puar cried out urgently. Suddenly, a gigantic pincer descended towards Yamcha's head. Having presumed the scorpion was defeated, Yamcha had let down his guard. Instinctively, he gasped no. Whoosh. The wolf Fong fist. A figure surged forth at an astonishing speed, transforming into a solitary wolf, delivering a powerful punch against the scorpion's pincers. Screech. The scorpion's pincers were sent flying. emitting a painful shriek. Realizing its severed limbs, it wasted no time in burrowing into the sands, fleeing in haste. Yamcha instinctively patted his chest, still shaken and once composed. Turned to gaze at his savior. What a handsome young man. This was Yamcha's immediate thought. The visitor was none other than Xue Tian. Although his combat strength was merely 100 million, insufficient to contend with the main cast, he could certainly handle a scorpion, particularly the supporting character Yamcha. Brother, thank you. Yamcha exclaimed, approaching and wrapping his arms around Xue Tian. Instinctively, Xue Tian took a step back, his face flushed with embarrassment. This fellow was far too familiar. Upon reflection, it seemed that within the realm of Dragon Ball Super, no one was quite as familiar as Yamcha. Even Goku paled in comparison. Brother, what is your name? Yamcha inquired. Xue Tian, he replied. Xue Tian? Quite a nice name. I'm Yamcha. The technique you just used appears to be my Wolf Fang Fist, doesn't it? Yamcha asked with a grin. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Xue Tian could currently only execute the Wolf Fang Fist. In that situation, if he hadn't utilized it, he would have struggled to keep up. While the Wolf Fang Fist may not possess tremendous lethality, it certainly had a notable acceleration effect. Yes. How do you know my Wolf Fang Fist? Yamcha asked, puzzled. For a moment, Xue Tian was at a loss for words. As he searched for an explanation, Yamcha, brimming with self-admiration, exclaimed, Aha, I understand now. You must admire me, so you've secretly studied and imitated my techniques. That's a bit of a stretch. Xue Tian replied awkwardly. While everyone may refer to you as the Tea God, I'm not quite that infatuated. However, he chose not to call out Yamcha on his notion. Haha, you're quite shy. Yamcha chuckled. Xue Tian, wishing to shift the topic, curiously asked, What brings you to the desert? Could it be that Yamcha had returned to the desert to resume his life as a bandit? If memory served him correctly, it was in the desert that the young Goku had first encountered Yamcha, who had been frightened by girls at the time. Yamcha explained, I've developed an incredibly powerful attack technique called the Super Energy Sphere, so I came to the desert to find someone to test it out. With a teasing grin, he added, Since you admire me so much, would you like me to teach you the technique I've mastered? Xue Tian, his face darkening, thought to himself. When did I ever express admiration? No, that's not necessary. You should keep it as your trump card. Yamcha pondered for a moment and agreed. All right. But if you ever want to learn, just ask, and I can teach you anytime. Sure. Suddenly, Xue Tian remembered something important and curiously inquired, by the way. What stage are we in now? While he was aware that this was the world of Dragon Ball Super, he was uncertain of the stage. Had Beerus already appeared? Or was he yet to come? Had Black Goku made his entrance? Or were they still in the Moro saga? What stage? What do you mean? I don't understand. Yamcha responded, utterly bewildered. Xue Tian bluntly asked, Has Beerus shown up yet? Beerus? Yamcha contemplated for a few seconds before glancing at Poir. Do you know him? No. Poir shook his head. Xue Tian suddenly comprehended the situation, contemplating to himself. It appears that Beerus has yet to arrive. This marks the nascent phase of Dragon Ball Super. Abruptly, a voice resonated within his consciousness, emanating from the system. Beep. Random task activated. Option 1. Learn Yamcha's Super Spirit Bomb technique. Reward, 300 million battle power. Option 2. Locate Son Goku and Vegeta and inform them that Beerus will soon descend upon Earth. Reward, Saiyan Bloodline. Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sudden activation of the task. He had assumed the system would guide him to gradually cultivate and enhance his battle power. Evidently, he had overthought it. With such rewards, a century might indeed suffice to surpass the Grand Priest. He exhaled a sigh of relief internally, and without hesitation, opted for the second task. While 300 million battle power was commendable, it paled in comparison to the value of a Saiyan bloodline. With the Saiyan lineage, who would fret over acquiring 300 million battle power? It was akin to the difference between a fishing rod and the fish itself. Yamcha, could you take me to meet Goku? I have something to discuss with him. Oh, you know Goku? Yamcha replied, visibly surprised. Xue Tian nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Very well. I shall take you to see him now. Yamcha promptly activated his flight technique. Xue Tian followed closely behind as they soared towards Goku's abode. Along the way, they engaged in lively conversation. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the doorstep of Son Goku's home. Goku. Yamcha knocked on the door, calling out loudly. Who is it? A woman's voice responded from within. The door swung open to reveal a woman clad in a light red outfit, adorned with a red scarf around her neck. Kiki, this is Goku's friend. He has business with him. Yamcha said with an embarrassed smile. Kiki scrutinized Xue Tian, her initial impression being one of handsomeness, coupled with curiosity about when her husband had made such an acquaintance without her knowledge. Goku and Goten are working in the fields. Over there in the hills. Just then, Son Goku, dressed casually, arrived alongside Goten. Upon sighting Xue Tian, he appeared perplexed, scratching his head, as he had never seen this individual before. Yamcha quickly interjected, Goku, he claims to know you and has something to discuss. Ah, you know me? Son Goku replied, his face a mask of confusion, scrutinizing Xue Tian more closely, convinced that he did not recognize this person. How could he know me if I don't know him? Indeed, I am familiar with you. You are Son Goku, also known as Kakarot. You hail from planet Vegeta. Your father is Bardock, and your mother is Jai. You have an elder brother named Raditz, albeit he was of ill intent and met his demise at your hands. Ill intent? What does that mean? Sun Wukong, perplexed, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Yamcha fell to the ground with a thud, and after getting up, he helplessly explained. It means a bad person. Understanding dawned on Sun Wukong, who chuckled. Ah, I see. You're absolutely right. You truly know me. Indeed, Xue Tian replied calmly. I have come to inform you that a formidable adversary is on the horizon. At this, Sun Wukong did not feel fear. Rather, exhilaration surged within him. His heart ablaze with anticipation as he eagerly inquired, Really? A strong enemy is coming? Xue Tian, with a frown, pondered the peculiar mindset of Sun Wukong. How could he be so thrilled by the prospect of an impending foe? However, upon reflection, he realized this was quintessentially Sun Wukong. Wonderful. Finally, I won't be bored anymore. Farming is dreadfully monotonous. Ever since Sun Wukong vanquished Majin Buu, his days had been consumed with nothing but tilling the land, leading him to feel as though he might soon become an expert in agriculture. Seeing Sun Wukong's attitude, Chi-Chi stepped forward and delivered a firm punch to his head, exclaiming, You consume dozens of bowls at each meal, yet you refuse to farm properly. What are you thinking, always wanting to fight? Sun Wukong dared not retort and merely said, with a hint of grievance, Chi-Chi, I promise I will farm diligently. Afterward, he turned his attention back to Xue Tian, continuing to probe, just how strong is this formidable adversary? How strong? Xue Tian echoed, pondering how to convey the strength of Beerus. It was difficult to articulate. And even if he did, Sun Wukong might struggle to comprehend, for in their view, this universe was the only one that existed. In reality, there were 11 other universes, each teeming with powerful beings beyond just gods of destruction and angels. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Xue Tian, noticing the latter's silence. He pressed on. Is he stronger than Majin Buu? Indeed. Let me put it this way. You could handle Majin Buu, but this imminent adversary? Even in your Super Saiyan 3 form, you wouldn't be able to withstand even a fraction of his power. As you are now, even if you fused with Vegeta, he could easily send you both flying with a single kick. Xue Tian stated calmly. There was no exaggeration in his words. When Beerus first appeared, Sun Wukong, brimming with naivety, had the audacity to challenge him, only to be swiftly taught a lesson. Later, even after Sun Wukong amassed the strength of 6 Saiyans and transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he seemed to hold his own against Beerus. Yet the latter had not exerted his full strength. Even after mastering Ultra Instinct, Sun Wukong remained no match for Beerus. It is no exaggeration to say that had Beerus taken him seriously, Sun Wukong in Ultra Instinct would scarcely last a few rounds against him. For a long time, Beerus had never engaged seriously with Goku and Vegeta, nor had he transformed. In contrast, Goku and Vegeta were constantly evolving through various forms. Yamcha was taken aback, for he was aware of the formidable power stemming from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta. Yet, Xue Tian claimed that the strength of this individual's kick surpassed even that of their combined might. Xue Tian, are you exaggerating? He questioned. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta is the epitome of strength. How could it possibly be outmatched by a mere kick? Goku himself was somewhat incredulous. Each time they faced insurmountable foes, fusion had always been the solution. Xue Tian understood that no explanation would suffice to convince them, as Beerus's power had transcended their comprehension. However, his task was not to elucidate Beerus's strength, but rather to inform them that he would soon descend upon Earth. It is no exaggeration. You need only to be aware that Beerus will arrive shortly. If you wish to grasp the extent of his power, perhaps you should consult the old Kai. Xue Tian suggested, recognizing that, in a certain sense, the old Kai's words would hold more weight with Goku and the others. After all, he was merely an unexpected visitor to them, and their lack of suspicion regarding his origins was commendable. Goku, rather than feeling fear, was filled with excitement. If he truly is that strong, it would be incredible. I thought I had reached the pinnacle of my abilities. Yet it seems there is still immense potential for growth. There are greater realms to pursue. Indeed, Goku, the boundaries of power are limitless, and the ultimate destination is capability. Xue Tian remarked with a smile. Goku was left in a state of confusion, questioning, the ultimate destination is capability? Xue Tian, for the moment, refrained from revealing the meaning behind this statement, fearing it might dampen Goku's enthusiasm for training. For now, anticipate the formidable adversary on the horizon. I'll seek out the old Kai for answers, Goku declared, preparing to use instant transmission to travel to the Kai's realm. Wait, Xue Tian called out. Could you first take me to meet Vegeta? I have news to share with him as well, and he possesses some knowledge about Beerus. Goku's interest piqued. Oh, Vegeta knows? Very well, let's pay him a visit. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. Both of you, place your hands on my back. Goten chimed in eagerly. Dad, I want to go too, he exclaimed. However, before Goku could respond, Chi-Chi swiftly intervened, pulling Goten back. Where do you think you're going? You haven't finished your homework. Stay at home and complete your assignments, and follow Gohan's example. Stop behaving like a delinquent, always thinking of fighting. Goten looked on innocently. When mentioning Sun Wukong, Xue Tian felt a pang of regret. This child's innate talent far surpassed that of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta by unimaginable magnitudes. However, during his youth, he veered off course, becoming a scholar and squandering his remarkable potential. Consequently, his subsequent performances remained rather mediocre, even after he grasped the Beast Gohan form. His results were less than satisfactory. Chapter 5. The Alarmed Vegeta West City. Capsule Corporation. Bulma, clad in a bikini, had just emerged from the water and had yet to regain her footing. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission, appearing before Bulma alongside Xue Tian and Yamcha. This scene was entirely foreign to Xue Tian, who had never encountered such a spectacle in his previous life, causing a sudden nosebleed. Although she was now a mother, Bulma's physique and skin were impeccably maintained, exuding an allure that captivated the eye and emanated a radiant charm with every gesture. Yamcha, despite being Bulma's former boyfriend, found himself equally spellbound by the scene. As for Sun Wukong, he had witnessed countless scenarios involving Bulma and was unfazed. Just as he prepared to greet her, Bulma lost her balance and fell into the swimming pool with a splash, creating a delightful scene. Sun Wukong, could you not be a tad more courteous and provide some warning before appearing so suddenly? Yamcha quipped, attempting to ease the awkwardness. Wasn't he that wuxie warning in itself? Bulma shot him a disapproving look, clearly unimpressed by the humor. Xue Tian cleared his throat, interjecting, shall we find a place to sit for a moment? Sun Wukong, perplexed by Xue Tian's suggestion, scratched his head in confusion. Why? Aren't we here to find Vegeta? Bulma, where is Vegeta? Sun Wukong inquired. Knowing his persistence, Bulma, realizing that withholding information would only provoke him further, retorted sharply, in the training room. Got it, Bulma. Sun Wukong replied to Xue Tian. Let us head to the training room to find Vegeta. The group swiftly flew to the training room. Once they had departed, Bulma emerged from the water. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about the unexpected presence of Xue Tian, particularly given his nosebleed. As they arrived at the training room, Vegeta stepped out, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Sun Wukong and the others. Quickly regaining his composure, he coldly inquired, Kakarot, what brings you here? He cast a disdainful glance at Yamcha, harboring a dislike for him due to the past he shared with Bulma. Although he typically presents himself as aloof and indifferent, he harbors a profound concern for Bulma in his heart. For her sake, he dares to confront the fearsome Beerus, exclaiming, My Bulma. Goku chuckled, he's looking for you. Vegeta cast a glance at Xue Tian and coldly inquired, who is he? Goku, momentarily at a loss, scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. What is your name again? Xue Tian. Xue Tian? I don't know him, Vegeta replied dismissively before turning away, striding off with an air of haughty superiority. Xue Tian approached from behind, remarking, You truly are the proud Prince Vegeta. I wonder if you still remember the man who once stood over your father? He paused dramatically. Oh, I should say, a cat, the Cornus Rex cat. Vegeta's foot froze mid-step, suspended in the air, his expression seemingly glued in place, unable to change. Within 3 seconds, his pupils dilated, terror gripping him to the core as visions of his father, King Vegeta, being trampled by that very cat flooded his mind. In the presence of that feline, his father had no capacity for resistance, utterly subdued, scarcely daring to breathe. Noticing Vegeta's frozen expression, Goku's face was a mask of curiosity. What is wrong with you? Meanwhile, Yamcha had pieced it together. The cat Xue Tian referenced must indeed be formidable, perhaps as he claimed, capable of defeating Goku with a mere finger. If this were the case, how incredibly strong must that individual be? The more Yamcha contemplated, the more apprehensive he became. Regretting his curiosity about this topic, had he remained unaware, he would not have been burdened with such troubling thoughts, allowing him to rest peacefully. Goku joined Vegeta. Concern etched on his face. Vegeta, what is the matter? You look dreadful. Is this person really that powerful? Xue Tian, this cat you mentioned, are you referring to Beerus? Xue Tian affirmed earnestly, indeed, Goku. This cat is none other than Beerus. Vegeta, it won't be long before he arrives. You must consider how to respond. As Xue Tian concluded his statement, a notification resonated within his consciousness. Ding! Choice 2 completed. Locate Goku and Vegeta, and inform them that Beerus will soon descend upon Earth. Reward, Saiyan Bloodline. Elated by the system's notification, Xue Tian wasted no time and immediately activated it in his mind. Fusion of Saiyan Bloodline. Ding! Congratulations to the host for fusing with the Saiyan Bloodline. Current attributes. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fong Fist, Sky Dance Technique. Special skills, none. Racial bloodline, human, Saiyan. Items, none. Combat power, 100 million. This combat power refers to the base level, not the transformed state. Once Vegeta regained his composure, he gazed at Xue Tian with a mix of trepidation and curiosity, inquiring, "How did you come to know that Beerus is about to descend upon Earth?" Goku, still bewildered by the mention of Beerus, asked innocently, "Vegeta, who exactly is this Beerus? You seem quite fearful of him." Vegeta, choosing not to divulge any details, fixated on Xue Tian with eyes filled with dread. It was not Xue Tian he feared, but the cat-like deity, Beerus. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. Just know that Beerus shall soon arrive on Earth, and given his temperament, he is likely to wreak havoc, especially with you around. I can only imagine that you would be unable to resist challenging him, Xue Tian remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, Vegeta shot a fierce glare at Goku, exclaiming, "Kakarot! Huh, what did I do, Vegeta?" Goku replied, feigning innocence. "What do you mean, what did you do? If Beerus truly intends to arrive on Earth, you must not engage him in combat," Vegeta warned gravely. Yet Goku dismissed the warning outright. Why not? Such a powerful being. How could I possibly resist the urge to fight him? I am eager to test my strength against him. Humph. In comparison to him, your power is utterly trivial. Vegeta retorted coldly. Goku, slightly indignant, countered. What do you mean? We haven't even fought yet. How can you deem me insignificant? Kakarot. I shall warn you once more. If Beerus truly arrives, you must not engage him, Vegeta asserted with utmost seriousness. His greatest fear was that Goku's insatiable desire for battle would provoke Beerus, leading to their demise, and the destruction of Earth as well. Xue Tian, too, wished to prevent a confrontation between Goku and Beerus. While he possessed the means to ensure that Beerus would not destroy the Earth, he preferred not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. His desire was simply to carry out his tasks in peace, enhance his combat power, and ultimately defeat the Grand Minister to sever his ties with the Omni King. Otherwise, should someone conspire against the Omni King, he too might meet a tragic fate, an injustice he found hard to bear. If the Omni King were to uncover his thoughts, he would likely retort, I worry more about you being vanquished. Seeing Kakarot remain unfazed and somewhat aggrieved, Vegeta glanced at Xue Tian and said flatly, Kakarot, I can arrange for someone to duel with you, but you must promise not to engage Beerus. Huh? Who? Goku exclaimed enthusiastically, disregarding the latter part of Vegeta's statement entirely. Xue Tian frowned slightly, sensing that he might become an unwitting participant in this affair. Yet, at such a moment, it was not prudent to voice his concerns, as it would only serve to expose his own identity before Goku. At that moment, without needing Vegeta to say a word, he would seek out a battle for himself. Just make sure, Vegeta declared, his fist clenched tightly. It was utterly incomprehensible that this inferior warrior was even more eager for a fight than he was. I promise. I promise, Goku exclaimed eagerly. For some reason, Vegeta found it difficult to trust Goku's enthusiasm, doubting its authenticity. However, there was little he could do, unless he confined Goku. Which, considering Goku's nature, was highly unlikely to happen. Vegeta, who exactly is he? Goku was completely unconcerned with Beerus at this moment. All he cared about was who he could spar with. Vegeta cast a casual glance at Xue Tian and said him. He recognized that Beerus was about to arrive. So his strength must be considerable, and his aura was quite impressive too. Goku suddenly appeared enlightened, exclaiming, Right. How did I not think of that? Xue Tian, let us have a match. Xue Tian felt utterly exasperated. With a mere combat power of 100 million, how could he possibly defeat Goku? As everyone knows, the power scaling in Dragon Ball Super is quite erratic. When the protagonists were preparing for the Tournament of Power, characters like Master Roshi and Krillin experienced exponential growth in their abilities after just a brief training period. It's worth noting that Master Roshi was barely at Super Saiyan level during the Buu saga, yet after just a short training session, he managed to reach Super Saiyan 2, or even higher. Most astonishing was Android 17, who was only at Super Saiyan level during the Cell saga, yet, after some time training in Dragon Ball Super, he achieved the level of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Goku and Vegeta attained such levels entirely due to the guidance of Whis, and through several years of various battles. Yet, Android 17 achieved this status with only minimal training, which is truly remarkable. Thus, it became clear to everyone that, in Super, there was little to no actual combat power. It was predominantly about abilities, various martial arts, and unique bloodlines that determined strength. Xue Tian was certain that his combat power of 100 million would never be a match for Goku in his base form. According to the worldview of Dragon Ball Super, even if Goku did not transform, he would still be far beyond Xue Tian's reach. No need. I'm not your opponent. Xue Tian naturally wished to avoid humiliation, and if a fight were to ensue, Goku would hold back nothing. He certainly did not have a masochistic inclination. Goku immediately urged, "Hey, we haven't even fought yet. How do you know you're not my match? Let us spar." It's been a long time since I've had a good tussle. Xue Tian was filled with frustration. A long time without fighting? Was he planning to use him as a punching bag? Suddenly, a notification chimed, activating random task. Choose 1. Agree to battle Goku. Reward, Ultra Instinct sign. Choice 2. Refuse to engage in battle with Sun Wukong. Reward, Radiant Sword Strike. Upon perceiving the 2 options that emerged in his consciousness, Xue Tian was instantly overwhelmed with joy. The free and unfettered ultimate skill. It was indeed the free and unfettered ultimate skill. It was somewhat regrettable, however, that it was merely at the Xiaojing level. Had he acquired the true free and unfettered ultimate skill, he would be nearly invincible, provided he did not encounter any destructive deities. Xue Tian understood well that the free and unfettered ultimate skill consists of several stages, the weakest of which is the Xiaojing level. Following that is the enhanced free and unfettered ultimate skill, then the perfect free and unfettered ultimate skill, culminating in the true free and unfettered ultimate skill, also known as emotional freedom, which requires calmness and ruthlessness to unleash its true power, though only at the Xiaojing level. It remains a divine technique capable of battling beyond one's level, sufficient to contend with Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong continued to persuade fervently, "Let us just have a friendly match. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'll only use a smidgen of my power." As he spoke, he gestured with his index finger and thumb to indicate a tiny amount. Xue Tian found himself both amused and exasperated. Such words were indeed infuriating, especially coming from him with such a serious demeanor. If not for his knowledge of Wukong's character, he might have been driven to the brink of fury. No wonder Frieza detests seeing Sun Wukong in such a manner. "Fine, if you wish to fight, then I shall oblige you. I accept." Ding. Choice 1 completed. Agreed to battle with Sun Wukong. Reward, Xiaojing of the free and unfettered ultimate skill. Learning Xiaojing of the free and unfettered ultimate skill. Congratulations. Host has acquired Xiaojing of the free and unfettered ultimate skill. In that instant, a torrent of knowledge and combat movements surged into Xue Tian's mind, and his body felt significantly lighter. Is this the free and unfettered ultimate skill? Indeed, it is formidable. Although he had yet to unleash its power, Xue Tian could sense the terrifying potential of this skill. Even at the Xiaojing level, it was already so impressive. How fearsome must the true free and unfettered ultimate skill be? Splendid. Upon hearing Xue Tian's acceptance, Sun Wukong wasted no time in assuming a battle stance. Bang! Vegeta forcefully pushed him away, letting out a cold grunt. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Xue Tian exclaimed, bewildered. "Sun Wukong, are you intending to demolish Vegeta's villa with your sparring?" "Hiki." Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched the back of his head, seeming to realize the implication. Chapter 7. Vegeta's Arrogance. In the desolate wilderness, Xue Tian, Sun Wukong, Yamcha, and the entire Vegeta family arrived. Sun Wukong struck an offensive pose, his gaze fixed intently on Xue Tian. "I am ready. Are you prepared?" Xue Tian took a deep breath, never expecting that his journey into the world of Dragon Ball Super would commence with a battle against Sun Wukong, the most formidable member of the protagonist ensemble. Assuming his battle stance, he declared, "Come forth." Whoosh. In a flash, Sun Wukong surged forward like a vibrant rainbow, dashing toward Xue Tian at an astonishing speed. His movements akin to the swift winds. Xue Tian's vision was somewhat blurred, rendering him unable to see clearly. Before he could react, a sharp pain suddenly surged in his abdomen. Bang! Ah! Xue Tian let out a wretched scream, froth spilling from his mouth as he was violently propelled backward, crashing onto a small hill. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta displayed a cold indifference, his disdain palpable. "I expected a worthy opponent, but it seems he is nothing more than a waste." Beside him, Yamcha felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment upon hearing these words. He instinctively glanced at Vegeta, but the latter did not even spare him a glance, prompting Yamcha to awkwardly avert his gaze. Trunks, unfiltered in his youthful exuberance, exclaimed, "This uncle is so weak. He was sent flying by Uncle Goku with just one punch." Goku, observing the situation, felt equally awkward and scratched the back of his head. Flying over to Xue Tian's side. Are you all right? I only used a tiny bit of power. I don't understand why it turned out like this. Xue Tian clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger despite knowing Goku's nature. Most importantly, Vegeta's words were exceedingly insulting. If I don't demonstrate my abilities today, I would truly be a disgrace to all the others who have traversed here. Never mind, let us go again. With that, he tightened his fists, contemplating various thoughts that fueled his anger. Possessing Saiyan blood, he was aware of the secrets to transformation and had no reason to refrain from utilizing them. Ah, he roared, and an immense surge of energy erupted from him. Vegeta, initially dismissive, suddenly felt a flicker of surprise in his gaze. What was he planning? Why did he sense a hint of Saiyan essence? It wasn't just Vegeta who noticed. Goku perceived it as well. In an instant, a golden-haired Xue Tian emerged, enveloped in a radiant golden aura, exuding immense charisma. Goku and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Wait, you are a Saiyan too? Xue Tian, unsure of how to explain himself, deflected with vague words. Sort of. Upon hearing this, Vegeta coldly retorted, a Saiyan is a Saiyan. If not, then not. What do you mean by sort of? You are truly bringing shame to the Saiyan name. Xue Tian cast a nonchalant glance at Vegeta. It seems you have quite the opinion on this matter. Vegeta, sensing the displeasure directed at him, soared over using his flight technique, his demeanor still icy. I am the Prince of Saiyans. Your earlier words can be interpreted as disdain for the Saiyan lineage. I meant no disrespect towards the Saiyan bloodline. I merely stated the facts. Xue Tian countered, speaking the truth, for he too was uncertain of his standing as a Saiyan. His lineage was bestowed directly by the system, unlike Vegeta and Goku, who were born Saiyans. If one were to categorize Xue Tian's heritage, it would be utterly pointless to define it as merely human. Vegeta remarked coolly, do not presume that by transforming into a Super Saiyan, you can contend with me. In my eyes, you remain a mere waste. Your current state as a Super Saiyan is nothing but the weakest tier. Xue Tian, suddenly incensed, felt compelled to teach this Vegeta a lesson. He truly believed himself to be one of his subjects. Even if the Omni King or the Grand Priest, figures of the highest echelon, were to approach him, they would have to speak to him with respect, lest he strike them down. How much more so for you, Vegeta? Vegeta, do you take this as Planet Vegeta? Do you still regard yourself as a prince, superior to all? Let me remind you that Planet Vegeta is no more. Even as a prince, you are but a fallen one. You. Vegeta was struck where it hurt. With a fierce shout, he instantaneously transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second tier. Unlike Goku, who relished in the slow enjoyment of combat, Vegeta preferred to swiftly annihilate his opponents, reveling in the thrill of an instant kill. Thus, he was the polar opposite of Goku, unleashing his full power from the very onset of battle. Observing Vegeta's anger, Goku immediately cautioned, Vegeta, why are you still angry? Yamcha also interjected, indeed, we are all friends. There is no need for hostility in our sparring. However, before he could finish, Vegeta shot him a fierce glare, radiating murderous intent, compelling Yamcha to fall silent. Despite having recently developed the super large energy bomb, he was acutely aware of his standing before Vegeta. Vegeta strode toward Xue Tian, clenching his fists, and coldly declared, I will break you. You will come to understand whether I am a fallen prince. Vegeta, Xue Tian is sparring with me. Goku interjected immediately. Without uttering a word, Vegeta shoved Goku aside and, without hesitation, launched a devastating punch at Xue Tian. In his Super Saiyan 1 form, Xue Tian was no match for the second-tier Vegeta, even without transforming. He might not have stood a chance. Nevertheless, Xue Tian acted without delay, raising his hands to shield himself. Bang! Vegeta's punch struck the intersection of Xue Tian's arms, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away, his body violently crashing into a hillside. The hill crumbled, burying Xue Tian beneath its debris, dust swirling and billowing into the air. Bulma admonished, Vegeta, you have gone too far. He came to warn you of an impending enemy, and you treat him this way. Indeed, Vegeta, your actions were excessive. Goku reproached, having already gauged Xue Tian's combat prowess and realizing he was no threat to them. Humph, I vowed to cripple him. To make him understand the consequences of insulting the Prince of Saiyans, Vegeta declared with pride. He is utterly defenseless. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he remains feeble. Suddenly, a dazzling silver light erupted from the shattered stones of the hill. Chapter 8. The defeat of Vegeta from the ruins of the hill. A stream of silver radiance emerged. As wisps of dust dissipated, a young man with silver hair, enveloped in a shimmering silver aura, stepped forth. His striking visage bore a charming yet somewhat irreverent smile that captivated all who beheld him. Even Bulma could not help but murmur to herself, how handsome. This is Xue Tian. The figure emerging from the mist, wrapped in silver light, was none other than Xue Tian, who ultimately chose to unleash the transcendent technique of the free and unfettered state. Initially, he intended to accumulate combat experience in his Super Saiyan form, but now it seemed unnecessary and lacking in opportunity. He needed to teach Vegeta a lesson, otherwise, the latter would remain oblivious to the notion that there are always greater powers beyond his own. Vegeta furrowed his brow, surprised that Xue Tian could assume yet another form. Sun Wukong, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement. Xue Tian has other forms? How wonderful. However, he soon expressed his confusion, but there is something peculiar about Xue Tian's aura. It feels faint and intermittent. It was only Sun Wukong who sensed this. Vegeta also noticed that previously, they could distinctly feel Xue Tian's energy, but now it was sporadic. The sole person aware of the reason for this was Xue Tian himself. Due to the nature of the free and unfettered state, this technique belonged to the realm of the divine, as he was not a god. Its execution caused his aura to fluctuate, appearing both faint and elusive. If he were a deity, then using the free and unfettered state would render his presence entirely undetectable. Indeed, a god's essence would remain imperceptible even without employing such a technique. Vegeta scoffed coldly, pretending to be divine. Watch as I annihilate you. With a swift motion, he darted towards Xue Tian, launching a ferocious punch. Xue Tian merely smiled, and upon seeing this expression, Vegeta's anger intensified. Ha! Witness as I end you with a single blow. With a powerful strike, he aimed to land a decisive hit, only to find himself connecting with nothing but air. Shock coursed through Vegeta's mind. What just happened? His punch had seemed destined to strike Xue Tian, yet it had been evaded. Sun Wukong and the others were equally astonished. Vegeta's punch had clearly made contact, yet in that fleeting moment, it had been dodged. Could it be instantaneous movement? No. That didn't seem to fit. Realizing the situation, Vegeta quickly retaliated, unleashing a flurry of punches. Bang, 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 as each punch mirrored the first. Just as it was about to collide with Xue Tian, it was deftly evaded, slipping away like a slippery eel. Vegeta, increasingly infuriated, unleashed another barrage of strikes, yet still failed to land a blow on Xue Tian. Whoosh! He swiftly distanced himself from Xue Tian, positioning his hands and bellowing. Ha ha ha. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, hundreds of energy blasts surged towards Xue Tian, as he refused to believe that he could not hit his target. However, everything exceeded his expectations. Xue Tian calmly approached the oncoming barrage, and to Vegeta's astonishment, the energy blasts seemingly veered away from him, as if they possessed sentience, avoiding him deliberately, rendering Vegeta's aim utterly ineffective. Sun Wukong, awestruck, could not help but exclaim, "Incredible!" Vegeta soared high into the sky, arms outstretched, rapidly accumulating energy. Observing his actions, Xue Tian smirked disdainfully. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong shouted, "Vegeta!" No. At this moment, Vegeta was consumed by rage, disregarding Wukong's pleas, and continued to gather power, roaring. Final flash. Boom, boom, boom. A formidable beam of energy surged towards Xue Tian. Vegeta, grinning with satisfaction, thought to himself, "Under my final flash, let us see how you evade. If you perish, do not blame me. It's your own blindness." Just as he was brimming with confidence that this strike would vanquish Xue Tian, a magnetic voice echoed in his ears. "Vegeta, your final flash appears to be rather lackluster. Your aim is woefully poor." Startled, Vegeta turned towards the source of the voice, only to find Xue Tian standing beside him. Sun Wukong, astonished, remarked, "Impressive." He dodged that too. He had clearly seen Xue Tian take a hit, yet it appeared otherwise. In his shock, Vegeta heard Xue Tian's calm declaration, "You've had your turn, now it's mine." Vegeta's lips twitched in annoyance at these words. What insolence! Bang! Ah! Before he could comprehend the situation, a heavy punch from Xue Tian struck his abdomen, causing him to double over, reverting from Super Saiyan 2 back to his normal state. Spitting out a mouthful of foam, he found Xue Tian had no intention of stopping there. Seizing his arm, he delivered another devastating blow. Crack! Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed across the landscape. Before Vegeta could react, Xue Tian spun around, grabbing his other arm and delivering yet another punishing punch. Ah! Another scream pierced the air. Trunks, watching with a heavy heart, could not help but cry out, "Dad!" Xue Tian seized his foot and hurled him into the air. With a flicker, he appeared mid-air, a wicked smile gracing his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured an overwhelming force and remarked coolly, "Your ignorance is not the capital of your arrogance. Today, I shall bestow upon you a minor punishment." With a resounding thud, his foot struck Vegeta. Whoosh! Vegeta plummeted like a meteor, hurtling downward at an astonishing speed. A thunderous crash echoed as his body smashed into the ground, instantly creating a deep pit several dozen meters wide. Vegeta lay in the crater, his battle suit tattered and gasping for breath. Father! Trunks rushed forward. Bulma, unable to perform the art of flight, could only stand at the edge of the pit, anxiously watching. Xue Tian, having released the state of ultimate instinct, slowly descended. Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Xue Tian, it's my turn. However, Xue Tian's stamina could no longer support another activation of ultimate instinct. Primarily due to his low foundational battle power, he had managed to defeat Vegeta, which was already commendable. Apologies, but I have lost the inclination to continue fighting. Goku understood that what began as a sparring session had nearly escalated into a genuine battle, which indeed dampened the spirit of the occasion. Scratching his head, he inquired, when shall we have our match? Beat. A random task was activated. Chapter 9. Obtaining the final flash. Beat. A random task was activated. Option 1. Agree to a match with Goku in 3 days. Reward, 500 million foundational battle power. Option 2. Refuse to battle Goku and assert that he is not your opponent. Reward, final flash. Xue Tian was taken aback to find himself faced with a system choice at this moment, weighing the benefits of battle power against the final flash. He found himself momentarily hesitant, unsure which option would be more advantageous. Considering his current state, lacking any significant techniques aside from the Wolf Fong Fist, he realized that if he were to counter a powerful attack, a formidable move would be essential. Yet, his battle power was currently quite low. If he could enhance it, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable after activating Ultimate Instinct. Conversely, should he unleash the final flash while in that state, the attack would be immensely powerful. It was indeed a difficult decision. Ultimately, given his numerous deficiencies, he resolved to adopt the most effortless solution. If he chose the first option, he would have to wait 3 days for the reward. However, the second option allowed him to reap benefits immediately. Who could say whether other choices would activate in the meantime? Let us not spar for now. You are not my match. If you truly wish to defeat me, dedicate yourself to training for a while. At your current strength, it is insufficient, even if you transform into Super Saiyan 3. At these words, the onlookers were astounded. Goku, the strongest among them, was declared not to be Xue Tian's opponent, even in his Super Saiyan 3 form. Sun Wukong harbored no doubts regarding Xue Tian's words, for based on the recent display, it was evident that Xue Tian possessed formidable strength. Even he himself felt less than half assured in facing him. Most notably, during the recent confrontation between Vegeta and Xue Tian, an important revelation struck him. It appeared as though Xue Tian possessed an instinctive ability to evade attacks. Just as Vegeta's fists were about to connect, Xue Tian seemed to effortlessly dodge, rendering any attempt at striking him futile. If one could not land an attack on Xue Tian, how could one hope to defeat him? Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, a notification resonated within Xue Tian's consciousness. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing choice 2. Decline to engage in a contest with Sun Wukong, asserting that you are not his opponent. Reward acquired. Ultimate Flash. Learning Ultimate Flash. In an instant, Xue Tian felt an influx of knowledge within his consciousness, encompassing the techniques of the Ultimate Flash. Indeed, this Ultimate Flash was quite remarkable. When unleashed in the state of free and unrestrained mastery, its power would multiply exponentially. He pondered how Vegeta would react the next time he wielded the Ultimate Flash. After consuming his Senzu Bean, Vegeta gradually regained his strength and rose to his feet. Fixing his gaze on Xue Tian with a subtle shift in expression, yet his tone remained icy as he inquired, what was that transformation you just exhibited? It does not resemble a Saiyan form. Naturally, it was not a Saiyan form. It was a skill known as free and unrestrained mastery. Free and unrestrained mastery? Vegeta questioned. Perplexed, Sun Wukong echoed his confusion, both men baffled by a term they had never encountered. However, based on their observations, it was clear that this transformation was extraordinarily potent. Despite Xue Tian's initially low combat power, once he entered the state of free and unrestrained mastery, he effortlessly overpowered Vegeta, whose enhancements were nothing short of terrifying. Xue Tian chose not to linger any longer. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave for now. Until we meet again. Having arrived in the world of Dragon Ball Super, he understood that returning would not be a swift endeavor, so he resolved to find a place to reside. With a swift application of the flight technique, he soared towards West City. Observing his departure, Yamcha also remarked, Goku, Vegeta, I too shall take my leave, and quickly followed suit with Puar. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta and cheerfully inquired, how are you feeling, Vegeta? Vegeta let out a cold huff, mistaking Sun Wukong's inquiry as mockery. It won't be long before I decipher his free and unrestrained mastery. Clenching his fists, he thought with unwavering confidence that once he unraveled Xue Tian's technique, his own foundational combat power would prove trivial in comparison. Time to return home for training. With that thought propelling him forward, he swiftly departed for home. Sun Wukong, taken aback, wondered what had transpired with Vegeta. Had he inadvertently offended him? Nevertheless, he dismissed the concern as he regarded Vegeta's demeanor as typical, understanding that his aloofness was merely part of his nature. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and said, "Ah, that's right. Xue Tian mentioned that if one wishes to inquire about Beerus, they should seek the old Supreme Kai." Instantly, he sensed the presence of the old Supreme Kai and made a gesture of farewell to Bulma and the others. Whoosh! Bulma watched as everyone departed, leaving only herself and her son Trunks, her face contorting in exasperation as she gazed in the direction where Vegeta had flown off. "Vegeta, honestly, you leave without me. And you're not even worried about whether I can find my way back?" Xue Tian arrived in West City, hovering in midair, pondering where he might find lodging, especially since he lacked funds. At that moment, he noticed a martial arts tournament taking place not far below. The host, a sharply dressed man who had consistently overseen these events, was as resilient as a cockroach, surviving any fierce battle. However, he had lost much of his former vigor and appeared considerably aged. At this juncture, the tournament was nearing its conclusion, with the victor being Satan. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting his name with fervor, nearly overwhelming themselves with excitement. In the world of Dragon Ball, Satan was the most beloved figure. Although Goku and Vegeta frequently saved the Earth, few recognized them, whereas Satan was a national idol. It could be said that Goku's ability to defeat Kid Buu was significantly aided by Satan's contributions. When Goku called upon the world to gather energy for the Spirit Bomb, no one knew him, and thus no energy was contributed until Satan, with just a few words, inspired everyone to raise their hands and share their energy. This collective effort resulted in the creation of the most potent Spirit Bomb, ultimately vanquishing Kid Buu. Upon watching Dragon Ball for the first time, Xue Tian had questioned the necessity of a character like Satan, whose combat prowess was negligible and whose role seemed solely comedic. Yet, as he observed Satan's subsequent actions, he realized that beyond providing humor, Satan played a crucial role in fostering Goku's relationships. He was, in essence, a facilitator for gathering energy. With him, collecting energy on Earth became a breeze, as everyone was eager to believe in him, perceiving him as the true paragon of strength, a champion of the universe. Whoosh! Look over there. What is that? Chapter 10. The Frenzied Fans of Satan. Whoosh! Look over there. What is that? At that moment, a spaceship appeared in the skies above West City, its swirling vortex instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Even Satan turned his gaze, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Just then, the spaceship opened its hatch, and a beam of white light descended, accompanied by two figures. These two beings, with blue skin and resembling humanoid bulls, were tall and imposing, startling everyone present. Satan was equally taken aback, particularly upon realizing that these two were as robust as 3 or 4 of them combined. The two figures locked their gaze upon Satan, startling him considerably. Their intentions were clearly not benign. What could they possibly desire? The blue minotaur on the left spoke first, inquiring, "Are you the formidable champion who vanquished Majin Buu?" Recognizing their menacing demeanor, Satan hesitated to affirm his identity, yet in the presence of so many, denial would expose him. Would he still be revered as Mr. Satan afterward? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he reluctantly admitted, "Indeed, I am Mr. Satan." "What of it? Greetings. We hail from the planet Badar. I am Bardoff, and he is Barfire. Knowing that the legendary conqueror of Majin Buu resides on Earth, we have come to issue a challenge," Bardoff proclaimed, immediately adopting a combative stance, exuding an undeniable aura of strength that made it evident he was not to be trifled with. Satan, upon observing the robust physique of his opponent, felt a surge of panic. Their combat prowess was on an entirely different plane. He stood no chance of victory. He scanned the crowd, searching for familiar faces. "Goku, Vegeta. Have you been watching my match nearby? Goten, Gohan, are you around?" Alas, the figures he hoped to see were nowhere in sight, only the enthusiastic crowd chanting, "Satan, Satan." Overwhelmed with embarrassment, cold sweat trickled down his brow, and he felt as though he might crumble under the pressure. Noticing Satan's anxious glances, Bardoff inquired, "Mr. Satan, what troubles you? Are you afraid to compete?" Startled, Satan sprang to his feet, nervously retorting, "Of course not. I am merely warming up. I require such preparations before engaging in battle." What an oddity. Truly, only a champion who defeated Majin Buu could exhibit such peculiarities, Bardoff muttered. Harboring no doubts, he understood the formidable nature of Majin Buu, thus recognizing that anyone capable of defeating him must possess considerable strength. A person of such stature could exhibit eccentricities. After all, in midair, Xue Tian observed the commotion, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, Satan, you are truly amusing. However, Whether you can reside in that splendid villa today hinges on your performance. Odds are in your favor. Xue Tian refrained from descending to assist Satan, as the moment was not yet ripe. As time ticked by, Satan continued to see no sign of those he desperately needed, amplifying his anxiety. The host queried, "Mr. Satan, are you prepared?" Satan offered no reply, instead engaging in warm-up exercises. The host awkwardly remarked, "It seems our Mr. Satan is not quite ready." Seconds turned to minutes, and Bardolph grew impatient. "Come now, let us settle this." Still, Satan remained silent, and murmurs of doubt arose from the audience. What is wrong with Mr. Satan? He has never taken this long to warm up. Could it be that he is afraid? At this, Satan's eyebrows nearly shot up in alarm, his face a mask of embarrassment. He continued to fidget, mumbling anxiously to himself, "What should I do? What should I do? Must I truly fight? If I cannot win, my illustrious reputation will be tarnished forever. What shall I do about my imposing and powerful image? I find myself at a loss, struggling to devise a solution. I contemplate making a call, yet seeking assistance in front of so many onlookers would undoubtedly expose my vulnerability." Just then, a voice resonated from above. A strikingly handsome young man descended rapidly, revealing himself to be Xue Tian. Satan gazed at him, perplexed, pondering who this individual could be, and whom he referred to as his master. Before he could contemplate further, Xue Tian had approached him. "Master, I have returned." "Master?" Satan was utterly bewildered. Xue Tian leaned in closer and whispered, "If you wish to remain undetected, grant me 10 billion, and I shall assist you in vanquishing this extraterrestrial, preserving your illustrious reputation." 10 billion? Satan's realization struck him. This person had come to extricate him from his predicament, albeit for a princely sum. "Hurry, Mr. Satan, make your decision, or I shall have to claim I mistook you for someone else." Xue Tian chuckled. In truth, 10 billion was a trifling amount for Satan, as it equated to roughly 50 million in the real world. Given Satan's stature, such a sum was merely a drop in the ocean. He could easily recoup it by hosting a couple of martial arts tournaments. Although Satan felt a twinge of regret, he recognized the gravity of his situation. Should he withhold the funds, his cover would be blown. 10 billion to safeguard his reputation was, indeed, worthwhile. "Very well, my esteemed disciple, you have finally arrived," Satan exclaimed, joyfully patting Xue Tian on the shoulder. It was evident that Satan was quite the dramatist, convincingly portraying the role, and the onlookers had an unwavering belief in him, with none doubting his words. "Indeed, Master, I have returned," Xue Tian affirmed. He then turned to Bardolph and coolly remarked, "You wish to challenge my master? You are not yet worthy, unless you first defeat me." Bardolph was instantly incensed, his face contorting with rage, his nostrils flaring as he bellowed, "Arrogant! You are merely Mr. Satan's disciple, yet you dare to be so presumptuous. I shall see what abilities you possess. Come, let us settle this," he shouted at Xue Tian. With a swift motion, Xue Tian surged forward like a cannonball, and in a flash of light, struck Bardolph squarely in the abdomen. A pained scream echoed around them. Bardolph collapsed with a thud, frothing at the mouth, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence, their mouths agape, including Satan, who had not anticipated Xue Tian's formidable prowess. Half a minute later, the announcer proclaimed, "Satan's disciple is victorious." The crowd erupted in unison, chanting, "Satan! Satan!" Xue Tian was left speechless. The fervor of these fans was truly overwhelming. Upon hearing the cheers of the crowd, Satan immediately raised his hands high, proudly spinning around the arena. Chapter 11. Are you not afraid? Knowing he is the god of destruction? The incident involving the two extraterrestrials was merely a minor episode, yet it greatly aided Xue Tian, at least for a considerable time. He no longer needed to fret about financial matters. At Satan's residence, "Here is your 1 billion check." Satan presented the check with both hands, somewhat reluctant but ultimately complied. "Thank you. Should anything like this arise in the future, I can assist as well," Xue Tian replied with a smile. Satan's lips twitched slightly. Just then, the plump, diminutive Boo waddled out of the room. "Satan, I want pudding." "Very well, Mr. Boo. I shall have someone bring it to you immediately." Xue Tian glanced at the pudgy Majin Boo, finding him rather endearing, though this fellow seemed incredibly lethargic. Ever since aligning with Satan, Boo had done nothing but eat, showing no interest in training whatsoever. However, it appeared that there had been no account of Majin Buu engaging in any form of training. Majin Buu took a look at Xue Tian, showing no interest, and plopped down on the ground, continuing to munch on other snacks. With a chuckle, Xue Tian utilized the instant transmission technique to leave Satan's home, taking the 1 billion and spending 500 million to purchase a luxurious villa. With 500 million remaining, he gazed at the magnificent villa before him and remarked, "Quite splendid. In reality, I couldn't afford a 3-bedroom apartment, yet here I am with a villa." With 500 million left, it was likely to last a lifetime. Changing into swimwear, he leaped into the pool to swim. Beep. Activation of random selection. Option 1. Deceive the old Kaishin into believing he is a formidable being, unafraid of Beerus. Reward, divine energy. Option 2. Inform the old Kaishin that he merely heard rumors of Beerus's impending arrival. Reward, Majin Buu's bloodline. Oh, I can activate a selection just by swimming. How unexpected. Divine energy? If I recall correctly, this divine energy is one of the essential elements for becoming a deity. The Majin Buu bloodline is also quite valuable, possessing abilities like cellular regeneration and absorption, but if I were to acquire divine energy, I could potentially ascend to godhood. In comparison to the divine, I lean toward the divine energy over Majin Buu's bloodline. This world of Dragon Ball Super is a stage for powerful beings such as angels and gods of destruction, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta striving to align themselves with the divine, rather than with individuals like Majin Buu. In simple terms, if not for the Dragon Ball Super universe, the Majin Buu bloodline would indeed be commendable. However, in comparison to the divine within this realm, it falls significantly short. I choose option 1. Xue Tian promptly made his decision. Whoosh. Just as he made his choice, a streak of light descended, revealing the old Kaishin, East Kaishin, and Sun Wukong appearing by the poolside, observing Xue Tian as he swam. Xue Tian was aware that they might come, so he was not taken aback by their sudden appearance. The activation of the system's choices indicated that the ensuing events could be related to those choices. This conclusion was drawn by Xue Tian after completing several tasks, leading him to perceive the tasks issued by the system as a form of reminder. The old Supreme Kai observed Xue Tian swimming with an unwavering gaze, which startled him. The old Supreme Kai's and Master Roshi's lecherous tendencies were well known within the realm of Dragon Ball Super. Sun Wukong chuckled and said, Xue Tian, the old Supreme Kai has something to ask you. Xue Tian did not respond but swiftly dashed out, hastily donning his clothes in a rather flustered manner. Noting his panicked demeanor, Sun Wukong inquired with confusion, we're all men here. Why are you so nervous? Xue Tian's mouth twitched. It was precisely because he was a man that he felt uneasy under the old Supreme Kai's scrutinizing gaze. Had it been a woman, he would not have felt this unease at all. However, Xue Tian did not wish to elaborate on this and simply asked, East Supreme Kai, what brings you here? In truth, Xue Tian had a rough idea of their intentions. He just preferred not to voice it, as he needed to persuade the old Supreme Kai. This elder, being well-versed in various matters, would likely not be easily convinced if he did not employ some cunning. East Supreme Kai Xian Muron was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Xue Tian recognized him, and politely responded, it's not me. It's my ancestor who has something to inquire of you. The old Supreme Kai looked at Xue Tian with a cheerful demeanor. Xue Tian interjected, if you have something to ask, just do so. There is no need to present yourself in such a disreputable manner. It's rather unsettling. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words and observing his ancestor's demeanor, East Supreme Kai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Xue Tian, my ancestor is just like that. Please bear with it, he said. Xue Tian, understanding the old Supreme Kai's nature, did not dwell on it too much and replied, I understand. At that moment, the old Supreme Kai posed a question. How did you know that Beerus is coming to Earth? Xue Tian smiled mysteriously. I have my ways. What ways? The old Supreme Kai inquired curiously. Noting Xue Tian's enigmatic expression only heightened his curiosity. Within the 7th universe, few were aware of Beerus, and even fewer knew that he would soon descend upon Earth. It could be said that no one knew. Even Whis, the angel accompanying Beerus, would not be privy to this information unless Beerus had informed him beforehand. Given Beerus's impulsive nature, his plans were typically a mystery to everyone. One could say I know him, or one could say I don't. Xue Tian continued to play coy. The old Supreme Kai, puzzled, asked, so, does that mean you do know Beerus? Surely, you are aware of his methods and his true identity, are you not? Indeed, he is known as the god of destruction. Xue Tian remained remarkably serene, akin to a still pond, devoid of ripples. Yet, his tone astonished the old Kai to the utmost, knowing he's the god of destruction. Do you not feel any fear? Before Xue Tian could respond, Sun Wukong and the East Kai stood nearby, puzzled, inquiring, who exactly is this Beerus? Why does our ancestor appear so solemn and fearful at the mere mention of his name? The old Kai's expression contorted slightly as he recounted. I was sealed away by him for 75 million years. Had the divine sword not been shattered, I might still be trapped even now. The recollection ignited a wave of fury, which he directed at the East Kai with a forceful punch to his head. The latter looked on, aggrieved, ancestor. What have I done? You ignorant Kai. Do you even comprehend who Beerus is? What manner of being he represents? The East Kai, with utmost seriousness, shook his head in denial. This prompted the old Kai to raise his hand once more, Yet the East Kai had already retreated a step. I often urged you to study divine history, yet you squander your time on trivial publications. To this, the East Kai pouted, muttering in frustration, "It was you who." Chapter 12 Sun Wukong interjected, "You've said so much, yet I haven't grasped any of it." The old Kai cast a disdainful glance at the East Kai, silencing him instantly. He began to explain, "The Beerus you speak of is the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Gods of destruction are a unique category of divine beings. While there are gods of creation like the Kai, there must correspondingly exist gods of destruction, born solely for annihilation. Their combat prowess is exceedingly formidable. In certain respects, a god of destruction epitomizes the pinnacle of combat strength within the universe. Admittedly, there are some exceptionally powerful races or individuals who may surpass a god of destruction, but such occurrences are exceedingly rare. While pure combat abilities might exceed those of a god of destruction, should a god of destruction employ divine techniques, surpassing them becomes impossible." He glanced at Sun Wukong as if to emphasize his point. "Thus, Wukong, should the god of destruction Beerus truly descend upon Earth, it is imperative that you do not provoke him. Otherwise, he may obliterate the planet, and potentially you as well." Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, "I can defeat him." The old Kai's lips twitched with exasperation as he struck Sun Wukong on the head, admonishing, "Defeat? How could you possibly defeat him? Can you withstand his destruction? Destruction? What does that mean?" Sun Wukong asked, a look of bewilderment on his face. "The god of destruction possesses divine techniques capable of annihilating nearly everything in existence, from a speck of dust to entire planets, even the universe itself. So, can you truly withstand such destruction?" The old Kai scoffed. "And you dare speak of defeating a god of destruction? You might as well claim you can conquer the Omni King. Such delusions are simply preposterous." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, perplexed, and asked, "What should we do? What can we do? It would suffice to make him happy. This Beerus has a profound fondness for gourmet food. As long as we present him with delectable dishes, he will be content, and thus refrain from any destructive actions. Should he become enraged, the earth would face obliteration, and not just you, but also Chi-Chi, Gohan, and Goten would be in peril." The old Supreme Kai, having collaborated with Beerus for many years, was well aware of his preferences and vulnerabilities. Sun Wukong nodded with a semblance of understanding. "All right then." Xue Tian, observing Sun Wukong's reluctant expression, could not help but chuckle. This fellow would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to compete with Beerus, just as he would not forego a chance to challenge him. His own temperament was not volatile, and he understood Wukong's nature, hence he did not engage too much. However, dealing with Beerus was an entirely different matter. The old Supreme Kai, familiar with Sun Wukong's character, wore a face of exasperation, yet he had no viable solution. It was impossible to confine Sun Wukong, and sealing him away was the only alternative. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "By the way, old Supreme Kai, what did you mean by the seventh universe? Why is there a seventh universe?" The old Supreme Kai did not withhold any information, explaining, "The seventh universe is the realm we currently inhabit. Among all existence, there are 12 universes, ranging from the first to the 12th universe. The first universe corresponds to the 12th, the second to the 11th, and the 6th to the 7th, totaling 13. This correspondence can also be referred to as twin universes. The 6th and 7th universes are twin universes, and where Scions dwell in the 7th universe, their counterparts must also exist in the 6th universe. Do you comprehend?" Sun Wukong scratched his head again, earnestly stating, "Even after all that, I still don't understand." Bang! The old Supreme Kai and the East Kai fell to the ground in disbelief. "How can you not grasp such clarity? What a waste of words. Forget it, Wukong. Just remember that there are realms beyond realms and beings beyond beings." Sun Wukong nodded gravely, clenching his fists. "It seems there are many formidable beings beyond the universe. I genuinely yearn to witness and engage in battle with them." The old Supreme Kai could only express his incredulity. "Wukong, it would be wise to avoid stirring trouble. With your disposition, you are prone to attracting significant peril. If you can refrain from causing chaos, do so. All that matters is that you become the strongest in the 7th universe." Xue Tian stood by, amused, pondering, "Old Supreme Kai, if I were to tell you that soon the Omni King will convene a power tournament of the entire universe, instigated by Sun Wukong, with failure leading to destruction, what would your reaction be?" He imagined it would be quite a sight, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, knowing that some matters are best left unspoken. After the old Kaioshin reminded Son Goku, he turned his gaze towards Xue Tian. "Since you are aware of Beerus's impending arrival on Earth, and you harbor no fear of him, then surely you possess the capability to defeat him. Xue Tian did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question. What is it that you wish to achieve? Upon hearing this, Son Goku's interest was piqued once more. His previous failure to challenge Xue Tian left him feeling restless, longing for another opportunity to engage in combat. Now, it seemed he had found his chance. If Beerus truly intends to destroy the Earth, I hope you will stand forth to protect it, the old Kaishin implored. In his view, Xue Tian's lack of fear towards Beerus and his apparent unwillingness to flee indicated that he might indeed be capable of saving the planet. Should any unforeseen events arise, perhaps Xue Tian would be the one to safeguard the Earth. You gods are not permitted to interfere in each other's affairs, are you? If he chooses to destroy Earth, that is his duty. To ask me to save the Earth would be tantamount to interference, Xue Tian remarked playfully. Son Goku was left bewildered. Huh? Destroying Earth is a job? What kind of job is that? Xue Tian refrained from elaborating, for in Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku's intellect was far from sharp. Among all the Dragon Ball series, only one featured a character with considerable intelligence, a brilliant strategist, while Dragon Ball Super presented a quintessentially naive and battle-obsessed Goku. The old Kaishin was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xue Tian was well-versed in these rules. He inquired, astonished, who exactly are you? How do you possess such knowledge? I am simply myself, Xue Tian, he replied. The reason I am so knowledgeable is that I am a certain powerful being unknown to you. I am aware of all past and future events in this world. You are correct. I do not fear Beerus. In fact, when he sees me, I can make him behave like a docile little kitten. It was a jest, for he was bound to the Omni King. Should anything happen to him due to Beerus, the Omni King would undoubtedly exact vengeance upon Beerus. Chapter 13. Sealed for 75 million years, and yet fearless? Upon hearing these words, the old Kaishin fell silent, scrutinizing Xue Tian, observing his power level, which was not particularly formidable, at least not on par with Son Goku's. He wondered if Xue Tian had some form of leverage to make such audacious claims. Beerus, known for his volatile temperament and immense destructive power, was not to be trifled with. To suggest that he could be reduced to a mere kitten was utterly absurd. It seemed exaggerated. Yet, Xue Tian's demeanor did not suggest deceit. Furthermore, if he were lying, how would he know the rules of the gods? How could he be aware of Beerus's imminent arrival? Very well, let me test him further. Since you are so formidable, can you tell me what Beerus is currently doing? Also, what is the purpose of Beerus's descent to Earth? Xue Tian understood that in order to deceive him, one must divulge certain information. Otherwise, the old man would remain skeptical, and disbelief would hinder the completion of the task assigned by the system. He spoke slowly and deliberately. At that moment, Beerus was in a deep slumber, having descended to Earth after dreaming of the Super Saiyan God, envisioning that this formidable entity could defeat him. Currently, the only Saiyans left in the 7th universe were Goku and Vegeta, compelling him to journey to Earth. The old Kai swallowed hard. He was uncertain whether Beerus had come to Earth due to the Super Saiyan God's arrival, but he was well aware that Beerus was indeed asleep. Observing the other party's composed demeanor, he felt compelled to believe. It seemed that the individual before him was truly a powerful being, one whose existence he had been oblivious to, perhaps due to his own seal lasting 75 million years, during which time such a being had emerged. Ding. Selection 1 completed. Deceive the old Kai into believing oneself to be a powerful entity, unafraid of Beerus, and receive the reward. Divine Energy 1. Oh. The old man has been convinced. Excellent. The old Kai continued. You are correct. Beerus is indeed still asleep. And it is true that the affairs of the gods must not interfere with one another. However, during my forthcoming endeavors, I intend to create Earth, which implies that Beerus cannot meddle in my work or destroy the planet. Thus, I implore you to safeguard Earth, as it is not I who intrudes upon his duties, but rather he who intrudes upon mine. Xue Tian chuckled teasingly. Old Kai, it seems that even after being sealed for 75 million years, you still harbor no fear of Beerus. The old Kai trembled involuntarily, incredulous as he gazed at Xue Tian, bewildered. You know of this matter. I have stated before that I am aware of all things past and future. The East Kai and Goku were utterly astonished, unable to restrain their curiosity. Huh? Ancestor. You were sealed because of that destroyer, Beerus? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, the old Kai decided to reveal all. Fully convinced that Xue Tian was indeed a powerful being, perhaps connected to the Kai of time. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to possess knowledge of both past and future events. He resolved to inquire with the Kai of time on another occasion, hoping to uncover the identity of this individual. Indeed, it was because of the destroyer Beerus. Nearly a short time after I ascended to the position of Kai, I found myself embroiled in a dispute with Beerus during an official engagement, which led to an unpleasant confrontation. Consequently, he sealed me within the sword of the gods. And it was only after the sword shattered that I was liberated. Now everything was clear. Beast Kai finally comprehended. Goku, too, grasped the situation. That Beerus is truly despicable for having sealed you away for so long. The old Kai sighed ruefully, but what can be done? The combat prowess of the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction exists on entirely different planes. Should the latter truly become enraged, a mere flick of a finger could obliterate the Kaioshin in an instant. However, both entities share a symbiotic bond. The demise of one would inexorably lead to the demise of the other, thus the God of Destruction refrains from such drastic actions. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of sealing, but of annihilation. As for whether he harbors fear, indeed, there is trepidation, fear of being sealed once more. Yet, for the sake of Earth, one must be willing to take risks. Knowing that you are aware of Beerus's sealing of me, you should also comprehend the nature of my relationship with him. Xue Tian understood the implication. They were indeed intertwined. The old Kaioshin, perplexed, inquired, "Is this your method of bravado? If this is your means of self-preservation, you would be sacrificing yourself as well. Though I have lived long, I am not eager to meet my end. Having endured for so long, with 75 million years spent in confinement, I have scarcely tasted the sweetness of life. There remains much knowledge I yearn to acquire, and I have yet to peruse several volumes of learning materials. That is not the case. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly." Xue Tian assured him, secretly contemplating that he would only harm himself, without necessitating such complications. Upon hearing this, the old Kaioshin exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. "That is good." Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin, filled with curiosity, asked, "Elder, what troubles you? You seem quite anxious. Mind your own business regarding the affairs of the Elder." With that, a swift slap sent the East Kaioshin reeling, silencing further inquiries. The old Kaioshin then turned back to Xue Tian. "Can you truly promise me this? What benefits would I receive?" Xue Tian inquired nonchalantly. He was no martyr. This earth was not his own, and its obliteration bore no consequence to him. Why should he expend energy against Beerus for the sake of strangers? The old Kaioshin pondered briefly before retrieving a square stone from his robe, glowing with a cerulean light. "This is a divine origin stone, imbued with boundless power. With your abilities, you should be able to absorb it, and in doing so, your strength will experience exponential growth." Gazing at the divine origin stone, Xue Tian felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered something similar before. Wait, isn't the cosmic seed in Hertz's possession akin to this? Square-shaped, resembling a Rubik's Cube, though the cosmic seed shimmered with a multitude of colors, while the divine origin stone was merely blue. Ding! The system activated. Randomly presenting options. Option 1. Refuse the old Kaioshin's request to protect Earth. Reward. Instant transmission Kamehameha. Option 2. Accept the old Kaioshin's request to protect Earth. Reward. Judgment Blade. Instant transmission Kamehameha. This is quite remarkable. However, the Judgment Blade is also formidable. If my memory serves me correctly, this is the signature technique of the fused Zamasu. Standing suspended in midair, unleashing a torrential rain of judgment that is not only immensely powerful but also strikingly elegant. Chapter 14. Merging with the divine energy, ascending to divinity. Should I opt for choice 1, I would merely acquire the instantaneous teleportation technique, the Kamehameha. Yet, if I were to select choice 2, I would gain both that and the divine origin stone, which is indeed an enticing prospect. Choice 2 it is. Silently accepting the divine origin stone from the old Supreme Kai. Very well, I shall protect this earth. As for the future, that will depend on my whims. Ding. Choice 2 completed. I have agreed to the old Supreme Kai's request to protect the earth and receive the reward, Judgment Blade. Learning Judgment Blade. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered Judgment Blade. The old Supreme Kai nodded in approval. Good. I hope you can fulfill your promise. What I have pledged to do, I will certainly accomplish. Xue Tian asserted confidently, for no matter how powerful Beerus may be, would he dare to challenge the Omni King? If provoked to his limits, he would have to greet the Omni King with a 90-degree bow, too intimidated to even draw a breath. The old Supreme Kai, wishing not to disturb Xue Tian further, remarked, "Since you have made your promise, we shall take our leave." The East Supreme Kai smiled gently at Xue Tian and activated the divine technique. Instantly returning to the Kai realm, Goku gazed at Xue Tian, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Xue Tian, can we spar now? If you are unafraid of Beerus, does that imply your strength surpasses his? Let me witness just how formidable Beerus truly is." Xue Tian waved his finger. No, you misunderstand. While I do not fear Beerus, it does not mean my strength exceeds his, nor that I can defeat him. Upon hearing this, Goku appeared perplexed and inquired, "Did you not promise the old Supreme Kai to protect the Earth? If you cannot defeat Beerus, how will you safeguard the Earth?" Goku, "Well, that is a secret," Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Although he knew that even if he revealed the truth to Goku, he might not fully comprehend it. The point was that Goku could inadvertently share it with others, and given his naive nature, he would likely divulge any secret. It was best to keep certain matters concealed from him to avoid complications. Goku looked utterly bewildered. What? All right, you should head back. I need to rest. We can discuss fighting in a few days. Without the system's rewards, I have no time for battle. You all belong to the combative Saiyan race, but I do not. Even with Saiyan blood in my veins, I am not inherently aggressive. Why not simply enjoy life? Reflecting on the joys of leisure, Xue Tian pondered whether he should invite some lovely ladies to throw a party in the grand villa he had purchased. Such indulgence was a luxury he had never experienced in his previous world. Sun Wukong, undeterred, persisted in his entreaties to Xue Tian. Just a few minutes, shall we? Let us keep it light. Xue Tian, well aware of Sun Wukong's tenacious nature, understood that he would not relent in his desire for a contest unless something else captured his attention or offered him a challenge. Wukong, do you truly wish to compete with me? Indeed, I do. Sun Wukong replied without hesitation. Very well then, Xue Tian proposed, defeat Vegeta first. If you can conquer him, then come seek me for a match. After all, Vegeta is a defeated foe of mine. If you cannot best him, it would be a waste of my time. Xue Tian spoke calmly, though he knew full well that Vegeta could not triumph over Sun Wukong. Yet, the disparity in strength was minimal. Sun Wukong remained slightly superior. And should they engage, it might take them days or weeks to determine a victor. It was precisely for this reason that Xue Tian made such a request to buy time. Sun Wukong recognized that his prowess was comparable to Vegeta's. A bout between them would likely be prolonged. Fight Vegeta? That requires, before he could finish, Xue Tian interrupted. What? Are you not his equal, and thus hesitant? If that is the case, do you believe there is any need for us to spar? Sun Wukong quickly clarified. It's not that. It's just that when we fight, we want to reach a conclusion in a short time. Unable to reach a conclusion quickly? Perhaps that suggests you are not his match, Xue Tian replied. Wukong, you should return and train diligently. When you are capable of defeating Vegeta, you may come find me. I am always available for a duel. If you cannot win, then do not even mention the prospect of a contest with me. Now be gone. With a swift motion, Xue Tian leapt into the swimming pool. Fighting? Isn't that exhausting? Isn't swimming far more delightful? Observing Xue Tian's demeanor, Sun Wukong felt a sense of resignation. Yet he resolved, very well, I shall seek out Vegeta now. With that, he instantaneously vanished. Once he departed, Xue Tian floated in the pool for a while before emerging and settling cross-legged upon a chair. He perused the divine energy within his system inventory. Divine energy, a requisite for ascension to godhood, a primary condition for becoming a deity. Xue Tian understood that within the realm of Dragon Ball Super, no individual could attain divinity without divine energy, regardless of their combat prowess. Only by acquiring divine energy could one ascend to godhood and master divine techniques, excluding exceptions like Xue Tian, who had been directly facilitated by the system. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were able to wield divine techniques such as Ultra Instinct and Self-Ultra Instinct because they could transform into Super Saiyan Gods. Without this foundation, no amount of guidance from Whis would enable them to learn. Xue Tian pondered privately. If he were to merge with divine energy, would he not become even more formidable when unleashing Ultra Instinct? With his foundational battle prowess combined with divine energy, he could undoubtedly ascend to the divine realm. In truth, the combat prowess of the gods is not exceedingly formidable, akin to the Kaioshins. However, they possess unique abilities that other races are incapable of mastering. According to Xue Tian's estimation, a foundational combat power of merely 50 million, or even a mere 10 million, could suffice, and with the infusion of divine energy, one might potentially ascend to godhood. The specifics remain unclear to him. Dismissing further contemplation, he focused his consciousness and harnessed divine energy. Ding! The host has integrated divine energy. In that fleeting moment, waves of energy surged into Xue Tian's awareness like a tidal wave. He instinctively closed his eyes as a vortex formed around him, and the sky abruptly darkened. The swirling tempest expanded, gradually enveloping him in a cylindrical cocoon. At that moment, a wondrous melody resonated throughout the cosmos, a harmonious sound, both enchanting and crisp, imbued with solemnity. This was the sound of ascension to godhood, a celestial blessing from the universe. The Divine Gospel. Chapter 15. What form is this? In the seventh universe, within the realm of the Kaioshins, the Old Kai and the East Kai were filled with bewilderment upon hearing this divine gospel. They wondered how such a phenomenon could arise. With a wave of his hand, a crystal orb materialized, displaying the scene of Xue Tian merging with divine energy. At this moment, Xue Tian was shrouded in formidable energy, which had coalesced into a cylindrical form surrounding him, his body spinning and swirling within. Radiant red light emanated from him, and as the brilliance intensified, the surrounding landscape transformed dramatically. What was once a sweltering summer morphed into a vibrant spring. Then back to the scorching heat of summer, with the sun blazing overhead, transitioning into the mildness of autumn, accompanied by a gentle breeze rustling through withered leaves. Finally, heavy snowflakes began to fall, ushering in winter. Within a mere 4 minutes, the 4 seasons had unfolded in their entirety. Yet, Xue Tian's path to divinity was far from complete. The momentum of his ascent continued to amplify. This extraordinary occurrence was not only witnessed by the Old Kai and the East Kai, but also by the Kais of the universe and Yama in the realm of the underworld. On Earth, many were observing, including Vegeta and Goku, who were preparing for a spar, Tien and Kaiatsu, who were training in the mountains, Master Roshi, who was engrossed in a magazine, and Krillin, Yamcha, and Piccolo, who were preparing to engage with Android 18. Initially, the gathering believed the darkening sky signified the summoning of Shenron through the Dragon Balls. However, as the sky continued to shift and Xue Tian's aura was unleashed, they soon realized that it was not the Dragon Balls at play, but rather Xue Tian was undertaking something significant. They all swiftly made their way to the villa where Xue Tian resided. Upon landing, they beheld him seated in meditation above the ground, prompting Goku to curiously inquire, "Vegeta? What is Xue Tian doing?" Vegeta gazed at Xue Tian with palpable irritation. It was incomprehensible that someone he held in disdain could effortlessly defeat him. He remained unresponsive to Goku's remarks. Beside him, Piccolo, intrigued, inquired, "Do you know him?" Krillin, Android 18, and Tien Shinhan turned their attention to Goku. Goku scratched the back of his head, grinning as he explained, "He is Xue Tian, introduced to us by Yamcha. He is quite a formidable fighter." Introduced by Yamcha? A formidable fighter? Goku, utterly unconcerned with Vegeta's feelings, continued, "Indeed. He defeated Vegeta with remarkable ease." Vegeta's lips twitched in irritation as he shot a fierce glare and barked, "Kakarot." Krillin and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. It was astonishing that someone could so effortlessly triumph over Vegeta. They harbored no doubt regarding Goku's claims, for they knew he would not speak falsely. Goku remained oblivious to Vegeta's fury, which only fueled Vegeta's anger further, as he vowed to defeat Xue Tian. He was, after all, the Prince of the Saiyans, endowed with the greatest talents. It was unacceptable that a lowly warrior like Kakarot could match him, let alone a newcomer who denied his Saiyan heritage yet still managed to best him so easily, thus trampling his dignity. Piccolo, his expression grave and his skin a deeper shade of green, scrutinized Xue Tian, pondering whether he was friend or foe. If he were an enemy, it would pose a significant problem. His ability to defeat Vegeta implied that his strength surpassed even Goku's. While Goku might be slightly stronger than Vegeta, it was not by much, and he was certainly not at a level where he could effortlessly conquer Vegeta. Moreover, Piccolo sensed a potent divine aura emanating from Xue Tian. Was it possible he was a god? Though Piccolo was not a deity himself, having once fused with Earth's guardian, he possessed a degree of awareness of divine energy. Given that Xue Tian was currently merging with divine essence, his aura was potent and unabated, making it all the more palpable to Piccolo. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction, a tall man wielding a staff observed a magical orb, with flowing white hair and blue skin. His violet eyes and lips contrasted sharply with a large light blue halo encircling his neck. Within the orb, a vision appeared, showcasing Xue Tian merging with divine energy. This staff-bearing figure was named Whis, the attendant and caretaker of the god of destruction, Beerus. In truth, he was also Beerus's master, tasked with overseeing Beerus's duties, training him, and managing his daily needs. With a refined smile, he mused, "How intriguing. Who is this individual? How can he comprehend the path to divinity without divine guidance?" Father specifically urged me to keep an eye on him, ensuring that he remains unharmed. Just prior to this, his father, the high priest, had summoned him, instructing him to safeguard Xue Tian at all costs, warning that any threat to his life would result in the revocation of his angelic duties and a permanent sealing. This revelation left Weiss utterly astonished. How could an ordinary individual command such grave attention from his father? Throughout his memories, he had never witnessed his father's demeanor so serious, as though failing to protect Xue Tian would unleash some dreadful calamity. He had inquired of his father regarding the significance of safeguarding Xue Tian, yet his father merely replied, "Do not ask what you should not." This response rendered Weiss hesitant to speak further, compelling him to dutifully carry out his responsibilities. In the 7th universe, on Earth, Xue Tian's ascension to divinity had reached a pivotal moment, as the cylindrical vortex enveloping him gradually dissipated. In an instant, a crimson beam of divine light descended, causing the vortex to expand outward, unleashing ferocious gusts of energy. The sky darkened ominously, while violent winds surged, hurling colossal waves against the cliffs, shattering them into fine mist and foam, reminiscent of apocalyptic phenomena. Piccolo, Krillin, and others hurriedly shielded themselves. Goku could not contain his admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible!" Vegeta, though silent, acknowledged the immense power within, recognizing that even with his current strength, he could not replicate such formidable energy. As strange sounds reverberated, the sky gradually cleared, and the vortex surrounding Xue Tian visibly diminished, yet the crimson glow remained unwavering, completely enveloping him. After half a minute, the cylindrical vortex vanished. And as the crowd beheld Xue Tian, they were left in sheer astonishment. Vegeta stuttered, grappling with the sight before him. Chapter 16. The Super Saiyan God. What transformation has Vegeta undergone? Xue Tian was shrouded in flickering crimson flames, with delicate red lightning crackling intermittently. His hair transformed into a vibrant red, and he appeared strikingly handsome, his skin radiant. Vegeta glanced at Goku, remaining silent. "You don't know? Am I supposed to know?" Meanwhile, Piccolo sensed a profound divine aura emanating from Xue Tian, his expression turning grave. He had become a deity. Was he friend or foe? This form undoubtedly represented a divine state. Seeing Vegeta's reluctance to answer, Goku turned to Xue Tian, asking, "What form is this? It looks astonishing." "This is the Super Saiyan God," Xue Tian revealed without hesitation, for soon, Goku too would attain this form. "What? Super Saiyan God? I've never heard of it. It sounds like a divine entity." Sun Wukong, perplexed, scratched the back of his head. Meanwhile, a myriad of emotions surged within Vegeta. The Super Saiyan God, did it not symbolize the deity of the Saiyans? As the prince of planet Vegeta, possessing the purest lineage, why was he unable to transform into such a form? Though Sun Wukong was unaware of the specifics of the Super Saiyan God transformation, his curiosity was piqued regarding the true extent of its combat prowess. Was it immensely powerful? Judging solely by its aura, it clearly surpassed his own strength. Nevertheless, he yearned to experience it firsthand. "Would you engage me in battle while in this form?" Sun Wukong inquired with eager anticipation. Xue Tian hesitated for a moment. It seemed inevitable that a confrontation between him and Sun Wukong would occur. "Very well. Since I have now transformed into a Super Saiyan God, let us see how this form fares against you," he declared. With that, Xue Tian soared into the sky, heading towards the desert. Sun Wukong swiftly pursued, along with Vegeta and the others, all eager to witness the full extent of Xue Tian's power as a Super Saiyan God. Upon reaching the desert, Sun Wukong assumed an offensive stance, brimming with confidence, and proclaimed, "I am ready. Come at me." Noticing that Sun Wukong had not transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Xue Tian advised, "You should transform into Super Saiyan 3. Do you really believe you can defeat me in your base form?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "All right." Initially, he had intended to transform gradually to savor the thrill of battle, but upon hearing Xue Tian's suggestion, he realized it was time to change. With a mighty roar, an immense surge of energy enveloped him, golden light radiating around him as his short hair cascaded into a long mane that flowed down to his waist, exuding an air of grandeur. "This is Super Saiyan 3. I will strive to defeat you," Sun Wukong declared confidently. Xue Tian smirked. "Then you best prepare yourself." In an instant, he vanished, his speed reaching extraordinary heights. When the onlookers caught sight of him again, he was already standing before Sun Wukong. With a resounding thud, he landed a powerful punch on Sun Wukong's chest, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into the mountains of the desert, causing one to collapse with a resounding crash. Krillin and the others were left astounded by Xue Tian's terrifying combat capabilities, particularly Piccolo, whose face turned pale with fear at the sight of Sun Wukong being sent flying by a single punch, and the speed was simply too swift, like a fleeting comet. Observing the billowing clouds of dust, Xue Tian was assured that Sun Wukong was unharmed. Within the Dragon Ball realm, it was often the case that where there was smoke, there was no injury. The dense smoke suggested that he was indeed fine. As anticipated, Sun Wukong emerged from the golden flames, launching a fierce punch towards Xue Tian. However, those two punches were effortlessly evaded by Xue Tian. "Huh, your speed is far too slow. Train diligently and return when you are ready to compete with me. Why do you refuse to listen?" With that, he delivered a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong had no capacity to resist and was struck solidly, quickly transitioning into a spinning kick, only to be hurled downwards with tremendous force, resulting in a deep pit several meters wide. Krillin could not help but exclaim, "Wukong is simply no match for Xue Tian." Vegeta merely scoffed, "Kakarot, this is the fate that awaits anyone who dares to challenge Xue Tian. Do you really think you could fare any better?" Yet, within Vegeta's heart lingered a conflicting sentiment, a desire for Kakarot to triumph over Xue Tian, tempered by the dread that such a victory would signify Kakarot's superiority over him. Conversely, he felt a sense of indignation at being overshadowed by Xue Tian, which left him quite displeased. This internal struggle was fleeting, however, as he soon made a resolute decision, clenching his fists, declaring, I shall be the one to defeat Xue Tian. Piccolo, with a green visage, remarked, indeed, the disparity between them is insurmountable. Xue Tian hovered in the air, observing the battered Sun Wukong in the pit, aware that the battle was far from over. Sun Wukong's resilience surpassed that of Vegeta. He could not be subdued by mere strikes, and Xue Tian had yet to unleash his full power. He had not truly harmed him. Sun Wukong rose to his feet, his body marred with wounds, yet he exhibited no signs of pain, instead wearing a fervent expression as he gazed at Xue Tian. You are truly formidable. But I have yet to concede. His fighting spirit ignited. He clenched his fists and bellowed, ah, huh. With that roar, the air within 100-mile radius compressed. Fierce winds howled, dark clouds descended, and thunder rumbled. Spirals of energy began to swirl around him, radiating outward. A brilliant golden light erupted from Sun Wukong, enveloping him in an even more intense golden glow, crackling with electricity. Small stones were lifted into the air, disintegrating into dust upon contact with the lightning. Sun Wukong stood majestically, addressing Xue Tian in midair. This is the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Without the need for further explanation, Xue Tian understood. In a flash, Sun Wukong teleported behind Xue Tian and unleashed a powerful punch. Thud! Xue Tian casually raised his hand to block the blow. Thud! Ugh! Just then, Sun Wukong's other fist connected solidly with Xue Tian's abdomen. He landed a hit, exclaimed Piccolo and Krillin, brimming with excitement. Xue Tian was equally surprised. Sun Wukong proved to be a combat genius, cleverly using one punch to feint and create an opening for another strike. Thud! 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 Chapter 17. A clash with the Sun family. Sun Wukong launched a relentless assault on Xue Tian, his fist raining down with tremendous ferocity. Yet, Xue Tian adeptly blocked every strike, sustaining no significant injury. With a powerful kick, he sent Xue Tian flying hundreds of meters away. Xue Tian then maneuvered his hands to his waist, forming a lotus-like position as he concentrated energy into a radiant sphere. Kamehameha wave. Boom, boom, boom. After regaining his footing, a smile graced Xue Tian's lips. A clash of energy. The essence of Dragon Ball. How intriguing. I shall give it a try. He opened his arms wide, rapidly gathering energy. Witnessing this, Piccolo and the others were taken aback. Is he attempting Vegeta's final flash? Vegeta was equally astonished, recognizing that the aura and movements bore an uncanny resemblance to his own signature technique. Indeed, it was the final flash. Boom, boom, boom. The two energy blasts collided violently, thrusting them into a state of equal confrontation. Suddenly, a thought struck Xue Tian. A saying from Dragon Ball warns against engaging in energy clashes with the Sun family. Yet, he was not merely contending with any member of the Sun family, but with Sun Wukong himself. What would be the outcome? Huh? Sun Wukong bellowed, unleashing his full energy. Xue Tian felt no overwhelming pressure, but chose not to squander his strength. He too shouted, huh? A wave of formidable energy surged forth. The Kamehameha wave was consumed at a visible pace. Despite Sun Wukong's vigorous resistance, it proved futile. Within half a minute, he was hurled away, crashing into multiple mountain peaks. Boom, boom, boom. Xue Tian's figure flickered and appeared beside Sun Wukong, relinquishing his Super Saiyan God form. He extended his hand, stating, that's enough. Sun Wukong, looking disheveled with tattered clothing, grasped Xue Tian's hand and said, thank you. You are truly remarkable. Xue Tian smiled modestly, replying, it's nothing much. The two then soared back to join Vegeta and the others. Krillin quickly retrieved a Senzu bean and administered it to Sun Wukong. How did you achieve your Super Saiyan God form? I wish to transform into one as well. Sun Wukong eagerly inquired. He understood that his defeat stemmed from not possessing the same formidable form as Xue Tian. If he could also become a Super Saiyan God, perhaps the outcome would have been different, possibly allowing him to contend with Xue Tian. This question piqued not only Sun Wukong's curiosity, but also that of Vegeta and Piccolo, who all yearned to attain the Super Saiyan God transformation. However, they were aware that being a Super Saiyan God was likely exclusive to Saiyans. Each one gazed at Xue Tian with anticipation. Xue Tian hesitated for a moment, pondering whether to reveal the secret to Sun Wukong. As the conversation unfolded, attention turned to the side where Sun Gohan stood. Gohan, has Videl become pregnant? If Videl had not yet conceived, it would be impossible to assemble 6 Saiyans with hearts full of righteousness, and without this assembly, transforming into the Super Saiyan God would remain unattainable. Regarding his own sense of righteousness, he felt uncertain and preferred to inquire Videl instead. Huh? Sun Gohan appeared bewildered, unable to fathom why the seemingly innocuous question had been directed at him. The rest of the group mirrored his confusion. What relevance did this have to transforming into a Super Saiyan God? Shaking his head, Gohan replied, I don't know. Sun Wukong scratched his head, voicing the collective curiosity. What does Vidal's pregnancy have to do with becoming a Super Saiyan God? His confusion was palpable. There is a connection. If you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God, your daughter-in-law must be pregnant. Hence, Gohan, you must strive for it. Xue Tian said with a mysterious smile. Why is that? How does that work? Sun Wukong pressed on, genuinely puzzled about the relationship between Vidal's pregnancy and attaining the status of a Super Saiyan God. The others shared his bewilderment. The two matters seemed entirely unrelated. Xue Tian raised an eyebrow. Do you still wish to become a Super Saiyan God? Of course. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously, as if pecking like a chick. Then there is no need for further questions. If you did not wish for it, I could inform you now. Xue Tian replied coolly. Though Sun Wukong was not the most emotionally astute, he sensed Xue Tian's annoyance and decided not to press further. Instead, he cheerfully turned to his son Gohan. Gohan, hurry home and encourage Vidal to become pregnant. Son Gohan was taken aback, at a loss for words. Simply managing a complaint. Xue Tian intended to return to his studies on the effects of the Divine Stone. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. At that moment, Bulma interjected. Wait, I have an important announcement. Oh, the group turned their attention to Bulma. Sun Wukong, oblivious, chimed in. Bulma, what's up? Are you pregnant? Kakarot. Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could silence Sun Wukong. Bulma, equally furious, clenched her fists and exclaimed. What nonsense. I meant to say that in a week, I will host a birthday party. A birthday party? Bulma, how old are you? Sun Wukong asked directly. Bulma huffed and waved her finger dismissively. Humph. Don't you know that it's impolite to ask a woman her age? Sun Wukong, completely unaware, merely chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Xue Tian was astonished. Bulma's birthday was merely a week away? That meant Beerus would arrive on Earth soon. He distinctly recalled that Beerus had descended upon Earth on the very day of Bulma's birthday party. On the 18th, she casually flicked her hair and inquired, Bulma, since you are hosting a birthday party, surely there will be grand prize giveaways? It was then that Xue Tian noticed that the 18th had also arrived. He instinctively glanced over and beheld a woman of extraordinary beauty, her elegance radiating with an alluring charm in every gesture. The 18th was truly stunning, surpassing even Bulma in allure. Contemplating this, he could not help but look at Krillin, whose bald head and diminutive stature, lacking even a nose, seemed incongruous. It was indeed a stroke of luck for Krillin to be chosen by the 18th. It was almost unfathomable. Nevertheless, now that she was married, her beauty seemed to lose its significance. What other beauties could there possibly be in Dragon Ball Super? Should he also seek a girlfriend? After a moment's reflection, he decided to postpone such matters and focus on enhancing his own strength. Without power, nothing else mattered. Xue Tian, you must come, Bulma stated, directing her gaze toward him. This took Xue Tian by surprise. He had not anticipated Bulma would personally extend the invitation. However, he did not believe it was his charm that captivated her. Had Bulma been unmarried, he might have entertained such thoughts, but now, with her marriage, that possibility seemed nearly impossible. Although Bulma could be brash and somewhat unreasonable, she remained steadfast in her devotion to her husband, Vegeta, and her family. Of course, thank you, Xue Tian replied. Bulma's invitation stemmed not from his looks but from her recognition of his formidable strength. Forging a relationship with someone of such prowess could only be advantageous. Everyone, I must take my leave. With a gust of wind, he activated his flight technique, soaring towards his villa. After his departure, the others gradually followed suit. Upon returning to his villa, Xue Tian seated himself in a meditative posture, retrieving the divine origin stone bestowed upon him by the old Kai. He held it in his palm, scrutinizing it closely. What purpose could this object serve? Despite having watched countless episodes of Dragon Ball, including Dragon Ball Super, he had never encountered mention of a divine origin stone before. Releasing his energy to sense any changes, he found nothing remarkable about it. Was it possible that the old Kai had deceived him? That seemed unlikely. If he had been misled, he could simply rescind his agreement to the old Kai's conditions, rendering the entire transaction pointless. System, what is the purpose of this divine origin stone? He inquired. The system replied, cannot disclose. You must explore it yourself. Cannot disclose? It seems you are merely uninformed. Perhaps your so-called ultimate system should be renamed the ignorant system. Xue Tian quipped, feeling provoked. The system immediately retorted, nonsense. I possess knowledge of the heavens and the earth. There is nothing unknown to me within the Dragon Ball universe, let alone regarding a divine origin stone. Is that so? If you truly understand how to utilize this divine origin stone, then kindly enlighten me on its usage. If you cannot articulate, then you are merely an uninformed system, not the ultimate system. Xue Tian provocatively remarked, adopting a demeanor that exuded irritation. The system, feeling uneasy, responded, This divine origin stone must be comprehended through divine essence to unravel its mysteries. As for whether one can indeed grasp its secrets, the system halted mid-sentence. Realizing it had fallen into Xue Tian's trap, it quickly retorted, "Host, you are quite cunning to ensnare me. I did not ensnare you. I simply harbored some skepticism towards your claims. However, since you have revealed this information, I shall place my trust in you and test the veracity of your words." With that declaration, he promptly muted the system, disregarding it entirely, leaving the system speechless. Typically, Xue Tian lacked divine essence, so he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, channeling divine energy to perceive the divine origin stone. As anticipated, upon receiving divine essence, the stone began to shimmer, revealing lines of text. Divine origin stone, a stone imbued with boundless power, containing an overwhelmingly potent divine technique known as the divine seal, capable of binding all things in the world. Xue Tian perused the emerging text, committing every word to memory, becoming increasingly captivated as wisps of divine essence enveloped him, amplifying the divine energy within his body and enhancing his strength. The following day, Xue Tian opened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the divine origin stone in his hand. Truly, it is a divine artifact. The energy contained within is remarkable. After a night of absorption, my combat prowess has significantly increased. I previously possessed a combat power of 100 million. What is my current status? Let me check. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques: Wolf Fong Fist, Sky Dance Technique, Final Flash. Special skills: Freestyle Ultimate Skill, Super Saiyan God, Divine Seal, Super Saiyan Level 1. Race: Human, Saiyan. Items: None. Combat power: 500 million. This combat power reflects base strength, not that of transformations. It is astonishing that merely one night's absorption has elevated my ordinary combat power by 400 million. And I have yet to fully harness the divine energy within the stone. It is no wonder that Master Rashi and Android 17 became exceptionally formidable with just a bit of training. The power escalation in Dragon Ball Super is indeed rapid. I must commend the utility of this divine seal, though regrettably, I still need to master it. After speaking, Xue Tian swiftly executed a peculiar hand gesture towards a stone table within the villa. A surge of red energy erupted, forming a lock that instantly secured the stone. The stone table was promptly ensnared. Subsequently, Xue Tian clenched his fist, and with a thunderous sound, the stone table exploded into dust, vanishing into thin air. The seal of the divine is truly remarkable. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong appeared before Xue Tian. Confused, Xue Tian wondered why this fellow had returned. Was he preparing for yet another confrontation? "Wukong, do you need something?" Sun Wukong, brimming with impatience, exclaimed, "I have already sent Gohan and Belidi for a checkup. We shall soon discover whether Belidi is expecting." Ever since Sun Wukong learned yesterday that his transformation into a Super Saiyan God was linked to Belidi's pregnancy, he had been restless, anxiously waiting at his son Gohan's home, hoping they would hasten to the examination. However, Belidi had been quite occupied with work and lacked the time for the checkup. After much persuasion from Sun Wukong, they finally agreed to go this very morning. Hence, as they headed to the hospital, he could hardly contain his excitement and rushed to Xue Tian. Xue Tian, feeling overwhelmed, thought to himself that this was rather outrageous. Yet, upon reflecting on Sun Wukong's character, which was akin to that of a martial arts enthusiast, he realized that as long as there was an opportunity for advancement, Wukong would do anything. Let them go. We shall await the results, he concluded. Nevertheless, Xue Tian suspected that Belidi was indeed expecting, especially since Bulma's birthday was just a week away. If not for his reminder, Belidi would likely announce her news at the birthday celebration. The time frame aligned perfectly, indicating that she must be pregnant. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. "Hi, Dad." Gohan and Belidi descended. As they landed before Sun Wukong, unable to contain his anxiety, immediately inquired, "Well, Gohan, is there a baby on the way?" Belidi's cheeks flushed, her gaze fixed on her toes, betraying her shyness. Gohan, with a joyful nod, affirmed, "Yes, she is expecting." "Wonderful." Sun Wukong nearly leaped for joy. His daughter-in-law Belidi was finally pregnant, and he would soon learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian had anticipated this outcome. It was evident that Belidi was indeed expecting. Concerned that Xue Tian might doubt him, Gohan presented the report. "Mr. Xue, here is the pregnancy report. Belidi is truly pregnant." Xue Tian did not take the report, but nodded knowingly. "I am already aware." Sun Wukong, filled with urgency, asked, "So how can I transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Eagerly awaiting an answer, he activated the task selection. Choice 1. Inform Sun Wukong how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist him in succeeding. Reward: Resurrection of the Divine. Choice 2. Refuse to help Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan God, assuring him that he will be taught in due time. Reward, Dark Seal. Resurrection of the Divine? Dark Seal? What splendid rewards await this time. What exactly is this resurrection of the divine? And what is the Dark Seal? Interpreting from the name, it should signify resurrection and sealing. Currently, I have mastered the divine sealing technique. The dark sealing should not differ greatly from it, right? If that is the case, choosing divine resurrection seems preferable. Moreover, I had previously promised Sun Wukong that I would inform him as soon as Belidi became pregnant. I cannot afford to be untrustworthy. I choose option 1. Very well, I shall now reveal to you how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. You must seek out 6 Saiyans with hearts full of righteousness. If 5 Saiyans impart their righteous essence to one of their own, that Saiyan can ascend to become a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong grasped the essence of this immediately and began counting on his fingers. Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and you. Xue Tian. No, I don't count. Xue Tian promptly declined. Sun Wukong found himself in a predicament. Huh? If you don't count, then that leaves only 4 individuals. We can't find 6. Gohan, amused by his father's adorably bewildered expression, couldn't help but chime in. Father, you count too. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Hee, I forgot. I should indeed count, but that still makes only 5. We are still 1 short. At that moment, Belidi gently placed her hand on her belly and shyly suggested, I should count as well. With this statement, Gohan suddenly understood. No wonder Xue Tian had inquired whether Belidi was pregnant. It was undoubtedly because she counted too. She carries his child, and thus the child possesses a heart, for every being's inception is rooted in righteousness. Indeed, Belidi counts. This must be the very essence of Xue Tian's inquiry regarding her pregnancy. Sun Wukong, still somewhat perplexed, chose not to delve deeper into it. All that mattered was transforming into a Super Saiyan God. I shall immediately seek out Vegeta, Trunks, and Goten. No sooner had he spoken than he utilized instant transmission to locate Vegeta and the others. In less than 3 minutes, Vegeta, Son Goten, and Trunks were brought forth by Sun Wukong. He gazed at Xue Tian with excitement. It's done. They have all arrived. Vegeta, visibly displeased, questioned Kakarot. What is the meaning of this? He had previously inquired about Sun Wukong's intentions, yet the latter had remained tight-lipped, hastily dragging Trunks and himself to this place, which left Vegeta quite irked. Sun Wukong explained, we are to transform into Super Saiyan Gods. Xue Tian stated that with 6 Saiyans, one can achieve this transformation. Vegeta looked utterly bewildered. What on earth? What do you mean 6 Saiyans can become Super Saiyan Gods? As the Prince of Saiyans, I have never heard of such a ridiculous notion. Did Xue Tian inform Kakarot of this? But when Xue Tian transformed, he did not have 6 Saiyans. It was merely him alone. Xue Tian elucidated. As long as 6 Saiyans, each possessing a heart of justice, unite, with 5 transferring their righteous essence into one among them, that individual shall ascend to become a Super Saiyan God. In simpler terms, if you 5 Saiyans channel your hearts of justice into Son Goku, you shall attain the form of a Super Saiyan God. Upon this explanation, Vegeta immediately grasped the concept. He crossed his arms, discontent evident in his tone. Why should it be you who becomes the Super Saiyan God, rather than me? Son Goku, feeling somewhat wronged, attempted to console Vegeta. Don't be so petty. Once I succeed, you shall transform next, and we can assist you in becoming a Super Saiyan God as well. Thus, both of us would achieve transformation. Vegeta remained obstinate. Arms still crossed. Why should you transform first? Let me go first. Xue Tian, understanding Vegeta's temperament, knew that without a little provocation, he would stubbornly oppose Son Goku to the bitter end. Vegeta was determined not to allow Son Goku to transform before him, as that would imply a certain inferiority. However, in order to accomplish the mission, and the sooner the better, prodding Vegeta's pride was necessary. Thus, it fell to him to ensure the task was completed, which in turn could be seen as aiding Son Goku in becoming a Super Saiyan God. Goku, since Vegeta is unwilling to assist you, allow me to take his place. Really? That's wonderful. Son Goku beamed with joy, completely oblivious to the murderous glare Vegeta directed at him. Vegeta cast a glance and remarked coolly, even with you included, that still makes only 5 Saiyans. He dismissed the idea of Bra being counted. Son Goku began counting. Trunks, Xue Tian, Bra. There are 6 of us. Xue Tian fits in perfectly. Vegeta frowned, directing his gaze at Bra. Does she count as a Saiyan? Indeed, Bra is pregnant, bearing a Saiyan child within her. So she certainly qualifies. Son Goku clarified. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly as he realized that Xue Tian's initial inquiry about Bra's pregnancy was rooted in this very matter. It appeared that Xue Tian had not included himself in the count from the start. It was only after Vegeta's refusal that he stepped in. Observing the slight distortion in Vegeta's expression, Xue Tian reiterated. Vegeta, if you assist Son Goku in successfully transforming, then you will be next. Should you choose not to help him, and I take your place, they may not offer you their aid either. So, do you wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God, or would you prefer to remain inferior to Son Goku? Chapter 20. You are not yet a true Super Saiyan God. Fine. I shall do it. Vegeta huffed, clearly displeased. Reluctantly, he yearned to transform into a Super Saiyan God, aspiring to surpass Kakarot significantly. If Kakarot could attain the form of a Super Saiyan God while he could not, it would undoubtedly render his combat prowess inferior to that of Kakarot. He had already witnessed the might of the Super Saiyan God, which far exceeded the various stages of Super Saiyan, elevating it to an entirely different echelon. A slight smile graced Xue Tian's lips. He understood that Vegeta required a bit of provocation. Without such stimulation, he would remain unyielding. Join hands, and attune your hearts to one another, channeling your righteous spirits into Goku's being. The six did not squander any time. They clasped hands, sensing one another's presence. However, after a full 3 minutes, there had been no discernible change. Goku could not help but voice his concern. Vegeta, do you still lack a righteous heart? After all, the Vegeta of old had sought to annihilate Earth and eliminate Goku and his companions, leading to immediate suspicion regarding Vegeta's current state. Vegeta bellowed. Silence. He was aware of his tumultuous past, but that was a bygone era. The present him had individuals to protect, a blissful family to cherish. He could never revert to such malevolence. Standing nearby, Xue Tian offered guidance. Vegeta harbors no issues. What you speak of belongs to the past. The problem lies within your method of attunement. You must immerse yourselves wholly in this connection, truly grasping what each of you is thinking in this very moment to concentrate your righteous energy upon Goku, enabling him to become a Super Saiyan God. Close your eyes, relax, and dispel distractions, achieving a state of utter tranquility. Following Xue Tian's instructions, the six closed their eyes and cast aside their scattered thoughts. Within 30 seconds, they entered a state of serene emptiness, and in an instant, golden rays of Super Saiyan light enveloped them. Their collective aura surged, and witnessing this transformation, Xue Tian recognized their success. Yet, this was merely the prelude to the main event. In less than 3 minutes, their energies peaked, their hearts radiating glimmers of crimson light, which coursed through their interconnected hands into Goku's body. As the essence of righteousness intensified, a tempest arose, darkening the skies, and swirling dust and debris as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. At that moment, a circular pillar of energy enveloped Goku, reminiscent of Xue Tian's previous transformation, a celestial evolution echoing throughout the cosmos. Once the process of ascension concluded, Vegeta and the others felt their strength waning and instinctively released their grip. Goku, meanwhile, was shrouded in a crimson aura. His hair turned red, his skin became fair, and he appeared as though he had shed years, embodying the essence of a Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement, and exclaimed, "Is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? Indeed, it is overwhelmingly potent." He felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, a power unlike anything he had experienced before. Even when he absorbed the spiritual energy from Earth and gathered the spirit bomb to confront Beerus, he had never felt such might. In his heart, he was certain that if he faced Kid Beerus in this form, he could easily vanquish him without needing the spirit bomb. A mere Kamehameha would suffice to obliterate his opponent. Vegeta, observing Sun Wukong's exuberance, felt a twinge of irritation. Why was it not him? What if he had transformed into a Super Saiyan God first? Kakarot, you are too full of yourself. Hurry and let me transform into a Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, don't be so impatient. Sun Wukong replied, turning his gaze towards Xue Tian, suggesting, Xue Tian, let us engage in a battle. Xue Tian, with a furrowed brow, thought it absurd that he was being asked to fight right after Wukong had just transformed into a Super Saiyan God. However, he had no desire for a confrontation. While they were eager for combat, he preferred to avoid it. With a system at his disposal, completing tasks to enhance himself was as effortless as drinking water. Why exert himself in battle? There was no need to rely on the Saiyan bloodline traits for improvement. Such arduous endeavors were better left to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. You are not yet my match. Focus on your training for a while. Moreover, even though you have transformed into a Super Saiyan God, you have yet to unleash its true power. Sun Wukong, taken aback by the notion that he could not access his true strength, asked in bewilderment, why? Xue Tian explained. Your ascension to Super Saiyan God is primarily due to the righteous hearts of those 5 individuals aligning with yours, yet you still lack the divine essence. Huh? Divine essence? What is that? Sun Wukong was entirely perplexed, having never heard of such a thing before. Divine essence is one of the essential conditions for becoming a deity. Only when you possess true divine essence within your being can you become a genuine God and attain the true form of a Super Saiyan God. Although you currently embody the form of a Super Saiyan God, you do not possess your own divine essence. Rather than being a Super Saiyan God, it would be more accurate to describe your state as a pseudo-Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian rambled on with a plethora of information. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head, utterly bewildered, and shook his head, saying, I don't understand. It's too complex. I can't grasp it at all. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, stating, Kakarot, this just proves you are not a true Super Saiyan God. You lack the divine essence. How could you not understand this? I wonder how you have trained to reach your current level. Sun Wukong offered an awkward smile, dismissing Vegeta's remarks without concern. What must one do to truly become a Super Saiyan God? Xue Tian replied with a faint smile, it is simple. You need someone to train you to harness the divine energy. Who? You? Goku exclaimed excitedly. Xue Tian, please train me. Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively, directly refusing. No. No, you misunderstand, Goku. I am unable to train you. However, rest assured, the person who can train both you and Vegeta will appear before long. Who? Goku inquired eagerly, with Vegeta equally curious, having presumed it would be Xue Tian himself, only to discover otherwise. Ding. Choice 1 completed. Inform Goku on how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist him in achieving the transformation. Reward, ding. Choice 1 completed. Inform Goku on how to transform into a Super Saiyan God and assist him in achieving the transformation. Reward, resurrection of the divine. Finally, I was puzzled as to why no reward was given. It turns out it was delayed. System, could you not be so sluggish next time and deliver the rewards promptly? Learning resurrection of the divine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring resurrection of the divine. Vegeta and Goku noticed Xue Tian's prolonged silence and, unable to contain their impatience, pressed, Xue Tian, you mentioned someone could train us. Who exactly is it? Xue Tian snapped back to attention, realizing they were still awaiting his response. With a mysterious smile, he replied, the secrets of heaven are not to be revealed. The two were baffled. Seeing their confused expressions, Xue Tian gently tapped his forehead. Realizing that such words would likely only resonate with those from the real world, not those in the Dragon Ball Super realm. To summarize, the time is not right for revelations. What is meant to come will arrive in due time, and what is not meant to be will not manifest. No matter how fervently you anticipate it, focus on your training, even if you cannot yet unleash the true power of the Super Saiyan God. Reaching a certain level of mastery will not be far off. Once you cultivate divine energy, your command over the Super Saiyan God form will become increasingly adept. Seeing Xue Tian's resolute stance, Goku and Vegeta ceased their inquiries, recognizing that further questioning would be futile. Vegeta turned to Goku and declared, Kakarot, it's my turn to transform. Quickly lend me your righteous heart to help me become a Super Saiyan God. Is it happening so soon? I have yet to fully experience the power of the Super Saiyan God. Goku lamented. The thought of transforming without engaging in battle was utterly torturous, especially without a target to challenge. Vegeta snapped, stop rambling. All right then. Goku exhaled deeply, reverting from the Super Saiyan God state, and extended his hand. Come forth. Let us bestow upon you the power of the righteous heart. Babidi and the others looked on, utterly drained. I can't go on. I'm completely exhausted, devoid of energy. Trunks looked at Vegeta with a sense of grievance and said, Father, I can't go on any longer. I feel utterly exhausted. Gohan suggested, Uncle Vegeta, why don't we allow everyone to take a break? There's no rush. After all, there are no enemies around. Vegeta's lips twitched in frustration. While it was true that there were no foes, he still had not experienced the power of a Super Saiyan God. Had he felt it, he might have been able to transform directly next time without relying on the power of justice, and he held a fair amount of confidence in that regard. However, witnessing Trunks' dejected state and Bra's weakness, he had no choice but to relent. He scolded Trunks, what a hassle, and, utilizing instant transmission, he flew away without sparing them another glance. After Vegeta's departure, Goku did not hurry to leave. Instead, he sought counsel from Xue Tian. Xue Tian, if I wish to transform into a Super Saiyan God again, will I still need to rely on their power of justice? The response came, that is a question you ought to ponder yourself. Goku was momentarily taken aback, not fully grasping the meaning behind those words. Ponder myself? What does that even mean? He asked, scratching his head with embarrassment. I feel lost. Your words are too profound for me to comprehend. In truth, Xue Tian could not articulate it clearly either. Based on his understanding of the manga, after Goku acquires the power of justice and undergoes training with Whis, he would be able to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Thus, from Xue Tian's perspective, the ability to transform primarily hinges on training, which ultimately relies on oneself. Of course, having someone to guide you is beneficial. At present, Xue Tian had indeed guided them, but whether they could master it was contingent upon their own insights. As for teaching disciples, that was not in his repertoire. Nor did he have the inclination to do so. It was far too exhausting, especially with a disciple like Goku, who would become entangled in combat. That was not the life he desired. He simply wished to complete tasks, enhance his combat prowess, and ultimately defeat the Grand Minister to sever his ties with the Omni King. There is nothing overly profound about it. You only need to grasp one thing. Focus on your training and your understanding. Although your emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired, you are quite adept in terms of comprehension when it comes to cultivation. Had these words been directed at Vegeta or anyone else, they would undoubtedly have provoked displeasure. However, with Goku, it was necessary to convey it this way. Otherwise, he would fail to comprehend. Moreover, this manner of speaking was something he could accept. As expected, Goku nodded seriously. I see. Then I will immediately seek out the old Kai for training. Go ahead. Goku was not one to dawdle. Using instant transmission to head to the Kaioshin realm. After Goku departed, the others followed suit, leaving Xue Tian as the sole occupant of the entire villa. Xue Tian found himself enjoying a moment of leisure, seated comfortably in a reclining chair, sipping tea with a cheerful demeanor. No longer burdened by the arduous task of training. He relished the prospect of enhancing his combat prowess merely by completing missions. This system proved to be quite suitable for him, eliciting a hearty laugh. If only a task or two could materialize at this moment, he would be eager to engage. However, if it involved teaching a disciple, he would decline. Unless the rewards were exceptionally enticing. Ding. Choice 1. Defeat the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, known as Vegeto. Reward. 10 consecutive draws from a treasure chest. Ding. Choice 2. Utilize the Divine Resurrection to revive a being with a combat power exceeding 100 million. Reward. 10 consecutive draws from a treasure chest. Xue Tian immediately sat upright. Intrigued. Oh, the mission has indeed been activated. Is this system now so efficient? The allure of a Tindro reward was promising. If he were to obtain a destructive entity, would he not be propelled toward the pinnacle of power? Yet, he pondered which of the two missions to undertake. Both offered identical rewards. But the feasibility of completion was the deciding factor. Defeating Vegeto, although Sun Wukong and Vegeta were merely at the Super Saiyan level 3, their fusion would undoubtedly amplify their combat power manifold. Engaging Vegeto in the form of a Super Saiyan God would prove to be a formidable challenge. Perhaps insurmountable given his own base combat power of only 500 million. While harnessing the Ultra Instinct might level the playing field. Persuading them to fuse before defeating them was an arduous task. Thus, Choice 2 appeared far more manageable. Chapter 22. Reviving King Frieza. Choice 2 merely required the use of Divine Resurrection to revive a being with combat power exceeding 100 million. But whom should he resurrect? Who fit this criterion? Xue Tian mused, realizing that he couldn't recall anyone of such power who had perished. Should he consider defeating Vegeta and then resurrecting him? If Vegeta were to catch wind of Xue Tian's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Thank you." But no. At that moment, Xue Tian sensed a spacecraft materializing above Earth. A spaceship? Was something amiss? Above the Earth, a colossal spacecraft hovered. Inside the command room, a stout figure clad in battle attire with azure skin, named Sorb, declared triumphantly, "Finally, we have arrived on Earth. Once we gather the 7 Dragon Balls, we can resurrect King Frieza, and he shall lead us to dominate the universe." Flanking him were 2 subordinates, a red-skinned bull-headed creature named Zasami and the gaunt Tagma. Both were also loyal followers of Frieza, possessing commendable combat strength. With Tagma being hailed as the foremost warrior of Frieza's army, Solb gazed at the 2 of them with approval, remarking, "If King Frieza is resurrected this time, I shall commend you both before him. In return, I shall grant you several planets, ensuring that you bask in wealth and glory for all time." "Thank you, Commander Solb." The 2 expressed their gratitude. Solb, his eyes alight with excitement, glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand and exclaimed, according to the radar's readings, "The 7 Dragon Balls have converged. It is truly a fortuitous opportunity for us." Unbeknownst to them, the location of these 7 Dragon Balls was none other than Bulma's home. With her birthday celebration approaching, Bulma had prepared a grand prize for a lucky draw. Whosoever won the ultimate reward would receive a Dragon Ball. What a surprise. "Members of the Frieza Force." A voice suddenly pierced the air. Solb and his companions froze, scanning their surroundings, and inquired, "Who is there?" A strikingly handsome young man stepped through the doorway. It was Xue Tian. Unfamiliar with him, Solb and his companions furrowed their brows and demanded, "Who are you to intrude upon our ship?" "Who I am is of little consequence," Xue Tian replied calmly. What matters is that I can assist you in achieving your goals without needing the Dragon Balls. He sought to resurrect a being with combat prowess exceeding 100 million, and Frieza was the perfect candidate. Upon hearing this, Solb chuckled and relaxed. Ah? So you wish to join us, enamored by the reputation of the Frieza Force. Quite commendable. Indeed. Suddenly, Xue Tian burst into laughter, leaving Solb and his companions bewildered, questioning, what is so amusing? I laugh because you think your insignificant little swamp can accommodate me. Is that not a farcical notion? Xue Tian retorted without hesitation. Possessing a system, he had no need to languish within the Frieza Force to grow stronger. Furthermore, now bound to the Omni King, none dared to harm him. If it came to it, he would be willing to perish alongside them. Solb's expression twisted in fury as he shouted, you dare to look down upon the Frieza Force. This is a profound insult to our King Frieza. Zasami, apprehend him. Yes, replied the red-skinned Minotaur without hesitation, charging at Xue Tian. Whoosh. Just as he lunged forward, Xue Tian vanished from sight. I'm right here. Xue Tian appeared in midair, seizing Zasami by the horns and executing a powerful shoulder throw, slamming him into the ground. As Zasami attempted to rise, Xue Tian pressed a foot upon him, coldly stating, if you wish to live, it would be wise to refrain from reckless movements. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome. Realizing that the combat prowess of this individual far exceeded their own, Solb and his companions swiftly consulted their power-level scouters. The numbers soared beyond 100 million. Crack. The probe erupted in a sudden explosion, incinerating everything in its vicinity. This shocking scene left the three individuals utterly astounded. It was truly terrifying. The prowess of Zasami and Tagma was not significantly different from that of Sabo and his companions back in the day, with such limited strength. How could they possibly contend with Xue Tian, who possessed a staggering combat power of 500 million? Observing their shock, Xue Tian delivered a swift kick to Zasami, sending him hurtling away before striding towards Solbei. Trembling in fear, Solbei couldn't fathom the emergence of such a formidable figure on Earth. He had never heard of anyone so terrifying before. Wasn't Sun Wukong supposed to be the strongest? With little regard, Xue Tian unceremoniously tossed Solbei from his command seat and sat down, casually stating, as I mentioned earlier, I am here to assist you in achieving your goals. Otherwise, considering your current abilities, do you truly believe you can resurrect Frieza? Those 7 Dragon Balls are located in Vegeta's abode. At the mere mention of Vegeta's name, Solbei shuddered. He had previously collaborated with Vegeta and was well aware of his ruthless capabilities. It was wise to avoid provoking him before Frieza's resurrection. Obtaining those Dragon Balls from his home would indeed be a daunting task. I shall now aid you in resurrecting your Lord Frieza. Despite being uncertain of Xue Tian's true intentions, Solbei was relieved that they could potentially bring Frieza back to life. Once the Lord returned, any ambitions would surely be quashed. Xue Tian extended his hands, and a surge of emerald light erupted forth as he swiftly performed several peculiar gestures. The vibrant green luminescence intensified and enveloped the entire command room within mere seconds. Revival of the divine. Live. The space trembled violently, prompting Solbei to inquire, what is happening? In an instant, a radiant green beam materialized, revealing a figure within its confines. At first glance, the silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to their lord. Hope ignited within Solbei. Could it truly be the Lord? As the verdant beam dissipated, the unmistakable form of Frieza emerged before them. Frieza surveyed his surroundings with astonishment. Moments ago, he had been ensconced in heaven, cocooned by a silken shroud, listening to the incessant songs of bothersome sprites. Suddenly, his soul had been plucked from that realm, only to find himself here, a truly miraculous occurrence. Chapter 23. Do you wish for eternal sealing or freedom? Upon witnessing Frieza, Solbei and his companions immediately expressed their reverence, exclaiming, Lord Frieza, you have finally returned. Frieza recognized Solbei instantly, striding towards him with a chilling demeanor, the sound of his footsteps echoing ominously. Solbei, why did you take so long to resurrect me? Upon hearing the inquiries from King Frieza, Sorb's face turned pale with panic. He did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly replied, King Frieza, we have been restructuring the Frieza Force, as you know, ever since your demise. The Frieza Force has suffered significant losses. I intended to seek out the Dragon Balls directly, but they are located in Vegeta's residence, and I am not his match. Hence the delay. At the mention of Vegeta's name, Frieza's expression darkened with displeasure, and he exclaimed ominously, that traitor, Vegeta, dares to join forces with Son Goku against me. It is utterly despicable. I shall have them torn asunder. Frieza then turned his gaze towards Xue Tian, casually inquiring, who is this individual? It appears you were the one who resurrected me? Based on Sorb's earlier words, it was clear that the Dragon Balls were not sought from Vegeta, and upon his arrival, He had witnessed Xue Tian emanating a green light from his palms. With his keen intellect, he immediately deduced that Xue Tian was responsible for his resurrection. To his surprise, he realized that, apart from the eternal dragon, there existed another entity capable of reviving the deceased. This was indeed astonishing. However, he quickly recalled that the eternal dragon was also a creation of the Namekians. If a fabricated being could resurrect others, it seemed entirely plausible that a certain individual could accomplish the same. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Who I am is of little consequence. Now that you have been revived, I shall take my leave." As he prepared to depart, Frisia was momentarily taken aback and questioned, "Oh, are you not a member of the Frisia force?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Sorb recalled Xue Tian's earlier imposing demeanor and immediately reported, "King Frisia, this individual claims that our Frisia force is merely a quagmire unworthy of his presence." Upon hearing this, Frisia's fury ignited, and he smirked menacingly at Xue Tian. "Do not presume that your resurrection grants you the privilege to insult the Frisia force. Is there something erroneous in what I have stated? The Frisia force is nothing more than a puddle of muck. Do you truly believe such a mire could encompass me?" Xue Tian replied, unfazed, exhibiting no regard for Frisia. Frisia's brow furrowed slightly as he raised his hand, unleashing a beam of energy aimed at Xue Tian. Swish. Whoosh. Yet, Xue Tian effortlessly evaded the attack. "Oh, how unexpected. You managed to dodge," Frisia remarked with keen interest. Xue Tian's gaze remained cold as he replied, "Frisia, you would do well to contemplate your actions. I can resurrect you. Yet I can just as easily banish you once more. Or do you prefer to remain in the afterlife, listening to those little sprites sing?" At the mention of the sprites, Frisia's rage flared, his eyes fixed fiercely on Xue Tian as he bellowed, "You will pay for this." Pointing a finger at Xue Tian, he gathered a lethal beam of energy. Swish. Die. Boom. Boom. In that instant, Xue Tian's form vanished, the death beam missing him entirely, instead creating a gaping hole in the spacecraft. "Where has he gone?" Frisia exclaimed in astonishment. Bang. Ah. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and to his astonishment, Xue Tian had appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that left him gasping for breath. "I have warned you to consider your actions carefully. I possess the power to revive you, but I can just as easily send you back." Frisia had only endured such humiliation before Goku, and it was this deep-seated hatred that fueled his desire to tear Goku apart piece by piece. Now, Xue Tian had subjected him to a similar affront, igniting his fury. He bellowed, "I will see you dead." In an instant, he transformed into his ultimate form, his power surging dramatically as he unleashed a devastating blow towards Xue Tian. Xue Tian raised his hand and executed a peculiar gesture, unleashing a crimson force that rapidly coalesced into a locking mechanism, ensnaring Frisia. Divine Seal. It effectively bound Frisia, rendering him immobile. "Ah, what are you doing?" Frisia exclaimed in disbelief. Xue Tian replied coolly, "Frisia, since you do not value the opportunity one have given you, you shall remain sealed forever." Frisia roared, desperately gathering his energy, attempting to break free from the divine seal. Yet, he soon realized his error. No matter how hard he tried or how vast his power, he could not escape the seal's grip. The strength of the divine seal far surpassed his own, making any attempt to break free a futile endeavor. Sorely panicked, Sorbi realized the gravity of the situation Frisia had just emerged. And now he faced the prospect of being permanently sealed once again. If this were to happen, how could they ever dominate the universe? As an advisor in Frisia's army, he knew he must act swiftly to save his lord. He promptly pleaded, "Esteemed sir, Frisia does not mean what you think. He merely feels restless after his long time in the afterlife. Please grant him another chance." Xue Tian cast a dispassionate glance at Frisia, inquiring, "Would you prefer to be eternally sealed within this lock, or would you rather be free?" Frisia, who had always prided himself on his superiority, found himself in an unprecedented situation. He longed to assert his willingness to be sealed forever rather than bow his head. Yet the thought of being sealed immediately after emerging from the afterlife struck him as utterly unacceptable. Moreover, what difference would it make to be trapped in this lock compared to being in the afterlife? He could not bear the notion of being viewed as a nuisance by his subordinates, akin to a bothersome sprite. Ultimately, he felt compelled to lower his proud head. "Very well, I choose freedom." With a casual wave of his hand, Xue Tian dissipated the locks binding Frisia, restoring his freedom. Though Frisia harbored immense resentment toward Xue Tian, he refrained from rash actions, fully aware that he was no match for Xue Tian. To this, he felt no despondency. Having spent such an extensive period in paradise, it is only natural that these individuals would exhibit some degree of advancement. However, what astonished him the most was that he had never encountered Xue Tian before. From whence had this individual emerged? "Who are you? If you are unwilling to join our Frisia force, what compels you to resurrect me? What are your intentions?" Chapter 24. The rewards of 10 consecutive draws in a calm tone, Xue Tian replied, I am in a good mood. Without further ado, he departed from the spacecraft. Observing his abrupt exit, Solbei immediately inquired, Lord Frisia, this person is exceedingly mysterious. I believe it would be prudent for us to refrain from provoking him. Frisia shot a glare at Solbei, who promptly recoiled, his already diminutive neck shrinking further in trepidation. Solbei, do you understand? Solbei hastily responded, Please, Lord Frisia, enlighten me. From the moment of my birth until now, I have never undergone training. I have solely relied on combat to enhance my power. If I were to train, I could unlock infinite potential. At that time, not only could I eliminate Son Goku and Vegeta, but I could also vanquish this enigmatic individual. Prepare for my arrival. Frisia proclaimed with unabashed pride, envisioning the fruits of his training and the moment Xue Tian would bow before him. Upon returning to his villa, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. On completing option 2, utilize the resurrection of the gods to resurrect a being with combat power exceeding 100 million. Reward, 10 consecutive draw treasure chest. A 10 consecutive draw treasure chest. How delightful. Having completed numerous tasks, this was my first acquisition of such a chest. I hope it yields some exceptional items. Taking a deep breath, I summoned good fortune. Grant me splendid treasures. Opening the 10 consecutive draw treasure chest. Ding. Successfully opened the 10 consecutive draw treasure chest. Obtained 3 spirit beans, 1 instant transmission, 3 thanks for your patronage, 1 void bloodline, and 2 self-extreme intent techniques first stage. Indeed, there are some remarkable items. Instant transmission and self-extreme intent technique first stage. However, it is somewhat disappointing that I received 2 of the latter. What a waste. Spirit beans, and thanks for your patronage. What exactly is this void bloodline? I do not recall ever hearing of such a lineage. Yet, with so many bloodlines in Dragon Ball, it is impossible to know them all. Regardless, I shall fuse it and see. It should not lead to any detriment. Learning instant transmission. Ding. Congratulations, host. On acquiring instant transmission, learning self-extreme intent technique, first stage. Ding. Congratulations, host, on mastering self-extreme intent technique, first stage. Fusing void bloodline. Ding. Congratulations, host. On successfully fusing void bloodline, waves of memories, energy, and instincts surged into Xue Tian's mind. Following the fusion of the void bloodline with his body, he sensed a remarkable transformation occurring within his physical form and internal functions. Upon successfully merging with the void bloodline, he discovered a profound transformation in his consciousness. As if his thoughts had transcended the confines of the 12 universes. The sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. Within the span of a minute, he experienced yet another epiphany. Suddenly, a realization struck him. This void bloodline was indeed remarkable. It had existed long before the universe came into being. During a time when the cosmos was but a nebulous realm of nothingness, devoid of all substance. At that moment, the epicenter of this void world coalesced with the essence of nothingness, gathering all its quintessence, energy, and vitality, resulting in the emergence of a singular entity endowed with the void bloodline. This individual, through sheer force of will, birthed countless existences, establishing order that encompassed various races, including the angelic race, the Omni King race, and the destroyers, as well as the Kaishans. Subsequently, these races evolved, giving rise to the universe itself. As memories flooded into Xue Tian's consciousness, he was astonished to exclaim, the void bloodline is truly formidable. It appears to be the most powerful lineage within this Dragon Ball Super universe. Indeed, he pondered the effects of this lineage. The Saiyans possess transformation abilities. The Omni King race inherently embodies destruction, and the Kaishans wield creative power. What then, he mused, is the unique capability of the void bloodline? He was acutely aware that such an extraordinary lineage could not lack special effects. It must possess latent powers yet to be uncovered. At that moment, he felt a tumultuous stirring in his abdomen, and his body began to undergo a transformation. He immediately turned his focus inward, distinctly perceiving that his human lineage was swiftly absorbed by the void bloodline. But the process did not cease there. The Saiyan lineage was likewise consumed in an instant. In the region of his abdomen, a small, indistinct world began to form, reminiscent of a fragment of the cosmos, yet distinctly different, radiating vibrant colors and shimmering lights that were unseen in the universe. Could this be the void world? He became increasingly convinced. The knowledge he had acquired indicated that the void world was indeed like this, an expanse of nothingness filled with ethereal light. His fusion with the void bloodline had manifested this phenomenon, confirming its existence. It appeared that the primary effect of the void bloodline was to devour other bloodlines, thereby augmenting its own power. Reflecting on this, he recognized that the Saiyan lineage, the angelic lineage, and the human lineage were all born from the creation of beings possessing the void bloodline. Thus, consuming these bloodlines would undoubtedly enhance his strength. In a sense, the void bloodline had given rise to these other lineages, dispersing its own power. If he were to reclaim that power, would he not emerge even stronger? Xue Tian was quite satisfied, as he could distinctly sense his newfound strength. As for whether his combat power had increased, that remained uncertain. Checking the host status. Host. Xue Tian techniques. Wolf Fang Fist. Sky Dance Technique Special Skills. Free and Ultimate Skill. Instant Teleportation. Self-Ultimate Skill Level 1 Race Bloodline. Void Items. Celestial Beings Combat Power. 500 million. This value represents the base combat power, not the power post-transformation. Goodness. My combat power is still only 500 million, yet I can clearly feel that my strength has significantly increased. What could be the reason for this? Is it merely an illusion? He pondered deeply. What exactly is the second effect of this void bloodline? Could it be the ability to devour other bloodlines, thereby enhancing my own power? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? System, enlighten me about the second effect of the void bloodline. What purpose does it serve? The system's mechanical voice responded. Please, host, feel and explore it yourself. I am not authorized to disclose such information. Not authorized to disclose. It seems you are quite ignorant. You, as a system, are merely that, just a tool. The system immediately reacted with urgency. Humph. There is no system that lacks knowledge. This void bloodline, chapter 25. You. Old 6. Humph. There is no system that lacks knowledge. This void bloodline, host, you truly are a cunning one, attempting to provoke me with taunts. I will now block you, and only upon your silence shall I lift this block. Xue Tian exclaimed. Ah, system, you wouldn't be so heartless, would you? After all, I am your host. The system fell silent, evidently having blocked Xue Tian. Damn it, it seems I truly have been blocked. This is utterly ridiculous. Xue Tian cursed. He decided to disregard it, confident that he would soon uncover the majority of the effects of the void bloodline, not for any other reason, but due to his knowledge of the Dragon Ball world. Stretching lazily, he comfortably reclined in a chair and drifted off to sleep. The following day, Xue Tian woke naturally, discovering it was already 11 o'clock. His slumber had been exceptionally restful, unlike in the real world where he was perpetually jolted awake by that cursed alarm clock. Living a monotonous routine of work, meals, and endless cycles just to earn a morsel to survive in that world. Living here seemed rather pleasant. At least he no longer needed to worry about being late for work and facing fines, nor the burden of unpaid bills looming for the next month. Just as he rose, he noticed Vegeta standing nearby with arms crossed. When did he arrive? Xue Tian had genuinely not noticed Vegeta's presence. For his deep slumber felt as if he had cast aside all burdens, untroubled by the uncertainties of tomorrow. However, Xue Tian was acutely aware that in the perilous world of Dragon Ball Super, where one could easily take another's life, it was an exceedingly detrimental habit. Although he had mastered the Ultra Instinct technique, allowing his body to evade attacks without conscious thought, he had only grasped a mere fraction of it. He still needed to adapt his form for autonomous evasion. He had yet to attain the true essence of Ultra Instinct, which would enable instinctive responses in a state of normalcy. Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, 8 o'clock. Oh, so you've been standing here for 3 hours? This is quite uncharacteristic of you, Vegeta. Xue Tian chuckled, then promptly leapt into the swimming pool to wash his face and swim. Given his understanding of Vegeta, it was nearly inconceivable for him to quietly wait for someone, particularly when that someone was asleep. Unless, of course, he had a request, and one that he deeply desired. Vegeta did not mince words, stating his intention directly. I wish to learn the form that transcends Super Saiyan God, or its techniques. Xue Tian instantly comprehended the situation. It was no wonder this individual had willingly waited for 3 hours. After returning home the previous day, Vegeta had felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Why should Kakarot be the first to transform into a Super Saiyan God? Was it not due to him seeking out Xue Tian ahead of time? If he had done the same, he could have achieved the transformation himself, rather than Kakarot. Thus, he contemplated seeking out Xue Tian, but initially hesitated, feeling that such a move would tarnish his princely pride as a Saiyan. Yet, the image of Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan God lingered in his mind, igniting his determination to surpass Kakarot. Ultimately, his thirst for power and the desire to outshine Kakarot overcame his lofty pride. I'm afraid I cannot assist you, Xue Tian said while swimming. He had no time to teach others. Surely, swimming and then going out to admire the lovely ladies was far more enticing than sweating profusely in the company of several burly men. Vegeta retorted confidently. You do have the knowledge. I am certain of it. After completing a couple of laps, Xue Tian inquired slowly, what makes you so certain I possess it? That form you transformed into earlier, surely Ultra Instinct is applicable, is it not? I believe Ultra Instinct is even stronger than Super Saiyan God. I can learn it. Vegeta stated earnestly. Emerging from the pool, Xue Tian replied with a measured tone. As for Ultra Instinct, do not even entertain the thought of learning it. Are you unwilling? Vegeta queried, perplexed. It is not a matter of willingness. It is simply that you are incapable of mastering it. Ultra Instinct emphasizes achieving a state of ease, of being at one with oneself. This technique is suited only for individuals like Son Goku. You cannot possibly learn it. Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment. With anger igniting in his eyes, clenching his fists, he exclaimed vehemently, No, impossible. Why is it only Kakarot who can learn this? I am the Prince of the Saiyans. Kakarot is merely a low-class warrior, and I am undoubtedly superior to him. Xue Tian, fully anticipating his fury, calmly elucidated. This is not a matter of strength but of character and personal direction. With your current temperament, you are not suited to learn the Ultra Instinct technique. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, though outwardly defiant, felt the seeds of belief taking root within him. In a fit of resentment, he roared, If Kakarot masters your Ultra Instinct, does that not mean I will be unable to surpass him? The formidable prowess of Ultra Instinct was fresh in his memory. He knew that in its presence, he could only endure punishment. Should Kakarot indeed acquire such skill, the implications would be dire. Xue Tian, aware of his thoughts, cautioned, No. Son Goku can indeed learn Ultra Instinct, but that does not imply you are weaker than he is. Although you cannot master this technique, there are other martial arts you can pursue. Vegeta's eyes brightened with curiosity as he eagerly inquired, What martial arts? Self-Ultra Instinct, Xue Tian replied, reclining languidly in his chair and gently swaying. Vegeta was perplexed, having never heard of such a technique, yet the name struck him as eerily similar to Ultra Instinct. Self-Ultra Instinct. What is that? It feels remarkably akin to Ultra Instinct. Xue Tian tilted his body slightly, commenting, Why does my shoulder feel so sore? Did I strain it while battling with you? Vegeta's mouth twitched in irritation, his expression twisted with disbelief. Strained? How could that be? We were the ones taking the hits. How could you have sustained an injury? If it weren't for the sins of beans, I would have been finished. Am I not privy to your thoughts? He mused, reluctantly. But driven by his desire for strength, he approached Xue Tian's side and began to massage his shoulder. Are you giving me a shoulder rub or attempting to dislocate my arm? Vegeta's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet he persevered, for the sake of gaining strength. He endured, contorting his features like a twisted flower, cautiously applying pressure to Xue Tian's shoulder with an exceptionally gentle touch, akin to merely skimming the surface of water. With such feeble pressure, even a mosquito would survive. Maintain a proper attitude. If you wish to massage, do it correctly. If not, be gone. I need to rest. Chapter 26. An odd choice. Vegeta's chest heaved with indignation, his face flushed with anger. Humph. If it weren't for my desire to grow stronger, as the Prince of the Saiyans, I would never engage in such trivial pursuits. Despite his thoughts, his hands were surprisingly earnest, increasing their pressure slightly. Excellent. This is the right amount of force. Maintain it well. Xue Tian praised. Vegeta continued to clench his fists, eagerly inquiring, Pray tell. What distinguishes the self-extreme skill from the free extreme skill? You mentioned that I could master the self-extreme skill. What is the rationale behind that? Xue Tian elucidated. Though the self-extreme skill and the free extreme skill may seem superficially similar, in truth, they are fundamentally opposed, even antithetical. Opposed? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. The free extreme skill emphasizes freedom and tranquility, necessitating a serene mindset. Once mastered, it allows one to respond instinctively, bypassing conscious thought. During our last battle, you might have sensed this. Even when you aimed to strike me, your body instinctively evaded my attack. This was your body reacting autonomously. Do you still believe you are suited for the free extreme skill? Have you achieved a state of tranquility? Vegeta shook his head. If that were the case, he was indeed incapable, for his temperament was tempestuous and proud, making it impossible for him to calm his mind in the face of a challenge. Xue Tian swallowed, feeling somewhat parched. Noticing this, Vegeta promptly offered him the lemon water beside him. Well done, quite considerate. Xue Tian continued, conversely, the self-extreme skill centers around the self, allowing one to act as they wish, unbound by any constraints, liberating oneself to pursue desires without oppression or hesitation. Mastery of the self-extreme skill enables one to unleash destruction and bolster combat prowess. Naturally, such destruction occurs in phases, as your proficiency in the self-extreme skill increases. So too does your capacity for obliteration, both in scope and magnitude. This progression resembles the stages of Super Saiyan, from the first to the third, with each level more formidable than the last. Upon hearing this, Vegeta was filled with exhilaration, raising his fists and declaring, This self-extreme skill is truly tailored for me. Ha ha. Xue Tian chuckled softly. You merely meet the training criteria for the self-extreme skill. Any notion of it being bespoke is a figment of your imagination. If we are to speak of custom design, one might say this technique was crafted for the god of destruction. Vegeta had heard tales of Beerus, the god of destruction. Recognizing that this being would wreak havoc without a second thought, destroying whatever he wished with nary a blink. Such individuals were indeed perfectly suited for the self-extreme skill. Just as Xue Tian had asserted, it was indeed tailored for them. He dismissed further contemplation. All he desired was to learn the self-extreme skill, and when the time came, he would conquer even Beerus. Please, instruct me in the self-extreme skill. For Vegeta, who rarely uttered the word please, to say it twice today felt quite unnatural. He was accustomed to commanding in all his endeavors. This was truly unprecedented. Had Goku been present, he surely would have remarked, Vegeta, why the sudden politeness? Xue Tian pondered quietly, contemplating whether he could directly transfer the self-extreme skill from his system backpack into Vegeta's body for him to learn. If that were possible, he could eventually take on some female disciples. Having someone to give him a massage would indeed be delightful. It was truly uncomfortable to have someone like Vegeta, with calloused hands, do it. Asking the system about such matters would undoubtedly yield a response of self-discovery. Given your evident sincerity and understanding, I can impart the self-extreme skill to you, but whether you can grasp it depends solely on your own efforts. All right, Vegeta exclaimed with excitement. Xue Tian swiftly executed an odd hand gesture, pressing one hand against Vegeta's forehead while instructing the system. Apply the first level of self-extreme skill to Vegeta. Beep. First level of self-extreme skill successfully activated. Vegeta has learned the first level of self-extreme skill. Initial proficiency set at 0. Xue Tian was utterly bewildered. 0 initial proficiency? What does that mean? It was tea like this when I learned. System, surely you can clarify this. Of course, I can explain. If the host learns it, the skill automatically reaches maximum proficiency. However, when imparting it to others, they must cultivate their own proficiency. They've merely grasped the basics. Oh, now it makes sense. This confirms that my earlier assumption was correct. The items and skills in the system backpack can indeed be utilized by others, which is quite beneficial. Xue Tian withdrew his hand and calmly stated, that's enough. Vegeta felt a torrent of knowledge surging into his mind, all pertaining to the self-extreme skill. Incredible. Is this really the self-extreme skill? It surpasses anything I previously comprehended. I must train diligently. Vegeta clenched his fists, declaring, I will master it as soon as possible. With that, he immediately soared back to his home. After Vegeta departed, Xue Tian stretched lazily, thinking it was time to explore this Dragon Ball Super world. He took to the skies, flying to the most bustling street in West City, where he found a place to land and began to wander. This city was indeed more technologically advanced than the real world, yet everything else was nearly the same. Upon reflection, it was only natural as this city was modeled after the real world. Beep. Activating selection task. Option 1. Take on a female disciple, requiring an aesthetic score of 85 or above. Reward, Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Option 2. Take on a male disciple, requiring an aesthetic score below 40. Reward, Male Attraction Item 1. As these two choices materialized in his mind, Xue Tian fell silent for a good 15 seconds. Male Attraction Item. What on earth is that? Why am I even curious about it? With a swift slap to his own face, he banished such thoughts. Without hesitation, he chose Option 1. What? Option 2. The system teased. System, are you trying to sabotage me? I clearly said Option 1. The system obediently responded, I was merely jesting. For heaven's sake, serve me properly instead of indulging in these phantasms. If I truly had to choose Option 2, I would be utterly distraught. I cannot waste time in idle chatter. I shall first see if there are any promising female apprentices. Completing the task is of utmost priority. The system retorted coldly, what a performance. Keep it up. In Chapter 27, a striking young man appeared to be nothing short of a deceiver. Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced the air. A blue-haired girl, adorned with a bell, cried out in distress. She was lithe and graceful, clad in a golden top and ultra-short shorts that showcased her long, fair legs. Panic was etched on her face as two burly men on motorcycles snatched her bag and sped away. Her delicate demeanor evoked an image of a refined maiden. The robbers, noticing the pursuer, laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. You think you can catch us? Dream on. They fled to the entrance of a restaurant, where a pungent aroma wafted in the air. Achoo. The blue-haired girl sneezed, and in an instant, her hair transformed to a golden hue. The panic in her eyes vanished. Replaced by a fierce and cold demeanor, she transitioned from a gentle maiden to a commanding woman. Without hesitation, she retrieved a capsule from her pocket. With a swift motion, it opened, revealing a rocket launcher, which she promptly hoisted onto her shoulder, aiming it at the two robbers. The assailants and bystanders alike were struck with terror. How could this gentle, frightened girl metamorphose into such a ruthless figure? Had her essence truly changed? Were it not for her unchanged visage, onlookers would scarcely believe she was the same fragile woman. With unwavering resolve, she pulled the trigger. Boom. The blast obliterated the two robbers into countless fragments. Panic erupted among the crowd as the golden-haired girl disdainfully scoffed. To steal from me is a death wish. Alarms blared in the distance, and upon witnessing the chaos, the golden-haired girl swiftly conjured a vehicle from another capsule and sped away. A procession of cars followed suit, including one driven by Kellen, who, upon recognizing the woman ahead, felt a mix of dread and confusion. For it was none other than Lan Qi. Before her sneeze, she embodied grace and gentility, but once she sneezed, she transformed into a tempestuous force. This peculiar affliction had once been addressed by Master Rashi, yet it proved impossible to cure, leaving everyone perplexed. Xue Tian also recognized Lan Qi and immediately employed his aerial technique, soaring through the air. Kellen, witnessing Xue Tian's pursuit, momentarily hesitated, pondering why he too was chasing after Lan Qi. Had she perhaps done something to him? If that were the case, Lan Qi posed a significant threat. Lan Qi was not skilled in martial arts. She entirely relied on her weaponry. However, these weapons posed no threat to Xue Tian. Contemplating this, he found a spot to halt the vehicle and swiftly pursued her using the technique of aerial movement. Moments later, Lan Qi had dashed into the outskirts. And with a flick of his hand, Xue Tian unleashed a ki blast that struck the ground, providing cover for Lan Qi's escape. He then quickly closed the distance between them. With her golden hair glinting, Lan Qi perceived Xue Tian as a potential captor and raised her rocket launcher, firing a shot. Boom. Clouds of smoke billowed forth. A satisfied smile graced Lan Qi's lips as she gently blew away the remnants. However, as the smoke dissipated, she beheld Xue Tian standing immovable, his attire untouched by any damage. Lan Qi was taken aback. Did the rocket not hit him? She distinctly recalled witnessing the impact. Was it possible that he possessed extraordinary combat prowess akin to Sun Wukong and others, rendering him impervious to harm? As she prepared to fire a second shot, her hair abruptly transformed to a vibrant blue, adorned with a red bow, altering her appearance to that of a charming girl next door. Staring at the rocket launcher in her grasp, she was momentarily stunned, realizing that her recent sneeze had triggered this transformation. Hastily discarding the rocket launcher, she looked at Xue Tian apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, I meant no harm." Xue Tian approached with a smile. "No worries, neither did I." Suddenly, a serious voice interrupted, and Baldy Klin appeared, utilizing his aerial technique to arrive swiftly. Upon witnessing Xue Tian approach Lan Qi, he feared for her safety. Klin was well aware of Xue Tian's combat capabilities. If he intended to harm Lan Qi, she would have no chance of escape. He hoped to persuade Xue Tian to reconsider. Klin landed before Xue Tian, earnestly stating, "Greetings, Mr. Xue Tian. This is my friend Lan Qi, whom I share with Wukong. She can be a bit peculiar, and if she behaved inappropriately towards you just now, I kindly ask for your forgiveness. Please do not harm her. She cannot control herself." Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, "Who told you I intended to harm her?" He was currently tasked with recruiting a disciple and with Lan Qi's striking beauty. She was undoubtedly a perfect candidate, easily scoring above 90. Moreover, he held a fondness for her, upon first encountering Lan Qi in Dragon Ball. He had mused that marrying her would be akin to acquiring two partners. In her blue-haired form, she was gentle and demure, while her golden-haired guise exuded an alluring confidence. He had initially thought Lan Qi would end up with Tianjin Fan, as she had openly expressed her affection for him. However, Tianjin Fan was singularly devoted to his training and had never considered romance, leaving Lan Qi neglected. As a result, Lan Qi's appearances became increasingly infrequent. Were it not for her striking beauty and the intriguing aspect of her dual personality, many readers might have completely forgotten her. Krillin instinctively remarked, weren't you just approaching her? Approaching her? Does that imply I intend to harm her? What kind of logic is that? If I wish to kill her, would I need to draw closer first?" Xue Tian asked, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Krillin realized he had misunderstood, awkwardly rubbing his bald head and apologizing. "I'm sorry. I misinterpreted your intentions. I thought you meant to harm Lan Qi. She truly has no control over her circumstances. I know she is gentle in her blue-haired state, yet ferocious and impulsive in her blonde form, prone to violence," Xue Tian casually remarked. However, his nonchalance astonished Krillin. You know? This secret is known only to those familiar with her. You've only just met her and already understand." Xue Tian chose not to explain further. He turned to Lan Qi, earnestly asking, "Lan Qi, I perceive great potential in you. A divine light emanates from your crown. a rare talent for martial arts that appears once in a millennium. If you would take me as your master, I shall ensure you evolve into a cosmic-level powerhouse. What say you? Huh. Chapter 28. Successfully acquiring a female disciple. Lan Shi was momentarily taken aback, utterly confused, unsure of how to respond to the sudden proposition of apprenticeship. If she were indeed a martial arts prodigy, why had the turtle hermit never mentioned it? Krillin immediately interjected, Lan Shi, if you wish to train, you can take him as your master. He is exceptionally powerful. Neither Goku nor Vegeta can match him. Huh. Lan Shi gazed at Xue Tian in astonishment. Yet, no matter how she looked at him, the dashing Xue Tian gave off an odd vibe, akin to that of a charlatan. How could it be that Goku and Vegeta were no match for him? Nevertheless, she understood that Krillin would not deceive her. Lan Shi, what do you think? Become my disciple. Once you do, I shall impart to you various formidable skills, and you shall no longer envy the imposing demeanor of others. You too shall possess it. Xue Tian continued to entice her. He was aware that Lan Shi had once been enamored with Tian Jinfan, primarily because she had been captivated by his commanding presence at a martial arts tournament. In a sense, deep within her heart, she had a desire to cultivate, though certain factors may have led her to abandon it. His words did indeed stir something within her, prompting her to inquire, is training arduous? Becoming my disciple will not be strenuous. You need not train daily like Goku and Vegeta. You may do as you please. Xue Tian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, he pondered whether her reluctance to train stemmed from an unwillingness to endure hardship. However, if she truly became his disciple, her training need not be excessively taxing. Ultimately, the rewards from the system would suffice for her. Regardless, the priority was to complete the task at hand. With the system in place, nurturing her into a cosmic-level powerhouse would be a trivial endeavor. Upon hearing that rigorous training was unnecessary, Lan Shi hesitated no more and readily agreed. Very well. I am willing to take you as my master. Excellent. Now call me master for me to hear. Master. Xue Tian responded with satisfaction. The utterance of master truly resonated within him. Ding. Selection 1 completed. Accept a female disciple with an appearance rating above 85. Reward. Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Without a moment's hesitation, Xue Tian immediately began to learn the Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Learning Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired the Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Since Lan Shi and Klin were present, he hesitated to test the Cosmic Instant Shuttle, smiling broadly as he said, now that you have acknowledged me as your master, come home with me. I shall teach you some skills. Lan Shi did not rush to concur. Instead, she said, I have always resided on Kame House, and I must bid farewell to Master Rashi. Of course, that is only proper. Xue Tian replied with a smile. Then he looked at Klin. Would you like to visit Master Rashi? Klin pondered for a moment. It would be good to see Master Rashi, and since they had already skipped class, he thought he might as well endure the reprimand upon returning. I'll go too. Let's fly. He believed Xue Tian knew the way. Xue Tian instructed. Place your hands on me. Previously, when he was accompanied by the god of Super Saiyans, Master Rashi had visited his villa, so he was familiar with Master Rashi's aura. Huh? Can you also teleport? Klin asked in astonishment. Xue Tian chuckled. Is that difficult? Klin awkwardly smiled, considering Xue Tian's combat prowess. He secretly thought that it might not be challenging for Xue Tian, but indeed, it was quite formidable for himself and the others. Among their group, only Goku possessed such ability, even Vegeta could not master it. Whoosh. The three of them instantly arrived at Kame House. Master Rashi was lounging in a chair, engrossed in an adult magazine, completely oblivious to their arrival, occasionally emitting a lewd chuckle, utterly inappropriate. Klin felt a tinge of embarrassment witnessing his master's lewdness. Xue Tian, however, remained unfazed, for he knew well what kind of person Master Rashi was. Upon hearing someone call his name, Master Rashi finally reacted. Huh? He looked up to see Lan Shi, Klin, and Xue Tian. Blood trickled from his nose in surprise as he asked, What brings you here? Xue Tian explained. Lan Shi has taken me as her master, and I have come to take her home. We are here to bid you farewell. Ah? Master Rashi exclaimed in shock. Realizing that Lan Shi had indeed chosen Xue Tian as her master and was preparing to leave, although he felt a pang of reluctance. He acknowledged that Xue Tian was exceptionally powerful and could transform into the god of Super Saiyans, far surpassing both Vegeta and Goku. Having such a person as Lan Shi's master was undoubtedly advantageous, certainly better than remaining here. It is indeed a privilege for her to seek you as her mentor. With a gentle dismissal of adult magazines, she rose slowly and spoke earnestly. Lan Shi, as you stand by Xue Tian's side, dedicate yourself to your training. With her guidance, your strength will undoubtedly flourish. Indeed, the turtle sage had much more to convey, yet as he felt the words linger on his lips, An ineffable sense of emotion overwhelmed him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Reflecting on Lan Qi's destination, he realized she was merely heading to Xue Tian's abode. Should he miss her, he could visit any time. Go ahead, Lan Qi, the turtle sage urged, turning to retreat into his dwelling. Krillin, at a loss for words, awkwardly explained, Xue Tian. That's just how he is. Lan Qi has always been with the turtle school, and her departure evokes a sense of reluctance. Xue Tian, however, was unperturbed. I understand. Do you wish to continue conversing with the turtle sage? If not, we shall take our leave. After a moment's contemplation, Krillin concluded that the turtle sage needed solitude. And thus said, no more conversation. Let us return to West City. Lan Qi then addressed the turtle sage. We are departing. As she placed her hand on Xue Tian's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished. Once they had departed, the turtle sage emerged from his room, letting out a deep sigh. They are gone. Now, only I and the old turtle remain on Turtle Island. But perhaps this is your destined path. At Xue Tian's villa, upon their return, Krillin announced, I must return to work. I shall take my leave. Very well. Go ahead. After his departure, only Lan Qi and Xue Tian remained, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Xue Tian was at a loss for words, and the demure Lan Qi was equally unsure of how to express herself. After a moment's reflection, Xue Tian, in his role as mentor, felt compelled to act. He cleared his throat and said, why not take some time to familiarize yourself with the villa? Select a room that you find appealing. Lan Qi replied gently, all right. She too sensed the awkwardness, as their first meeting had culminated in her becoming his disciple without any prior acquaintance. Chapter 29, How to Enhance Combat Power. As she entered the villa, Xue Tian suddenly felt a sense of unease. He had accepted her as a disciple, yet he realized he had little to impart. He couldn't help but smack his forehead, lamenting that he should have kept the Ultra Instinct technique for his own use instead of passing it to Vegeta. However, would Lan Qi be capable of mastering Ultra Instinct? Certainly. In her gentle blue-haired form, that seemed unlikely. In her golden-haired state, however, she would undoubtedly excel. That form was characterized by a wild, self-centered nature, free to act on her whims, making it well-suited for cultivating Ultra Instinct. Conversely, her blue-haired gentle demeanor was more aligned with the tranquil state of Ultra Instinct. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Xue Tian's mind. Could it be that Lan Qi is indeed the perfect candidate for cultivating the ultimate freestyle and self-style techniques? Unintentionally, I have acquired a remarkable disciple. Not only is she aesthetically pleasing, but her innate talent is also commendable. It is a pity, however, that I bestowed the self-style technique upon Vegeta. Had I known, I would have reserved it for Lan Qi. Nevertheless, with the assistance of the system, I am certain that it will eventually come my way. Curious about my current status, Xue Tian examined his attributes. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fang Fist, Sky Dance Technique. Final Flash. Special Skills, Ultimate Freestyle Aura, Self-Style Level 1, Cosmic Instant Shuttle. Race Bloodline, Void Bloodline, having assimilated human and Scion bloodlines. Items, Divine Beings. Combat Power, 900 million. This figure reflects base combat power, not the power attained through transformation. Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, how peculiar. How did my combat power reach 900 million? I distinctly recall it being 500 million. Could this be a result of my merging with the Void Bloodline? Yet, when I merged yesterday, I didn't sense any increase in my combat prowess. Is it possible that the Void Bloodline can perpetually enhance my combat power? Or perhaps merely engaging in combat could lead to an increase? After pondering these thoughts, Xue Tian contemplated querying the system. But he realized that this old entity would likely offer no substantial answers, the most frequent response being to encourage self-exploration. He decided it was not worth wasting time. Utilizing instant transmission, he appeared in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai was reclining on the grass, leisurely engrossed in a beauty magazine, while the East Supreme Kai stood guard nearby, accompanied by a servant, Jebet. Upon noticing Xue Tian's sudden arrival, the East Supreme Kai exhibited a look of curiosity, perplexed by the unexpected visit. Nevertheless, he approached and inquired with a puzzled expression, Mr. Xue Tian, your sudden appearance, what brings you here? Xue Tian smiled faintly. Nothing of great importance, merely here to unleash a few techniques. The East Supreme Kai was momentarily bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. Before he could fully comprehend, Xue Tian extended his arms toward the opposite side and bellowed, Final Flash. Boom. Half of the Supreme Kai's realm was obliterated. The old Supreme Kai, startled by the deafening explosion, was left in a daze, while the East Supreme Kai stood in utter shock, utterly bewildered as to why Xue Tian had suddenly detonated their realm. What is the meaning of this, Xue Tian? The old Supreme Kai leaped up, demanding an explanation. Xue Tian calmly replied, It's nothing. With that, he executed instant transmission, returning to his villa. The old Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai exchanged bewildered glances. What was the purpose of this unexpected display? The East Supreme Kai remarked, next time. If Xue Tian intends to wreak havoc in the Supreme Kai's realm, you must subdue him. The East Supreme Kai felt both embarrassed and distressed. Was it within his capabilities to defeat him? Would charging at him only result in being beaten? It seems rather excessive to deceive one's juniors in such a manner. Whoosh. At that moment, Sun Wukong abruptly materialized in the realm of the Kaishin, bewildered to find that only half of the divine realm remained intact. Kaishin of the East. What has transpired? Why is your divine realm merely a fragment of its former self? Upon hearing this, the East Kaishin, feeling rather embarrassed, replied, not long ago. Xue Tian inexplicably appeared here and unleashed the final flash. Oh, I see. East Kaishin, I have come to train in your domain, Sun Wukong declared with a smile, dismissing further inquiries regarding Xue Tian's sudden display of power, as he assumed it was akin to his own training. The East Kaishin, visibly uncomfortable, responded, Sun Wukong. Perhaps you should seek training elsewhere. Our divine realm is but a remnant. If you continue to cause upheaval, the remaining part may also be lost. Wait until we restore it, then you may return. But how long will that take? Beerus is set to descend upon Earth in just a few days. And I must master the Super Saiyan God form to confront him. This statement incited the ire of the old Kaishin, who leapt forward in exasperation, admonishing. What are you saying? You intend to battle Beerus? Sun Wukong, perplexed, replied, What's wrong? Did you not promise me that you would not engage in combat with Beerus? Why do you say such things now? The old Kaishin pressed his head down. Sun Wukong repeatedly lowered his head, scratching the back of his neck, and muttered in confusion. Did I? Thud. The old Kaishin collapsed to the ground, limbs twitching, astonished by the memory retention displayed. Is it that Saiyans only possess exceptional memory during battles? Do they lack memory otherwise? Meanwhile, Xue Tian returned to his villa and, without hesitation, immediately checked his status. Host status. Host, Xue Tian. Techniques, Wolf Fong Fist, Void Dance. Final Flash. Special skills, Ultimate Instinct, Self-Extreme Technique Level 1, Divine Sealing, Divine Resurrection, Cosmic Instant Transmission. Race Bloodline, Void Bloodline, having absorbed human and Scion bloodlines. Items, Senza Beans. Battle Power, 900 million. This battle power reflects base power, not the transformation enhanced power. Why is my battle power still 900 million? Wait, even if this Void Bloodline is formidable, it cannot possibly increase my battle power by 1 billion simply for unleashing one technique. I must check the figures behind the 900 million. 928. For billion. After acquiring this data, Xue Tian unleashed a ki blast towards the sky, propelling it beyond the Earth, where it detonated in space. Boom. What is happening? Have the Earthlings discovered us? In the command room of a spaceship, a corpulent blue-skinned individual adorned with an ivory necklace exclaimed in astonishment. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, his ki blast had inadvertently struck a space vessel. He meticulously observed his combat power, which had risen from 9,284 to 9,288. Chapter 30. Breathing can also enhance combat power. Upon witnessing the change in his combat power, Xue Tian was elated. What an incredibly formidable void bloodline. Merely unleashing a single energy blast had elevated his combat prowess from 9,284 billion to 9,288 billion, an astonishing increase of 400,000. If this were a genuine battle, could he not amplify his strength by several hundred million? Or even over 1 billion? Yet, since merging with the void bloodline, he had not truly engaged in combat. He had only released a few energy blasts to assist Lan Qi in fending off pursuers, and that was all. Based on the current experiments, it seemed implausible that those few energy blasts could account for a 400 million increase in combat power. What could be the reason for this? He checked the combat power value. 9,289. How did it increase by another 100,000? He had not done anything. Could it be that even his breathing could augment his combat power? As long as he was alive, his strength would grow? This was astounding. After pondering these thoughts, Xue Tian resolved to conduct an experiment. How would he do this? It was simple. He would wait for time to pass. 1 minute later, Xue Tian immediately focused his consciousness. Check combat power. 9,301 billion. Incredible. In just 1 minute, his combat power had surged by 1.2 million. This void bloodline was truly remarkable. If simply breathing could enhance his strength, how much more would he gain from moving around or engaging in actual combat? If his deductions were correct, the 400 million increase in combat power must largely stem from assimilating Scion and other bloodlines, with the remainder attributed to his breathing. With these thoughts in mind, Xue Tian felt a surge of excitement. The void bloodline was indeed extraordinary, deriving from the realm of nothingness, a lineage predating the universe itself. It was truly formidable. Curiously, he found himself anticipating the other effects of this void bloodline, having already discovered these two remarkable abilities. Might there be even more astonishing effects yet to unveil? Above Earth, a frog-like alien in white armored attire approached to report, "Lord Oyer, the spaceship's engine has been bombarded. We must land for repairs urgently. Please provide instructions." Oyer bellowed in anger. "These Earthlings are truly insufferable, bombing our spaceship. How despicable. Lord Ella commanded me to observe them. It appears there is no need for further observation. Let us eliminate those aboard and sell the planet for a fortune." Oyer, one of Ellic's subordinates, was known for his brutal and coarse demeanor. He had received Ellic's orders to scout Earth and report back, with the intent to transform Earth into their colonial planet and subsequently sell it. Ellic established the Ceta Group and has long collaborated with Frisia, assisting him with various tasks. However, Ellic harbors ambitious aspirations to usurp Frisia and ascend to the throne of the universe. The Ceta Group possesses considerable strength, and one of his subordinates, Gas, is heralded as the most likely candidate to surpass Frisia. Upon hearing Oyer's words, a subordinate promptly reminded, "Lord Elec has cautioned us that this visit is merely for observation. We must not act rashly. After all, the former Cosmic Emperor Frisia faced repeated setbacks here and ultimately met his demise in this very place. It is prudent for us to exercise caution." Oyer, shaking the excess flesh on his body, disdainfully retorted, "Frisia? That is a relic of the past. The universe now bends to the will of our Lord Elec and the Ceta Group. His failures here merely reflect his incompetence and signify nothing of consequence. Descend to Earth. I must ascertain who unleashed that energy blast. I have yet to make my move on Earth, yet they have dared to strike at us. It is utterly despicable." The subordinate, aware of Oyer's temperament, realized that further discussion could lead to severe repercussions. It would be wiser to comply. Especially since Oyer's assertion held merit, Frisia was indeed a figure of the past. Time had passed, and Oyer and his peers had significantly enhanced their powers, far beyond what Frisia's era could compare to. Dealing with the inhabitants of Earth would be a mere trifle. This beautiful blue planet was soon to be under our dominion. Ha ha ha. Yes. Proceed to the command center and direct the descent. In Xue Tian's villa, after Oyer's spacecraft traversed the atmosphere, he distinctly sensed the arrival of a spaceship on Earth. Pondering what was occurring, could it be Frisia's ship? No, he just departed. It cannot be him. Whatever the case, it is of no concern to me. Without a designated mission, I have no inclination to act. He reclined in his chair, comfortably swaying. At that moment, Lan Chi emerged, observing Xue Tian reclining in his chair. "Master, I have chosen a room. May I reside in the one on the left?" "Of course. Do not hesitate, even if you wish to occupy my room." "That is entirely acceptable," Xue Tian replied nonchalantly. A blush crept onto Lan Chi's cheeks, clearly indicating a misunderstanding. Concerned that she might misconstrue his words and jeopardize his standing in her eyes, Xue Tian quickly clarified, "Lan Chi, I mean no other implication. You may choose any room you desire, even mine if you wish." "Master, I understand, but why would Lan Chi want your room?" She gently responded. "Very well, Lan Chi. Feel free to do as you please. There is no need for restraint," Xue Tian affirmed. Curiously, Lan Chi then inquired, "Master, when will you teach me how to cultivate?" Xue Tian was momentarily taken aback. When would he teach? Any time would suffice, yet what he desired was an effortless method of cultivation. What could possibly be effortless? The void bloodline? Indeed, this void bloodline was remarkably undemanding, as even breathing could enhance combat prowess. However, how could one acquire such a thing so easily? Moreover, his system backpack currently lacked anything suitable for his needs. No, he had to devise a plan quickly to provide a fitting cultivation method for you. Had he known, he would never have given that self-ultimate technique to Vegeta. The more he pondered, the greater his regret grew. Xue Tian cleared his throat and said, "Cough, cough. Regarding your cultivation concerns, I am currently organizing a setup." Boom, boom. Before he could finish, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air, and a tremendous force surged from the direction of the grassland. Lan Chi's attention was instantly captured. "Master, what has happened?" Chapter 31, I am his disciple master. "What has happened?" Lan Chi inquired, perplexed. "Well, I am not entirely certain," Xue Tian replied calmly. In truth, he had a vague suspicion that perhaps an alien invasion was underway, and that the explosion was the commotion caused by the extraterrestrials. After all, he had previously sensed the arrival of a spaceship, clearly indicating the presence of aliens. However, he did not wish to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, nor did he possess the inclination to involve himself unless the system activated a task. Then he would take an interest. Based on his calculations, given the current events, the system would undoubtedly activate a task, Thus, even though he felt compelled to investigate what had transpired, he opted to await the system's task activation. Ding. Task activated. Elation surged through Xue Tian. Just as he had surmised, the system had indeed activated a task. Choice 1. Display a remarkable display of combat prowess before his disciple, proving his strength. Reward, Lan Chi gift pack. Choice 2. Mind his own business and continue sleeping in the villa. Reward, turtle breathing technique. A Lan Chi gift pack? Turtle breathing technique? The Lan Chi gift pack should contain techniques suitable for Lan Chi, precisely what he lacked. As for the turtle breathing technique, he had never heard of it before. Just from its name, it sounded rather mundane, perhaps merely a form of breath-holding technique. If it truly was a breath-holding technique, it would serve him no purpose whatsoever. Resolutely, he chose the first option. Turning to Lan Chi, he declared, "Let us go. I shall take you to witness what has transpired." Without waiting for Lan Chi to respond, he grasped her hand and soared towards the source of the explosion. Moments later, they arrived at the explosion site, which was a vast grassland, where a spaceship lay anchored. Surrounding the spacecraft were hundreds of individuals, all extraterrestrials clad in white battle armor. At the forefront stood a towering, exceedingly corpulent figure with blue skin. This individual was none other than Oil. Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan had also arrived. Upon encountering Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Vegeta, Lan Chi was taken aback. Yet, as she pondered, she realized that their presence was a common occurrence in such situations. When Lan Chi's gaze fell upon Tianjin Fan, her eyes flickered momentarily. It had been many years since she last beheld the man she once admired. Tianjin Fan, too, noticed Lan Chi, but his expression remained indifferent, reflecting his unwavering commitment to cultivation, with little regard for women. Observing his lack of acknowledgement, Lan Chi's heart sank. Her eyes cast down in disappointment. Xue Tian, perceptive to her emotions, remarked with a gentle smile, "What is this? Are you still harboring feelings for Tianjin Fan?" Taken aback, Lan Chi had not anticipated her master's awareness of her past affection. Although a hint of shyness washed over her, she responded with self-deprecating humor. "I did indeed hold affection for him once, but he never reciprocated. In his eyes, there exists only the path of cultivation." As time passed, her feelings had waned considerably. Now, upon seeing him again, an unfamiliarity enveloped her. Xue Tian nodded knowingly, recognizing that her sentiments were not love in the truest sense, but rather admiration. It was the allure of a moment, a particular action or gesture of Tianjin Fan that captivated Lan Chi, leading her to conflate admiration with love. Yet, such feelings were not genuine love. It is indeed a remarkable circumstance for a woman to wed someone she admires. Alas, unrequited feelings often prevail. Perhaps it will not be long before your heart feels nothing for him. "I assure you, my feelings for him have faded," she replied. "Yet, I must admit, there still lingers a trace of sentiment." Xue Tian asserted, "At this moment, you still harbor some feelings for him." Lan Chi reflected deeply, acknowledging a flicker of emotion for Tianjin Fan, but she was confident that should he profess his love now, she would decline. After all these years, although she possessed a gentle and demure nature, her approach to love was distinctly her own. Curiously, she inquired, "Master, you mentioned that I would soon cease to have feelings for him. What leads you to that conclusion? Let me ask you this. Did your feelings for him not stem from witnessing his valiant prowess at a martial arts competition?" Lan Chi was startled. How could her master know such details? She felt as if all her thoughts were laid bare before him, like a little girl caught in her secrets. "How did you come to know this?" "Do not forget how you address me," Xue Tian replied with a mysterious smile. Realization dawned upon Lan Chi. Indeed, she called him master, and such a title implied a certain level of ability. Regardless of the circumstances, she marveled at her master's aptitude in discerning these matters. Does he possess the gift of foresight? "Master, do you truly have such an extraordinary ability?" Xue Tian smiled mysteriously. "One could say so." "Incredible, Master. Since you possess the power of prophecy." Lan Chi gazed at him with admiration, simultaneously no longer doubting her master's earlier words. Perhaps, indeed, she would soon forget Tianjin Fan entirely. Sun Wukong and the others noticed the interaction between Lan Chi and Xue Tian and immediately greeted them. "Hey, Xue Tian." "Lan Chi. It has been a while. What brings you here?" And together with Xue Tian no less. Vegeta expressed his curiosity. Lan Chi's presence among them was rather minimal, having scarcely participated in many events, thus her arrival was quite unexpected. Lan Chi replied gently, "Wukong, it has indeed been a long time. Xue Tian is my master. We came over after hearing the explosion." Except for Krillin, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others were astonished, exclaiming, "What? Xue Tian is your master? What is going on? Is there a problem?" Lan Chi, confused, inquired, assuming there was an issue with Xue Tian. Sun Wukong scratched his head, a hint of envy in his voice. "There's no problem. It's just that Xue Tian is incredibly powerful. Being his disciple must feel extraordinary. He even taught me how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God? What is that? Lan Qi asked, bewildered. Sun Wukong, unsure of how to elaborate, mumbled, it's a new form of Saiyan. I suppose one could say it's divine. I'm not entirely sure, hee hee. Alright. Who among you is responsible for damaging my spaceship? Chapter 32. How do you know everything? Who among you is responsible for damaging our spaceship? Oya, witnessing Sun Wukong and the others engrossed in conversation and disregarding him, felt his temper flare. In every corner of the universe, he was treated with respect. How could a mere earthling disregard him? Did they truly believe that defeating Frisia granted them the right to ignore him? Sun Wukong, perplexed, replied, damage your spaceship? We did not damage your spaceship. Oya retorted angrily. Just now, while we were flying through space, a key blast suddenly struck and damaged our spaceship. Besides you few, Sun Wukong, Vegeta. And Android 17, who else on this earth could have done this? Yet you still refuse to admit it. Sun Wukong, astonished, exclaimed, huh? You know us? Seeing that we are all friends, if your spaceship is damaged, you could ask Bulma for repairs. She is incredibly skilled. Upon hearing this, Xue Tian was also taken aback, realizing that his casual release of a key blast into space had inadvertently struck Oya's ship. This fellow was indeed unfortunate. Yet, what was he doing in Earth's orbit? Wait. He was aware of the names of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, leading one to ponder whether he had already conducted an investigation into them. Could it be that he was observing Earth and everything upon it from above? Considering that Oyer was a subordinate of Elec, the leader of the Sita group, which primarily engaged in the destruction and sale of planets, and collaborated with nefarious organizations such as Frisia, assassins, and bounty hunters. The presence of such a figure in the skies above Earth boded ill for the planet. They must have had their sights set on Earth for some time. Their inaction might stem from the knowledge that Frisia had met his demise here, and that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were not to be trifled with, which could explain their hesitation to strike. Oyer disdainfully remarked, who asked your people for repairs? Our technology far surpasses yours by countless measures. Initially, I intended to observe you for a while before invading Earth, but given this fortunate encounter, I shall seize Earth now. It will be a gift for Lord Elec on his birthday, ha ha ha. Though Sun Wukong may not have been the sharpest, he instantly grasped the implication of the invasion and realized that Oyer was no benevolent character. So you are not a good person. Oyer spread his arms and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I never claimed to be a good person. Prepare to meet your demise. I am eager to witness the prowess of the Earthlings who managed to bring Frisia to his knees. Sun Wukong and the others gazed at Oyer in astonishment. You actually know Frisia? Before Oyer could respond, Xue Tian interjected, he is a member of the Sita group. Sita group? Sun Wukong and the others were utterly baffled. Vegeta, however, expressed surprise, the Sita group. Ah, Vegeta, you also know of the Sita group? Sun Wukong asked, his curiosity piqued. Vegeta explained, I have heard of them. But their reputation seems rather commendable. They primarily assist in the revitalization of certain planets. Furthermore, their strength is said to be on par with that of Frisia's army, though the specifics remain unclear. Sun Wukong, in his usual simplistic manner, remarked, is that something you heard while you were with Frisia? Yet if they were aiding other planets, they should be good people. Why then would they wish to invade us? Vegeta's expression contorted in irritation, for there was nothing he despised more than Kakarot bringing up his past. Kakarot, can you not keep your mouth shut? How would I know? All I can say is that he does not appear to be a good person. Sun Wukong sheepishly scratched his head. Oyer was not surprised that Vegeta knew of the Sita group, but he was taken aback that Xue Tian was aware of it as well, for he had no recollection of such a person on Earth. Who are you? How do you know of our Sita group? A faint smile curved Xue Tian's lips, exuding an air of mystery. I am not merely acquainted with your esteemed Zeta group. I am also aware that its leader is Elec, who commands the likes of Jiaz, Maki, and Oya. On the surface, your Zeta group engages in legitimate enterprises such as planetary rejuvenation and bounty collection, yet clandestinely. You conspire with the cosmic tyrant Frisia to partake in nefarious dealings for exorbitant profits. Oyer gazed in astonishment at Xue Tian. Ah, you know all this. Upon hearing this, the others realized the true nature of the Zeta group. Sun Wukong could not contain himself and exclaimed, this is truly dreadful, even worse than Frisia. Xue Tian concurred with Sun Wukong's assessment. While Frisia was overtly malevolent, the Zeta group operated in the shadows, embodying a more insidious form of evil. To put it succinctly, one is a villain, while the other is a duplicitous scoundrel. A villain can be avoided, but a hypocrite can disguise themselves adeptly, striking when one is most vulnerable, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Oyer smirked, seemingly unfazed by the accusations, instead taking pride in his reputation. Ha ha ha, thank you for the compliment. We are indeed quite wicked. Now, I intend to turn this place into our subordinate planet and sell it to those unworthy cosmic merchants. Haha. Sun Wukong took a step forward, ready to confront Oyer. Wait. Xue Tian utilized instant transmission to appear before Sun Wukong, blocking his path. This individual is my responsibility. Sun Wukong was perplexed. Vegeta also shared his confusion. Given their understanding, Xue Tian was not one to revel in combat. He was quite the pacifist. Why then? Did he suddenly express a desire to engage? Noting their astonishment, Xue Tian smiled lightly, were it not for the task assigned by the system. He would prefer to avoid conflict altogether. Who wishes to sweat needlessly? Oya, noticing Xue Tian's willingness to confront him, inquired, who exactly are you? How do you possess such intimate knowledge of our Zeta Group's affairs? Or is it that among the planets we have ravaged lies your homeland? Is that why you regard me with such animosity? This suggestion piqued the curiosity of the others, as it was not entirely implausible. After all, Xue Tian was known to abhor fighting, yet he was now so eager to engage, leading them to believe he held a grudge against Oyer. Xue Tian, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. Your imagination is quite vivid. Chapter 33. Frisia has been resurrected. Your imagination is indeed quite vivid, Xue Tian remarked calmly. Oye, perplexed, asked, have I spoken incorrectly? Xue Tian furrowed his brow, the corners of his mouth turning downward slightly, and with a tone laced with disdain, he replied, a mere Zeta group dares to threaten my homeland? How utterly ridiculous. Since your curiosity is so profound, allow me to enlighten you. My awareness of the Zeta group does not stem from any animosity towards you, but rather from my knowledge of both past and future events. A mere entity like the Zeta group, do you truly believe I would be oblivious to its existence? My intent to confront you arises solely from my disdain for individuals of your ilk. Oyer seethed with rage, realizing the implications of this revelation. It appeared that the individual before him held the Zeta group in utter contempt. How dare you look down upon us? He exclaimed. Xue Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it rather commonplace? In the face of Frisia, you all cowered in fear. Even after Frisia's demise, your aspirations to dominate the universe have yet to materialize. Does such a group merit my respect? His words struck a nerve with Oyer, who, in a fit of fury, retorted, You are merely courting death. With a roar, his massive form surged forward like a super tank, exhibiting strength and speed akin to that of a first-level Super Saiyan. In response, Xue Tian swiftly activated his Ultra Instinct, enveloping himself in a silver aura as his hair transformed to a shimmering white. With a mere flicker, he evaded Oyer's onslaught, countering with a powerful kick. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated as Oyer, akin to a colossal mountain, slammed into the ground, creating a vast crater. He lay within it, feeling something surge in his throat, and coughed up a mouthful of blood, gazing in shock at Xue Tian suspended above. How could this person possess such formidable strength? A single kick had sent him flying? How had he accomplished that? How had he evaded the attack just moments ago? Vegeta, Goku, and the others, having witnessed Xue Tian's prowess previously, expressed no surprise at his ability to send Oyer airborne with a single kick. However, Lan Chi, who had not witnessed such feats, was captivated by Xue Tian's Ultra Instinct state, enveloped in a radiant silver aura, effortlessly dispatching the alien invader. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, reflecting the beauty of the stars above. Master, you are so impressive. In this moment, Xue Tian stood tall and commanding, gazing down upon Oyer, radiating an aura of sovereign authority, as if all present were compelled to bow before him. Oyer, during Frisia's reign, your inability to dominate the universe was evident, and now, your ambition shall remain thwarted. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were momentarily bewildered. Krillin turned to Piccolo, inquiring, what does he mean by the period of Frisia's death? Piccolo seemed to ponder this, sensing something yet feeling it improbable. Has anyone recently used the Dragon Balls? Krillin contemplated for a few moments before shaking his head. No. If someone had used the Dragon Balls, we would have sensed it. Piccolo nodded in agreement, signifying his understanding as the sky turned ominously dark. Reminiscent of the grand entrance of a dragon, it was difficult for them to dismiss the foreboding atmosphere, especially since recent days had lacked such darkness, which only manifested during Xue Tian and Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan Gods. However, this phenomenon was entirely attributable to their transformation and bore no connection to the Dragon Ball saga. Oil, lying on the ground, was perplexed by the implications. Yet he remained resolute, declaring, the universe will inevitably belong to our Zeta group. Observing Oyel's unwavering confidence, Xue Tian deemed it necessary to inform him of Frisia's resurrection. After all, such a grim reality could not be withheld from Oyel. Oh, is that so? Oyel replied, intrigued. It seems you have not misinterpreted my words. To put it plainly, Frisia has indeed been resurrected. Upon hearing this, everyone present was momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Krillin, terrified, could not shake the haunting memory of Frieza hurling him into the air and obliterating him into dust. Meanwhile, Piccolo's complexion turned pale as Frieza loomed ominously in his memory. He acknowledged that while many formidable foes had arisen after Frieza, such as Cell and Bu, Frieza remained the one to instill the deepest fear within him, being the first truly formidable adversary he had encountered. What? Frieza has been resurrected? How come we were not informed? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Frieza has returned, Xue Tian affirmed confidently. Vegeta, initially surprised, quickly regained his composure, calmly stating, what of it? If he dares to show himself, I can easily vanquish him. This time, he shall descend into the depths of hell. Given Vegeta's current strength, he could indeed dispatch the newly resurrected Frieza with ease. Moreover, having acquired a glimpse of the Ultra Instinct technique, the prospect of defeating Frieza posed no challenge for him. However, his lack of fear did not extend to Oyul, who exclaimed in terror, you're lying. If Frieza had truly returned, how could we be unaware? I heard from my leader that Frieza's kind, the Frost Demons, have never undergone training. If they were to train, their power would exponentially increase, which is precisely why we possess the strength to surpass Frieza, yet hesitate to confront him. Since you have accepted this truth, why bother refuting it? Xue Tian replied with a faint smile. His intention in revealing Frieza's resurrection was merely to instill despair in Oyul. From the glint in Oyul's eyes, he could discern the encroaching hopelessness. With that, his objective was fulfilled. Oyul, indeed feeling despondent, mustered his strength to rise, bellowing, even if Frieza has returned, the universe will ultimately belong to our Zeta group. Enough. Whether or not you become one of us is of little consequence to me. I am merely aware that your demise is imminent. In an instant, Xue Tian transitioned into the first level of his self-extreme technique. The silvery aura enveloping him, along with his silver hair, transformed into a delicate shade of lavender, emanating a ferocious energy that suggested anyone who dared to approach would be obliterated in an instant. Such terror. Witnessing this transformation, Vegeta exclaimed with fervor, this is the self-extreme technique. Seeing Vegeta's excitement, Goku and the others were left perplexed. Vegeta, what is the self-extreme technique? It feels reminiscent of the Ultra Instinct, yet this state seems to be its antithesis. Vegeta, with a mysterious smile, urged them to observe closely. Chapter 34. For I, too, possess the self-extreme technique. As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Xue Tian conjured a sphere of destructive energy the size of a basketball in his hand. With a grand gesture, he hurled it towards Oyo with a sense of overwhelming confidence. Oyo, upon seeing this destructive energy sphere, attempted to evade it, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inescapable fate. Boom. The destructive energy sphere collided with Oyo, erupting in a resounding explosion, instantly dissolving into nothingness before transforming into countless specks of starlight, vanishing completely. How could this be? Goku and the others sensed that this energy attack was unlike their own. Even if their attacks reduced a foe to mere dust, they would not dissipate into starlight. Yet Xue Tian's energy blast disintegrated into celestial fragments, as if the target had never existed, leaving them utterly astounded. Vegeta, with a smug grin, teased, this is the true power of the self-extreme technique. Destruction. Vegeta, what exactly is the self-extreme technique? Goku, having heard Vegeta mention it before, was now riddled with confusion. Could it be that Vegeta also possessed this form? Yet, he had never witnessed Vegeta wielding it. Based on his understanding of Vegeta, if he had mastered the self-extreme technique, he would have revealed it to astonish them all. The fact that Vegeta had not demonstrated it implied he had yet to fully grasp it. Indeed, Goku's insight into Vegeta was astute. Although Vegeta understood the principles of the self-extreme technique and had begun to comprehend it, he had yet to master it or transform. However, from Xue Tian's transformation, Goku could discern that it was indeed the self-extreme technique. After witnessing the devastating capabilities of the self-extreme technique, Goku's excitement grew. He envisioned a time not far off when he would harness such terrifying power, at which point neither Goku nor his companions would stand a chance against him. Not even the god of destruction, Beerus. The mere thought of defeating Beerus and ascending to the rank of the second strongest in the universe filled him with exhilaration. Why not the first? Because the first position belonged to Xue Tian. He possessed a certain self-awareness, even if he were to triumph over the god of destruction, Beerus. With the mastery of Ultra Instinct, he knew he could never surpass Xue Tian. After all, the technique of Ultra Instinct had been imparted to him by the very individual he sought to outshine. Furthermore, judging by Xue Tian's demeanor, it was evident that he possessed not only the Ultra Instinct but also other formidable techniques such as the autonomous Ultra Instinct. Were Xue Tian privy to Vegeta's current thoughts? he would undoubtedly remark on Vegeta's self-awareness. Yet he would also find it quite presumptuous for Vegeta to believe he could defeat Beerus utilizing merely the first stage of Ultra Instinct. Noticing Vegeta's prolonged silence, Sun Wukong hurried over, grasping his arm in urgency, and inquired, "Vegeta, precisely what is this Ultra Instinct? How do you know of it?" "Because I can," Vegeta replied proudly. "What? You can use Ultra Instinct?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief at the revelation of Vegeta's prowess. However, he quickly regained his composure and excitedly suggested, "Vegeta, let us engage in a spar. You should employ Ultra Instinct." Vegeta's expression turned awkward. He had yet to fully master that form, only possessing the knowledge of how to achieve it. The thought of boasting to Kakarot and subsequently being ridiculed was intolerable, prompting him to brusquely declare, "I have no time for sparring with you," before vanishing with a swift application of instant transmission. As he departed, he silently vowed, "Kakarot, just wait. Once I have mastered Ultra Instinct, I shall teach you a lesson." The members of the Zeta Legion, witnessing the demise of their leader, Oyer, were engulfed in panic, hastily boarding their spacecraft and fleeing in disarray. Within 3 minutes, only a single spaceship remained, devoid of any aliens. Xue Tian had achieved his objective. He relinquished the state of Ultra Instinct and, with a flash, appeared before Lan Qi, stating, "It is time for us to return." "Yes, Master," Lan Qi replied with admiration. Her master was undeniably impressive, effortlessly defeating the alien incursion with a single kick, sending the remaining minions scurrying in terror. Grasping Lan Qi's hand, he executed instant transmission, returning them to the villa. Upon witnessing Xue Tian's use of instant transmission, Sun Wukong was momentarily struck speechless. Ah, Xue Tian can also use instant transmission. Recalling Vegeta's earlier mention of Ultra Instinct, which also employed instant transmission, he promptly pursued them. Inside Xue Tian's villa, Lan Qi exclaimed, "Master, you were so magnificent just now. Especially in those two forms, one silver, the other light purple, truly striking." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her hands, as if she had been the one to vanquish Oyer. Feeling somewhat bashful at the praise from his beautiful disciple, Xue Tian coughed lightly, "We must remain low-key. My strength extends far beyond what you have witnessed. In time, you will come to understand." "Indeed," Lan Qi responded enthusiastically, nodding in agreement. With a decisive thought, Xue Tian resolved to showcase his combat prowess before his disciple, thereby demonstrating his strength and earning the coveted Lan Qi gift pack. Gazing contentedly at the Lan Qi gift pack nestled within his system's inventory, he was just about to open it for Lan Qi when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the space around him. In an unexpected moment, Sun Wukong materialized before him. "Ah, what brings you here?" Xue Tian inquired, slightly taken aback. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong eagerly responded, "Xue Tian, what exactly is this self-mastery technique that Vegeta mentioned?" "What is it?" "It's simply the self-mastery technique." Xue Tian chuckled, quickly discerning Sun Wukong's intentions. Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering whether he had failed to articulate his question clearly or if Xue Tian simply did not comprehend it. "Is it possible for you to?" Before he could finish, Xue Tian interjected, "Wukong, don't even think about it. You won't be able to learn this self-mastery technique." Thinking that Xue Tian was unwilling to teach him, Sun Wukong darted to Xue Tian's side and whispered, "Just teach me. How can you say I can't learn without even trying?" Unfazed, Xue Tian remained resolute. Sun Wukong then shifted his focus to Lan Qi, pleading, "Lan Qi, could you persuade your master to teach me the self-mastery technique? Please." Xue Tian shot a stern glance at Sun Wukong, pondering the irony of his intelligence. While he may lack common sense when it came to learning new techniques for combat, his intellect shone brightly, prompting him to seek Lan Qi's intervention. Lan Qi hesitated, "Master, why not teach Wukong? If he learns, he could better protect the earth." Xue Tian replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to teach him. Rather, he simply does not possess the qualifications required to learn this technique. It necessitates a person of Vegeta's cold, ruthless, and self-centered disposition." Chapter 35. The Lan Qi gift pack. It is not that I refuse to teach him, but he is fundamentally unqualified to learn the self-mastery technique. Xue Tian elaborated on the rigorous conditions necessary for mastering the technique. Upon hearing this, both Sun Wukong and Lan Qi comprehended the reality that Sun Wukong indeed lacked the prerequisites for training. "Mr. Xue Tian, is there a martial art more suited to my abilities?" Sun Wukong inquired, a hopeful glimmer in his eyes. Xue Tian's lips twitched slightly, sensing an attempt at exploitation. "Forget about the self-mastery technique. You should focus on mastering the Super Saiyan God form first. How can you aspire to learn other techniques when you have yet to fully grasp that?" Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the truth in Xue Tian's words. "All right. I'll first train in the Super Saiyan God form, and once I've mastered it, You can teach me the self-mastery technique. Before Xue Tian could respond, Sun Wukong vanished in a flash, utilizing instant transmission to depart. Xue Tian was left speechless, realizing that Sun Wukong had cleverly evaded his refusal. Had he unknowingly acquired El Xiaobu's charming skills? Never allow a lady an opportunity for rejection. Shaking off his thoughts, he turned his attention to the Lan Qi gift pack within his consciousness. Open the Lan Qi gift pack. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the self-extreme technique, the free extreme technique, the divine level combat energy repository, and the divine level exclusive Lan Qi battle attire. Immediately thereafter, Xue Tian's backpack revealed the first tier of the self-extreme technique, the free extreme technique, the divine level combat energy repository, and the divine level exclusive Lan Qi battle attire. My goodness, this Lan Qi package is quite impressive. I do not even possess a dedicated battle attire myself. Yet Lan Qi is one. And what exactly is this divine level combat energy repository? Regardless, I shall first impart the free extreme technique and the self-extreme technique to Lan Qi before delving into the other matters. I smiled at Lan Qi. Weren't you just asking your master when you would be taught martial arts? Upon hearing this, Lan Qi excitedly inquired, Master, are you planning to teach me martial arts now? After witnessing Xue Tian's striking combat stance, Lan Qi was eager to begin her training, though she had harbored concerns that her master might not teach her. It seems her worries were somewhat unfounded. Indeed, Xue Tian replied with a smile. Lan Qi's initial joy was soon overshadowed by anxiety as she asked, But master, what if I can't learn it? I feel as though I might be a bit slow. A faint blush adorned her fair cheeks, accentuating her sparkling eyes, lending her an air of delicate beauty that was truly captivating. Xue Tian reassured her, No worries, you need not study extensively. I shall seamlessly integrate the knowledge you require into your mind, and you will inherently grasp how to comprehend and practice it. Lan Qi found this notion rather astonishing. She had never encountered such a method during her time with the turtle sage. Xue Tian raised his hand and placed it upon Lan Qi's forehead. I now impart to you the self-extreme technique and the free extreme technique. The free extreme technique is to be utilized in your blue-haired form, representing your gentle state, while the self-extreme technique is to be employed in your golden-haired form, embodying your fierce, self-indulgent nature. System, apply the self-extreme technique and the first tier of the free extreme technique to Lan Qi. Beep, application successful. Upon hearing of the successful application, Xue Tian withdrew his hand, and at that moment, Lan Qi felt waves of memories flooding into her consciousness. Lan Qi, do you perceive the self-extreme technique and the free extreme technique? I do, master. Lan Qi enthusiastically nodded. Xue Tian remarked, with martial arts techniques in hand, how could we possibly neglect the battle attire? System, apply the divine level exclusive Lan Qi battle attire. Beep, application successful. A silvery radiance enveloped Lan Qi, and a suit of silver battle attire manifested upon her, rendering her appearance both striking and valiant. This is your divine level battle attire. Lan Qi gazed at her new outfit, exclaiming joyfully, Master, I absolutely adore this battle attire. The moment I donned it, I felt a profound connection. I'm glad you like it. Xue Tian replied with a smile. Ah, Lan Qi exclaimed in surprise. This caused Xue Tian to momentarily pause, perplexed as he asked, What is it? Is there something amiss? This is truly the extraordinary battle suit designed exclusively for Lan Qi. It should not possess any flaws. Aware that her master was alarmed, Lan Qi quickly clarified, No, master, there is nothing wrong. This battle suit is simply remarkable, as it boasts 3 distinct forms. 3 forms? Xue Tian inquired. Although he was certain the battle suit was exceptional, he remained oblivious to its specific functionalities, as the system had instructed him to explore on his own. Several times, he had been tempted to express his exasperation with the system, thinking to himself, explore this. Lan Qi animatedly explained, Indeed, the 3 forms are the speed form, the power form, and the radiant form. The speed form enhances agility but diminishes attack power, while the power form amplifies strength at the expense of speed. However, my favorite is definitely the radiant form. In this form, both speed and strength are harmonized, and one can wield numerous special abilities. The only drawback is that the energy consumption in the radiant form is double that of the other 2 forms. Moreover, even if the battle suit is shattered, it can reassemble itself after an hour. Xue Tian was astonished by the formidable capabilities of the battle suit. Even if it were to be destroyed, it could regenerate, truly a divine artifact. By the way, what about the combat energy chamber? What powers does it hold? Yet, knowing it was part of Lan Qi's gift, he understood it must be of great significance to her. Gazing at her battle suit, Lan Qi focused her thoughts and retracted it into her body with ease. Master, I am absolutely enamored with this battle suit. Patience, my dear, for I have another gift for you. Another gift? Lan Qi exclaimed in surprise. having received the first level of the ultimate self-actualization skill in the battle suit. She felt immensely fulfilled. She never anticipated an additional present. Her master was truly remarkable, handsome, capable, and caring towards his disciples. How fortunate she felt, wishing she had encountered him sooner. In his mind, Xue Tian communicated with the system to retrieve the Divine Combat Energy Chamber. Beep. Retrieval successful. An energy chamber materialized before Lan Qi and Xue Tian. Xue Tian approached to examine it. Noting the description inscribed on the chamber, sleeping within would automatically enhance combat power and improve martial proficiency, requiring no energy and usable at any time. Goodness. This device is tailor-made for Lan Qi. She can avoid arduous training and simply sleep inside each night. Chapter 36. The Energy Chamber. Lan Qi also read the description of the Divine Combat Energy Chamber, and in an instant, her brain ceased to direct her actions. She stood transfixed, her eyes wide, captivated by the chamber's benefits. This would resolve her training challenges entirely. Her master understood her reluctance to undergo strenuous practice, which is why he had gifted her this treasure. With a heart full of emotion, she exclaimed, "Master, you are truly wonderful." In a moment of excitement, she unexpectedly kissed Xue Tian on the cheek. This left him utterly bewildered. Lan Qi, too, was taken aback by her own actions, realizing that her overwhelming emotions had momentarily clouded her judgment. Her face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe chili pepper, and she found herself awkwardly shuffling her feet on the floor, caught in an excruciatingly awkward predicament, neither able to walk away nor remain still. Xue Tian felt the weight of the awkwardness as well, but it dissipated swiftly as he understood that Lan Qi's kiss was merely a spontaneous reaction to her elation, devoid of any deeper significance. After all, he had bestowed upon her an abundance of precious items. Had it been Sun Wukong, he would surely have embraced him fervently, showering him with kisses. Thus, it was entirely within the realm of reason. I shall now relocate this energy chamber to your bedroom. Whenever you find a moment, you may lie within it to enhance your combat prowess. All right, master, Lan Qi replied, her bashful nod evident. After Xue Tian transferred the energy chamber to her room, he stepped out alone, while Lan Qi, brimming with anticipation, hurried inside to experience its effects. Reclining on the chaise, Xue Tian instinctively touched the cheek that had just been kissed, muttering to himself, "This little girl." He pondered the effectiveness of this divine energy chamber. If it proved to be highly beneficial, it wouldn't be long before Lan Qi reached a level comparable to that of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. After all, this divine energy chamber was designed to enhance proficiency in martial arts techniques, and her mastery of self-cultivation would undoubtedly surpass that of Vegeta. Suddenly, an amusing thought crossed Xue Tian's mind. What expressions would Vegeta and Sun Wukong wear upon discovering that Lan Qi surpassed them? He found himself eagerly anticipating the moment. He even mused about the arrival of Beerus. What if Lan Qi were to defeat him? Would that not be comical? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that Lan Qi would be unable to best Beerus in such a short time frame, even with his extraordinary guidance. After all, Beerus was set to arrive in just a few days. How could she possibly attain such heights in that limited time? No matter how remarkable this divine energy chamber was, it could not work miracles. Otherwise, he could effortlessly create an invincible team that would sweep across the 12 universes. Oh, I have yet to test the functionality of this universal instant shuttle. Let me give it a try, he thought, promptly activating the shuttle. In an instant, images of the 12 universes, the palace of the Omni King, and the realms of the supreme Kais and gods of destruction flooded his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to visit the 6th universe. Selecting a random location within it, he activated the shuttle. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Xue Tian found himself amidst the cosmos of the 6th universe. He glanced around and murmured, "Is this truly the 6th universe?" The 6th universe and the 7th universe belong to the realm of balance. The 7th universe is home to the Scions, and the 6th universe also harbors Scions. Should I seek out the Scions for some amusement? After a moment's contemplation, I concluded that such an endeavor would be rather futile. Instead, I resolved to activate the cosmic instant transmission to venture into the 1st universe, as information regarding it in Dragon Ball Super is exceedingly scarce. I wish to witness it firsthand. "Hey, who are you?" A gruff voice suddenly echoed. Before me stood a stout, purple-skinned feline who inquired with a nonchalant air. He was short and portly, with a relatively short tail. His upper body was bare, adorned only with a black cloth strap edged in white around his neck, and his hands were decorated with golden bracelets. He wore golden arm rings and loose, flowing red trousers. Accompanying him was a tall woman with bluish-green skin and long white hair, wielding a staff in her right hand. Xiangpa, Vados. I immediately recognized the two figures. The stout feline was none other than Xiangpa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, while the striking woman beside him was his attendant and mentor, Vados. Kampa's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at me. You know me? I replied with a smile. Lord Kampa, your reputation precedes you. How could I possibly be unaware? Vados raised her eyebrows slightly, clearly taken aback. Kampa, who relished flattery, puffed out his prominent belly and laughed heartily. You are quite the charmer. However, you don't appear to be from our 6th universe. Just moments before, Kampa and Vados had been traversing the cosmos in search of delectable treats when they sensed a disturbance in the surrounding space, emanating from the 7th universe. Curious, they came to investigate, only to find a striking human. I understood that his inquiry stemmed from evidence he possessed. And a god of destruction does not require justification unless facing the Omni King. I decided to admit, indeed, I am not from the 6th universe. Are you from the 7th universe? Kampa continued to probe. I shook my head. No. This revelation caused Kampa to furrow his brow. Not from the 7th universe? Yet I felt your presence emanating from there. If you are indeed not from the 7th universe, then which universe do you belong to? Why have you suddenly appeared in the 6th universe? Do you have some ulterior motive? Then which universe do you hail from? After a moment of thought, I pondered my existence. While I belong to the realm of reality, would it be appropriate to articulate that? Clearly not. Moreover, he would not comprehend it. I am a cosmic traveler. I do not know which universe I belong to. Kampa began to scratch his chubby face with a curious demeanor, questioning, a cosmic traveler? How did you traverse from the 7th universe to the 6th? Without a transdimensional cube or any special abilities, it is simply impossible. If you possess such a unique ability, might you be driven by a certain purpose? Xue Tian, caught between laughter and tears, elucidated, my purpose is merely to traverse the cosmos, if there are no pressing matters. I shall take my leave. Wait, are you intending to depart without the permission of this destroyer god? Is it not a grave oversight to disregard the divine? Furthermore, this destroyer god harbors suspicions that you may be engaged in some peculiar endeavor. Chapter 37. Spare the small talk, and hasten to destroy me. The destroyer god remained skeptical, stating, I suspect you are indeed involved in something extraordinary. Xiangpa scrutinized him intently, as if attempting to see through Xue Tian, which greatly displeased the latter. Akin to being preyed upon by a ravenous wolf, poised to pounce and tear him apart. Xue Tian replied coolly, I am indeed but a traveler of the universe. I beseech you, Lord Xiangpa, do not make things difficult for me. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa grew even more suspicious. Stepping forward with a chilling tone, though your words are sweet, this destroyer god must still obliterate you. I can never allow your schemes to come to fruition. Realizing that he was not believed, Xue Tian's patience waned. Oh, is that so? Instantly, Xiangpa's demeanor soured, his face darkening to a deep shade of purple. What is this attitude? I am the destroyer god. Do you think I fear to destroy you? Beep. Task selection activated. Choice 1. Step forward and allow Xiangpa to destroy you. Should he annihilate the host perishes. If he refrains from destruction, the task is successful. Reward, pseudo-immortality. Choice 2. Defeat Xiangpa. Reward, dominant body divine ring. Pseudo-immortality and the dominant body divine ring. Both rewards are quite appealing. If my conjecture is correct, the pseudo-immortality refers to the state of Zamasu after wishing for immortality from the super dragon, wherein one cannot be killed in regular combat, though destruction is still possible. Hence the term pseudo. The dominant body divine ring, on the other hand, likely grants immunity to most control-type techniques, much like the rings worn by the Grand Priest and Whis. However, even now, I remain unaware of the specific effects of their rings, as they have never spoken of it. Both rewards are commendable, however. Choice 2 is evidently 1,000 times more challenging than Choice 1. Given my current strength, how could I possibly triumph over Xiangpa? After a moment of contemplation, Xue Tian resolutely decided, very well, since I cannot accomplish Choice 2, I shall opt for Choice 1. I shall take a gamble, trusting that Xiangpa will not dare to destroy me. Life is fleeting, yet the immortal cultivator endures. Choice 1. Upon making his selection, Xue Tian's figure flickered. Oh, planning to flee? Do you think you can escape the grasp of this destroyer god? Aha. Xiangpa believed Xue Tian was attempting to escape, but suddenly perceived something amiss. In the blink of an eye, Xue Tian appeared before him, mere half a meter away. Just as Xiangpa was bewildered and startled, Xue Tian coolly uttered, Did you not wish to destroy me? Come forth. What? Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed by the situation. Why had the other party approached him so boldly? With a chilling demeanor, he inquired, Is this a provocation against the god of destruction? If that is the case, then I shall grant your wish. He raised his hand, directing it towards Xue Tian, coalescing a violet sphere of destructive energy. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere succumbed to an overwhelming silence. which transformed into an oppressive void within less than a second, instilling a profound sense of dread. Heh, you are the first to seek death in my presence. Xue Tian's gaze remained unwavering, and he calmly retorted, enough of your prattle. If you truly possess the courage, then come at me. Observing Xue Tian's demeanor, Beerus was filled with curiosity. What manner of person was this, seemingly unafraid of destruction? Despite Xue Tian's outward composure, inwardly he was in turmoil, gambling on the notion that the king had discreetly arranged for his protection and that the high priest was watching over him. If he were to perish, the king would surely follow suit, and the entire universe might descend into annihilation, reverting to the void. Whether this was true or not, Xue Tian was certain that if he died, the king would perish as well. Xiangpa's lips twitched in disbelief. He had anticipated Xue Tian to plead for mercy, yet instead, he urged him to act swiftly, displaying a demeanor that seemed to embrace death. This left Xiangpa utterly bewildered. Did the other truly wish for his own demise? Initially, this was not the case. He had clearly shown no desire for death. Unable to fathom his intentions, he ceased further speculation. Regardless, Xue Tian had undeniably provoked him. Destruction. He unleashed the sphere of destructive energy towards Xue Tian. As Xue Tian beheld the approaching orb, he instinctively closed his eyes, cursing inwardly. Could it be that the king truly has not sent anyone to protect me? Has the high priest overlooked my plight? Or do they doubt the king's binding to me? Wasn't the last demonstration sufficient? Should I intervene? Yet, even if I were to act now, I would be powerless to stop this destructive sphere. Damn it, since I have gambled, I shall await the outcome. Prosperity lies in peril. This is maddening. A resolute expression appeared on Xue Tian's face, just as the sphere of destruction was about to strike him. Xiangpa savored the imminent sight of Xue Tian's obliteration when a brilliant azure light, emanating from angelic power, erupted forth, obliterating the destructive sphere. Beerus. Xiangpa shifted his gaze towards Beerus, realizing that the force that had just thwarted his destructive energy was indeed angelic power, belonging solely to Beerus. In that moment, he sought to question her about her interference. Having known Xiangpa for many years, Beerus understood his thoughts well. With a playful smile, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, she radiated warmth and brilliance, exclaiming, "It was not I." Xue Tian opened his eyes, exclaiming in his heart, "Finally, the rescue has arrived. I was genuinely terrified, thinking you would dare to toy with the life of the king." Just as Xiangpa was about to inquire about the identity of the newcomer, a cascade of vibrant, multicolored light surged forth, revealing Whis standing not far from Xue Tian, facing both Xiangpa and Beerus. "Whis!" Xiangpa exclaimed in astonishment, quickly realizing that it must have been Whis who had intervened. Xue Tian was somewhat taken aback. The one secretly safeguarding him turned out to be Whis, when he had expected it to be the Grand Priest. However, upon reflection, it made sense that in the 7th universe, the Grand Priest would assign Whis to protect him covertly, considering that Whis is the most powerful entity in the 7th universe. Although Whis did not engage in any combat, Xue Tian was acutely aware that he undoubtedly represented the pinnacle of combat strength in the 7th universe, rendering Beerus, the god of destruction, utterly insignificant in comparison. Xue Tian even harbored doubts that these gods of destruction could match the might of the angels. Whether this was true, he could not ascertain as he had never witnessed an angel in action. However, judging by the performances of Whis and Beerus, it was evident that their prowess surpassed that of both Beerus and Xiangpa. "Whis, what are you doing?" Chapter 38. Confronting Xiangpa directly. "Whis, what are you doing?" Xiangpa exclaimed, waving his hands in dissatisfaction. Whis, with his characteristic grace, replied with a smile, "Lord Xiangpa, you cannot destroy him." "Why not?" Xiangpa retorted, scoffing as he scratched his ear. "Whis, this is the 6th universe, not the 7th. And it seems your kind of angels have no authority to interfere with the work of the gods of destruction." "You are quite right, Lord Xiangpa. We angels indeed have no authority to meddle in the affairs of the gods of destruction, but this individual is not to be harmed." Whis maintained his composure. "Why?" Xiangpa questioned, utterly perplexed. Logically, Whis should not obstruct him. Traditionally, angels do not intervene in the tasks of the gods of destruction, merely supervising whether they slack off. Why, then, was he suddenly stopping Xiangpa? Moreover, Whis is an angel of the 7th universe. Beerus, too, was baffled by her brother's actions. The angelic order is bound by strict protocols. Whis smiled faintly and replied, "I do not know. I simply know that this individual must not be harmed." Xiangpa, visibly displeased, remarked, "Whis, you are being unreasonable. I advise you to return to your 7th universe and serve Beerus." Whis issued a direct warning, "Lord Xiangpa, should you attempt to destroy him, I will have no choice but to take action against you." Xiangpa was taken aback, his expression one of confusion. After years of interaction with angels, it was the first time he had heard of an angel threatening a god of destruction. This was not due to the angels lacking the power to defeat the gods of destruction, but rather because of the inherent rules governing their relationship. Angels are forbidden from interfering with the duties of the destroyer, nor may they take action against the destroyer. Should the destroyer be slain, the angels shall fall into slumber until the birth of the next destroyer, remaining in this dormant state indefinitely. While referred to as slumber, the exact nature of this state remains a mystery to all. "Vs, are you serious?" Xiangpa exclaimed, visibly displeased upon realizing the situation. Vs assured him absolutely. This response ignited Xiangpa's anger. Even a clay figurine possesses some semblance of spirit. How much more so the destroyer? A wave of purple flames erupted around him, enveloping the vicinity in a chilling aura, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Unfazed, Vs maintained a calm demeanor, a serene smile gracing his lips, revealing no hint of fear towards Xiangpa. At this juncture, the previously silent Beerus spoke up, addressing Xiangpa. "My lord Xiangpa, Vs is my brother. Might you extend him a favor in light of our relationship?" Xiangpa turned to Beerus, retracting the oppressive aura of the destroyer, and replied nonchalantly, "Since you have put it that way, I shall grant you this favor." In truth, he had no desire to conflict with Beerus. Historically, angels and destroyers have not clashed. Should such a dispute reach the Omni King, consequences could be dire. Despite believing himself to be in the right, whenever issues arose, the High Priest invariably sided with the angels, and the Omni King tended to heed the High Priest's counsel. Thus, it was prudent to avoid conflict whenever possible. Yet as a destroyer, he felt his dignity was compromised by V's request. Now that Beerus had provided him with an exit, he naturally took it. Beerus, perceptive to Xiangpa's inner thoughts, was more intrigued by her brother's unexpectedly defiant stance, considering that as a member of the angelic lineage, they ought not to meddle in such affairs. She sensed there was more to this than met the eye, and determined to inquire further with her brother at a later time. "Well, Vs, she said, since your sister Beerus has spoken thus, let us consider this matter settled. I shall not bring about his destruction." "Thank you, Lord Xiangpa," Vs replied, affording Xiangpa due respect. Of course, the angels typically showed deference to the destroyers, unless on missions or when other matters demanded their attention. Vs approached Xue Tian, smiling as he said, "Mr. Xue Tian, you are free to travel wherever you wish." Xue Tian waved dismissively, expressing his impatience. "Forget it. I have lost interest." Internally, he mused. Having shown up at such a late hour nearly frightened him to death. He hardly had any inclination for travel now. He even harbored doubts about whether Vs had deliberately chosen this late hour to appear. Xue Tian was well aware of V's cunning nature, having often been outwitted by him in the past. Xiangpa, taken aback, pondered Xue Tian's identity, wondering why he seemed to show no gratitude towards Vs, who had saved him. Should Xue Tian become aware of Xiangpa's intentions, he would undoubtedly scoff, expressing gratitude for nothing, questioning if an earlier appearance would have resulted in his demise. Beerus's eyes darted around, lost in contemplation. Beep, selection 1 complete. Approach Xiangpa to incite destruction. Should he obliterate the host perishes, yet if he refrains, the task succeeds, yielding the reward, the guise of immortality. Beep, congratulations to the host for acquiring the guise of immortality. Beep, system task activated. Selection 1, survive the ordeal. Secretly relieved, and hastily retreat, reward, super speed. Selection 2, intimidate Xiangpa, making him aware of his formidable nature, reward, the guise of dominance. Super speed? Is this not a technique of Tis? Initially impressive, yet ultimately susceptible to countermeasures, rendering it rather insipid. In contrast, the guise of dominance holds a certain allure. Moreover, Xue Tian felt considerable disdain towards Xiangpa's actions as a traveler endowed with a system. To be threatened and nearly killed without exhibiting any semblance of anger was truly humiliating. Does this truly honor the identity of a transmigrator? Regardless of whether this choice was made, action was imperative. Selection 2. Xue Tian absent-mindedly rubbed his eyelid, casually warning, "Xiangpa, you are indeed a god of destruction, possessing ample arrogance, yet not every individual is within your reach, nor does every individual merit your ruin." Xiangpa froze momentarily, astonished, unable to fathom that someone who had just survived would dare to utter such words, deeming it overly audacious. Beerus was equally taken aback. Who exactly is this Xue Tian? What grants him such audacity to disregard even the god of destruction? Why does his brother Weiss extend such assistance to him? Could he be? Chapter 39, Beerus's speculations. An illegitimate child? With Weiss aiding him so, could he be the illegitimate offspring of their father? One of their angelic lineage? As Beerus entertained this thought, she promptly shook her head, deeming it impossible. Her father was not the type to engage in such affairs. and should there be an illegitimate child, he would not conceal them. Furthermore, she sensed no angelic aura from Xue Tian, allowing her to conclude that he did not belong to their angelic race. Weiss was also somewhat surprised, but soon composed himself, grinning broadly. Apart from the king and the high priest, he had yet to witness anyone converse with the god of destruction in such a manner. Typically, those encountering the god of destruction approached him with trepidation, yet Xue Tian's demeanor was nothing short of astonishing. Simultaneously, Weiss recalled his father's orders, no matter the circumstance. He must ensure Xue Tian's safety. This was a direct command, hence his earlier sternness. Once Xiangpa regained his composure, his expression darkened, already displeased. His anger surged as he raised his hand, intent on gathering another sphere of destructive energy. Weiss immediately waved his staff, placing it before Xiangpa's hand, and comforted him. Lord Xiangpa, please bear with it. Xiangpa's lips twitched in frustration. It was utterly humiliating for him, the god of destruction, to be looked down upon by a mere upstart from who knows where. What was more disconcerting was that Weiss was entirely devoted to protecting him. He could hardly disregard Wiss's dignity, could he? Ding. Choice 2 completed. Intimidate Xiangpa to make him aware of his formidable nature. Reward acquired. False dominance. Utilizing false dominance. Ding. Congratulations. Host has acquired false dominance. In an instant, Lin Machin felt a transformation within his body, enveloped in a refreshing sensation, an exhilarating experience. Weiss smiled at Xue Tian and said, Mr. Xue Tian, it would be wise for you to retreat for now, after receiving his reward. Xue Tian had no desire to linger, for with his current strength, he could hardly put Xiangpa in his place. Mere verbal sparring seemed utterly pointless. He invoked the cosmic instant shuttle, searching his mind for the location of the 7th universe, pinpointing his villa's position. Engage. Whoosh. His figure vanished in an instant, as if he had never been there at all. Once he departed, Xiangpa, visibly displeased, inquired, Hey, Weiss, what is the meaning of this? Why are you aiding the Xue Tian fellow? Xue Tian, Beerus interjected. With a charming smile, Weiss replied, I am uncertain. No, Weiss, what sort of attitude is that? Have you been spending too much time with that fool Beerus to forget how to converse? Xiangpa crossed his arms, his face flushed with indignation, his teeth grinding audibly. A testament to his fury. Weiss chuckled softly. Lord Xiangpa's words hold considerable merit. Thus, let this matter rest upon Lord Beerus. Lord Xiangpa, sister, I shall take my leave. Vados nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Whoosh. Weiss did not linger further, transforming into a streak of light as he departed, calculating that it would not be long before Beerus awakened. After his exit, Xiangpa pondered aloud, Vados, do you know why Weiss is assisting Xue Tian? Could it be under Beerus's directive? Lord Xiangpa, I am unsure. Perhaps it is possible. Vados replied with a teasing smile. However, her thoughts diverged from Xiangpa's. She believed Wiss's actions were not motivated by Beerus. The angelic order was merely responsible for the daily affairs of gods of destruction. Even with a cordial relationship, they would not assume such responsibilities on their behalf. Thus, there was only one plausible explanation. It must be by the decree of her father, the Grand Minister, or perhaps the Omni King himself, whose matters were primarily managed by her father. Therefore, this situation likely stemmed from her father's instructions. But why would her father wish for Weiss to protect Xue Tian? However, Weiss seemed perplexed by the situation. After pondering for a while, Vados too was unable to comprehend it and decided to let it go. Turning to Xiangpa, she inquired, Lord Xiangpa, shall we continue our search for delicacies? Xiangpa, feeling disheartened, responded, I have lost my appetite. Let us return and rest. The following day, Xue Tian emerged from his room to find Lan Qi preparing breakfast. Looking at him, she warmly greeted, Good morning, master. Breakfast is ready. Wonderful. Xue Tian approached the table, taking in the sumptuous spread, milk, bread, eggs, and a small bowl of noodles. He couldn't help but feel pleased. Indeed, taking on a female disciple was quite advantageous. The gifts he had given Lan Qi were not in vain, as he could see the returns. For Xue Tian, the self-ultimate technique at the first stage and the freedom ultimate technique were no longer of concern. Thus, investing in someone from whom he could witness tangible benefits was indeed worthwhile. In Xue Tian's eyes, this was a far more prudent investment than in Sun Wukong or Vegeta. The two of them had continuously improved primarily because they were the two main protagonists in the Dragon Ball universe. However, he could not simply relinquish his own gains unconditionally to them merely because they were the leads. He was neither a great sage nor their master. Why should he do so? Moreover, even if they were to seek him as their teacher, he would not be particularly inclined. What could they truly offer him? Beyond merely exhausting him, they seemed to provide little benefit unless their tutelage could yield some advantage for him. In contrast, having a disciple like Lan Qi, who prepared 3 meals a day and offered him massages, was far more appealing. He would willingly share his extra resources with such a disciple. As Xue Tian settled down, Lan Shi joined him, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Master, I spent the night resting in the divine battle energy chamber, and today I feel light and invigorated, brimming with strength. I have also begun to grasp the self-ultimate technique and the freedom ultimate technique." Xue Tian nodded in approval. It seems that the divine battle energy chamber is indeed quite effective. Master, would you like to try it? Lan Shi asked with a playful smile, exuding charm and sweetness. Ah, no need for me. That is meant for your use. I do not require it. Xue Tian chuckled. Utilizing the divine battle energy chamber for himself would be wasteful. He had already mastered his martial arts techniques to their fullest extent. As for his battle power, it was steadily increasing without any need for additional aid. A few more energy blasts from him could potentially surpass what the energy chamber could augment in an hour. Chapter 40. The Strength Comparison Between Vegeta and Lan Shi. After breakfast, Xue Tian and Lan Shi ventured into the courtyard, where he had her demonstrate the Freedom Ultimate Technique and the Self-Ultimate Technique. The progress was indeed significant. She could maintain the Freedom Ultimate Technique for a full minute, while the Self-Ultimate Technique allowed her to condense destructive energy the size of her fist. Although Lan Shi had mastered the Supreme Freedom Technique and the Self-Supreme Technique at the same level, she had yet to learn the art of aerial movement and high-speed motion. Under Xue Tian's meticulous guidance, she grasped it in just 10 minutes. As Lan Shi soared through the air, her heart raced with exhilaration, and she excitedly remarked to Xue Tian, who was reclining in a chair, "Master, you are truly remarkable. You taught me in merely 10 minutes. It is not merely a matter of my prowess," he replied, "but rather your commendable insight and the fact that you already possess the two divine skills of freedom and self. Therefore, learning this rudimentary art of aerial movement and high-speed motion is indeed a trivial task for you." Despite his words, Lan Shi understood that it was Xue Tian's extraordinary abilities that enabled her to learn these martial techniques. Without him, she would not have achieved such mastery. Just then, two formidable presences rapidly approached. Without lifting his head, Xue Tian discerned their identity. Lan Shi sensed it too. "Master, it seems that Wukong and Vegeta are coming." "Indeed," Xue Tian affirmed, not surprised by Lan Shi's ability to perceive it. Upon receiving his confirmation, Lan Shi was astonished. "Ah, I can actually feel their arrival." Soon, Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived, and upon seeing Lan Shi soaring in the sky, they were equally astonished. "Wow, Lan Shi, you can perform the art of aerial movement now," exclaimed Wukong. "Yes, Wukong," Lan Shi replied joyfully. "Are you here to see my master?" "Exactly. I can now transform into a Super Saiyan God," Wukong declared. Vegeta, not to be outdone, asserted, "I have also mastered the Self-Supreme Technique." He cast a provocative glance at Sun Wukong, clearly underestimating him. However, Wukong paid no heed to Vegeta's taunt, as he understood that this was simply Vegeta's nature. The three of them flew to Xue Tian's side. "Mr. Xue Tian, I can now transform into a Super Saiyan God. Could you teach me the Supreme Freedom Technique?" Wukong implored eagerly. Xue Tian held a high regard for their comprehension. Although their lineage was average, their insight was indeed commendable. In the realm of Dragon Ball, their Saiyan heritage might hold some merit, but in Dragon Ball Super, it pales in comparison. Within Dragon Ball Super, there exists the Angel race, the God of Destruction race, the Glass race, the Illusion race, and the likes of Jiren's race, all of which exhibit prowess that rivals that of the Saiyan bloodline. Of course, should one possess the legendary Saiyan bloodline or the ancestral Saiyan bloodline, it would be quite impressive. However, if it is merely the common Saiyan bloodline, it remains quite ordinary. In many respects, Xue Tian perceived that Wukong and Vegeta's bloodline was not as formidable as Frisia's Frost Demon lineage. Frisia had been dead for many years, yet upon his resurrection, after just 4 months of training, his power was only slightly below that of Super Saiyan Blue. Such is the nature of an extraordinary bloodline. Could Wukong and Vegeta's lineage achieve the same? Certainly not. Xue Tian did not respond to him, but instead turned to Vegeta and asked with curiosity, "Vegeta, do you desire to transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta replied, "Of course. Mastering additional forms is undoubtedly a boon." Xue Tian continued, "Goku, do you recall your promise that after you transformed into a Super Saiyan God, it would be Vegeta's turn next?" At this, Vegeta immediately glared at Son Goku, clearly ready to strike if Goku denied it. Goku did remember the promise. Scratching his head, he chuckled and asked, "So, do you wish to become a Super Saiyan God now?" "Obviously," Vegeta retorted sharply. Xue Tian interjected, "All right, you both should first transform into Super Saiyan Gods before we continue." Goku, somewhat unwilling, said, "Mr. Xue Tian, since I can already transform into a Super Saiyan God, will you teach me the Ultra Instinct technique?" However, Xue Tian did not possess the Ultra Instinct technique at present, making it difficult to teach him. The thought of painstakingly imparting knowledge was far from appealing. It was simply exhausting. Vegeta, not seeking to learn anything specific, proudly declared, "I have also mastered Ultra Instinct, Mr. Xue Tian. Could you please assess the current stage of my Ultra Instinct?" His purpose for coming here today was to showcase his own understanding and prove that his Ultra Instinct could indeed shine brilliantly, validating his earlier assertion that this technique was crafted for himself. Xue Tian, with a glint in his eye, stood up and proposed, "How about this, Goku? If Vegeta's mastery of Ultra Instinct is on par with my newly accepted disciple, Lan Chi, then I shall teach you the Ultra Instinct technique. If not, you will have to wait until I am in a better mood." "Oh, is that so?" Goku responded, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "What is the matter? Do you doubt Vegeta's potential? Or do you think he is inferior to Lan Chi?" Xue Tian provocatively challenged. These two were indeed a nuisance, bothering him daily. So a little provocation might grant him some peace for a few days. As for Beerus arriving in a few days, it mattered little to Xue Tian. Whether Beerus came or not held no significance for him. If he dared to act arrogantly before him, he would simply strike him down. Yes, he would strike down Beerus. Not with mercy as he had shown with Xiangpa. Before Goku could respond, Vegeta shot him a fierce glare and remarked, "Humph. She is merely a human who has just entered Mr. Xue Tian's tutelage. How could her potential possibly surpass mine? Kakarot, do you not trust me? Do you wish to challenge me to see the prowess of my Ultra Instinct?" Goku felt that this reasoning held merit. Lan Chi had only just begun her training and was unlikely to be more formidable than Vegeta, silently permitting the duel between the two. Vegeta remained taciturn as he summoned the energy within his body, channeling it throughout his being. With a thunderous shout, he exclaimed, "Ha!" Instantly, he was enveloped in tendrils of purple energy, causing the surroundings to grow frigid and stifling as the flow of air became hindered. In an instant, Sun Wukong sensed Vegeta's formidable aura and could not help but exclaim, "Impressive." Chapter 41. If Beerus were to know that Vegeta could also achieve self-actualization. Truly remarkable. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement, unable to restrain himself from clenching his fists, feeling an urge to engage. Vegeta raised his fist, eagerly gazing at Xue Tian, proclaiming, "This is my first level of self-actualization." Xue Tian calmly assessed, "It is merely superficial. The true power has yet to be unleashed." Vegeta's lips twitched in irritation, as his proud state was dismissed as mere facade. Noticing his discontent, Xue Tian smiled faintly and challenged, "What? Are you unsatisfied? Very well, let us allow strength to speak. Use your destructive power to obliterate that false mountain." He pointed towards a foam mountain situated a short distance away in the courtyard, standing merely 6 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Feeling underestimated, Vegeta's displeasure surged. Without hesitation, he gathered destructive energy, forming a small orb, roughly the size of a thumb, at his fingertip and unleashed it upon the false mountain. Boom! The destructive energy struck the rocky facade, instantly shattering a piece into countless fragments. A stone merely 20 centimeters long and 8 centimeters wide. Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Incredible! This destructive energy is on par with what Xue Tian released." Though it was merely the obliteration of a small stone, Sun Wukong was nonetheless astounded, for he understood that this destruction differed entirely from the explosive force of an energy blast. While an energy blast could reduce the stone to dust, this destruction left no trace, as if it had never existed in this realm. The levels of power were not even comparable, and witnessing Vegeta's ability to annihilate such a modest stone left him in awe. Vegeta, too, felt a sense of satisfaction, pride shining in his eyes. Xue Tian smiled faintly and addressed Lan Chi. "Lan Chi, let them witness your self-actualization." Stepping forward, Lan Chi faced the false mountain, but in her gentle blue-haired state. She was unable to unleash her self-actualization. However, this was no obstacle. Xue Tian casually sent a gust of air into her nostrils, prompting her to sneeze. Achoo! In an instant, the gentle Lan Chi transformed into her golden-haired persona, her demure image morphing into that of a confident and assertive woman. With a haughty gaze directed at Vegeta, a cruel smirk danced on her lips. "Vegeta, do you truly believe your recent self-actualization can compare to mine? Behold, allow me to showcase what true mastery of the Ultra Instinct entails." Upon hearing Lan Chi's words, Vegeta seethed with anger, his gaze fixed intently upon her, eager to discern the extent of her abilities. Huh! Suddenly, Lan Chi unleashed a powerful shout, enveloped in a violet aura, which crackled with hints of purple lightning. The sheer intensity of her energy evidently surpassed that of Vegeta, stirring a sense of unease within him. Goku, too, recognized that Lan Chi's command over Ultra Instinct might indeed exceed Vegeta's own. As the two contemplated this revelation, Lan Chi extended her right hand, conjuring a sphere of destructive energy the size of a fist. Vegeta fully understood that the ability to harness such immense destructive energy indicated a mastery over Ultra Instinct that clearly eclipsed his own, yet he remained reluctant to accept it. After all, Lan Shi had only recently taken up her training. How could she possibly grasp Ultra Instinct so swiftly, and with such proficiency? With a spirited cry, Lan Shi hurled the destructive energy sphere towards a rocky outcrop. An explosive blast reverberated through the air as the formation was obliterated, reduced to mere stardust, vanishing entirely from existence. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta's lips twitched uncontrollably. While he had sensed Lan Shi's superior proficiency in Ultra Instinct, he had not anticipated her ability to demolish half of the rocky structure. Goku, astonished, could barely close his mouth, eventually exclaiming, "Lan Shi, you are incredible. Would you care to spar with me?" At that moment, Xue Tian interjected, "Goku, why are you always thinking about sparring? Beerus is about to arrive. Shouldn't you focus on mastering your Super Saiyan God form? Although Saiyan bloodlines grow stronger through battle. Relying solely on brute strength without prior understanding and training is futile. One may possess immense combat prowess but lack the requisite techniques and forms to effectively wield it." In truth, Xue Tian was acutely aware that Lan Shi was no match for either Goku or Vegeta at this moment. Despite her grasp of Ultra Instinct, her combat power and stamina were insufficient to contend with the two warriors. The prowess of Ultra Instinct, while formidable, does not negate the significant disparity in combat strength. Moreover, Lan Shi's current stamina could not sustain the use of Ultra Instinct for extended periods. However, he refrained from divulging these truths to the duo, as their pride was palpable, especially Vegeta's. Without a humbling experience to temper their arrogance, they would remain oblivious to their limitations. Goku, feeling slightly chastened, acknowledged that in their eyes, Xue Tian was the ultimate embodiment of strength. Being admonished by someone they regarded as the strongest earned their respect, and they were eager to learn additional skills from him. Leaving no room for dissent, Vegeta, somewhat disheartened, found himself perplexed as to why his understanding of Ultra Instinct paled in comparison to Lan Shi's. After all, she was merely a human who had never truly engaged in combat, whose usual exploits involved nothing more than wielding a machine gun or cannon. Observing their states, Xue Tian interjected, "Enough. You both must strive to comprehend this technique swiftly, aiming to achieve a commendable state before Beerus arrives. Otherwise, in your current condition, you will be no match for even a fraction of Beerus's power." Meanwhile, he secretly anticipated Beerus's reaction upon witnessing the mastery of Ultra Instinct by both Vegeta and Lan Shi. What expression would grace his countenance if he were to witness Sun Wukong's proficiency in the same technique? Amused by the thought, he couldn't help but smile, already envisioning Beerus's ridiculously comical expression. Clearly, he would need to find time to teach Sun Wukong Ultra Instinct. Sun Wukong, having yet to encounter Beerus's formidable strength, expressed skepticism. Is Beerus really that powerful? I can already transform into a Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian, with a knowing smile, replied, "His might transcends all expectations. Aside from his master, he is currently the pinnacle of combat prowess in the 7th universe." Having experienced Beerus's might firsthand, Vegeta dismissed Sun Wukong's naive remarks, especially as he was still reeling from Lan Shi's earlier jabs. He immediately activated his flight technique, soaring into the air, and commanded Sun Wukong below, Kakarot, "Hurry and bring Gohan and the others to my home. I must transform into a Super Saiyan God." Chapter 42, Bulma's Birthday Party. Beerus awakens days later. Everyone gathered to celebrate Bulma's birthday, an event befitting the wealthiest individual in the Dragon Ball universe. The celebration took place aboard an extravagant luxury cruise ship, capable of accommodating thousands. In attendance were not only the main characters of Dragon Ball, but also familiar faces such as Puar, Oolong, and the Pilaf gang. Naturally, Xue Tian and Lan Shi were present as well. Over the past few days, Lan Shi's combat power had significantly increased, and Xue Tian had taught her the Kamehameha technique. Meanwhile, Xue Tian had completed numerous tasks and received ample rewards, raising his foundational combat power to 4.2 billion. At that moment, Xue Tian reclined on a lounge chair, observing the guests arriving for the party, and marveled at the unexpected reality of his journey into the Dragon Ball Super world. It was truly astonishing. "Master, have some pudding," Lan Shi exclaimed, standing beside Xue Tian, watching him relax as she opened a cup of pudding to feed him. He opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite, filling him with joy. Indeed, having a female disciple was delightful. He pondered whether he should take on another female disciple, one on his left feeding him pudding, and another on his right offering him grapes. The thought was simply too delightful to resist. If I were to accept another female apprentice, whom should I choose? within the entire realm of Dragon Ball Super. Is there anyone as gentle as Launch? As I ponder the attractive women in Dragon Ball Super, it seems that none possess the same softness as Launch does with her blue hair. Kale, in her normal state, also appears quite gentle. However, she gives off a rather ambiguous vibe. Yet, if that is not the case, she might be worth considering. If I were to surpass Beerus in power, I could contemplate taking Beerus as a disciple, an angelic apprentice who is not only gentle, but also possesses unparalleled beauty. While I entertain such thoughts, I find it somewhat impractical at the moment. To defeat Beerus, how much effort would it require? How long would it take? It would be wiser to first determine whether Kale embodies that ambiguous nature. If she does not, I might accept her, and if she does, I could temporarily keep Launch as my student. Master, aren't you going to join them? Launch asked, puzzled. Xue Tian shook his head. I shall not accompany you. If you wish to converse with them, you may go. Launch considered going, but felt compelled to prioritize her master, having learned so much from him. She certainly wanted to honor him. Xue Tian noticed her thoughts and chuckled. It's all right, go and chat with them. After all, you do not see each other often, and nurturing your bond would be beneficial. Really? Master? Launch inquired cautiously. Observing her hesitance, Xue Tian couldn't help but laugh, with how careful you are. One might think I do not permit you to socialize, burdening you too much. Go ahead, the master wishes to rest for a while. His words were sincere. For soon Beerus would arrive, and a fierce battle was imminent. He had previously contemplated confronting Beerus directly, battling himself, which would equate to defeating the Omni King. However, upon reflection, he realized such a strategy was flawed. Even if that were to be the case, it was best to reserve that for the end, after all. He could not remain eternally bound to the Omni King. He must challenge the Grand Priest, triumph over him, and sever the ties to truly grasp his own fate. Thus, it would not solely rely on the system to enhance his combat prowess. Should he encounter worthy battles, he ought to participate appropriately. In his mind, he calculated that perhaps engaging with Beerus might lead to a rapid increase in his fighting capability. He also had a vague sense that even without directly battling Beerus, the system might present such a task. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he needed to first restore his spirit. Only with a rejuvenated mind could he effectively handle whatever lay ahead. Very well, Master, I shall go converse with Bulma and the others. If you require anything, feel free to command your disciple. Go ahead. After she departed, Xue Tian closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Android 18 and others were engaged in enthusiastic conversation with Bulma. Son Gohan arrived with Bra, and they both congratulated Bulma. Bra, noticing the absence of Vegeta, inquired, Aunt Bulma, where is Uncle Vegeta? How could he miss his wife's birthday party? She reflected on how fortunate she was to have her own husband by her side, especially since her pregnancy, as he had been particularly attentive. The mention of Vegeta irked Bulma, who clenched her fist in frustration and exclaimed, all he does is train. Claiming to have mastered some self-mastery technique, as if he isn't afraid of the god of destruction, Beerus. I truly don't understand. Son Gohan, ever the voice of reason, responded, Uncle Vegeta is doing this for the sake of Earth. I've heard that Beerus is formidable, but both Uncle Vegeta and Dad have mastered Super Saiyan God, so dealing with Beerus shouldn't pose much of a challenge. Bulma, wishing to steer the conversation away from Vegeta, waved her hand dismissively. Let us not speak of them. Our party is about to begin. I have prepared a special gift today. Whoever wins will receive this remarkable prize, and I assure you, you will adore it. Android 18's usually stoic face revealed a hint of anticipation as she had been eagerly awaiting this special gift. Kiki also looked forward to it, wishing for money, perhaps winning a fortune to alleviate the financial strain brought on by Goku and Goten's insatiable appetites. With no work to earn money, they found themselves in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, in the seventh universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus suddenly awoke. With a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a massive explosion, obliterating a planet. Whis approached Beerus with a smile. Lord Beerus, you are awake. Beerus sat up. A white sheet draped over his lap, his expression clouded with concern as he pondered. Whis, I had a peculiar dream. Oh? What strange dream did you have, Lord Beerus? You seem rather troubled. Normally, you awaken only to eat. Beerus shot a glare at Whis, baring his teeth. Whis, it seems you have something to say. Haha. Not at all. Whis replied with refined grace. Beerus lightly rubbed his forehead with his finger. I dreamt that there was someone who could defeat me. Whis raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is there truly someone who can defeat Lord Beerus? A moment of astonishment passed before a thought struck him. Could it be Xue Tian? Beerus nodded, perplexed. Indeed, it was someone with a name that started with Super. Chapter 43. Beerus heads to Earth. Yes, it was someone with a name that started with Super. Beerus tapped his fingernail against his head, struggling to recall. Yet, A vague image of that individual lingered in his mind, cloaked in crimson energy, with striking red hair, undeniably handsome, perhaps even slightly more so than himself. Of course, he would never voice such thoughts aloud. In Whis' mind, a shadow of a figure emerged, yet he refrained from voicing it. The high priest had instructed him to protect this individual, and revealing it would only incite conflict between the two. He had no desire to embroil himself in such troublesome matters. Lord Beerus, it was merely a dream. You are overthinking. After all, you have slumbered for an extended period, and it is quite normal to have peculiar dreams. Beerus cast a glance at Whis, skepticism etched on his face, and proceeded toward the oracle fish. Let us inquire the oracle fish to uncover the truth of the matter. Upon arriving at the oracle fish, which was half submerged in the water of the staff tank, Beerus casually inquired, "Oracle fish, I just dreamed of an individual capable of defeating me, called the god of super something or other." The oracle fish pondered for a moment in silence before gesturing with its stubby fin, a signal understood only by Beerus and Whis. Beerus coldly demanded Whis. Understanding immediately, Whis waved his staff, conjuring an odd-looking, unappetizing dish, which he presented to the oracle fish. Both the oracle fish and Whis were known gourmands. During Beerus's slumber, they had indulged in numerous culinary escapades and to elicit prophecies from the oracle fish. Delectable offerings were essential. "Speak," Beerus said nonchalantly. The oracle fish, with a satisfied tone, replied, "The god of Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Beerus quickly connected the dots, clapping his hands in approval. Indeed, it is the god of Super Saiyan. But where might this god be found? The oracle fish, exasperated, retorted, "I am merely an oracle fish, not a tracking radar." With a grim expression, Beerus mused, "However, the god of Super Saiyan must certainly be a Saiyan." After uttering these words, the oracle fish dove into the tank, savoring its meal. Although it did not disclose the whereabouts of the god of Super Saiyan, its words sparked a revelation in Beerus's mind. The god of Super Saiyan must have originated from the Saiyans. He muttered to himself, "Saiyan, where might this Saiyan be? Why does it feel so familiar?" In a flash, he soared to a stone table, deep in thought, trying to recall where he had heard of the Saiyans before. Whis, standing nearby, considered interjecting but ultimately chose to refrain, wishing to avoid any encounter between him and Xue Tian. Whis understood that finding the Saiyan would necessitate meeting the prince of planet Vegeta, who currently resided on Earth, coincidentally where Xue Tian was as well. If they were to cross paths, it could lead to complications. After a moment, Beerus suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember. The Saiyans inhabit planet Vegeta. Long ago, I had instructed King Vegeta to gather pillows, and upon discovering a splendid one, he coveted it for himself, leaving me with a subpar pillow. I reprimanded him for his greed, but feeling dissatisfied afterward, I ordered Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta. However, it seems that those Saiyans were no match for Frieza and must have all been annihilated. Yet, why do I still dream of such events? Could there be surviving Saiyans?" After musing for a while, I finally turned my gaze towards Whis and inquired, "Whis, are there any surviving Saiyans?" Whis hesitated for a couple of seconds before responding with a smile, "Yes, there are currently 2 known surviving Saiyans, Prince Vegeta and another lower-class warrior, Kakarot." He had not intended to divulge this information, but he was well aware that even if he remained silent, Beerus would eventually inquire with the oracle fish. Thus, he thought it prudent to share the information. "Oh, Prince Vegeta is still alive? How unexpected," Beerus remarked calmly. "It appears that Frieza did not eradicate them entirely. From his understanding, Frieza was not the type to leave any loose ends. Evidently, Prince Vegeta possesses some remarkable abilities." Whis added, "Frieza indeed aimed for total annihilation, but he was countered by Prince Vegeta and that lower-class warrior, Kakarot." "Oh," Beerus exclaimed, astonished. It was astonishing that a mere Saiyan race managed to defeat the formidable Cosmic Emperor. Clearly, this so-called cosmic ruler was merely a figurehead, not worthy of much regard. "Whis, where are they now?" "On Earth." "Very well, let us proceed to Earth. I am eager to see if this Saiyan prince can transform into a Super Saiyan God, the one who defeated me in my dreams." Whis could not help but smile wryly. His greatest concern had materialized. Beerus was indeed heading to Earth. "How long will it take to fly there?" Beerus queried, perplexed. 35 minutes. "What? That long?" Beerus grumbled, somewhat disheartened. Despite Whis' speed, it would take 35 minutes, indicating that Earth was still quite distant from the realm of destruction. Whis jested, "If Lord Beerus finds the distance unsatisfactory, perhaps we should not go." Feeling that something was amiss, Beerus scrutinized him and asked earnestly, "Whis, why do I feel that you are reluctant to go to Earth? Has something occurred?" Of course, Whis could not divulge the existence of Xue Tian, as he was unaware of Xue Tian's identity. He only knew that his father had issued a strict order, He must ensure nothing happens to Xue Tian. Such matters were not for Beerus to know, as the Grand Priest had instructed him to keep this information confidential and focus on his assigned task. With a chuckle, Wes covered his mouth and replied, "Is it not simply because Lord Beerus finds the distance unappealing? Hence, I suggested we not go." Beerus regarded him with a peculiar expression. "We are going. I am eager to discover what this Super Saiyan God, who has the power to defeat me, is truly like. Wes, have you prepared the provisions for the journey?" "Indeed. Indeed, Lord Beerus. The distance between Earth and the realm of the Supreme Kai is not great. Shall we pay a visit to the Supreme Kai?" After a moment of contemplation, Beerus replied, "That is acceptable. It provides me an opportunity to inquire about the circumstances surrounding Vegeta and Goku." Was intended to utilize the visit to the Supreme Kai as a means to divert Beerus's attention from traveling to Earth, thereby eliminating the need for such a journey. The two promptly set off, vanishing in a flash of light from the realm of destruction. Chapter 44. A dilemma in the East Kai's domain in the realm of the Supreme Kai. The elder Supreme Kai, engrossed in a tome of study, wore a countenance of irritation, flipping through the pages repeatedly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. This perplexed the East Supreme Kai, who had never witnessed such a demeanor from his ancestor during his own studies. Curiously, he inquired, "Elder, what troubles you?" The elder Supreme Kai did not conceal his feelings and explained, "I sense an unsettling premonition within me, as though something ominous is on the verge of occurring." The East Supreme Kai, dismissive, chuckled, "What could possibly happen? This is quite ordinary, isn't it?" With a swift motion, the elder Supreme Kai delivered a punch without hesitation. He admonished, "Do you doubt my intuition? My premonitions have never been wrong." He then lifted his gaze towards the direction of the realm of destruction, murmuring, "Could it be that Lord Beerus is approaching?" He recalled that Xue Tian had mentioned that Beerus would soon descend upon Earth. Although he had not felt such a sensation before, today was different. It seemed increasingly plausible that Beerus was indeed on his way. The East Supreme Kai, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked, "If he comes, then let him come. We are all gods, so why the fear?" Upon hearing this, the elder Supreme Kai prepared to act, while the East Supreme Kai, already anticipating this, quickly distanced himself. Nevertheless, the elder Supreme Kai still admonished, "You are correct that we are all gods and occupy equal standing. But the combat prowess of a god of destruction is beyond our comprehension. Should we provoke his ire, the consequences could be severe." He trailed off, unable to voice the full extent of his concerns, as it was too shameful to articulate. The East Supreme Kai, observing his ancestor's demeanor, realized the implications of the elder's unfinished statement. The repercussions could lead to a sealing that lasted millions of years. However, he refrained from voicing this thought, fully aware that expressing it would likely result in a punch. At that moment, the fabric of space rippled, and the elder Supreme Kai's heart raced. Could it be Beerus? Upon seeing the newcomer, he exhaled in relief and, with a hint of exasperation, asked, "Goku, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Goku, who had arrived using instant transmission. Rather than offering birthday wishes to Bulma, he sought to train in the realm of the Supreme Kai, exclaiming, "Elder Supreme Kai, I have mastered some aspects of Ultra Instinct and have come to test its power." Apologies, he scratched the back of his head. Each time he came to test his might, he would obliterate half of the Kaioshin realm. Had it not been for the Kaioshin's creative abilities, this realm would have long since ceased to exist. Upon realizing the purpose of his visit, the old Kaioshin's lips twitched slightly. He initially thought that the visitor was merely concerned for the well-being of the elderly sage. To his dismay, however, it was yet another occasion for destruction. Waving his hand dismissively, he urged, "Hurry and leave. My Kaioshin realm cannot withstand your antics. You wish to test various powers? Treat this place as if it were your playground? If it weren't for our creative capabilities, our home would have been reduced to mere ashes by now. Depart at once." The reason the old Kaioshin insisted on sending Goku away was not solely out of concern for the damage Goku might inflict upon the Kaioshin realm, but primarily due to the apprehension of a potential encounter between Goku and Beerus. If those two were to cross paths, it was certain that calamity would ensue. Especially since Goku was well aware of Beerus's formidable strength, he would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to challenge him. The resulting wrath of Beerus would lead to inevitable devastation. Goku, perplexed, wondered why the old Kaioshin was suddenly so stingy. "Don't be so petty. This is merely a matter you could resolve with a wave of your hand. Let me give it a try. I have already grasped some of the powers of Super Saiyan God, and I wish to understand just how potent this strength is and whether it can be combined with Ultra Instinct." The old Kaioshin, refusing to heed his words, pushed Goku away. "You must leave at once. Today, you are not welcome here." Before Goku could utter a word, the East Kaioshin and the old Kaioshin exchanged a glance, their eyes narrowing as they simultaneously gazed toward the direction of the Destroyer realm. The East Kaishin instinctively exclaimed, "What an overwhelming aura of divinity! Could it be that the destroyer god Beerus has arrived?" "What? Beerus is coming?" Goku inquired with palpable excitement upon hearing the East Kaishin's words. Meanwhile, the old Kaishin shot a fierce glare at the East Kaishin. Had looks possessed lethal power, the East Kaishin would have perished countless times over. Yet, internally, he was immensely frustrated. He had earnestly implored Goku to leave quickly to avoid an encounter with Beerus, wishing to keep the impending arrival a secret. And yet, you had to blurt it out. "Truly, I owe you my gratitude." The East Kaishin, realizing his blunder, hastily retorted, "No, I didn't say anything. Goku, you must have misheard. You should return quickly. We have much creative work to accomplish." However, at that moment, Goku was not so easily deceived, for he had distinctly heard the news of Beerus's arrival. "No, I just heard it clearly. Beerus is coming." "East Kaishin, why are you trying to mislead me?" The East Kaishin felt utterly helpless, his embarrassment so profound he could have pierced his shoes with his toes. Now, he was caught in a predicament. If he affirmed the arrival, he would incur the wrath of the Elder, yet if he denied it, he would be accused of deceit. Truly, being a deity had never felt so constraining. However, the god of destruction, Beerus, is indeed quite terrifying. Even before his arrival, the mere sensation of his presence instills a chilling dread, affirming the wisdom of the ancients. The power of Beerus is undeniably formidable. The old Kaishin, reluctant to elaborate further, urged Goku to leave. "Goku, you should hasten back. If you find yourself bored, seek out Vegeta for a spar. He has been training diligently and would surely welcome the challenge." Yet, Goku remained undeterred, his fists clenched with excitement as he declared, "No. I shall wait here for the arrival of Beerus. You can sense his aura, why can't I?" He gazed skyward, but found no trace of energy. The old Kaishin, exasperated, thought to himself, how could a mere human possibly perceive the aura of a deity? Meanwhile, on Earth, aboard Bulma's luxurious yacht, Xue Tian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and fixed his gaze towards the direction of the god of destruction's realm, muttering softly, "So he has finally come." Chapter 45, Beerus, who wishes to see me? In the Kaishin realm, the old Kaishin continued to implore Goku to depart, but Goku, stubborn as ever, showed no inclination to leave and insisted on testing his strength against Beerus. "Goku, you must heed the wisdom of the ancients and leave at once. There is a reason for their caution," urged the East Kaishin. Goku's obstinacy was unparalleled, surpassing even that of a mule on Earth. Yet, they were not strangers to Goku's nature. Those who sought to challenge him would find him unwavering in his resolve to await their arrival. Time and again, Goku had allowed his foes to grow stronger in pursuit of a fair contest, even nurturing their abilities himself. In matters of battle, Goku was nothing short of relentless. Scratching the back of his head in frustration, Goku exclaimed, "No, East Kaishin, I want to witness what this Beerus is truly like. Why won't you let me meet him?" Just as the old Kaishin prepared to respond, a sudden voice pierced the air. "Who wishes to see me?" The old Kaishin instinctively took a step back, his wrinkled face becoming even more contorted, resembling a stack of layered pork belly. The atmosphere rippled, and a streak of light descended from the heavens, akin to the Milky Way cascading down, radiating brilliance and splendor. "He has arrived." The old Kaishin swallowed hard, a sense of despair washing over him, for it seemed that Goku would indeed encounter the god of destruction, Beerus. As the luminous streak passed, before them stood a purple cat, its eyes gleaming with intensity, while beside it was a tall man with blue skin, wielding a staff. Adorned with a divine halo around his neck, he gazed at the gathering with a cheerful expression, starkly contrasting the demeanor of the feline. "Oh, old Kaishin, you've emerged," Beerus exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that the old Kaishin remained sealed away by him. Evidently, something must have transpired for him to be present now, as the divine sword could not have shattered without reason. The East Kaishin scrutinized the two figures before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from Beerus. Though they were of the same divine rank, the aura surrounding Beerus effortlessly dwarfed his own. He had never imagined encountering such a formidable deity at his level. Before the old Kaishin could utter a word, Son Goku stepped forward to Beerus, extending his hand with a beaming smile. "Hello, I'm Son Goku. Are you Beerus? Or is he Beerus?" he inquired, glancing at Whis. With a jovial grin, Whis replied, "Indeed, he is Lord Beerus, and I am merely his attendant." His laughter resonated with delight, for it had been ages since anyone in Universe 7 had directly addressed Beerus without the customary title of Lord. Goku's casualness was refreshingly audacious, marking him as the first to do so. The East Kaishin, witnessing Goku's brashness, swiftly approached and pulled him aside, cautioning, "Goku, such behavior is impolite. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of Universe 7, and addressing him by name alone lacks respect. You must refer to him as Lord Beerus. He then bowed an apology on Goku's behalf. My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus. Goku possesses such a carefree nature. I hope you can forgive him. Goku, unfazed, felt no wrongdoing on his part and queried, Huh? Isn't it all the same? The East Kaishin shot him a series of furtive glances, and seeing Goku's indifference, he resorted to nudging him a few times. Although Goku was perplexed by the need for formal address, he shrugged it off and cheerfully greeted, Lord Beerus. Beerus regarded Goku with intrigue, finding him amusingly endearing, and inquired, Is he your attendant? His question stemmed from perceiving a faint divine aura within Goku. Each deity could indeed possess a servant, and with two Kaishins present, it was only natural for them to have two divine attendants. The East Kaishin clarified, Lord Beerus. He is not our servant. He is merely a traveler. Yet, before he could finish, the old Kaishin interjected, He is simply a tourist. We should be on our way. He nudged Goku, signaling him to depart promptly. However, Goku's emotional intelligence far surpassed the old Kaishin's expectations, not in a high sense, but rather in a remarkably low one. Old Kaishin, why are you pushing me? He responded, bewildered. The old Kai, filled with an overwhelming desire to eliminate Son Goku, could hardly contain his frustration as he witnessed Goku's apparent reluctance to depart. It seemed he truly had no intention of leaving. Beerus and Whis, perceptive to the old Kai's sentiments, suddenly recalled Goku's earlier declaration about wanting to meet them. Son Goku, did I just hear you express a desire to meet me? Goku affirmed eagerly, Yes, Lord Beerus. I have heard tales of your immense strength, and I wish to challenge you. Whis was momentarily taken aback, pondering the audacity of such a challenge directed towards Lord Beerus. It was indeed commendable bravery. In all his years of service to Beerus, he had never encountered anyone so bold. Beerus himself was astonished that someone would dare to challenge him. Seemingly oblivious to his own formidable identity and the potential for destruction he wielded across the seventh universe. The old Kai, drenched in cold sweat, realized that his greatest fear was unfolding. Goku was truly proposing a contest against Beerus. In a bid to defuse the escalating situation, he hastily interrupted their exchange. Ahem, Lord Beerus. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Indeed, the old Kai's interjection managed to redirect Beerus's focus. As the god of destruction was not inclined to engage with Goku at that moment, he had come with a specific intent. Observing Goku's naive demeanor, Beerus found little interest in addressing the challenge unless provoked further. I seek the god of Super Saiyans. The old Kai felt a tremor of apprehension. What could Beerus possibly want with the god of Super Saiyans? Goku, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Wait, you know about the god of Super Saiyans, Lord Beerus? Do you happen to know where the god of Super Saiyans is located? Beerus inquired, his curiosity piqued. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the old Kai hastily interrupted Goku. Goku, don't you have a game of Mahjong to return to with Chi-Chi? You should hurry back. Unfazed by the mention of Mahjong, Goku had no intention of departing. He was determined to challenge Beerus, for in his heart, he longed to test his mettle against a true master. Despite knowing that his strength paled in comparison to that of Xue Tian, who had previously bested him, Goku was eager to see if Beerus was as formidable as Xue Tian had claimed. How could Beerus be unaware of the old Supreme Kai's subtle intentions? He expressed his displeasure, remarking, Old Supreme Kai, do you wish to return to the sword? Shall we endure another 75 million years? Perhaps after another 75 million years. You need not emerge at all. You may enjoy your twilight years in peace. Upon hearing these words, the old Supreme Kai instinctively took 2 steps back, feeling that this was an egregious affront. However, considering Beerus's immense power and demeanor, he refrained from further remarks and could only manage a bitter smile. Son Goku, the people of Earth, we have already lent you our aid. The rest is now up to your own fortune. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind, Xue Tian. He had bestowed upon Xue Tian a divine essence stone, and Xue Tian had promised to protect Earth upon Beerus's arrival. With this thought, the old Supreme Kai felt a sense of relief and picked up his beloved magazine to read. Observing his demeanor, the East Supreme Kai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Ancestor, will you not attend to Earth's affairs? The old Supreme Kai shot him a glance, and the East Supreme Kai, understanding the gravity of the situation, quickly retreated to a safer distance. As anticipated, the old Supreme Kai's fist came crashing down. If you wish to intervene, then do so. Do not blame me for not warning you. Destruction is Beerus's duty. If he desires to wreak havoc, none can stop him, unless his heart changes or someone influences him. He added, let us observe the fate of Earth and the circumstances surrounding that individual. The East Supreme Kai, momentarily taken aback, was just about to inquire further when realization struck him, and he exclaimed, yes. The Ancestor provided Xue Tian with the divine essence stone, and he assured us he would safeguard Earth. Given that individual's character and strength, it would be unlikely for him to go back on his word. In recent days, they had learned that Xue Tian had taught Son Goku and Vegeta the Ultra Instinct and self-actualization techniques, divine skills indeed. A person capable of teaching such divine arts must possess formidable strength, and indeed they had inquired of Son Goku and Vegeta whether they stood a chance against Xue Tian. Although Vegeta remained silent, Son Goku earnestly remarked that Xue Tian was exceptionally powerful, and they were no match for him, for reasons unknown. Reflecting on these matters brought a sense of reassurance to the East Supreme Kai, leading him to cease hindering Son Goku. Moreover, it was plausible that Beerus might not even descend upon Earth. It was entirely possible that the two would engage in their duel within the realm of the Kais, in which case their concerns would be unwarranted. Upon contemplation, their previous worries seemed rather excessive. Beerus, observing the old Supreme Kai engrossed in his magazine, felt a twinge of pride. Despite being of the same divine tier, he still held the upper hand as a god of destruction, though such lofty thoughts swirled within him. His countenance remained composed throughout, and apart from Whis, perhaps no one could fathom what he was truly contemplating. Son Goku, speak. Where might the Super Saiyan God be? Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and remarked, the Super Saiyan God should not be a singular entity. This left Beerus perplexed. What do you mean by not being a singular entity? Could it be a multitude of beings? If that is the case, then it is quite alarming. For I dreamt of a Super Saiyan God who could rival me, perhaps even defeat me. Sun Wukong elucidated, the Super Saiyan God is a transformation. A transformation? Beerus murmured. Indeed, I can transform into a Super Saiyan God. I have mastered this form. He spoke with a hint of pride, reflecting on how he had only recently harnessed this power with the assistance of Vegeta and the others. In just a week, he had learned to achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation, which excited him. Upon hearing this, Beerus became intrigued. Oh, is that so? It seems I need not seek the Super Saiyan God any further. Come, show me your transformation. Sun Wukong's excitement surged as he clenched his fists and assumed an offensive stance. Lord Beerus, are you preparing to engage in a contest with me? Beerus couldn't help but chuckle. This individual was rather amusing, always eager to challenge him, clearly unaware of the true power of a god of destruction. If you wish to spar with me, you must first demonstrate your capabilities. Sun Wukong understood this as an affirmation, for even if it were not an explicit agreement, it implied he could strike. Was that not tantamount to a contest? With a swift motion, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, Stage 1. Beerus raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this what the Super Saiyan God looks like? Yet it seems different from what I envisioned in my dreams. Sun Wukong examined Beerus's condition closely, noting the myriad openings in his stance. He laughed. Lord Beerus, this is not the Super Saiyan God. This is merely the first stage of Super Saiyan. It is also one of my transformation forms, and you are currently exposed. I shall commence my attack now. Ha! Beerus erupted with laughter. You say I'm exposed? This individual truly knows nothing of the power of a god of destruction. Very well, let me show you the might of a destroyer. He beckoned with his slender finger. Sun Wukong, unable to contain his eagerness, charged forth without hesitation. Boom! As he closed the distance to Beerus, the latter slowly raised his hand and flicked Sun Wukong's forehead with a gentle touch. Ah! Sun Wukong cried out, immediately propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. In that instant, he reverted to his normal state. Incredible! He could sense the formidable strength of Beerus. During his previous duel with Xue Tian, the latter had not displayed such prowess. Yet, Beerus, with merely a flick of his finger, sent him flying. Beerus remarked indifferently, this form of yours is inadequate. Goku, trembling yet resolute, rose to his feet, acutely aware that the first level of Super Saiyan was no match for him. If that is the case, allow me to demonstrate a more formidable transformation, he declared. With a resounding roar, a powerful cyclone erupted from Goku, dispersing everything in its vicinity. The whirlwind lifted debris and flora, sending them swirling about. Goku's hair elongated to his waist, enveloped in a golden aura crackling with electricity, his power magnified exponentially. This was the Super Saiyan 3. Be cautious, Lord Beerus. In a flash, Goku surged forward, delivering a punch aimed at Beerus. With a slight shimmer, Beerus effortlessly sidestepped the attack, taunting, in your current state, you are insufficient. You have truly disappointed me. With a swift motion, he struck Goku's shoulder with a knife hand technique. Bang! Ah! Goku was once again sent crashing to the ground, a deep crater forming beneath him, quickly reverting to his normal state. The force of this blow was significantly greater than before. As Beerus had indicated, he found Goku's strength rather disheartening. He had anticipated a commendable display of combat prowess. Yet Goku couldn't even land a single hair on him, let alone defeat him. Turning away, Beerus remarked, It seems we must seek out Vegeta and that Kakarot on Earth. This Goku is not up to par. By the way, Whis, did you not mention that only 2 Scions remain? How is it that this Goku exists? Whis, seemingly aware of something, merely smiled and remained silent. Goku, fingers digging into the ground for support, managed to stand, speaking with great effort, Lord Beerus, I am Kakarot. Huh? At this proclamation, Beerus turned slightly, only to quickly express his disappointment. You are Kakarot? It appears you are not impressive either. This implies that Prince Vegeta is also lacking. With determination, Goku unleashed his instant transmission, confronting Beerus's departing figure. Lord Beerus, this is not yet over. It seems I underestimated you. Initially, I merely employed the first level of Super Saiyan against you. Now, I shall unleash my full power. A thunderous roar echoed, causing the surrounding air to stir violently. The skies above the realm of the King of Worlds became extraordinarily tumultuous. Whirlwinds surged forth, their intensity increasing, as the winds grew stronger and the atmosphere more imposing. Upon sensing this formidable energy, Beerus halted momentarily, turning to gaze at the furious transformation of Son Goku. Goku's aura surged relentlessly, surpassing the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3 in mere seconds. Yet this was merely the inception of his ascent. Gradually, strains of divine energy began to emanate from him. Beerus and Whis exchanged glances, particularly Beerus, who, filled with excitement, remarked, the essence of divinity? It appears he truly can transform into a Super Saiyan God. The forthcoming state should indeed be that of a Super Saiyan God. Lord Beerus seems quite eager, Whis chuckled. Of course I am. I wish to witness the true form of that Super Saiyan God, the one who might conquer me in my dreams. Is he truly as formidable as he appeared in my slumber? Whis, suddenly pondering, jested. Does Lord Beerus not fear he might be defeated? Beerus, momentarily taken aback, looked at Whis after a few seconds. Defeated? Whis, do you believe that to be possible? Even if he possesses the strength I envisioned in my dreams, he could never overcome me. You should understand this. Whis nodded, smiling in agreement. Indeed, while he may not comprehend the battles you fought in your dreams, I am certain that in reality you are undeniably more formidable and cannot be as weak as in those visions. After all, they are merely dreams, often beyond one's control, capable of fluctuating between strength and weakness. Son Goku roared once more, his hair turning crimson, youthfulness radiating from him, enveloped in a fiery red aura, his battle attire transforming to match. Lord Beerus, this is the Super Saiyan God. Come, let us engage in battle. Beerus, slightly intrigued, remarked, would it not have been better to assume this form sooner? Why resort to inferior transformations for experimentation? Now, this holds a semblance of interest. Let us proceed. With a fierce cry, Son Goku launched himself forward like a comet piercing the sky. Bang! His fist struck Beerus's abdomen, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. The old Kaioshin, though engrossed in his studies, could not help but glance towards the unfolding spectacle, stunned to witness Beerus being struck so forcefully. It was utterly astonishing. As Beerus steadied himself midair, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. He had been hit, a most unexpected turn of events. Intriguing, he mused, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Son Goku, seasoned in combat, did not allow himself to revel in this singular success, for he was acutely aware that his opponent had yet to unleash his full potential. He aimed to compel his opponent to unleash their full potential for a decisive confrontation. Had Beerus been privy to Goku's current aspirations, he would undoubtedly commend such ambition, though he would also acknowledge that such aspirations are unattainable at this moment. Whoosh! Bang! Bang! Goku utilized instantaneous movement to materialize beside Beerus, launching a flurry of punches in rapid succession. However, each strike met only empty air, failing to inflict any harm upon Beerus. In that instant, Beerus deftly seized Goku's arm and executed a shoulder throw, flinging him thousands of meters away. With a pointed finger directed at Goku, a beam of violet energy surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. Goku swiftly evaded to the side. He accelerated back into the fray, delivering another barrage of punches toward Beerus. This time, Beerus chose not to evade, engaging Goku's fists head-on. Bang, bang. In that moment, the two were locked in a fierce exchange. Whis stood below, observing with a smile, remarking, Lord Beerus merely took a nap, and yet such fascinating events have unfolded. It is quite intriguing. A being devoid of divine energy can transform into a Super Saiyan God, truly unexpected. Most importantly, he can contend with Lord Beerus. Although it must be noted that Lord Beerus has yet to exert his full might, this is already impressive. The old Kai approached Whis, inquiring with curiosity, Whis, has Beerus not unleashed his full strength? I recall that he possesses far more power. Indeed, Whis replied, yet this Saiyan named Goku can still hold his own against Beerus, which is commendable. He is undoubtedly one of the rare powerhouses in Universe 7. Indeed, Goku is quite remarkable. But how much effort has Beerus expended? The old Kai pressed. Whis paused for a moment before responding. Less than 1%, I would say. Meanwhile, on Earth, Xue Tian reclined in a chair, gazing toward the direction of the Kaishan realm. He touched his nose and smiled faintly, muttering, "It seems Goku is already engaged with Beerus, having transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Beerus, enjoy yourself. There is also a Vegeta who has mastered self-destruction awaiting you. Given that you once trampled his father, I suspect he will be even angrier." Haha. Xue Tian found the situation increasingly amusing. Back in the Kaishan realm, Goku launched another punch, only for Beerus to effortlessly evade it. With an air of indifference, Beerus remarked, "Goku, such a level of attack and speed is utterly insufficient. Is this truly the extent of your strength? If so, I must say, I am quite disappointed." Sun Wukong smiled faintly, choosing silence as he elevated the energy coursing through his entire being to its utmost limit. With a singular, devastating punch aimed at Beerus, he unleashed a force as swift as the flow of light. In an instant, the surrounding air was entirely siphoned away, compressed, and obliterated. A series of creation and destruction manifesting in the blink of an eye. Observing Wukong's formidable strike, Beerus retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, a wave of energy surged forth, reverberating through the vicinity. The air within thousands of meters was compressed and annihilated in that fleeting moment. Had any humans been present, they would have surely succumbed to the suffocating pressure. When gods engage in battle, it is the ordinary who suffer. Even the realm of the Kais was not spared from this fate. As the cyclone struck the realm, all flora and fauna vanished instantly, leaving only barren desolation in its wake. Not a single trace remained, as if they had never existed at all. The old Kai looked over at Whis beside him and said, "Whis, please conjure a protective barrier to shield the Kai realm. I fear that if this conflict continues, our realm will be left in ruins, perhaps even completely obliterated." Whis, with a hint of jest, replied, "Aren't you the Supreme Kai? You can create, can't you?" Despite his playful banter, he waved his staff, summoning a protective shield that enveloped the entire Kai realm. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong's punches showed no sign of diminishing in intensity as he relentlessly struck at Beerus, yet each assault was rendered futile, failing to land a single blow. With a resounding crash, they collided once more, and Wukong was propelled backward by Beerus's might, soaring several dozen meters away. He positioned his hands at his waist, forming a lotus-like stance, rapidly gathering energy as he shouted, "Kamehameha!" A brilliant beam of pure white energy, over 10 meters wide and infinitely extendable, surged toward Beerus. In a flash, Beerus appeared above the Kamehameha wave, watching as it soared harmlessly into the void. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Such a development was unexpected. Initially, he believed that even if his Kamehameha could not defeat Beerus, it would at least inflict some damage, yet now it seemed he had not even grazed his opponent. At that moment, Beerus raised his index finger, summoning a purple energy sphere the size of a basketball. However, as he lifted it, the sphere exponentially expanded to a diameter of 40 to 50 meters. With a whoosh, it descended upon Sun Wukong with alarming speed, leaving no room for evasion. Recognizing the imminent threat, Sun Wukong dared not hesitate. He braced his hands against the colossal energy sphere, straining to push it back. Yet, the overwhelming weight of the sphere felt as if it bore the mass of countless mountains. No, more accurately, the heft of innumerable planets. As he felt himself being pushed downward step by step, he realized that if he were to be thrust into the realm of the Kaishan, it would lead to catastrophic destruction, potentially resulting in both his demise and that of the Kaishan within the energy sphere. Contemplating this, he felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. How formidable! Lord Beerus is truly powerful. Yet, I sense that I have not yet reached my limit. He roared aloud. With a sudden surge of power, the energy sphere that had been relentlessly pushing him down was gradually repelled by him. In that moment, his mastery over the Super Saiyan God form deepened significantly, allowing him to channel a greater portion of its power. Suspended in midair, Beerus observed this unexpected development with a hint of surprise. He had initially perceived the strength of the Super Saiyan God to be rather ordinary, but it became evident that he had underestimated its potential. There was still much to be uncovered within this power. Son Goku shouted, unleashing his entire strength, causing the realm of the Kaishan to tremble violently. From the cosmos above, a series of peculiar sounds resonated as the celestial bodies surrounding Son Goku subtly shifted, drawn by the force he had unleashed. With each of his fierce roars, he propelled Beerus's energy sphere back toward him in a counterattack. As he witnessed the energy sphere hurtling toward him, Beerus displayed no signs of anger. Rather, his gaze was imbued with curiosity and anticipation, reminiscent of the moment he first beheld Son Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan God. With a mere flick of his hand, he effortlessly swatted the rebounding energy sphere into the cosmos, where it detonated with a resounding explosion. In an instant, the terrifying energy of the explosion swept across the nearby planets, reducing them to mere cosmic dust, as if they had never existed. The inhabitants of those worlds would likely never comprehend the manner of their demise, whether it was due to natural cataclysm or divine retribution. However, such concerns were far from the minds of Beerus and Son Goku. Panting heavily, Son Goku gazed at Beerus, who, with a faint smile, remarked, "Indeed, you have exceeded my expectations. I had thought this strike would be enough to vanquish you, yet it appears my calculations were slightly off. This is quite amusing." Breathlessly, Son Goku replied, "Lord Beerus, as Xue Tian said, you are incredibly formidable. Truly, you are not someone I can contend with." "Xue Tian?" Beerus inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing Son Goku mention Xue Tian, was interjected, it seems the situation might be rather dire. The old Kaishin, not grasping Whis' implication, pondered why bringing Xue Tian to confront Beerus would be seen as problematic. Was there concern that their powers might collide? Indeed, the might of both individuals is extraordinarily formidable. Should their powers collide incessantly, it would not only spell doom for Earth, but other celestial bodies may also face annihilation, potentially even the entirety of the seventh universe. Suddenly, the old Kai regrets having entrusted Xue Tian with the protection of Earth. Had he not sought Xue Tian's aid, perhaps only Earth would have faced destruction. However, the situation is now far more dire than merely the fate of Earth. The entire seventh universe is at risk of obliteration. Weiss glanced at the old Kai, seemingly discerning his anxiety, and offered a reminder. "Your concerns are unfounded." "Oh, what do you mean by serious trouble then?" The old Kai was taken aback, puzzled by Weiss's assertion. "How can my worries be unfounded? The sheer force of these two could indeed annihilate the entire seventh universe." Weiss merely smiled in silence. He had not even confided in his sister, so why would he reveal anything to the old Kai? Furthermore, he too was eager to comprehend the unfolding events. In midair, Sun Wukong replied with a smile, "Yes, Xue Tian, my Super Saiyan God, is the one who taught me how to transform. Not only that, he possesses numerous remarkable abilities." Beerus tapped his chin with a finger. "So, this Xue Tian is also a Super Saiyan God? His strength should surpass yours, correct?" "Indeed, his power exceeds my own." Beerus was instantly elated, waving his hand dismissively. "Very well, I shall seek him out." No, that won't do." Sun Wukong immediately interjected, leaving Beerus in a state of confusion. If Xue Tian was so powerful, why was he being prevented from seeking him? "Why not?" "Because you have yet to defeat me," Sun Wukong replied enthusiastically. These words nearly brought a smile to Beerus's face. A god of destruction, unflinching before calamity and unperturbed in the face of danger, found himself genuinely amused. For millions of years, his expression had remained unchanged, aloof and indifferent, yet now he was truly entertained. How amusing. This Sun Wukong is genuinely entertaining. Once he composed himself, Beerus remarked coolly, "In that case, it is only fitting to oblige you. Come forth, unleash your full strength. If you remain in your current state, I can assure you, it will not suffice." Initially, he had assumed Sun Wukong to be the strongest and intended to engage in a leisurely battle to draw out his potential. However, upon learning of the existence of an even more powerful Xue Tian, his interest in battling Sun Wukong waned. Nonetheless, he was willing to assist Sun Wukong in his quest to face Xue Tian, as he had previously contemplated allowing Sun Wukong to experience the power of the gods. Lest he remain ignorant of such divine might, Sun Wukong discerned that the god of destruction, Beerus, was indeed serious, prompting him to summon all his focus and prepare to manifest the mastery of the Super Saiyan God he had recently comprehended. At the moment Beerus propelled his energy sphere, Wukong felt an enhancement in his grasp of the Super Saiyan God form. Perhaps, if he employed a different strategy, he might find the encounter somewhat less taxing. Positioning himself for attack, he recognized that the one who initiated the offensive would inherently seize the advantage in striking first, an advantage he would not allow to slip away. In terms of battle experience, he felt unparalleled. With a thunderous roar, his crimson aura intensified, swirling around him as he summoned his full strength, rejuvenating his previously fatigued body to its peak condition. Moreover, a formidable fighting spirit radiated from him, distinct from anyone Beerus had encountered before, in the past. Upon revealing his identity as the god of destruction of the seventh universe, others had lacked not only the will to fight but even the slightest inclination to resist, finding themselves helplessly subdued. "How intriguing," Beerus murmured, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Lord Beerus, here I come." With that declaration, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light. Launching himself forward with astonishing speed, his fist aimed to strike through the distorted fabric of space. However, Beerus effortlessly dodged the attack. Sun Wukong was taken aback, utterly unprepared for his punch to be evaded. He had elevated his power to its zenith and felt a mastery over the Super Saiyan God that surpassed his previous capabilities. Logically, he should have been more capable of landing a blow on Beerus, yet it seemed he was weaker instead. In reality, it was not a decline in his strength, but rather that Beerus had become slightly more serious than before. This modest increase in focus significantly enhanced his prowess. Realizing this, Wukong swiftly adjusted his approach and launched another punch. Yet, to his dismay, he faced the same outcome. His attack effortlessly sidestepped. Beerus, with an air of indifference, stated, "It is time for you to witness the power of a god. Otherwise, you remain utterly ignorant of divine strength." After evading Wukong's onslaught with ease, Beerus lifted his leg, a surge of terrifying power enveloping his slender limb. Despite its delicate appearance, a single kick could obliterate 10 planets. With a resounding thud, he struck Wukong in the abdomen, sending him flying 1,000 meters away. However, Beerus had already appeared behind him, seizing him as one might a mere chick and flinging him aside. Wukong, racked with pain, struggled to stabilize himself but found it utterly impossible. Beerus raised a finger, directing it at the trajectory in which Wukong had been sent, unleashing a destructive energy beam that pierced through Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong instinctively let out a cry, instantly reverting from the form of a Super Saiyan God to his normal state. His body slowly descended, and he pondered to himself how truly formidable Lord Beerus was, having so effortlessly defeated him. The Super Saiyan God was indeed insignificant in his presence. It seemed that Xue Tian had not deceived him after all. In a certain sense, Sun Wukong had been utterly vanquished by Beerus. Previously, they had exchanged blows, but that was only because Beerus had not unleashed his true power. Believing at that time that Sun Wukong might be the strongest individual, thus wishing to prolong their engagement, once he realized that Sun Wukong was not the strongest, his perspective shifted entirely. He had intended to confront Xue Tian directly, yet Sun Wukong unexpectedly proposed a challenge, prompting Beerus to exert a fraction of his strength, easily overwhelming him. This way, Sun Wukong would be thoroughly convinced of his inferiority. The old Kai sighed heavily, remarking on Sun Wukong's naivety in daring to challenge Beerus. "East Kai, please restore his body shortly." "Very well, ancestor," Whis remarked approvingly. "This Sun Wukong is rather impressive, managing to harness 1/3 of the Super Saiyan God's power. If his strength were to ascend several tiers, he would not be so easily dispatched in this form." However, all of that was now in the past. The old Kai was perplexed. How could Whis possibly know Xue Tian? But he understood that inquiries would yield no answers. Suddenly, a divine aura surged forth, an overwhelming presence that captured Whis' attention. As he looked up, he observed Sun Wukong, who had been plummeting, undergoing a remarkable transformation. A layer of silver energy enveloped him, coalescing into shimmering silver specks. Could it be? Chapter 50. Is your ultra instinct also taught by Xue Tian? Whis gazed in astonishment at Sun Wukong, who was descending from the sky. Beerus, perched above, was equally surprised by Sun Wukong's unusual change, stating with mild disbelief, "How could this be? Quite unexpected. It seems the situation has become intriguing. Could this also be a lesson from that Xue Tian?" As Sun Wukong halted midair, he skillfully adjusted his posture using flight techniques. And in that instant, his hair transformed into a brilliant silver, surrounded by wisps of silver energy. This energy contained countless twinkling particles, symbolizing a certain power that connected to infinite energy, infused with traces of divine essence that evoked a sense of longing. In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared at Beerus' level. Looking at him with a smile, "Lord Beerus, you are indeed exceptionally powerful. It seems that without the ultimate mastery of the art of effortless movement, there is no possibility of defeating you." Beerus, unaffected by his words, inquired with curiosity, "Is this art of effortless movement also taught to you by Xue Tian?" "Indeed. It was Xue Tian who instructed me," Goku exclaimed excitedly. Beerus pondered inwardly, confirming his suspicions. It truly was that enigmatic Xue Tian who imparted such divine techniques. The mere fact that the opponent could wield such a godly skill was astonishing. When did such a formidable being emerge in the 7th universe, unbeknownst to me? It seems that after slumbering for so many years, considerable events have transpired. But does he also possess the self-mastery technique? That seems unlikely. The self-mastery technique and the art of effortless movement are fundamentally opposed. One cannot master both divine skills. Goku clenched his fists, lamenting, "Unfortunately, my grasp of the art of effortless movement is still not very proficient. Otherwise, I could attempt to combine it with the form of Super Saiyan God." Upon hearing this, Beerus smiled faintly. "You dare to hope. The integration of the art of effortless movement with other techniques is nearly impossible. This is a divine skill. If it were that simple, it wouldn't be labeled as a divine skill, would it? Moreover, your art of effortless movement is merely at the initial stage. To reach the pinnacle of this technique, a long journey lies ahead. Goku did not comprehend the full meaning of these words, mistakenly believing that Beerus was commenting on his lack of proficiency. Little did he know that Beerus meant that what he had achieved was merely a shadow of the true art of effortless movement, still several magnitudes away from its genuine form. Yes, Lord Beerus. Come, let us battle. With my current stamina, I cannot sustain the art of effortless movement for long, but I shall exert all my strength to fight and strive to defeat you. He moved like the wind, a myriad of stars accompanying his silver aura as he charged forth. Hearing this, Beerus nearly lost his composure, yet managed to maintain his calm demeanor. Whoosh! Goku's fist arrived as anticipated, propelled by the essence of the divine, a fierce blow that struck Beerus. Should this momentum have been directed at Tien and the others, they would surely have been overwhelmed and suffocated by its force. However, the opponent before him was not Tien, but Beerus, an entity who regarded the lower tiers of the art of effortless movement with disdain. Just as Beerus believed Goku's fist was about to strike him directly, the space around them suddenly rippled. Goku vanished from his sight, and when he reappeared, it was behind him. Bang! A punch landed on his back. And in the instant he was propelled forward, Goku seized his hand, forming a blade-like strike that came crashing down upon Beerus's shoulder. Ah! Beerus cried out in pain as his body plummeted rapidly. Lord Beerus, I return this strike to you. This strike, a swift blade of the hand, had always lingered in his heart. Therefore, when the opportunity arose, he exhibited no hesitation and retaliated immediately. Sun Wukong's hands maneuvered around his waist, forming a blossom-like shape as he concentrated all his strength into his palms, bellowing, Kamehameha wave. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished from his original position, suddenly reappearing before Beerus. The Kamehameha wave he executed at that moment was not a typical release, it was a teleportation-infused Kamehameha. By teleporting directly in front of his foe, he unleashed the wave in order to achieve a devastating blow. He understood that to vanquish Beerus, such powerful attacks must land. Otherwise, given his current stamina, he could not endure for long. Clearly, he intended to secure victory by the swiftest means possible. Boom, boom, boom. The Azure Kamehameha wave struck Beerus squarely in the chest, propelling him thousands of meters away, resulting in a colossal explosion that reverberated through the surroundings. It was as if an unthinking demon wreaked havoc, tearing apart the very fabric of space-time. As the smoke swirled, figures became indistinct, obscuring the scene within the dense mist. However, Sun Wukong sensed that even if Beerus had not perished, he must have sustained severe injuries. After all, the Kamehameha wave was unleashed under the enhancement of the Ultra Instinct technique, a force not easily endured, even as a god of destruction. He was confident that his opponent was wounded. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it suddenly swirled, akin to a lotus blooming in an instant. With a whoosh, a creature resembling a cat emerged, and Sun Wukong immediately recognized him. Beerus had returned. Astoundingly, Beerus appeared unfazed, his attire entirely intact, as if the Kamehameha had never struck him. In reality, the Kamehameha had indeed not hit him. It seemed to have connected, yet at the last moment, he had effortlessly neutralized it. To put it simply, he had been pushed back, but it could be argued that he had merely retreated on his own volition. Nonetheless, Beerus acknowledged the force behind Sun Wukong's attack, which was leagues beyond that of the so-called Universe Emperor, Frisia. With a cold, expressionless demeanor, Beerus inquired, "Is this all your power? Do you possess any other divine techniques?" Divine techniques? None remained. Sun Wukong hesitated momentarily, awkwardly scratching his head. None left? Then it seems this is the end. Whoosh. Bang. Chapter 51. Who is Xue Tian? Bang. Suddenly, Beerus's silhouette vanished, his presence dissipating without a trace. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving a profound sense of bewilderment. Those unaware might have believed that Beerus had never appeared at all. Goku surveyed his surroundings, keenly attuning himself to the ambient energy, yet he sensed nothing. As he turned back, he was startled to find that Beerus had somehow materialized right before him. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Abruptly recalling that he was in the state of Ultra Instinct, he realized that in this condition, his body would react instinctively to any attacks. With this thought, he felt a slight easing in his anxiety. Suddenly, in that moment of instinctive reaction, Beerus seized his arm with remarkable swiftness, yanking him forward and delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. Goku's heart trembled uncontrollably. What was happening? His body had clearly reacted. After the punch landed, Beerus did not cease his onslaught. Instead, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, stating, "Ultra Instinct is indeed a remarkable divine technique, but you have merely scratched the surface. Moreover, the essence of Ultra Instinct lies in evasion, yet the effectiveness of that evasion is contingent upon your baseline state. Your combat power in that state is woefully inadequate. Even if you harness the full extent of Ultra Instinct, I could easily strike you, as long as my attack speed surpasses your evasion speed. I can land a blow before you can dodge, beating you to the punch. The power of a god is not so easily mastered. Bang. With that, a punch struck Goku's abdomen, seemingly soft yet forceful enough to make him spit foam, instantly breaking his baseline state. Beerus then carelessly tossed him into the realm of the Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai, sensing Goku's lingering energy, immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for sparing Goku's life. He understood that Beerus was not angered by Goku's previous actions. Otherwise, Goku would have already been a lifeless corpse or non-existent. Beerus paid little mind to this matter and inquired, "Where is Xue Tian?" The old Supreme Kai hesitated to respond, but he knew that one cannot escape their fate. Even if reluctant, there was no alternative. If Beerus truly sought Xue Tian, it would be an effortless task. Earth, the very planet where Prince Vegeta currently resides, he said, glancing at Whis. Whis nodded gently, affirming, "Indeed, Lord Beerus. Then let us depart," Beerus proclaimed, positioning himself behind Whis, placing a hand on his back. "Farewell, esteemed Supreme Kai." Whis courteously acknowledged before transforming into a vibrant streak of light, soaring towards Earth. The East Supreme Kai dutifully began to restore Goku's stamina and injuries, while the old Supreme Kai pondered for a moment, pacing back and forth, feeling compelled to inform Xue Tian. He promptly utilized his divine technique to communicate with Xue Tian through divine telepathy. "Xue Tian, can you hear me?" On Earth, aboard the colossal vessel, Bulma and the others were joyfully celebrating a party while Xue Tian reclined in a chair, savoring grapes peeled by Lan Chi. After chatting with Bulma and Android 18, Lan Chi felt the need to attend to her master and returned to serve him grapes. Just as Xue Tian was reflecting on the joys of having a female disciple, he heard the lecherous voice of the old Kai, echoing faintly, "I can't hear you. Something is amiss. Is it not simply because Beerus is about to arrive? What could possibly be amiss? Have you sensed it?" The old Kai asked in astonishment. However, remembering that Xue Tian had anticipated Beerus' arrival, he realized it was only natural for him to know that Beerus was imminent. Xue Tian replied leisurely, "Not only have I sensed it, but I also perceive that Goku has already been defeated by him. If I am not mistaken, the East Kai is currently administering treatment to him." The old Kai was momentarily stunned. This was astounding, surpassing even his own abilities. Who was truly divine here? If he were to put aside the sacred sphere, he would have no means of discerning events occurring afar, while Xue Tian seemed to possess an omniscient awareness, as if he had eyes observing them from afar. "Do you have a way to deal with Beerus?" The old Kai inquired eagerly. Deep down, he not only wished to protect Earth, but harbored a small hope that Xue Tian would teach Beerus a lesson. "Methods?" Xue Tian responded nonchalantly. "You could say I have some, or perhaps none at all." The old Kai was left bewildered, pondering the peculiarity of this statement. Just as he was about to ask further, Xue Tian interrupted, "Do not concern yourself with matters on Earth. Since I have benefited from you, I shall undoubtedly ensure its safety. With your assurance, I can rest easy." The old Kai replied, ceasing further conversation and disconnecting from Xue Tian. He then activated the sacred sphere to observe the situation on Earth, eager to see how Xue Tian intended to subdue Beerus. The old Kai had long sought to understand Xue Tian's true strength. He always sensed that Xue Tian was not particularly formidable. Yet the demeanor he exhibited projected an air of mystery and power. Curiously, Lan Chi asked, "Is the god of destruction, Beerus, the one Master mentioned, really coming?" "Indeed. What does Master plan to do?" she asked, a hint of worry in her voice, recalling her master's earlier words that their current strength could not defeat him, which posed a potential threat to Earth's safety. Seeing her anxious and vulnerable expression, Xue Tian spoke with a hint of reassurance, "Do not fret. Although I may not currently be his match, as long as I am present, he will not dare to wreak havoc on Earth. Let us first assess the situation. If he behaves and enjoys the delicacies here, then he may remain. However, if he seeks to cause trouble, that will certainly not be tolerated." In the present day, Lan Chi harbors an unwavering belief in Xue Tian's words, devoid of any doubt. If he asserts that he can safeguard the Earth, then undoubtedly, he possesses the capability to do so. Furthermore, through their interactions over the past few days, she has come to realize that her master is not one to undertake endeavors without assurance. The accuracy of his actions is invariably 100%. He never makes erroneous decisions, much like his assertion of being all-knowing and foresight. Suddenly, a radiant stream of colors descended, materializing before the assembly. As the luminous glow dissipated, The onlookers beheld the visages of Beerus and Whis. However, aside from Xue Tian, the others had never encountered these two beings. Who is Xue Tian? Chapter 52. Beerus seems quite approachable. Upon Beerus's arrival, he directly inquired about Xue Tian, his intentions crystal clear. Bulma and the others had long been aware of Beerus's impending visit, and as the two figures appeared, they speculated in their minds whether these individuals were indeed Beerus or perhaps other extraterrestrial acquaintances. As the host of the day's festivities, Bulma understood her duty to extend hospitality. And with this in mind, she approached, holding 2 glasses of red wine, and greeted them with a smile. Hello, I am Bulma, and I welcome you. As Beerus, who had lived for countless millennia, had never encountered red wine before. His keen sense of smell immediately detected the unique fragrance of the wine as it was presented to him, causing him to salivate uncontrollably. What is this? Beerus inquired with curiosity, momentarily forgetting the purpose of his visit. Bulma, taken aback, responded, This is red wine. You didn't know? How could you not know of red wine? Realizing they were not from Earth, but rather extraterrestrials, she understood that their unfamiliarity with red wine was entirely plausible. Red wine. This is the first time I have heard of it. He lifted the glass and took a sip. Suddenly, Beerus's eyes widened in shock, his expression contorted, and his entire body tensed as if he had encountered something utterly terrifying. Witnessing his reaction, the onlookers instinctively grew tense. Although Beerus had yet to introduce himself, they were already aware of his arrival and speculated with a high degree of certainty about his identity. Knowing he was a god of destruction, they understood that if he were displeased, he could wreak havoc. Thus, if the wine did not bring him joy, it could lead to a precarious situation. At that moment, Bulma regretted offering him the wine, realizing her oversight. Ah, how delightful! Beerus exclaimed, suddenly leaping up with tears of joy streaming down his face. He dared to claim that it was the first time he had tasted such a delectable beverage. On other planets, he had indulged in numerous beverages, including water. Yet compared to this exquisite red wine, they seemed as distant as 100,000 miles, entirely incomparable. Observing Beerus's excitement, Whis too felt tempted and poured himself a glass of the red wine to savor. Beerus, in a moment of unabashed delight, seized a bottle and gulped it down as though he were a famished soul reborn. The onlookers, including Bulma and her companions, were taken aback. Wasn't he a god of destruction? Surely, a deity should not display such rudeness. Noticing their expressions, Xue Tian couldn't help but chuckle. This aspect of Beerus was indeed amusing. His gluttony could be considered a weakness. However, winning Beerus over with culinary delights was not an easy feat as a god of destruction. He was not easily swayed and adhered to his own principles. As long as his boundaries were not crossed, he would indulge in whatever brought him joy. Yet, if those boundaries were breached, even a mountain of delicacies before him would fail to elicit a response. After drinking an entire bottle without acknowledging anyone, he finally felt a semblance of satisfaction after downing 5 bottles. Noticing the astonished looks directed his way, he suddenly realized he had lost his composure. Apologetically, he remarked, This red wine is simply exquisite. I couldn't help myself. Beautiful lady, thank you for this delightful wine. Bulma secretly mused that Beerus seemed quite amiable. Far from the fearsome image she had imagined, and inconsistent with the reputation of a god of destruction. She was not alone in this sentiment. Others shared her thoughts. When they had learned from Xue Tian about the impending arrival of the god of destruction, they had speculated whether Beerus would be a terrifying figure, perhaps even more ruthless than Frisia, and whether he would appear frightening. However, their current impressions were quite the opposite, especially with Whis by Beerus's side, whose politeness was remarkable. Always wearing a smile, as if meeting long-lost friends. This demeanor left a positive impression of both Beerus and Whis on the group. Although Bulma had already deduced that the individual before her was indeed Beerus, she curiously inquired, Excuse me, are you the god of destruction, Beerus? Taken aback, Beerus expressed his astonishment, questioning, Huh? You know me? Confusion washed over him. How could a being from Earth be aware of his existence? Was it Frisia who spoke of him? That seemed unlikely, for though Frisia feared him, he was exceedingly proud and would not easily use anyone as a crutch. Bulma clarified, I may not know you personally, but I am aware of your reputation, Lord Beerus. They say you are a god of destruction who wreaks havoc when displeased and acts on a whim. However, it appears you are not quite that sort of being. With a smile, she conveyed her thoughts, and the others nodded in agreement, finding Beerus to be a serene and amusing gourmand. As Beerus's expression suddenly turned ominously cold, a sinister chuckle escaped his lips, particularly jarring against the backdrop of his piercing violet eyes, which seemed to plunge one into the depths of despair. An inexplicable sense of overwhelming pressure enveloped the atmosphere. You are not mistaken, he intoned. Should I become enraged, destruction will ensue, planets and galaxies alike may face annihilation. No one present dared to doubt Beerus's words. A mere glance from him instilled a sense of suffocating dread, akin to being cast into the abyss, a feeling far more desperate than when confronted by Cell or Bu. Just moments ago, some had thought Beerus to be amiable, contrary to the tales whispered about him, but it was evident now that the rumors held a kernel of truth. At that moment, Krillin, who had been diligently preparing octopus balls, rushed over with a platter in hand, brimming with excitement. Specially made octopus balls. One of them contains wasabi. Let us see who wins this grand prize. Ha! He presumed that Beerus was merely a friend of Bulma, a guest deserving of his culinary offerings. Despite having never met Beerus, he thought it not strange, considering Bulma's eclectic circle of acquaintances. Earth was home to a myriad of oddities, from the likes of Puerta Oolong, and even to the androids and the three-eyed beings. However, upon hearing this, Bulma and the others grew anxious. An octopus ball laced with wasabi? If Beerus were to consume it and be overwhelmed by its spiciness, what calamity might unfold? They quickly exchanged worried glances with Krillin. Bulma hastily approached Krillin, saying, "Krillin, what are you doing bringing those octopus balls over here? It's not time yet. You must take them back." Her urgency left Krillin bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Not time yet? The wasabi in this octopus ball is just a minor reward, not the ultimate prize you speak of. He mistakenly thought Bulma was referring to the grand prize he had mentioned. Beerus, captivated by the appearance of the octopus balls, found them quite appealing and remarked, "These octopus balls look rather delightful. May I sample one?" Naturally, Krillin, eager to offer the first taste to Beerus, readily obliged, lifting the platter and exclaiming, "Of course." Immediately, Beerus selected one of the octopus balls and placed it in his mouth. Observing this, the others felt their hearts race, silently praying that he would not encounter the wasabi-laden ball. Should he grow angry, it would spell disaster for Earth. Upon consuming the octopus balls, his countenance contorted into an expression reminiscent of one savoring a fine red wine, leaving the onlookers utterly perplexed. Was it delectable, or rather distasteful? Had he inadvertently encountered mustard? Such behavior from Beerus was far from ordinary. Were he a mere mortal, the taste of mustard would have elicited an immediate outburst, yet here he was, merely grimacing while appearing as though he had just indulged in red wine. This enigma rendered him somewhat inscrutable. Yet, it was precisely this complexity that distinguished him as the god of destruction, Beerus. Suddenly, a long howl erupted from his lips, sending a sonic wave rippling through the air, causing those nearby to experience a tingling in their ears. Fortunately, this outburst was not directed at them. Otherwise, Bulma and her untrained companions would have surely succumbed to grievous harm. Beerus then spread his hands wide, adopting the demeanor of a connoisseur, and remarked, "The fluffy dough envelopes the extraordinarily springy octopus. How have we not thought of this pairing before? The sauce is splendid as well. I am thoroughly pleased." At that moment, was also sampled the dish, nodding in approval. "Indeed, quite delightful. I shall incorporate it into tonight's dinner." Upon hearing Beerus express his satisfaction, the gathered crowd felt an immense relief wash over them. At least he was not incensed, which was a stroke of good fortune. Bulma, having discerned the nuances of Beerus's temperament, realized that culinary delights could elevate his spirits. As long as he was in good humor, the Earth would remain safe. With this thought, she promptly declared, "Lord Beerus, today marks my birthday celebration, and I have prepared an abundance of delicacies for you to enjoy." In the face of such culinary offerings, Beerus temporarily forgot his initial purpose for being there and responded with a grin, "Thank you for your kind invitation, madam." Xue Tian, reclining in his chair, observed Beerus's cheerful demeanor and mused to himself, could it truly end like this? This fellow is rather capricious, if he is in high spirits. Earth may be spared from peril. Thus, the gathering resumed, continuing the festivities, while Beerus settled down at a table alongside the plump Majin Buu. Whis, noticing Xue Tian from a distance, smiled and gestured a greeting, to which Xue Tian responded with a polite smile in return. Upon witnessing Beerus seated with Majin Buu, Xue Tian quickly grasped that the narrative was unfolding as anticipated. Majin Buu was destined for a lesson. The gluttonous Majin Buu devoured food with abandon, seemingly oblivious to Beerus. After relishing an ice cream, Beerus exclaimed its delightful flavor, while Whis, indulging in a pudding, gasped in astonishment, "Wow! This pudding is even more exquisite, Lord Beerus." In response, Beerus seized a pudding for himself, savoring it slowly, nearly leaping with excitement. Truly delectable. However, as he reached out for a second pudding, he discovered that a chubby hand had already snatched them all away. It belonged to none other than Majin Buu. Seeing this, Whis smiled and said, "Greetings. Might you share a few puddings with us?" The Majin Buu paid no heed, indulging in his feast, relentlessly stuffing his mouth, entirely oblivious to the expressions and countenances of those around him, much to the dismay of Beerus. However, considering the enjoyment of the culinary delights at that moment, Beerus chose to remain patient and awaited Whis' negotiation. Satan, seated beside Majin Buu, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the latter's unreasonable behavior. Yet, accustomed to such antics, he comfortingly suggested, "Bu, let us share some with them." Majin Buu immediately rejected, declaring, "No, these are all mine." With that, he extended his large tongue and slathered over the puddings, many of which were now sticky with saliva, leaving Beerus utterly astonished. Whis, sensing the brewing trouble, grew concerned. Beerus's expression darkened, and he coldly inquired, "Why do you do this? These puddings clearly belong to everyone. Why claim them all for yourself?" Majin Buu disdainfully retorted, "Because I am strong." Upon hearing this, Beerus burst into laughter, finding it absurd that such a diminutive Majin Buu would boast of his strength in his presence. Suddenly standing, he unleashed his aura, an invisible force directed at Majin Buu, the atmosphere crackling with tension, a battle imminent. "Is this your justification?" Satan, not one to shy away from confrontation, quickly rose from his seat, approaching Beerus with a deep bow, pleading, "My apologies, please consider my position." In unison, both Beerus and Whis pointed a finger at Satan, almost echoing each other. "Get lost." A gentle prod sent Satan flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the ship. His eyes glazed, body stiff, and a stream of snot trailing several centimeters. In an instant, both their auras surged forth, obliterating the table and feast into mere dust. The powerful gusts soaring skyward, vanishing without a trace. Whis sighed in resignation. "This is troublesome." Beerus looked on with disdain at the pink, rotund figure before him, whose eyes seemed barely able to open. Majin Buu, sensing the contempt directed at him, felt a surge of anger and quickly launched a flurry of punches. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of strikes were aimed at Beerus, yet he evaded them effortlessly, not a single blow connecting. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone aboard the ship, all eyes wide with concern as the worst fears began to materialize. Frustrated by the lack of success in his assault, Buu roared, "Watch me send you flying." He unleashed a colossal punch, seemingly ordinary, yet infused with the formidable power of a Majin. If this punch were to land on the formidable Celavior, it would surely send him hurtling thousands of meters away. Yet, the entity that Buu now faces is not the youthful Cell, but the god of destruction, Beerus. Presently, in the 7th universe, the pinnacle of combat prowess, aside from Whis, stands before him. Bang! Beerus effortlessly grasped Majin Buu's fist, causing the ever-unblinking Buu to momentarily freeze in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief at Beerus's ability to seize his punch. He attempted to retract it, only to find his hand ensnared as though plunged into an unfathomable abyss, held fast by an invisible force that rendered him immobile. With an expression of indifference, Beerus remarked, "I am a god of great magnanimity." He then effortlessly lifted Majin Buu and began to swing him around with ease, as one would toss dough. In less than a breath, Majin Buu was rendered a mere blur, more dispersed than the dough itself. There was but one thing he could not endure. Subsequently, releasing his grip, Majin Buu soared like a kite severed from its string, careening through the air. After traveling thousands of meters, Beerus suddenly appeared above him, effortlessly grasping his antennae. Majin Buu let out a wretched scream, flailing his limbs in futility, utterly incapable of retaliation. Beerus continued with his icy demeanor, stating, "Lacking the requisite respect, one disregards the actions of others." He then swung Majin Buu once more, releasing him with force, sending him fluttering toward the ocean like a drifting leaf, emitting a haunting cry. Beerus raised his hand, rapidly condensing an energy blast, a shadowy smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he aimed it at Majin Buu. With a swift motion, the energy blast was unleashed. Boom! The blast struck Majin Buu, instantly generating waves that surged hundreds of meters high, and he plummeted into the depths of the sea. Witnessing Beerus's display of power, the onlookers were struck with realization. Indeed, Beerus was formidable. Although Majin Buu's combat strength may not rival that of Goku or Vegeta, it was not vastly inferior either. Furthermore, Buu's lineage was exceptionally potent. Even if Goku and Vegeta currently surpassed him in strength, they could not eliminate him. If it came down to a desperate struggle, the outcome remained uncertain, as no one dared to predict. After all, Majin Buu possesses the ability to absorb others. He could potentially absorb Vegeta and Goku. Though it may not be an effortless task, his capability was undeniably repugnant. The gathered crowd was acutely aware of this, and thus, witnessing the ease with which Majin Buu was vanquished left them astounded. Bulma, quick-witted, seized a nearby pudding and raised it, exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, there is an abundance of pudding here. Please do not be upset." She even struck a pose reminiscent of a servant. Beerus cast a glance at her, his interest waning, and replied nonchalantly, "I have lost interest. You may partake as you wish." His indifference lingered, as he recalled the purpose of his presence here. Casting a cold glance around, he questioned, "Who is Xue Tian?" "Lord Beerus, please don't be like this. Today is my birthday party," Bulma said with a smile as she approached the descending Beerus. However, Beerus showed no regard for her words, responding with chilling indifference. "What of your birthday party? I am in a foul mood and intend to obliterate this planet. Farewell, everyone." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of purple destructive energy, poised to annihilate the earth. With a resounding slap, Bulma, in a fit of rage, struck him without hesitation. The assembled crowd fell into stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock, displaying expressions of sheer terror. Bulma, her fists clenched in fury, bellowed, "Could you not display some manners? Today is my birthday." Beerus, equally taken aback, momentarily lost for words, stared incredulously at Bulma, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. How could a mere mortal, when under his dominion, dare to strike him, the god of destruction, the most powerful being of the seventh universe? For eons, this was the first time he had been struck by one of his subjects. Weiss, who had been enjoying takoyaki, was also astonished but quickly regained composure, nearly smiling as he continued to savor his delicacies. Once Beerus collected his thoughts, a piercing gaze fixed upon Bulma sent a shiver down her spine. Slowly, he raised his hand and delivered a slap to Bulma's face. The sound echoed as she spun through the air, her cheeks flushed, crashing heavily several meters away. Had he not harbored a modicum of fondness for Bulma due to her earlier courtesy, she might well have met her demise at this moment, though he had shown restraint. The destruction of this planet remained inevitable. "Mom!" Trunks cried out. "My Bulma!" "Ah, Beerus!" Suddenly, a roar erupted from above, unmistakably familiar to all present. "Wait, isn't that Vegeta's voice?" they murmured, turning towards the source. Indeed, there stood Vegeta, hovering in midair, fists clenched, his gaze fixed with hostility upon Beerus. He had appeared silently during Beerus's indulgence in takoyaki, having sensed the goddess' earlier roar. Choosing to remain hidden initially, his intent was to gauge Beerus's strength. Yet, upon seeing Beerus's face, a wave of fear washed over him. As a child, he had witnessed his father humiliated beneath Beerus's foot. In that moment, he felt rage and had foolishly rushed to confront Beerus, only to be sent flying hundreds of meters away with a mere flick of Beerus's hand, helplessly watching his father treated like a mere dog. It is no exaggeration to say that this constitutes the haunting shadows of his childhood. Reflecting on these memories fills him with intense rage, coupled with a profound sense of fear. After all, the shadows of childhood are not easily dispelled. However, upon witnessing Beerus strike Bulma across the face, his fury ignited completely, overpowering the trepidation within him. In Chapter 55, "Your power is weaker than Goku's." The onlookers were taken aback by Vegeta's wrath, not merely because he was angry, but because he bellowed, "My Bulma!" Vegeta had consistently approached Bulma with an air of arrogance and indifference, never once uttering a word of affection to her, a fact that had been discussed among the women in their gatherings. It is always the case that three women together create a scene. Thus, Vegeta's public declaration of "My Bulma" astonished them, offering a surprising glimpse into his feelings. Bulma, lying on the ground, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction upon hearing Vegeta's exclamation, a smile gracing her lips. If her memory served her right, this was indeed the first time Vegeta had openly expressed concern for her. Perhaps the slap was worth enduring. If Beerus were to discern Bulma's thoughts, would he jest? "Shall I do it again?" Beerus, upon recognizing Vegeta, expressed mild surprise, saying, "Oh, Prince Vegeta, long time no see." Vegeta, with a grave expression and vigilant demeanor, glared at Beerus, his voice laced with anger. "Beerus, Earth is not a playground for your whims." Krillin, hearing Vegeta's words, was astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, Vegeta is actually defending Earth. I can hardly believe it." Others shared his astonishment. Since the battle with Majin Buu, they had noted significant changes in Vegeta, who was now a stark contrast to the one who had once sought to annihilate Earth. Although still cold and proud, Vegeta now harbored a protective heart. Master Roshi elaborated. "Vegeta is no longer the same. He possesses something far more significant within him now." The others readily agreed with Master Roshi's insightful remarks. Despite his lecherous tendencies, which often vexed them, his moments of clarity and wisdom were still valued, particularly because he was the mentor of Goku and Krillin. Without him, neither would have achieved their current successes. Suspended in the air, Beerus hovered at the same level as Vegeta, his expression one of displeasure. He languidly stated, "Years ago, your father undertook a task for me, seeking the most comfortable pillow in the universe. Yet, he hoarded it, providing me with a rather unsatisfactory one. Having been trampled like a dog, your insolence today will yield a similar outcome. As the esteemed god of destruction of the seventh universe, One could assert that this Earth is merely a speck within the vastness of the cosmos, akin to a mere grain of dust. Thus, it is utterly absurd for a mere insect to declare that this realm is not one where I may act frivolously. Krillin and the others were taken aback, astonished to learn that Vegeta's father had indeed been reprimanded by Beerus. Vegeta's lip twitched in anger, his brows furrowing with fury. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that Beerus remembered past events and chose to disclose them in front of the assembled company. This revelation struck a severe blow to his pride as the proud Saiyan prince. Particularly, witnessing the astonished expressions of Krillin and the others only intensified his inner rage. The fear he harbored towards Beerus was now eclipsed by an overwhelming fury. Clenching his fists tightly, he bellowed, "Ha! Who?" A radiant crimson light erupted forth, illuminating the surroundings even in broad daylight. Underneath this dazzling red glow, the area within 1,000 meters of Vegeta was bathed in crimson, causing those aboard nearby vessels to shield their eyes from the brilliance. The trio of Pilaf exclaimed, "Ah, how dazzling! What is this new form?" As the light diminished and faded, it revealed Vegeta's hair transformed into a vibrant red, surrounded by swirling tendrils of crimson energy, while his battle attire had also taken on a red hue. This was none other than the Super Saiyan God form, just days prior. With the assistance of Goku and others, Vegeta had mastered this transformation, achieving a proficiency that rivaled Goku's own. Beerus, however, exhibited no surprise, commenting nonchalantly, "Super Saiyan God? I had anticipated that you would transform from the initial Super Saiyan stage like that Goku from the Kais realm to fight me. It seems you are aware of my prowess, yet that knowledge proves futile." Vegeta's approach to combat had always been straightforward, opting for powerful techniques right from the outset. Unless his opponent was significantly weaker, in which case he would secure victory in his base form. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Vegeta felt a surge of confidence. He had dedicated himself to training in seclusion, hopeful that he could defeat Beerus upon his arrival. Now, at long last, their paths had crossed. Tightening his fists, he proclaimed with haughty conviction, "Beerus, I have warned you. Earth is not a place where you may act with impunity." Unfazed, Beerus merely scratched his ear with a sharp claw and remarked, "Do you truly believe that in this Super Saiyan God form you can defeat me? Is that not a jest?" Faced with such a retort, Vegeta's fury flared anew, and he let out another furious roar, preparing to charge forward. Suddenly, an explosive shout echoed as the tranquil sea erupted into towering waves, and Majin Buu emerged from the depths, his entire being radiating energy, and bellowed in wrath, "Ah, I am furious. I shall shatter you." With all his might, he charged toward Beerus, unleashing a devastating punch that seemed capable of shattering the very earth. However, at that moment, Beerus was not in the mood for trifles. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly blocked the attack and then delivered a crushing blow to Buu's head, sending him crashing onto the ship. The disparity in their levels was glaring. Yet, Buu's regenerative abilities ensured that he would not perish. He could endure the blow, albeit painfully. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Buu, scoffing at the notion that such a feeble strength could hope to contend with Beerus. The era of Majin Buu had long since passed. "Huh." Vegeta's figure shifted as he leaped into the air, launching a fierce punch. Whoosh. Beerus stood his ground, not moving his body, only slightly tilting his head to effortlessly evade Vegeta's attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vegeta unleashed several more punches, yet each one was deftly sidestepped by Beerus. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. Beerus's speed was astonishing. Even in his Super Saiyan God form, he found himself unable to land a hit. Beerus spoke nonchalantly. "Your speed and strength are hardly any faster than Son Goku's in the Kaishin realm. In fact, one might even argue that your power is slightly less." This remark ignited a furious fire within Vegeta's heart. He unleashed another brutal flurry of attacks, yet the damage inflicted upon Beerus amounted to nothing. Bang! As he thrust forward with another punch, Beerus simply retreated with ease, evading the strike. Before Vegeta could comprehend the situation, Beerus had already delivered a devastating blow to his abdomen, reverting his Super Saiyan God form back to its normal state. A metallic taste filled his throat as he spat out blood. The spectators were left in shock. Vegeta's Super Saiyan God form radiated immense power, yet he was so effortlessly returned to normal by a single punch. How formidable was Beerus? Earlier, they had already witnessed Beerus's exceptional combat prowess when he effortlessly overwhelmed Majin Buu, but they had never anticipated such sheer terror. With such power, it seemed unlikely that anyone on Earth could withstand him. Not even the fusion of Goku and Vegeta could stand a chance against him. Was Earth truly facing annihilation? Suddenly, the crowd's gaze gravitated toward Xue Tian, lounging in his chair. Perhaps he was the only one capable of turning the tide. His combat strength had always been an enigma. No one truly knew the extent of his power. It was only known that his abilities were unfathomable. Having imparted the techniques of Super Saiyan God and Ultra Instinct to Goku and Vegeta, Beerus flicked his finger against Vegeta's forehead. Ah! Vegeta let out a scream, his body rolling like a sphere, tumbling several times before crashing heavily into the ocean. The water erupted with a thunderous roar, soaring over 100 meters high, a testament to the ferocity of the impact. Beerus remarked nonchalantly, "This Prince Vegeta pales in comparison to Son Goku. That one has mastered the Ultra Instinct, while you, my prince, seem to possess merely the Super Saiyan God form. Quite lacking indeed." As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings, searching for the individual most likely to be Xue Tian. When his gaze fell upon Xue Tian, who was leisurely reclining on a chair, savoring grapes, his eyes widened in surprise. "If I am not mistaken, you must be Xue Tian," he inquired. "Indeed, I am Xue Tian. What do you seek from me?" Xue Tian replied coolly, perplexed as to why Beerus was looking for him and how he had even learned of his existence. Had someone informed him? Was it Whis? This thought seemed implausible. Whis was under the orders of the Grand Minister to protect him and had no reason to expose himself in front of Beerus and then intervene. From what Xue Tian understood, Whis was not one to act in such a manner. After contemplating for a while, he suddenly thought of Son Goku. Before arriving, Beerus had visited the Kaishin realm, where Son Goku happened to be present. According to the manga, Son Goku had been educated there, and now, demonstrating Ultra Instinct before Beerus. It was only natural that both Beerus and Whis would be curious about who had taught him. They would surely deduce the connection to Xue Tian. Realizing this, Xue Tian felt he had unraveled the mystery. It all made sense. Beerus scrutinized Xue Tian with a discerning gaze, making him feel as though he were being thoroughly examined, which displeased him greatly. "Did you teach Son Goku the Ultra Instinct? And is the self-actualization technique he possesses also your doing?" Before Xue Tian could respond, the area where Vegeta had been struck into the sea suddenly erupted, forming a cylindrical column approximately 50 meters in width. A chilling purple light burst forth from the depths of the ocean, causing nearby creatures to flee in terror. Those that ventured too close, including fish and sharks, perished without a trace of blood. Whis, who had been enjoying his meal, paused and remarked, "How surprising. One possesses Ultra Instinct, while the other has taken to self-actualization." Suspended in midair, Beerus also sensed this energy, one he was all too familiar with, his own self-actualization technique, albeit Vegeta's aura of it was exceedingly faint, indicating he had only recently grasped this state. As Vegeta slowly ascended, enveloped in a violet flame, he approached Beerus, clenched his fists, and coldly declared, "Beerus, your opponent is me." Beerus, taken aback, remarked, "Son Goku has mastered Ultra Instinct, and you have attained self-actualization." Previously, while observing Son Wukong's mastery of the ultimate instinct within the realm of the kings, a thought crossed my mind. Could anyone truly attain self-instinct? However, I deemed it improbable. For self-instinct demands self-awareness and spontaneity, which epitomize the essence of selfhood. To my astonishment, there indeed exists one who has achieved it. My gaze then shifted to the relaxed figure of Xue Tian, reclined comfortably in his chair, and I curiously inquired, "Is this also a technique you imparted to him?" "Indeed. It is I who taught him," Xue Tian replied with an unwavering calmness that revealed no hint of surprise. "You are truly an extraordinary individual. Not only adept in the ultimate instinct, but also in self-instinct. It is quite remarkable." Xue Tian remained silent, suggesting that the surprises were far from over. Vegeta turned towards Beerus and exclaimed, "Enough of your prattle. Your opponent is me." Beerus, unfazed by Vegeta's arrogance, perceived a faint reflection of himself within him. Perhaps he also glimpsed a semblance of his own spirit in Son Wukong, a fervent competitor, eager to challenge even those superior to him, embodying an essence of self that resonated with his own prideful nature. Your self-instinct is merely at its initial stage. You have yet to master it with finesse. Yet you exhibit such arrogance. It appears this divine technique suits you rather well. However, at your current level, you are still no match for me. Allow me to demonstrate what true self-instinct entails." As he spoke, Beerus's aura surged dramatically, shrouding the sky in darkness. The winds howled violently, and the earth trembled as if in trepidation, while lightning crackled ominously, casting an apocalyptic ambience. The sea churned violently, surpassing the magnitude of a tsunami. The once stable ship began to sway precariously. Trunks, filled with concern, exclaimed, "Oh no, is the ship going to capsize?" Vados waved her staff, conjuring a green energy shield that enveloped the vessel, a precaution taken merely to ensure her dining experience remained uninterrupted. Chapter 57. A swift strike. The atmosphere transformed dramatically. Thunder roaring, fierce winds swirling, and tornadoes forming, lifting colossal waves and instigating a tsunami that hinted at impending chaos. Just as the situation threatened to escalate further, Beerus reined in his ultimate instinct considerably. Cloaked in tendrils of violet energy, he emanated a terrifying destructive power. The purple aura around him crackled with lightning, producing an unsettling hissing sound that evoked an instinctive fear in onlookers. The sheer force of his presence instilled an inexhaustible dread. One could only ponder the sensation should he choose to engage in combat. Vegeta, though not as terrified as an ordinary person, felt a significant impact within himself. Gazing in astonishment at Beerus' current form, it seemed that this self-instinct had been refined to an unparalleled perfection. Noticing the change in his expression, Beerus smiled faintly, clearly satisfied, and said coldly, "Did you see that? This is what one calls the self-extreme intent technique, and this is merely the first stage. The current form is simply a mastery of the first stage perfected to an exquisite level." Xue Tian, reclining in his chair, observed Beerus's self-extreme intent technique with genuine admiration. Indeed, he was worthy of his title. However, upon reflection, he considered that the other had lived for countless millennia. If he could not even master the first stage of this technique to perfection, then perhaps it was time for a new god of destruction. Vegeta, upon hearing Beerus's words, was momentarily taken aback. To achieve such an aura and power at the first stage, what would it be like to break through to the second or even the highest third stage? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a burning desire ignited within him. He mused that if he could gradually master the first stage, then with sufficient time, he could surely grasp the second and third stages as well. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, convinced that one day he would undoubtedly reach a height akin to Beerus. After all, Beerus had lived for eons, given himself a fraction of that lifespan. It was certainly attainable. Simultaneously, he recognized a stark reality. His own power paled in comparison to Beerus's, even without a direct confrontation. The sheer pressure emanating from Beerus was enough to convey the vast disparity between them. He sensed that with a mere movement, Beerus could strike him down effortlessly. Just as he had earlier reduced his Super Saiyan God form back to its normal state, Beerus remained impassive, his expression unchanged. "So what will it be? Do you still wish to fight, or will you step aside and allow me to destroy this planet?" Vegeta snapped back to reality, shuddering at the thought, and shook his head slightly, finding it somewhat ridiculous that he would even entertain the notion of surrendering. Clenching his fists, he mentally conceded to Beerus's might but defiantly declared, "Humph, even if your self-extreme intent technique is formidable, it matters not. I will still defeat you." With a fierce and unrestrained aura, he charged forward, the atmosphere crackling with energy. A purple haze swirling around him as traces of destructive power obliterated the surroundings. The very air was annihilated, creating an authentic sense of suffocation and despair. The power of destruction, renowned for its ability to obliterate all things, naturally encompassed the air itself. Beerus was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that witnessing his self-extreme intent technique in its first stage would lead Vegeta to abandon the fight, extinguishing any spark of combativeness and retreating to allow him to destroy the Earth. Yet, here was Vegeta, daring to engage him in battle. How intriguing. Beerus did not evade. Watching as Vegeta charged in with a powerful punch, he suddenly retaliated with a forceful strike of his own. Bang! In an instant, a terrifying force of destruction surged forth. As the already furious tsunami was violently cleaved apart, revealing the depths of the ocean below, thousands, even tens of thousands of meters deep. The sheer magnitude of this unleashed power was so horrifying that one could only imagine the annihilation it would cause if it struck a human being. As two fists met, Vegeta let out a piercing scream, then was sent flying thousands of meters away, vanishing from sight like a distant star. "Father!" Trunks exclaimed, unable to suppress his outcry upon witnessing this scene. He glanced at his companion, Goten, who understood immediately, and together they initiated the fusion technique. Fusion. Tada. Gotenks emerged, proudly gazing at Beerus hovering in the air, and with a flick of his finger declared, "You big bad guy, you're merely a tiny pudding. And yet you're so angry. Let us teach you a lesson." With that, he propelled himself forward at high speed. Piccolo, realizing the situation, reached out in an attempt to grab him, but Gotenks outpaced him significantly, leaving Piccolo with no chance to intervene as he watched Gotenks dart away. The moment Gotenks burst through the protective barrier, he felt the air compress around him, an overwhelming sense of despair, suffocation, and dread washing over him. It dawned on them that Whis' barrier had shielded them from Beerus' formidable pressure. Now, having broken free, they struggled to catch their breath under the weight of his oppressive aura. Yet, having merged, their pride surged. They could not afford to retreat after Vegeta had been sent flying with a mere punch, transforming into Super Saiyan Gotenks once more. They suppressed the feelings of suffocation and despair, charging toward Beerus with a powerful punch. You big bad guy, causing chaos over a little pudding. Boom. Their words prompted Beerus to furrow his brow as he effortlessly grasped their little fists, rendering them immobile. A little pudding? Is that so? If you desire more. We have plenty. Why are you so upset? Gotenks attempted to retract his hand, yet found himself in a predicament akin to Majin Buu being grasped by Beerus, unable to withdraw his fist, as if ensnared by an inexhaustible force. Beerus pulled Gotenks closer, unfastening his pants, and with his index and middle fingers aligned, struck Gotenks on the rear. Bang! Ah! Gotenks screamed in agony, his cry resonating through the heavens. Far more harrowing than Vegeta's earlier lament. After all, the two were merely children, their resilience not particularly strong. Beerus, understanding their youth, chose not to dwell on their transgressions, merely delivering his blows. Bang! Ah! Chapter 58. Are you a being from the Void Era? Beerus continued to strike, while casually remarking, to you, that may just be a trivial pudding, but to me it represents the most exquisite delicacy I have never tasted. The most exquisite delicacy, do you comprehend its significance? Bang! Ah! Another earth-shattering wail echoed, their backsides now grotesquely swollen. Even if they were released, they dared not move, for the slightest twitch threatened to unleash further torment. Beerus, uninterested in their complaints, delivered a few more lessons before tossing them onto the ship. Children should remain still. The moment Gotenks hit the ground, the two disintegrated, clutching their behinds and wailing in agony. Piccolo's face turned a sickly green. Beerus's combat prowess was truly terrifying. Vegeta, in his Ultra Instinct form, was no match. Sent flying in mere moments, Gotenks had been treated like a mere child, receiving a spanking that was utterly unimaginable. Whoosh! A flash of purple energy surged forth. Upon closer inspection, the source was none other than the recently battered Vegeta. With a fierce punch, he launched himself forward, bellowing, "Do not be arrogant." Beerus remained utterly unfazed, effortlessly deflecting the attack with a casual gesture. In a heartbeat, he appeared behind Vegeta, his hand poised like a blade. Son Goku also fell to my strike. Now it is your turn. Boom. Ah! A swift blow struck Vegeta's shoulder, instantly breaking his Ultra Instinct state. He plummeted rapidly, but upon entering Whis' protective barrier, his descent slowed, allowing him to land gently on the ground, significantly reducing the damage. However, he lay there, barely conscious. The onlookers gasped. Such a single strike had rendered Vegeta nearly lifeless. Goku, too, had succumbed to that hand strike. Piccolo was the first to react, urgently instructing Krillin at his side, quickly. Feed him a Senzu bean. Krillin rushed forward to administer the bean. At that moment, Xue Tian, no longer reclining in his chair, slowly rose and gazed at Beerus in the sky, asking indifferently, Beerus, what do you seek from me? Beerus directly inquired, are you the Super Saiyan God? Xue Tian smiled knowingly, are you asking if I am the Super Saiyan God from your dreams? What? Beerus was taken aback, looking at him in shock and questioning. How do you know of the Super Saiyan God in my dreams? Lin Machin smiled enigmatically, indulging in an air of mystery. What if I were to claim that I possess knowledge of both the past and the future and understand the path of development? Would you believe me? Beerus hesitated for a few seconds, scrutinizing Xue Tian intently. He pondered, could it be that he truly knows the future and the past? Might this be a form of extraordinary ability? In this vast universe, myriad exceptional talents have emerged from the void, wielding powers of destruction that belong to a particularly formidable realm of abilities. The Omni King is indeed a race endowed with such overwhelming prowess, currently governing the entirety of the cosmos. Among them exist individuals with peculiar abilities who can perceive both the future and the past. However, those possessing such powers either vanished into obscurity or perished in a monumental battle of yore. It stands to reason that those with such extraordinary capabilities should no longer exist. Why then would such abilities endure? Could it be that the bloodlines of those individuals from that battle have persisted through time? This is not beyond the realm of possibility, considering that the confrontation was grand and terrifying, where Beerus himself was but a speck of dust. Yet, perhaps some truly did survive, possessing unique means of immortality, or managed to retain a trace of their lineage. Could Xue Tian be one of those bloodlines from that era? If that were the case, it would be imperative to report to the Omni King and the Grand Minister. Of course, if he could eliminate Xue Tian, it would be even more advantageous. Unbeknownst to Xue Tian, he was merely fabricating a pretext, and yet Beerus had speculated so much. If he were aware, he would surely remark, Beerus, you are quite the talent. What a pity you do not work at our reality's creative agency. I believe, this time, it was Xue Tian who was astonished, taken aback by Beerus's unexpected belief. Throughout his existence, Xue Tian had been aware that within the Dragon Ball Super universe, certain races or individuals possessed the ability of precognition, albeit only for a few seconds, far from the capacity to foresee countless years. He had insight into Beerus's dreams, which meant he had glimpsed innumerable days of the past. Before Xue Tian could respond, Beerus continued his inquiry. Are you a being from the Void Era? Xue Tian was perplexed. What did it mean to be from the Void Era? Was it a reference to his bloodline? Indeed, his ancestry did trace back to the Void. Yet possessing such lineage did not necessarily equate to being from that era, did it? However, upon reflection, one could argue that having that bloodline, in a certain sense, did imply a connection. Yet, observing Beerus's indifferent demeanor, it seemed he harbored no fondness for those hailing from the Void. Although Xue Tian was not afraid of him now, any complications that might arise could prove troublesome. With a light-hearted chuckle, he responded, no. Internally, he wondered if Beerus was indeed judging him based on his bloodline. It was prudent to test the waters. Beerus furrowed his brow and replied coldly, if you are not from the Void Era, how could you possess the power to perceive both past and future? Who among your ancestors hails from the Void Era? Or have you inherited the strength of someone from that time? Contemplating this, he realized why he had dreamt of a Super Saiyan God capable of defeating him. If this individual before him were truly a descendant or inheritor of the Void Era, it was indeed a possibility. Reflecting on that fierce battle, Beerus still felt a tremor of fear. During the Void Era, the cosmos had yet to unfold, and in silence, countless formidable beings had emerged. These beings possessed a myriad of unique abilities. Some could foresee the past and future, others controlled time, and yet others wielded psychic powers, totaling 5,000 in number. Among these, a select few stood out for their extraordinary capabilities: the Destroyer, the Time Master, the Life Master, and the Master of the Five Elements. Subsequently, from these 5,000 peaked beings, there appeared an entity known as the Void Master, claimed to be the essence of the Void itself. This Void Master created the 5,000 peak beings and sought to establish order, compelling them to adhere to it. He bestowed upon these beings names reflective of their powers. The Destroyers became known as the All-King race, the Time Masters as the Angel race, the Life Masters as the Undying race, and the Masters of the Five Elements as the Five-Element race. Accustomed to their freedom, the 5,000 peak beings would not allow themselves to be constrained, leading to a great war against the Void Master, culminating in his annihilation. In this cataclysmic conflict, nearly all 5,000 peak beings perished, leaving only a scant few survivors. Among those who lived, only 4 remained from that era: the Destroyer, the Time Master, the Life Master, and the Master of the Five Elements. Though the other peak beings may not have matched the strength of these 4, any one of them, in the present age, could easily vanquish Beerus. Chapter 59, Battle of Divine Minds. Xue Tian observed Beerus's expression and pondered whether this individual from the Void Era might be a sworn enemy of Beerus and his ilk. If that were the case, he certainly could not admit to it, though he was bound to the All-King and unafraid of Beerus. Who knew if there were even stronger beings lurking behind the All-King? If he angered such a powerful entity, would unforeseen complications arise? Most importantly, he was not from the Void Era at all. Calmly, he stated, I am not from the Void Era. Yet, you, Beerus, question my origins, as if preparing to label me with some grand accusation. It is surprising that a dignified god of destruction would resort to such tricks. Xue Tian understood that explaining whether he belonged to the Void Era would be challenging. He could not simply declare that he was not from this world, for if he did, Beerus might misconstrue him as being from the Void Era. Thus, he must now interrupt Beerus's thoughts, diverting him from becoming ensnared in this matter. And the most effective approach is to strike back at Beerus, causing him to forget his own musings. As anticipated, Xue Tian's strategy proved to be astute. Upon hearing these words, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Beerus's eyes. Humph, you find yourself within my 7th universe. Do you truly believe that I require justification to obliterate you? However, your claim of knowing the future and the past has sparked some reflections. Oh, you assert knowledge of time, and you label me as a being from the Void Era or a descendant thereof. Yet, have you considered this? I possess the techniques of free and self-extremity. Does that not imply that I could also belong to the race of angels? Xue Tian smiled knowingly. Beerus was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated this aspect. Based on his previous assessments, it was indeed plausible that Xue Tian might be of angelic lineage or even a god of destruction. Contemplating this incited his curiosity about Xue Tian's mastery of free and self-extremity and his awareness of time, truly intriguing. Yet, no matter how he pondered, it eluded his comprehension. So he resolved to abandon the thought. After all, his primary purpose for coming to Earth was to seek out the god of Super Saiyan and eliminate him. The rationale behind this destruction was simple. He was displeased and wished to eliminate any potential threats within the 7th universe. As a god of destruction, the emergence of someone more formidable than himself within his jurisdiction was intolerable. The implications of such a revelation would be detrimental to his reputation. Since you are aware of my dreams within dreams, you must also know the particulars of those visions. Xue Tian did not conceal anything, responding calmly, indeed. Excellent. Then allow me to witness your capabilities that enable you to challenge me. Beerus cast a provocative glance at Xue Tian. Ding. Random task activated. Option 1. Battle against Beerus. Reward. Divine Golden Body. Option 2. Defeat Beerus. Reward. Demonic Golden Body. Upon reviewing these rewards, Xue Tian hesitated not for a moment and chose the first option. For the second option's reward seemed marginally similar to the first. However, the difficulty of completing the first task was exponentially greater than that of the second, to the extent that it could be deemed nearly impossible at present. Naturally, he would not attempt an unachievable task. Option 1. Xue Tian acquiesced. Initially, he intended for his disciple, Lan Shi, to confront Beerus first, but it now seemed imperative that he take action himself. Reflecting on it, although Lan Shi possessed free and self-extremity techniques that could astonish Beerus, facing him would likely lead only to a devastating defeat, rendering her involvement unnecessary. As for augmenting combat power, there was no need for such exertion. It sufficed to repose within the god-level power chamber. With a graceful display of aerial technique, Xue Tian ascended to stand at the same height as Beerus. Upon exiting Wis's protective barrier, the air felt oddly depleted. However, this did not affect Xue Tian in the slightest. His piercing gaze remained fixed on Beerus, and while neither spoke, an unspoken exchange transpired between them, simulating the essence of battle. Observing the silence between the two, the onlookers murmured among themselves, questioning the nature of their standoff. Why were they not speaking or taking any action? Even Wis, who had been indulging in delicacies, paused his feast and waved his hand, conjuring an image for the audience, a depiction of the confrontation between Beerus and Xue Tian. The two stood opposed to one another. Addressing the spectators' confusion, Wis elucidated. Although they have yet to engage physically, they are indeed already in combat. The crowd, including Krillin and others, appeared bewildered. How could they be battling while merely standing still? Was it possible that their speed was so extraordinary that the spectators were unable to perceive it? Yet, even such speed would not render them invisible in their stillness. Wis clarified, they have been rehearsing their battle in the depths of their minds. This is a form of mental conflict, achievable only by those with exceptionally potent mental prowess. It was astonishing to realize that Xue Tian's mental capacity had reached such heights. Since merging with the Void bloodline, his mental strength had become extraordinarily formidable, continuously amplifying and intertwining with other mental energies, vast and inexhaustible. This exemplifies one of the great strengths of the Void bloodline. A person with a powerful mind is less susceptible to losing themselves and less prone to external mental influences. Take Majin Vegeta, for instance, in his quest to defeat Goku. He learned that Babidi could enhance his combat abilities and thus allowed himself to be controlled, succumbing to his transformation. Despite Vegeta's intentional submission to Babidi, it was his insufficient mental strength that facilitated this control. Had his mental fortitude been as robust as Xue Tian's, even deliberate submission would have resulted in Babidi's failure, with the mental force rebounding against him. This is merely one manifestation of a potent mind. Countless other effects arise from such strength. A powerful mind possesses the ability to perceive all that surrounds it. With Xue Tian's current mental capacity, if he chose to extend it, he could distinctly sense the movements of any creature on Earth, even the minutest of beings, such as a centipede, with absolute clarity. Suddenly, Xue Tian was enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, his aura pulsating against the surroundings, causing the atmosphere to shift dramatically. Ominous clouds gathered, and lightning crackled, suggesting the space around him was on the brink of yielding to his immense power. Chapter 60, Xue Tian vs. Beerus. The spectators, witnessing the transformation unfolding within Xue Tian, recognized this as the precursor to his ascension into Super Saiyan God. Xue Tian has indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan God. His crimson aura and hair far purer than those of Sun Wukong and Vegeta during their transformations. His deep red hair, skin, and battle attire exude a vibrant intensity that eclipses the might of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Piccolo could not help but murmur, "This must be the most authentic Super Saiyan God." After Xue Tian achieved his Super Saiyan God form, he did not cease his transformation. Instead, he seamlessly executed the Ultra Instinct technique, merging it with the power of the Super Saiyan God, enveloped in a layer of silvery aura surrounding the crimson flames. The potency of his energy surged significantly. His current state epitomized what Sun Wukong had previously envisioned, a Super Saiyan God augmented by Ultra Instinct. Had Sun Wukong been present at that moment, he would undoubtedly have been astonished, for Xue Tian effortlessly accomplished this feat. Indeed, it was effortless. as Xue Tian had mastered the Super Saiyan God form to its utmost perfection and had similarly refined his command of Ultra Instinct to its pinnacle, resulting in a natural ease in his transformation. As he merged with Ultra Instinct, a subtle transformation began to unfold in Beerus, who was now shrouded in tendrils of purple energy, the manifestation of destruction. Their gazes locked, and simultaneously, they burst forth from their psychic realms. Within that mental confrontation, their battle was intensely fierce, yet Xue Tian found himself at a disadvantage. Although his psychic prowess was formidable, his actual combat strength did not match that of Beerus. Consequently, the amalgamation of their psychic and combat abilities did not surpass the synergy of Beerus' own, rendering Xue Tian unable to triumph. With a decisive exhalation, both warriors leaned forward, their forms vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they stood merely a meter apart. At that instant, they unleashed their attacks. The collision of their fists resounded with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves through the surroundings as a terrifying energy erupted outward, radiating in all directions. The force of their blows struck the surface of the lake, sending waves soaring thousands of meters high, while countless aquatic creatures were obliterated in an instant. On the nearby coast of West Capital, fierce gales battered the shore, sweeping many individuals off their feet, while boats were caught in swirling vortices. The air was filled with anguished cries as the world seemed to teeter on the brink of calamity. On Bulma's yacht, the recently awakened Satan received a frantic call from the television station. The reporters inquired, "What on earth is happening? Why has such a situation arisen? Is the apocalypse upon us, or are there nefarious forces at work?" Caught off guard, Satan found himself at a loss for words. However, the urgency on the other end of the line grew palpable as they pressed, "Mr. Satan, are you listening? Hello? Are you there?" Satan pondered for a moment, adhering to the familiar routine. "This is not good. The situation is dire. The signal has weakened. I must confront this formidable extraterrestrial adversary." With a decisive motion, he abruptly ended the call. Weiss observed Satan's comical demeanor and could not suppress a chuckle, choosing not to expose the farce. It seemed that Satan caught sight of Weiss's gaze, feeling quite embarrassed. In the heavens, Beerus and Xue Tian stood facing each other, neither retreating. However, it was evident that Beerus was not exerting his full strength as he sought to gauge the extent of Xue Tian's combat prowess. Conversely, Xue Tian elevated his power to its utmost limit, fully aware that failing to unleash his complete strength could result in being struck down by Beerus in a single blow. Thus, he held nothing back and engaged in battle with all his might. Beerus had already discerned Xue Tian's fighting capacity. A smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he remarked, "It appears you are not as formidable as I had anticipated. I initially believed you hailed from the Void Era or had inherited the might of a peak warrior from that epoch, but it seems I have overestimated you." Although Xue Tian's mental prowess was undeniably strong, his combat ability was lamentably weak, clearly not characteristic of the beings from the Void Era. Those individuals, even if they suffered grievous wounds in battle, could not possibly be this feeble. Moreover, given the arrogance of those beings, it was inconceivable that they would dwell on a diminutive planet like Earth. To the inhabitants of Earth, their home might seem vast. Yet in the grand tapestry of the seventh universe, Earth was merely a planet of moderate size. Xue Tian did not anticipate that a single punch would convey this realization to his opponent. He remained silent, secretly gathering his energy. With a swift motion, he lunged toward Beerus, fully aware that he could not best him. However, surrender or submission was out of the question. Given his character, he would never yield. Even if it meant death, he would drag someone down with him. Moreover, should he perish, it would not merely be a matter of one life lost. Beerus unleashed a powerful punch, effortlessly blocking Xue Tian's strike. Yet, at that moment, another Xue Tian appeared behind him. Alarmed, Beerus spun around to deliver a devastating blow to the figure behind him. However, as he struck, Xue Tian dissipated like a mere illusion, and in that instant, Beerus realized he had been deceived. With a resounding thud, Xue Tian delivered a solid punch to Beerus's back, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Nevertheless, Xue Tian did not relent. He propelled himself forward, akin to a fierce tiger descending a mountain. A flurry of blows rained down upon Beerus. The technique Xue Tian had just employed was called Shadow Shift, allowing him to replicate his form into 4 copies and instantaneously shift positions. In essence, even if Beerus were to strike the Xue Tian in front, he would still be vulnerable to the attack from the Xue Tian behind him. For every iteration of Xue Tian is indeed the authentic Xue Tian, not a mere illusion. This technique bears resemblance to the Phantom Fist, yet it is infinitely more advanced. Belonging to the realm of divine skills, it was a reward bestowed upon him after completing a mission 2 days prior. Upon acquiring this divine technique, he marveled at its formidable nature, realizing that the lines between reality and illusion had become utterly blurred. Bang! Once again, Beerus was sent flying by a powerful punch. With arms outstretched, he swiftly gathered his energy. At last, the final radiance. Chapter 61. Xue Tian reduced to fragments. The final radiance. Boom. An immense silver-white energy sphere hurtled towards Beerus. However, Beerus deftly countered it using the same technique he employed against Son Goku, neutralizing the final radiance with destructive force. He swiftly flew before Xue Tian, intrigued, and inquired, "What was that technique you just used? You appeared behind me, yet it was merely an illusion." Naturally, Xue Tian refrained from revealing his secrets. As a modern gentleman of the new era, he had perused numerous novels and watched several series, understanding well the principle that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. In truth, they do not fall because of their villainy, but rather due to their verbosity, sharing what should remain unsaid, thus providing others with the means to counter them. While Xue Tian held confidence that even if he divulged his technique, Beerus would not be able to decipher his shadow and reflection transfer skill immediately. He reasoned that as long as he kept it to himself, Beerus might never unravel it, especially not today. Why, then, should he disclose it and jeopardize his own advantage? "Lord Beerus, you'll find out soon enough." "Why the haste to know?" Xue Tian expressed, not wishing to indulge Beerus's curiosity. He fabricated a rationale to deter further inquiries, confident that his words would suffice to quell Beerus's probing. As anticipated, Beerus ceased his questioning, albeit with a disgruntled deep breath. Clenching his fists as the destructive energy rapidly coalesced around him, emanating streaks of purple power. His combat prowess surged once more. "That insufferable brat! You think your silence will shield you from my understanding? How utterly laughable! Before absolute strength, your technique is but a paper tiger." Contemplating these thoughts, he found himself poised before Xue Tian, who had long been on guard. At the instant Beerus appeared, another version of himself had already shifted to the left. Shadow and reflection transfer. With his state as a Super Saiyan God enhanced by the Ultra Instinct, and now employing the shadow and reflection transfer, his speed was unfathomable. He deftly evaded Beerus's devastating punch. This truly astonished Beerus, for despite exerting 30% of his power, he failed to land a single blow on Xue Tian, who was proving to be quite an intriguing opponent. However, he quickly regained his composure and lunged forward, delivering a horizontal kick. In that instant, Xue Tian manifested 4 duplicates of himself, positioned at the cardinal points around Beerus. Consequently, Beerus's kick only connected with 2 of the images, while Xue Tian had already shifted to another location, initiating his own offensive. A resounding thud echoed as Xue Tian's fist struck Beerus's abdomen, propelling him several meters back. Seizing the opportunity, Xue Tian launched a relentless barrage of attacks, thud after thud. Beerus's reaction was remarkably swift. A surge of purple light enveloped him, intensifying the violet aura surrounding his form and amplifying his battle strength once again to 40%. Xue Tian could distinctly feel the mounting pressure. Even with his ability to shift positions, he sensed that his own location had been compromised. His instincts proved correct, as just after he executed his maneuver, Beerus's fist came crashing down almost simultaneously. With a thunderous impact, Beerus's punch connected with Xue Tian's chest, sending him hurtling hundreds of meters away. Beerus instantly appeared behind Xue Tian, seizing his arm and forcefully throwing him, rendering Xue Tian disoriented and hazy. Sensing the moment was ripe, Beerus hurled Xue Tian away. And before he could regain his balance, he raised his right hand, the tip of his finger shimmering with radiance as a massive purple energy sphere materialized. In an instant, this sphere expanded to an enormous size, measuring 50 to 60 meters in diameter. Beerus propelled it high into the air, performing a somersault kick that struck the purple energy sphere. The sphere split into 2, then into 4, and eventually multiplied into thousands. Raining down upon Xue Tian in an overwhelming barrage, Beerus crossed his arms, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. "I am eager to see if your shifting ability can evade this multitude of energy spheres." From their recent skirmish, he had deduced that the 3 duplicates Xue Tian created were merely a form of positional exchange. If ensnared, there were 2 strategies to counter. First, to strike all 4 duplicates, preventing any shift. Second, to anticipate Xue Tian's targeted position and act in synchrony. As thousands of purple energy spheres descended, Xue Tian found himself unable to steady his body, forced to rely on his instinctive evasion technique. The skill proved remarkably effective, though regrettably, Xue Tian's foundational combat strength remained insufficient. While this technique allowed for automatic evasion without conscious thought, saving precious time, it was still not enough to withstand the impending onslaught. The fundamental combat power is evident, although the mastery of the ultimate technique has reached its zenith and the enhancement value is maximized. It pales in comparison to the speed of Beerus's energy spheres. Boom. After evading the majority of the energy spheres, dozens, if not hundreds, still struck Xue Tian, leaving him utterly obliterated. reduced to mere fragments. Billowing smoke obscured the view, cloaking the scene in mystery. In the Grand King's palace, the Omni King suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. Engrossed in a pinball game, he was seized by an overwhelming fury, causing him to violently topple all the floating orbs to the ground, shattering them. The destruction of these orbs resulted in the obliteration of several celestial bodies in the universe, with 58 orbs destroyed and 58 planets exploding in tandem. Noticing the disturbance, the Grand Minister approached swiftly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Omni King, what troubles you? He inquired, channeling divine energy to calm the Omni King's tempestuous spirit. The consequences of the Omni King succumbing to rage would be dire. Simultaneously, he released his vast divine consciousness, instantly enveloping the 12 universes, scrutinizing the affairs within them. Ultimately, he observed Beerus hovering in the 7th universe, amidst a shroud of smoke. With his divine perception, the fog posed no obstacle, for it was impossible for his consciousness to cover 12 universes otherwise. He witnessed Xue Tian being reduced to mere particles. The previously placid expression on his face transformed dramatically. Chapter 62. The Immortal Body, Pseudo, 7th Universe. Earth. Whis, what is Beerus doing? The Grand Minister inquired through cosmic telepathy, reaching into Whis's consciousness. Whis was taken aback, realizing that his father, the Grand Minister, had already taken note of the situation. He hurriedly replied within his mind, Lord Beerus has encountered a conflict with Xue Tian. I sought to ascertain Xue Tian's strength, which is why I refrained from intervening. He was entirely unaware that Xue Tian had bound himself to the Omni King. Should Xue Tian perish, the Omni King would follow suit. Naturally, the Grand Minister would not disclose such information to him. In Whis's mind, he merely believed that the Grand Minister's directive to protect Xue Tian stemmed from admiration, intending to cultivate him. Given this context, he felt it imperative to witness Xue Tian's combat prowess. As long as he prevented Beerus from killing Xue Tian, all would be well. However, he failed to anticipate that Beerus's energy spheres would pulverize Xue Tian, potentially leading to his demise. The Grand Minister hesitated momentarily, reflecting on his own curiosity regarding Xue Tian's true strength and abilities, particularly why he had inexplicably bound himself to the Omni King. In many respects, Xue Tian had ascended towards the pinnacle of the universe, akin to the relationship between the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards the Supreme Kai, the God of Destruction would undoubtedly intervene, for they are two sides of the same coin. The death of one would herald the demise of the other. Thus, the God of Destruction must naturally safeguard the Supreme Kai. Similarly, the Omni King would protect Xue Tian. Father, I am on my way to halt Lord Beerus, but it may be too late. Xue Tian has already been reduced to mere ashes. In the high skies, Beerus remained oblivious to the fact that Whis was currently in communication with the Grand Minister, unaware that his own life was teetering on the brink of oblivion. He silently observed the spot where Xue Tian had been annihilated, his gaze devoid of emotion, as tranquil as a stagnant pond. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others were struck with profound shock upon witnessing Xue Tian's demise. The very individual who might have thwarted Beerus had met such a fate. Lan Qi, overwhelmed with grief, prepared to unleash her ultimate technique, the Ultra Instinct, to confront Beerus. However, she was restrained by Tian Shinhan. Tian Shinhan understood that the strength exhibited by Beerus was far beyond their capacity to withstand, yet they were not willing to submit without a fight. Nevertheless, it was not yet Lan Qi's turn to engage, as she was merely a woman in his eyes, someone he deemed untrained and ordinary. What could such a commonplace woman accomplish? Perhaps she would meet the same fate as Bulma, sent flying by a mere swipe. Though he harbored disdain for Lan Qi, he did not wish to witness her downfall. The Grand Minister gazed upon the remnants of Xue Tian's obliteration and remarked with a calm demeanor, Whis, you are mistaken. This is not yet the end. If Xue Tian desires to battle Beerus, then as long as Beerus refrains from employing the destructive laws against him, they may engage in their duel. However, we must ensure that their conflict does not lead to the annihilation of Universe 7. Whis paused momentarily, pondering the situation. Had Xue Tian not already been annihilated? Why, then, did Father speak thus? Could it be that Xue Tian still lived? Although he could not discern any signs of life at that moment, he held unwavering faith in his father's words. Most crucially, there was no doubt concerning his father's formidable power. If he claimed Xue Tian was still alive, then it must be so. Understood, father. The Grand Minister ceased his discourse, seemingly withdrawing from Whis's consciousness, yet quietly observing the unfolding events between Beerus and Xue Tian. Moments later, a gentle breeze began to stir at the sight of Xue Tian's destruction, initially faint, but rapidly intensifying. In mere seconds, this breeze grew exponentially stronger, as fragments began to coalesce. It bore a striking resemblance to the cellular regeneration witnessed when Majin Buu was defeated. However, these shards were much smaller, reduced to an astonishing degree, some no larger than a fingernail, and others even less, defying comprehension. Vegeta and the others rejoiced at this unexpected turn of events. Lan Shi exclaimed with excitement, "I knew Master would not perish so easily." In the high skies, amidst the enveloping gust of wind, Xue Tian's figure gradually materialized, surrounded by an array of vibrant lights. With a sudden whoosh, the phantom of Xue Tian transformed into his corporeal self. He moved his head and waved his arms. Had it not been for his pseudo-immortal body, he might have been obliterated by the skeletal figure of Beerus. Truly, the god of destruction lived up to his title. The energy sphere he unleashed was overwhelmingly potent. This was merely an energy sphere, not the full force of destruction. Had it been the latter, the impact upon him would have left no chance for resurrection. The pseudo-immortal body would surely be insufficient to withstand such destructive power. Yet, he pondered, if he were to attain true immortality, could he then withstand that force? Perhaps, or it might boil down to a contest of whose energy was greater. The destructive force of a stronger energy could easily obliterate a weaker immortal body. These were merely Xue Tian's speculations. The reality remained elusive, as he had yet to possess genuine immortality. Beerus gazed at the manifested Xue Tian with astonishment and remarked, "I did not foresee that you possessed such capabilities. It seems that a mere energy sphere cannot kill you. You must indeed be immortal." Xue Tian remained silent, not out of reluctance to speak, but because he sensed an overwhelming surge of power within his body. Indeed, it was a torrential rise. He felt that his base combat power had at least doubled compared to before, such a terrifying and rapid enhancement. His void lineage truly lived up to its reputation as the mightiest of all, unrivaled in strength. Surely, even the lineage of the Grand Priest could not compare to his. In just 10 seconds, Xue Tian's void lineage fully integrated with the surge in combat power, and the overwhelming sensation of enhancement within his body had diminished. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. If he continued to battle alongside Beerus, could he not elevate himself to that height, perhaps even surpass him? In that case, he would essentially be treating Beerus as a formidable opponent to level up against. The thought filled him with a thrill. Ding. Choice completed. Engage in battle with Beerus. Reward: Divine Avatar Golden Body. Chapter 63, Divine Avatar Golden Body. Ding. Choice completed. Engage in battle with Beerus. Reward: Divine Avatar Golden Body. In an instant, an unusual technique flooded Xue Tian's consciousness, and a new power surged within him. In his mind's eye, a figure identical to himself appeared. This person was indeed him. Yet this version differed from the self he knew. Within the realm of consciousness, this self, though seemingly diminutive, exudes an imposing and formidable presence, radiating an overwhelming aura of golden light, accompanied by a resplendent golden halo. Truly, it is a manifestation of divine brilliance, illuminating the surroundings with its extraordinary splendor. Is this the divine golden form? Indeed, it possesses an impressive visage. Although Xue Tian remains uncertain about the extent of combat prowess this divine golden form may bestow upon him, he is acutely aware of one thing: its appearance is undeniably striking. As for the power, it shall soon be revealed, for his battle with Beerus is far from over. Noticing Xue Tian's silence, Beerus furrowed his brow, sensing a sleight of hand. Even a clay figurine possesses a measure of resilience, let alone he, the esteemed god of destruction of the seventh universe. With a swift motion, his aura surged once more, enveloping him in a violet flame, a manifestation of destructive energy. This aura, while emblematic of destruction, is not inherently aggressive. Rather, it serves as a state enhancing his combat abilities. It is akin to the golden aura of a Super Saiyan, which, despite its appearance, lacks offensive power, merely symbolizing the overwhelming strength contained within. Xue Tian, you indeed possess some skill. You have an array of techniques, yet your foundational combat strength remains insufficient. In the face of absolute power, what significance do your myriad techniques hold? He paused, leaving unsaid the thought that unless one wields the eradicative power of the Omni King, such a scenario truly renders combat prowess moot. Unfazed, Xue Tian declared, "Techniques? Allow me to showcase mine." Ding. Random task activated. Option 1. Defeat Beerus to gain 20-fold basic combat strength. Option 2. Utilize Beerus to double combat strength, acquiring the second stage of instant transmission. Oh, a task has been activated? What a delightful surprise. Xue Tian was genuinely astonished. At this moment, he had inadvertently triggered a choice, as he merely intended to spar with Beerus, treating him as a foe to level up against, not anticipating the unexpected activation of a task. Upon reviewing the two tasks, Xue Tian was inclined to select the first. Achieving it would grant him an astronomical enhancement of 20-fold basic combat strength, a monumental augmentation indeed. Attaining such an increase would undeniably elevate his combat capabilities to a transcendent level. However, he recognized the improbability of completing the first task. Although his combat strength had notably improved due to his void lineage, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could defeat Beerus at this juncture. Thus, he chose the second option. He was well aware that instant transmission is the signature technique of Hit, the foremost assassin of the Sixth Universe, who famously triumphed over Son Goku using this very skill in the clash between the Sixth and Seventh Universes. The technique known as Flash Time, at first glance, appears to be a mere leap through time. However, it is, in fact, an entry into a parallel dimension, where one traverses a mere fraction of a second before re-emerging to deliver a devastating blow to the opponent. When paired with Hit, this martial art rightfully earns the title of the most lethal assassin in the Sixth Universe. Xue Tian pondered, if his memory served him correctly. The initial phase of Flash Time merely traverses the parallel time-space for 0.1 seconds. During Hit's battle with Son Goku, he was only able to utilize the first phase of Flash Time a few times before Goku deciphered it. However, upon Hit's advancement to the second phase, allowing for a traversal of 0.5 seconds, Goku found himself unable to counter it. In truth, Goku's ability to unravel the first phase of Flash Time was not a genuine solution, but rather a result of Hit's habitual attack patterns. In that fleeting 0.1 seconds, there was simply no time for correction, allowing Goku to anticipate Hit's predictions and discern where Hit would strike, thereby countering the first phase of Flash Time. Yet, beyond the second phase, which encompasses 0.5 seconds, this duration, while merely a blink of an eye for an ordinary individual, stretches into an eternity for a cosmic-level master. It affords ample opportunity to alter one's combat techniques and habits, rendering Goku unable to decipher it and ultimately leading to his regrettable defeat. In reality, had Hit wished to vanquish Goku under the circumstances, he could have done so at a much swifter pace. However, he was hindered by the tournament's rules, which forbade the killing of opponents, thereby restraining his full potential. After all, he is an assassin, and his techniques are lethal. Being compelled to restrain his deadly moves naturally rendered him hesitant. Upon hearing Xue Tian's words, Beerus, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, do unveil any other techniques you possess. I am eager to see if you can surprise me. Immortal Body, Ultra Instinct, Self-Perfected Instinct, Shadow Transfer, what else do you have? I hope you do not disappoint me." As for the Super Saiyan God and the Final Flash, Beerus dismissed them entirely, for in his eyes, these methods paled in comparison to the Ultra Instinct. Although the Super Saiyan God exudes a divine aura, it remains feeble when juxtaposed with true divinity. Of course, should the Super Saiyan God maintain that form perpetually, it would yield a different effect altogether. However, such a scenario is presently improbable. Xue Tian spoke little, his hands forming intricate seals as he swiftly executed a complex gesture. Summoning his consciousness, vibrant clouds of 7 colors materialized around him, accompanied by the ethereal sounds of cosmic blessings, as if something sacred were on the brink of manifesting. The expressions on Beerus and Wish shifted, their hearts trembling uncontrollably, clearly astonished by Xue Tian's actions. He had just performed a gesture to form the divine avatar, and Vis was struck with astonishment. To this day, he had not yet condensed the divine avatar, and in the current universe, those who had done so were few and far between, no more than a handful. Among the 12 sisters, only 2 had managed to achieve it, yet here was Xue Tian, astonishingly capable of such a feat. No, it must be impossible. He was likely just making a gesture. With his current strength, how could he possibly achieve such a thing? Chapter 64. The Divine Avatar. One of the pinnacle techniques of the gods. Not only did Vis find it implausible, but Beerus also shared the sentiment. Even he was incapable of condensing the divine avatar. What merit or power did Xue Tian possess to accomplish such a feat? It is essential to understand that forming the divine avatar requires not only ascension to divinity but also immense combat prowess and a profound understanding of the divine avatar itself. It is exponentially more challenging than the techniques of free will and self-will. Just as he pondered the impossibility of it all, Xue Tian bellowed, "Divine Avatar." A tremendous roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens and earth, causing the cosmic expanse to tremble. Numerous meteors suspended beyond Earth were shattered into dust in an instant. In the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kaioshin and the East Kaioshin had been closely observing the situation on Earth. Previously, when they witnessed Xue Tian being obliterated by Beerus, they felt a sense of impending doom, even believing that Xue Tian had perished. The Elder Kaioshin lamented that Earth was doomed and regretted placing his hopes upon Xue Tian. It seemed he had made a grave mistake. However, he never anticipated that Xue Tian possessed an immortal body, capable of reconstituting himself and returning to his original state. This revelation reignited a flicker of hope within him, and witnessing Xue Tian forming the gesture was nothing short of extraordinary, although his thoughts mirrored those of Vis and Beerus. Upon sensing the cosmic shift, he began to suspect that Xue Tian might truly be able to condense the divine avatar. The East Kaishan, unaware of what the divine avatar entailed, curiously inquired, "Elder, what exactly is the divine avatar? I can sense that the meteors surrounding Earth have been obliterated. This power is immense." The Elder Kaishan showed no leniency, delivering a punch to the East Kaishan's head while scolding him. "I've told you to study the sacred scriptures more often, yet you refuse. The divine avatar is a technique of the gods, distinct from the techniques of free will and self-will. It is exceedingly difficult to cultivate and can condense a personal divine avatar. This avatar can vary in size based on one's will, capable of expanding to the size of the universe or shrinking down to the size of a cell. Regardless of its form, the power exerted is exponentially greater than one's own. The exact multiplier has never been calculated because it is fundamentally incalculable. It is known only to be countless times greater. It is one of the pinnacle techniques of the gods. Who would have thought that the Xue Tian could achieve such a thing? It appears that Earth may indeed be saved." The East Realm King was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. How could something be as vast as the universe? They were acutely aware of the enormity of the cosmos. Could it be possible for humanity to inhabit such a being? If Xue Tian were to learn of the East Realm King's bizarre notion, one could only imagine him delivering a resounding slap, leaving the East Realm King bewildered and questioning, "Do you take me for Pangu?" Once the East Realm King regained his composure, he nodded thoughtfully, realizing that Earth was indeed likely to be preserved. He surmised that Beerus was no match for Xue Tian. In his estimation, if Xue Tian could expand to the size of the universe, then Beerus was undoubtedly inferior. Perhaps even a mere finger from Xue Tian could crush Beerus to oblivion. However, one must not underestimate Beerus's strength. Furthermore, given Xue Tian's combat prowess, he could not possibly expand his divine form to such an immense scale. To achieve that level, his foundational combat strength would need to reach at least that of the Grand Priest, and even then, I suspect the Grand Priest may not be capable of such a feat. When the ancient ancestor proclaimed that Earth could be safeguarded, the East Realm King assumed this meant Xue Tian could defeat Beerus. The old Kai clarified, stating that, to his understanding, Beerus had yet to solidify his divine form. Every deity aspires to achieve their divine form and attain unparalleled power. If Xue Tian could indeed attain that form, Beerus would not wish to eliminate him but rather seek his counsel. Although Beerus's pride would prevent him from asking outright, it would not be long before he would relent. For the allure of the divine form is simply too great. After this explanation, the East Realm King finally understood, nodding earnestly, contemplating the necessity of studying the divine records. Otherwise, he would remain ignorant of many matters. If possible, he might even cultivate the divine form himself. At that point, he would no longer fear Beerus. Reflecting on the times he and the old Kai had to humble themselves before Beerus, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Why should they lower themselves when they were all deities of the same caliber? If the old Kai were aware of his thoughts, he would undoubtedly commend his ambition. Alas, such a probability was less than 1,000,000 to 1, a mere daydream. Meanwhile, the Grand Priest, who had been observing Xue Tian's transformation, was equally astounded. It was unfathomable that someone with such a meager foundational combat strength could manifest one of the pinnacle divine techniques. Xue Tian was indeed an enigma, shrouded in mystery, continually revealing unexpected surprises. Previously, upon learning that Xue Tian had bonded with the Omni King, the Grand Priest contemplated whether he should seal Xue Tian away, preventing him from emerging at all. The safety of the Omni King would be assured. However, a grave concern emerged regarding Xue Tian's sudden binding of the Omni King. What if Xue Tian possessed a method to ensure mutual destruction during the sealing process? Or could he have a means to delay his own sealing? Would that not spell doom for the Omni King? Contemplating these matters led him to relinquish his immediate course of action, opting instead to observe the situation for a while longer. During those days, he meticulously monitored Xue Tian, only to discover that his daily life was remarkably mundane, eating and sleeping, with no discernible tactics at play. Yet, an instinctive feeling lingered, suggesting that Xue Tian was far from ordinary. After all, how could one who silently bypassed his binding of the Omni King be anything but formidable? Thus, he could only instruct Whis to keep a vigilant watch, ensuring that no harm befell Xue Tian. Having witnessed Xue Tian's divine avatar technique, he recognized that refraining from confronting him had indeed been a prudent decision. On Earth, Xue Tian stood suspended in the air, as enchanting cosmic harmonies resonated, heralding the arrival of his divine avatar. In an instant, a symphony of ethereal sounds enveloped him, vibrant hues swirling around, while his garments billowed gracefully. Complemented by his striking visage, he resembled a celestial being descending from the realms of fantasy, exuding an imposing aura. Beerus and Whis observed with rapt attention, determined not to miss a single detail. In Chapter 65, the color drained from Piccolo's face as the atmosphere erupted with a thunderous roar. Xue Tian pressed his palms together and swiftly formed a series of intricate seals, causing streams of divine energy to surge abundantly around him, far more potent than the divine aura of the Omni King's palace. Whis glanced at Vegeta, who was watching intently from the sky, and advised, if you wish to solidify your Super Saiyan God form, now would be the time to fly out and absorb the divine energy that Xue Tian has conjured. Vegeta cast a skeptical glance at Whis, yet, driven by an insatiable desire for power, he surged forward, swiftly exiting Whis's protective barrier. With his strength, as long as the attacks were not directed at him, he would remain unharmed by the residual force. Once outside the barrier, he felt the divine energy coursing into his body, revitalizing him and enhancing his combat prowess. Although this divine energy could not elevate Vegeta to godhood, it promised to augment his fighting capabilities more than years of training could achieve. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky, materializing beside Vegeta. As he was absorbed in his efforts to absorb the divine energy, he was startled by the sudden arrival, exclaiming, "Kakarot, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Kakarot himself. With a chuckle, Sun Wukong scratched his head and awkwardly remarked, "The old Kai sent me here, saying I could absorb the divine energy released by Xue Tian to enhance my strength." Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong, inwardly cursing the old Kai for his meddling. As Sun Wukong absorbed the divine energy that had been conjured, he exclaimed, "How astonishing! My combat power is silently and effortlessly increasing." At that moment, Xue Tian was on the brink of summoning his divine form, preparing for the final phase. With a flourish of his hands and a thunderous command, he shouted, "Ha! Coalesce!" Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the air, prompting Sun Wukong and Vegeta to instinctively cover their ears and shield themselves with their energy, preventing the overwhelming noise from crashing upon them. The magnificent sound grew ever louder. Yet it was not jarring or bothersome. Instead, it instilled a sense of tranquility and clarity of mind. Upon hearing this sound, their souls felt as though they were being purified. Suddenly, a colossal figure emerged behind Xue Tian, towering at 3,000 meters high, adorned with a magnificent divine halo that radiated in a spectrum of colors, casting brilliant beams of light. This vibrant glow enveloped the immense form of Xue Tian, exuding an aura of sacred majesty. Just a glance at him left Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and others with an overwhelming urge to kneel in reverence, while the ordinary people collapsed to the ground, fervently bowing and making wishes. Whis murmured, "Indeed, the divine form. Xue Tian truly possesses remarkable abilities." Beerus wore a serious expression, lost in thought, yet his tone betrayed a deep astonishment. "It is truly remarkable that you have achieved the divine form. I had thought you merely conjured a few hand seals to intimidate others. It appears I have underestimated your prowess." Xue Tian calmly responded, "Did you not wish to witness my abilities? This is but one of my techniques." Just then, the towering Xue Tian spoke as well, his colossal voice reverberating with such force that it numbed the ears of those nearby, while the sea beneath him surged violently, waves crashing to heights of dozens of meters. The sheer act of speaking was enough to incite such tumultuous waters, showcasing his immense power. "Humph." Beerus snorted heavily, visibly displeased. Coldly, he retorted, "Even if you possess the divine form, what does it matter? Defeating you would still be a trivial task, no matter how formidable the divine form may be. It cannot alter the fact that your foundational combat power is lacking." With a flourish, Beerus's aura surged, the purple flames surrounding him intensifying, indicating that he had significantly amplified his strength. He swiftly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at Xue Tian. At this moment, Beerus appeared diminutive before the colossal figure of Xue Tian, akin to an ant. However, Beerus understood that to dismantle this divine avatar, it was essential to strike at the essence itself. Xue Tian's true form, like his own, stood at the same level, facing him directly. With a resounding thud, as Beerus launched a powerful punch, Xue Tian exhibited no sign of trepidation or evasion, boldly meeting the blow head-on. The immense divine avatar stirred, descending with a fist that drained the air within a radius of 10,000 meters. The surrounding waters churned violently, and the nearby volcano ominously hinted at an impending eruption. Piccolo's face turned an alarming shade of green as he gravely remarked, "With just a casual swing of a fist, the Earth is on the brink of seismic upheaval. Volcanic eruption and tsunami. If a real battle ensues, the planet cannot withstand the forces of these two titans. Should that occur, the Earth is doomed." Hearing Piccolo's dire assessment, Krillin hesitantly analyzed the situation. Nearby, Satan, not wishing for the Earth's destruction, having just become a grandfather and yet to behold his grandchild, felt a deep sense of injustice at the thought of dying before even having met his descendant. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure, Whis. Whis, accompanying Beerus, had enveloped them in a protective energy barrier, showcasing his extraordinary abilities. If he intervened, perhaps Beerus would cease his reckless behavior. With a pleading gaze, Satan implored, "Good sir, could you please prevent their clash?" Whis smiled gently. Ordinarily, he would not intervene. But under the directive of his father, the Grand Minister, he was obligated to ensure Xue Tian's safety and prevent his annihilation. Thus, he could indeed intervene. However, at this moment, he was reluctant to do so. He desired to witness the full extent of Xue Tian's divine avatar's prowess and hoped to glean insights that might enhance his own combat capabilities. "I apologize, but I cannot intervene at this time." Satan felt a surge of despair, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Yet, he refused to surrender, beseeching, "I implore you, as long as you prevent the Earth's destruction, I will offer you an abundance of culinary delights." Whis' eyes sparkled with intrigue at the enticing proposition. "Fear not, the Earth shall remain intact. Do enjoy the spectacle of this battle." Chapter 66. The renewed astonishment of Whis and Beerus with a resounding crash. Beerus's fist collided with Xue Tian's, and the immense fist of the divine avatar quickly retaliated, delivering a devastating blow that sent Beerus soaring thousands of meters away, like a distant star. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Beerus reappeared, conjuring a massive purple energy sphere in midair, its diameter spanning 100 meters. Hurtling down towards Xue Tian's essence, Xue Tian remained unfazed. Driven by a desire to ascertain the true might of his divine avatar, he sought to explore the extent of its powers. With a commanding gesture, he conjured a protective barrier while gripping a colossal purple energy sphere. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as the energy sphere detonated in the grasp of his divine avatar, severing one of its arms in an instant. Blood gushed from his mouth. The divine avatar was intricately linked to his consciousness, and its destruction would inflict considerable damage upon him. Although losing an arm was undoubtedly painful, the injury was not insurmountable. With a swift thought, he formed a hand seal, and the divine avatar promptly regenerated the lost limb. The control over the divine avatar hinged primarily on his mental focus and physical stamina, while its strength was determined by his foundational prowess. As long as his true form remained unharmed and his vitality was not exhausted, the divine avatar would persist, free from the risk of complete annihilation. Following the reformation of the massive arm, he lunged towards Beerus. Beerus, well aware of the divine avatar's capabilities, understood that as long as the true form endured, the avatar could not be extinguished. Thus, the loss of an arm was trivial in his eyes, and he remained vigilant. With a sudden leap, he evaded the grasp of the enormous hand. The divine avatar, despite its size, exhibited remarkable speed, far surpassing that of the original form. When the initial attempt to seize him failed, it swiftly maneuvered for another strike, summoning a ki blast atop its colossal palm. Boom! A ki blast, measuring 1,000 meters, coalesced and surged towards Beerus, rendering him minuscule in comparison, almost obscured from view. The enormity of the ki blast did not hinder its velocity, as it hurtled toward Beerus with relentless speed. Unable to evade in time, Beerus raised his right hand, channeling a purple radiance, and with a forceful wave, conjured a ki blast of his own, also reaching several hundred meters in size. The two ki blasts collided with a resounding roar, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. In that instant, Whis brandished his staff, conjuring an energy shield that enveloped the battleground, ensuring that the resulting force would not wreak havoc elsewhere. Initially, he had wished to intervene and halt the conflict, yet his curiosity regarding Xue Tian's capabilities and the power of the divine avatar compelled him to protect the Earth. Albeit momentarily, Satan and the others gazed at Whis with gratitude, expressing their thanks. Whis smiled silently, for his motives were not solely for the sake of Earth, but rather to witness the unfolding battle. He wished to prevent the annihilation of Earth from escalating into an unending conflict between Xue Tian and Beerus. Within the depths of his heart, he perceived that Xue Tian was indeed a native of Earth, and should the planet face annihilation, a profound wrath would inevitably ensue. After the clash of two formidable forces, billows of smoke erupted, obscuring the vision of the onlookers. However, it could not hinder the gaze of Xue Tian and Beerus, for their immense power rendered any obstruction futile, even amidst the nebulous scenes of the Void Era. Xue Tian did not relent in his assault. He recognized the necessity of perseverance in battle to fulfill his mission. Once accomplished, he would deliberate on whether to regard Beerus as a mere adversary to vanquish. With his hands forming intricate seals, his divine manifestation took shape, unleashing a titanic strike directed at Beerus. The latter swiftly evaded, yet the force of the blow reverberated through the air, causing it to contort violently, creating shockwaves that struck against the energy barrier, hinting at signs of impending rupture. Whis, acutely aware of this phenomenon, remarked, "Truly, one of the pinnacle techniques of divine prowess, such foundational combat strength is remarkable." Having successfully dodged, Beerus comprehended the peril of prolonging this confrontation, realizing that engaging with Xue Tian's divine manifestation would only deplete his divine energy and stamina without yielding any advantage. He sought to close the distance swiftly. However, Xue Tian, having discerned Beerus's intentions, would not allow him such ease. With rapid hand seals and a surge of consciousness, Xue Tian's divine manifestation mirrored his movements with astonishing speed, appearing almost blurred. In an instant, an overwhelming barrage of ki blasts erupted, cascading down like a torrential river from the cosmos, densely concentrated and each possessing a diameter of 1 meter. The power of each blast was formidable. If one were to strike Beerus, a relentless onslaught would follow from the surrounding projectiles. Beerus, a master of his craft, recognized the imminent threat and refrained from recklessness, aware that ignoring these blasts could lead to dire consequences, even if they might not annihilate him. Yet, he could not afford to retreat in the face of this barrage. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned waves of destructive energy that coalesced around him, drawing ever closer to Xue Tian. The latter, with a cold smile, anticipated the challenge ahead. With renewed determination, he formed seals once more, exclaiming, "Shadow shift." Instantly, 3 duplicates of Xue Tian appeared flanking Beerus, each accompanied by his divine manifestation. Whis gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, exclaiming, "Incredible! He can execute other special techniques while in the state of divine manifestation. His mastery has reached an extraordinary level." Unbeknownst to him, Xue Tian's proficiency with the divine aspect golden body was not merely accomplished, it had ascended to its zenith, perfection itself. Beerus's eyes widened in astonishment. In the midst of his surprise, Xue Tian's 4 divine aspect golden bodies simultaneously extended their arms, gathering the energies from the heavens and the universe above. Chapter 67, The Remarkable Stamina of the Void Bloodline. As Beerus stood in awe, the 4 divine aspect golden bodies unfurled their arms, amalgamating the energies of the cosmos. The judgment blade of the 4 divine aspect golden bodies. In an instant, a colossal, resplendent 7-colored shadow materialized behind Xue Tian's divine aspect golden body. Given the already immense stature of the divine aspect golden body, its shadow loomed even larger, covering a vast expanse of approximately 2,000 to 3,000 meters. The 4 divine aspect golden bodies thus manifested as 4 magnificent shadows, enveloping everything around them in a dazzling display, casting Beerus into a realm akin to a slow-motion dance floor illuminated by flickering lights. This judgmental technique was derived from the fused Zamasu, a skill acquired by Xue Tian during a previous mission, and could be considered one of the divine techniques. Though its might was formidable, it paled in comparison to the ultimate flash. The most significant aspect was the extensive attack range of the Judgment Blade. No matter how Beerus attempted to evade, escape was nearly impossible. Soon thereafter, the 4 resplendent shadows transformed into countless shimmering points, resembling the stars scattered across the night sky. With a mere wave of his hand, Xue Tian summoned the power within him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. These vibrant points descended like a flurry of deadly blades, their velocity exceeding that of shooting stars. In an instant, the multitude of points numbered in the millions, perhaps even tens of millions, densely packed. Even if these were not lethal attacks, a mere deluge of such magnitude could overwhelm one entirely, effortlessly creating a vast ocean. Upon witnessing this onslaught, Beerus dared not underestimate the gravity of the situation. While he had previously evaded Xue Tian's super-continuous energy bomb with ease, this time was markedly different. The sheer volume of attacks, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, posed a genuine threat. Piccolo, Krillin, and Android 18 watched in astonishment. They envisioned themselves ensnared within such an assault, realizing that they would stand no chance of resistance, destined to be drowned by this terrifying technique. In the air, Beerus summoned forth his power once more, channeling 60% of his strength. Enveloped in destructive energy, he spread his arms wide, layers of destructive power encasing him, resolutely facing the overwhelming onslaught of the Judgment Blade's energy. He recognized that evasion was futile. Thus, he resolved to obliterate this force with his destructive might. Boom. Boom, boom. Millions of Judgment Blade energies collided with the energy barrier of destruction, instantly dissipating into nothingness, leaving Beerus unscathed. Smoke billowed in waves, and within the blink of an eye, the air was thick with haze, obscuring all vision. After a few seconds, the surrounding area, extending several 100,000 meters, transformed into a misty expanse, reminiscent of a natural fog. This fog, however, extended only within 100,000 meters, entirely due to Whis' energy shield. Had it not been for this protective barrier, the entire realm would have been engulfed in a shroud of mist. Clin could not help but exclaim, "What terrifying power!" Just as his words fell, the already fractured protective energy shield around Whis unexpectedly erupted, creating a gaping hole several meters wide. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure, beyond comprehension, descended upon everyone present. In that fleeting moment, countless beings on Earth felt their spirits stir with trepidation, casting fearful glances skyward. Those with wavering resolve collapsed to the ground, paralyzed by fear and unable to move. This was merely a breach of a few meters, should the entire barrier give way. The mere presence of these four divine beings would likely crush all life on Earth to oblivion. Though Satan possessed some combat ability, he found himself closer to Xue Tian than the others and fell to his knees, visibly distressed, casting a pleading gaze at Whis, his eyes sparkling with desperation. Observing Satan's plight, the others quickly conjured a protective shield to shield him, Bulma, Chi-Chi, and other ordinary individuals. In the air, a mechanical voice resonated within Xue Tian's consciousness. Beep. Selection 2 completed. Harness Beerus to double combat strength. Reward. Second stage of flash time. Wait? Has Selection 2 been completed so swiftly? Xue Tian was astonished. Having barely engaged in combat for a short duration, his stamina had scarcely diminished. In fact, after resting for just a few seconds, it had returned to its peak. This void bloodline was indeed remarkable, allowing for recovery at an astonishing rate, as if no stamina had been expended at all. Under normal circumstances, invoking the divine body would consume half of one's energy, especially when coupled with the shadowy transfer technique and the deployment of 4 judgment blades. The consumption would be staggering. Yet he had only expended a minimal amount, recovering within seconds. Xue Tian remained silent for a moment, choosing not to dwell further on it. Learning second stage of flash time. Beep. Congratulations to the host for mastering second stage of flash time. With this newfound mastery, Xue Tian contemplated allowing Beerus to experience the second stage of flash time under the divine body. If he wished to witness his capabilities, today would certainly provide ample demonstration. At this moment, Xue Tian was thoroughly captivated by the thrill of battle, though the countless blades of judgment failed to strike even a hair on Beerus. The truth remained that he had already expended a considerable amount of stamina. Should the battle persist, he was confident in depleting Beerus's energy entirely, provided that Beerus refrained from unleashing his destructive powers. If he did, there would be no chance for him to prevail. Xue Tian was acutely aware that, despite appearing evenly matched with Beerus, the reality was that the latter had yet to resort to obliteration. If Beerus truly employed his destructive abilities, Xue Tian might very well meet his demise. To genuinely defeat Beerus, one would need to possess a true immortal body or a strength exponentially surpassing that of Beerus. Only then would victory be conceivable. At present, such a feat was unattainable. He could only hope to extract some combat prowess from the encounter. Beerus, observing the conclusion of Xue Tian's offensive maneuvers, concealed his destructive energy and engaged in a moment of quiet recuperation to restore his strength. Though uninjured, he had indeed drained a considerable reserve of energy. Gazing at Xue Tian, who retained control over the 4 divine forms, he cursed inwardly, questioning what manner of monster this individual was, seemingly endowed with boundless stamina. Was it possible that he was merely enduring? Xue Tian's true form exhibited no signs of fatigue or energy restoration, presenting an image of remarkable vitality. With a deep breath, Xue Tian exhaled, and the 4 divine forms mirrored his action, unleashing a tempest that conjured 4 whirlwinds, dispersing the obscuring mist. A thunderous proclamation echoed, "Beerus, are you prepared to face my next move?" The resounding voice reverberated throughout the cosmos, reaching even neighboring planets. Beerus, already known for his ferocity and irascibility, felt his countenance darken to a shade of violet, his fury palpable. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, to be so brazenly challenged by one under his domain was an affront beyond measure. In an instant, his wrathful visage transformed, displaying a semblance of a grim, mocking smile. His eyes blazed with violet flames, revealing that he was genuinely incensed. Xue Tian remained undeterred. He harbored little doubt that Beerus would dare to eliminate him with destruction. He also believed that Whis or the Grand Priest would intervene to prevent such an act. In fact, he suspected that the Grand Priest was already observing the situation from the shadows, prepared to act should Beerus truly attempt to eradicate him. This assumption was not unfounded, for the Grand Priest lay concealed, vigilantly monitoring their clash, his immense power far beyond their comprehension. With a vigorous breath, he formed hand seals, summoning the 4 divine forms and channeling the surrounding energies. His momentum surged once more. Without the protective energy shield of Whis, Clin and his companions were in great distress, particularly the trio of Yamcha, Bulma, and Pilaf, who were nearly gasping for breath. At the moment Xue Tian formed his seal, the space beneath him began to pale and tremble, subsequently transforming into a cosmic vista. Meanwhile, Beerus also commenced gathering his strength. Sensing that this time Xue Tian's attack would be even more ferocious than before, warranting serious attention. In the realm of the Supreme Kai? The old Supreme Kai exclaimed in alarm, "This is dire. The universe is gradually vanishing." The Supreme Kai, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean the universe is disappearing?" Observing the changes around them, he realized that the once stable terrestrial space was slowly morphing into a cosmic landscape, indicating that this realm could no longer withstand the combined might of the two combatants and was beginning to collapse. Calculating their power, it became apparent that if they continued to fight, even this vast universe might not endure their strength, leading to its destruction and subsequent descent into nothingness. Into nothingness. The Supreme Kai gazed in astonishment. Although he had witnessed fewer divine records, he was somewhat aware of the era of void, a perilous time devoid of loss, where the strong preyed upon the weak, and death could strike at any moment. If the Supreme Kais were to find themselves in such an era, survival would be impossible. And even with the formidable support of Zeno, their chances would be slim. For at that time, those lurking in the shadows of the demon realm and from other timelines might emerge, plunging the universe into chaos. Old Ancestor, could you be exaggerating? With their strength, it is implausible that they could obliterate this universe and usher in the era of void. The East Supreme Kai queried cautiously, feeling as though he might be struck at any moment and bracing himself to evade. However, he soon realized that the old Supreme Kai had no intention of attacking. Instead, responding calmly, "These are merely my speculations. Only the universe and the two of them can truly ascertain whether it can bear their power. However, given Xue Tian's growth and various capabilities, such a possibility is not out of the question. East Supreme Kai, you must immediately inform Xue Tian to cease his actions." Understood. Although uncertain whether the two could indeed annihilate this universe, the potential for such an outcome was too great a risk to ignore. Thus, he promptly contacted Xue Tian. On Earth, amidst the sky, he called out, "Mr. Xue Tian, can you hear me? You must not continue fighting. Otherwise, the entire Earth will be destroyed. It can no longer endure the power you two wield." Xue Tian glanced around him and noticed that the air on Earth had been compressed to the point of suffocation, the surroundings fading to a pallid hue before shifting into the cosmic scene. Contemplating silently, it seemed that continuing the fight was no longer feasible. He had yet to fully engage. Despite these thoughts, his momentum remained undiminished. The old Kaioshin, observing his composure, promptly interjected, "Mr. Xue Tian, you once promised me that you would protect Earth. Should you cause its destruction through this battle, it would amount to breaking your word." Xue Tian's lips twitched slightly. He had not anticipated that the old Kaioshin would still remember this promise, when he had nearly forgotten himself. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed the old Kaioshin who had reminded him, making it unlikely for him to forget. He replied calmly, "Very well, I shall refrain from further actions. I cannot speak against your wishes." Instantly, he retracted his aura, and the four divine forms dissipated, returning to a normal state. Beerus, witnessing this, raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "What are you doing? Don't you have more techniques for me to see?" "I am prepared," Xue Tian responded nonchalantly. "I do have techniques prepared for you, but this Earth can no longer withstand the forces we wield. I promised the old Kaioshin that I would assist in safeguarding this planet, thus this battle is temporarily cancelled." Beerus, displeased, retorted coldly, "I am the god of destruction of the seventh universe. In this realm, my word is law. What does it matter to destroy a mere planet? This battle cannot be cancelled on your whim. You lack the authority to make such decisions." With that, his aura surged once more, indicating an imminent attack on Xue Tian. Both Beerus and Xue Tian were equally irked. Xue Tian shouted, "Beerus, do not overestimate yourself. Do not think that I fear you. If you truly provoke me, I swear I shall strike myself down." The onlookers were left bewildered, staring at Xue Tian in confusion. The absurdity of his statement left them in a state of shock. Was he truly suggesting he would end his own life? Shouldn't it be Beerus he aimed to defeat? Beerus, too, was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Xue Tian's words. Yet, he soon concluded that Xue Tian had misspoken. He mocked, "Oh, is that so? How amusing. Then go ahead. Strike yourself down." He believed that Xue Tian had indeed erred in his words. In reality, Xue Tian was not mistaken. Despite his frustration, he would not misphrase his intent. "Very well, I shall strike myself down this very moment." Chapter 69, What is wrong with having a powerful backing? With that declaration, Xue Tian raised his hand toward his forehead, poised to deliver a fateful blow. Beerus, bewildered by his actions, questioned the implication of such a gesture. Did he intend to threaten me with self-harm? However, he miscalculated. How could his suicide pose any threat to me? Though I am somewhat intrigued by him, I am certainly not susceptible to such threats. Xue Tian's aura surged dramatically, his body swelling rapidly, akin to an overinflated super balloon. It appeared he was on the verge of self-detonation. The high-ranking official, who had remained hidden in the shadows, was utterly astonished. This was no jest. Previously, when he heard Xue Tian declare he would strike himself dead, he assumed it was a mere joke. Now, however, it was evident that he had no intention of jesting. He immediately projected his thoughts into Weiss's mind, commanding, "Weiss, what are you waiting for? Hurry and stop Xue Tian. If he truly commits suicide, we cannot escape the consequences." Weiss had initially intended to observe whether Xue Tian would indeed choose to end his life. He believed that if Xue Tian were to take such a drastic step, it would not concern him, as he was merely tasked with protecting him, without any stipulation against self-harm. However, upon hearing the words of the esteemed high-ranking official, he quickly came to his senses. In a flash, he appeared before Xue Tian, offering a gentle and refined smile. "Mr. Xue Tian, I implore you to calm your anger. Let us discuss this matter calmly." Xue Tian was aware that the high-ranking official was present, albeit concealed, and he could surmise the reason for his concealment. The official wished to gauge his resolve to determine whether he would genuinely take his own life. Yet, the official was reluctant to take chances, fearing the potential ramifications of Xue Tian's suicide, which prompted him to send Weiss to avert further escalation. Another consideration for the high-ranking official was his desire to maintain his dignity. If he were to appear merely to thwart Xue Tian's threats, it would diminish his stature. After all, he served the Omni King, not his own interests. Xue Tian's assumption was not misplaced. The high-ranking official recognized that. As a figure of significant authority within the 12 universes, being intimidated by Xue Tian's threats would undermine his reputation. How could he command respect among other deities and angels if he allowed himself to be coerced in such a manner? Xue Tian, however, was indifferent to this. His aim was simply to elicit a response, and Weiss's presence sufficed. Regardless of the circumstances, he had discerned the official's apprehensions. Moreover, considering the Omni King's capacity for annihilation, if he were to truly perish, his childish nature would likely lead him to erase the entire universe in that final moment, leaving no one with a favorable outcome. When Beerus noticed Weiss approaching unexpectedly, he was puzzled and irately inquired, "Weiss, what are you doing? If he wants to die, let him. Why stop him? Wouldn't that be for the best?" The hidden high-ranking official, upon hearing Beerus's audacious remarks, felt an overwhelming urge to appear and strike him down. At that moment, as this thought crossed his mind, Beerus suddenly shivered, a chill running down his spine, as if foreboding something dreadful was imminent. This left him bewildered. What was happening? Why did he feel this way? I am indeed a deity of destruction, possessing formidable strength, and my premonitions are often remarkably accurate. Yet, I have just experienced an unsettling sensation of fear. Could it be that my statement regarding Weiss's intervention in Xue Tian's suicide has incited this dread? It is inconceivable. Although Weiss's power surpasses my own, he cannot exert such an influence over me. Weiss maintained a serene expression, his countenance still adorned with a smile. "Lord Beerus, Xue Tian must not perish." In truth, Weiss was equally perplexed. While protecting Xue Tian was one matter, preventing his own desire for suicide seemed unwarranted. After all, this was his own will. Beerus, intrigued, inquired, "Why? Do you wish to acquire his divine form?" He then absent-mindedly scratched his ear, adding, "That divine form is not easily mastered. After years of training and studying myriad divine texts and histories, you have yet to grasp it. How could he possibly teach you?" Despite such remarks, Beerus harbored a desire to learn the divine form himself. But his pride and the recent confrontation with Xue Tian made it difficult to admit such intentions without feeling hypocritical. Having lived with Beerus for many years, Weiss was well aware of his thoughts. That is not the case. It is simply that Xue Tian cannot die. Without further explanation, Weiss turned his gaze towards Xue Tian. Speaking calmly, "Mr. Xue Tian, I kindly ask you to remain composed and lower your hand. We can discuss matters rationally. If you wish to avoid conflict, then let us refrain from fighting. Lord Beerus will not destroy the earth." "Hey, Weiss, it seems you are interfering with my duties. Have you forgotten the angelic code?" Beerus exclaimed, clearly annoyed. Whether or not he destroyed the earth was solely his decision and had nothing to do with Weiss. His words suggested that Weiss was overstepping his bounds by making decisions on his behalf. However, Weiss appeared to disregard his remarks, maintaining his smile as he looked at Xue Tian. As long as Xue Tian refrained from suicide, that was what mattered. Although he could not dictate the fate of the earth, he still possessed the ability to thwart Beerus's destructive impulses. With the endorsement of his father, what did the angelic code matter? Xue Tian slowly lowered his hand. Speaking calmly, "If you wish for me not to take my own life, then let Beerus apologize to me." Today, he intended to show Beerus that battling him was no simple feat. What did it matter if his strength surpassed Xue Tian's at present? An apology was in order. And he too must concede. With my connections, what harm is there in being a bit audacious? If one cannot be bold as a time traveler, they would be dishonoring their peers. If one were to cower in fear and exhibit leniency, it would be better to embody a saint. What? Beerus erupted, leaping high into the air, his eyes ablaze with violet flames as he stared incredulously at Xue Tian. Had he misheard, or had Xue Tian misspoken? Whis had kindly intervened to prevent his suicide, and yet he dared to demand an apology from him. This was outrageous. This is already a threat, using suicide as a means of coercion against Weiss. Once he stabilized his emotions, he smiled with a hint of amusement. Weiss. He is using the threat of suicide against you. Weiss felt a twinge of displeasure, having lived countless years. It was the first time he had been threatened in such a manner. He pondered silently. If you wish to take your own life, then go ahead. I shall not interfere. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, the frigid words of the high priest echoed in his consciousness. Weiss, do you wish to defy me? Or is it that you no longer wish to live? Or perhaps, you do not desire to remain an angel? Do you wish to reincarnate as an ordinary human, enduring suffering and the cycle of life? The chilling words struck Weiss like a thunderbolt. To not wish to remain an angel? To endure suffering and the cycle of life? What a terrifying prospect. It would mean forfeiting his angelic lineage, condemning himself to become human, to live a finite life, burdened by the trivialities of existence, limited in power. Such thoughts made him shudder involuntarily. He quickly confessed his error within his mind. Father, I understand my mistake. I will stop him at once. Weiss harbored no doubt regarding the high priest's words. Despite the high priest's usually amiable demeanor, everyone knew that he was truly capable of severing desires and emotions without hesitation. The distinction between coldness and warmth, joy and anger, was but a fleeting thought. Should he act upon his words, the outcome would be inevitable, death. Even if they were the high priest's children, the end would be the same. The high priest's voice resounded coldly in his mind once more. Weiss, I warn you again, if Xue Tian truly takes his own life or comes to any misfortune, you shall end your own existence and renounce your angelic bloodline. A disdainful snort, though only within his mind, deeply embedded itself in Weiss's heart, instilling in him a profound fear of disobedience. In an instant, Weiss's inner pride was subdued, and the smile that had adorned his face, previously maintained with effort, transformed into one that radiated genuine warmth, no longer resembling the facade he had crafted. Indeed, Weiss had always projected an image of closeness and cheerfulness. But it was a deliberate performance, not an authentic expression of joy or kindness, as he sought to emulate his father, aspiring to reach that lofty height. Yet, the chasm between them could not be bridged merely by mimicking an expression or a habitual behavior. Mr. Xue Tian, your request is acceptable, at the very least. If you do not take your own life, we can discuss anything. Beerus suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock as he questioned incredulously. Weiss, have you lost your senses? Do you comprehend what he is saying? He is demanding an apology. And cannot you see that this is a threat against you? With a subtle smile, Weiss turned to Beerus and remarked, Lord Beerus, since Mr. Xue Tian requests an apology from you, I believe it would be prudent for you to oblige. Beerus furrowed his brow, his ears nearly crumpling together, presenting a rather distorted appearance. The onlookers, observing the unfolding situation, could scarcely fathom the delicate shift occurring before them. After all, Beerus was the god of destruction of the seventh universe, a being of supreme authority. For him to apologize was a task likely tenfold, if not 100-fold, more challenging than persuading Vegeta to do the same. Each one pondered, as long as Beerus refrained from obliterating Earth, why insist on an apology? Wasn't this merely provoking him further? Even the old Kaishin, upon hearing Xue Tian's words, called out fervently, yet Xue Tian seemed to disregard him entirely. As if the words were but a fleeting breeze. Beerus crossed his arms, remaining unfazed, and turned his face to the side, coolly declaring, You expect me to apologize? Absolutely not. Xue Tian's brow furrowed, his lips curling downward slightly. If that is the case, then there is little more to discuss. He raised his hand. Weiss promptly intervened with his staff, hastily stating, Mr. Xue Tian, please grant me a moment. I shall persuade Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, in this instance, your actions have indeed been somewhat reckless. I implore you to apologize to Mr. Xue Tian. In an instant, Beerus dropped his hands and clenched his fists, an aura of terrifying destructive energy radiating from him as he bellowed, Weiss, you not only meddle in my affairs but also insult me. After countless years of cohabitation, when have you ever witnessed me apologize? And why do you heed his words? Is he threatening you, and you comply? If he were to perish, would you follow suit? Weiss's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed. Boom, boom, boom. Beerus and the gathered crowd momentarily faltered, an uncontrollable shudder rippling through them. What was this? If Xue Tian were to die, Weiss would too. Surely, this was no jest. Beerus found it hard to believe. He had never heard of any angel's life being bound to another. The gods of destruction were bound to the Supreme Kai, a balance enforced by the Omni King, who granted them their powers, while angels served the gods of destruction and the Grand Minister served the Omni King. It was understood that neither angels nor the Grand Minister were entirely subject to the Omni King's dominion. Thus, the Omni King could not use such a tactic against the angels to counterbalance the gods of destruction. Even if he did, would the Grand Minister remain passive? No matter how ruthless he might be, the angels were his kin, and he would never allow his influence to be annihilated by another. Hence, Beerus concluded that Whis was jesting. Whis, are you jesting? Not at all. Whis replied with a smile, his demeanor unwavering. His expression remained serene. Yet after countless years of familiarity, Beerus understood him well. Upon witnessing his smile, one could discern that it was merely a fade, a forced expression devoid of genuine joy. Whispers of bitterness filled Whis's heart. After all, he was the biological son of his esteemed father. Yet, in a perplexing turn of events, his father seemed willing to renounce his celestial lineage, subjecting him to the trials of the cyclical nature of existence for the sake of another. It was truly bewildering. Could it be true, as Lord Beerus once insinuated, that this individual was his father's illegitimate offspring? Even if that were the case, such treatment seemed utterly unfathomable. In that moment, sorrow enveloped Whis. Beerus, meanwhile, found himself in a quandary. Though the connection between the demise of Xue Tian and Whis eluded him, Whis's demeanor spoke volumes. Torn between loyalty to Whis and his own pride, he grappled with a difficult choice. Should he prioritize his dignity or Whis's very life? The thought of having to apologize weighed heavily upon him, yet the alternative was unthinkable. This man before him might take his own life, leading to Whis's demise as well. With a deep, contemplative sigh, he turned to Whis, who wore a mask of joy, concealing all other emotions and thoughts. Even Beerus could not decipher the turmoil within him. Yet, an inkling of understanding settled in Beerus's mind. He knew that Whis was undoubtedly heartbroken. However, at their elevated status, emotions remained cloaked. With a heavy heart, Beerus made a silent resolution. Very well, I shall apologize. In that fleeting moment, a portion of Beerus's pride crumbled, yet he embraced this humility for the sake of friendship. Turning his gaze to Xue Tian, his expression hardened as he declared, though I do not comprehend the connection between your death and Whis, heed my warning. You must live. Should you bring harm to Whis, I will drag you from the depths of hell and subject you to the unrelenting flames of destruction. Right. Just as Beerus was about to articulate his apology, Xue Tian abruptly interjected, interrupting his discourse. Taken aback, Beerus cast a bewildered glance at Xue Tian, perplexed by the interruption. Wasn't his apology precisely what Xue Tian desired? What was this sudden turn of events? With a slight smile, Xue Tian clarified that he interrupted not out of pity or a sudden moral awakening, but rather because he recognized Beerus's potential for loyalty. He was willing to forego his pride for Whis's sake. Having traversed from the real world, Xue Tian was well aware of the character's portrayal in the anime. Beerus's arrogance rivaled that of Vegeta, and he was, after all, the god of destruction of Universe 7. A being of supreme existence. As it has been articulated, apart from bowing to the king, he has never lowered his head or offered an apology to anyone else. What arrogance and pride this displays. Now, to apologize to himself requires a significant reduction of stature, especially before the eyes of the entire world. What a profound humiliation. For the sake of Whis, he is able to accept this, which signifies that he, like Beerus, is also a person of deep loyalty and sentiment. Such individuals resonate deeply with Xue Tian, for he has a brother in real life who has aided him immensely. While he is not overly merciful nor naive, he would never bully anyone, particularly a person of loyalty. Knowing when to withdraw, he has achieved his goal. Compelling Beerus to apologize was meant to convey that he is not a soft target, unlike others in the 7th universe who can be easily manipulated. At that moment, Beerus glanced at Xue Tian, feeling a slight affinity toward him, as the latter had not truly put him in an embarrassing position. Xue Tian continued, rest assured, I will safeguard myself. I am not so easily vanquished. However, if someone were to provoke me, I would swiftly end my own existence. Beerus replied, why do I sense that it is not others who provoke you, but rather that you are a bit dramatic, threatening to end your own life so easily? Is that reasonable? Whis looked at Beerus, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Beerus. To be frank, had Beerus not chosen to apologize, he would have found himself in a difficult predicament. Forcing an apology would necessitate action, which he wished to avoid against Beerus. Beerus regarded Whis with a cold gaze. Yet internally he felt a shift. As long as Whis was unharmed, what did his own pride matter? Trading a bit of pride for Whis's life seemed an exceedingly fair bargain. In that instant, Beerus felt a surge within, the force of destruction swirling inside him, enveloping him in layers of destructive energy. Bulma, having consumed a Sinza bean, had fully recovered her strength and injuries. Upon witnessing Beerus's demeanor, she exclaimed in astonishment. What is happening? Is Beerus truly about to destroy Earth? Didn't he just agree not to fight? Is it because Xue Tian forced him to apologize? But didn't they come to an understanding afterward? Everyone present observed the aura of destruction emanating from Beerus, sensing that he had indeed been thoroughly provoked. Goku and Vegeta detected an anomaly, sensing that this was not mere anger. Whis, however, waved his staff, conjuring an energy shield to protect Beerus. Xue Tian turned to the onlookers to clarify, he is not angry, he has merely attained sudden enlightenment. Indeed, Beerus had reached an epiphany, not born of anger, but rather the realization that his pride paled in comparison to Whis' importance. This profound insight was a manifestation of true sentiment. The power of destruction is characterized by the freedom to act according to one's whims, yet Beerus has not transcended the realms of desire and emotion. In fact, one could argue that he has yet to even attain the realm of sentiment, so how could he be devoid of emotion? Thus, the very moment he grasped the essence of sentiment, he experienced an elevation. From sentiment follows detachment, from detachment emerges desire, and subsequently, the absence of desire. To sever the 6 desires and eradicate the 7 emotions is to achieve the pinnacle of supremacy. Upon hearing this, the others realized the profound truth behind it. They were not strangers to the concept of enlightenment, having encountered it before, yet it had mostly remained dormant within them. Among their group, only Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo had awakened to this state. If Xue Tian recalled correctly, just before the tournament of power commenced, Krillin would also experience a moment of enlightenment. This particular awakening occurred when Sun Wukong and Krillin inadvertently ventured into the dark forest, where they encountered foes they had once defeated: Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, and Jinyu, all of whom instilled fear in Krillin. However, he ultimately achieved enlightenment, fortifying his will and overcoming his trepidation, thus vanquishing these former adversaries and significantly enhancing his combat prowess. 10 minutes later, Beerus concluded his moment of enlightenment, retracting all the power of destruction back into his being. Clenching his fists, he couldn't help but smile. I never anticipated that I would attain enlightenment, elevating both my destructive power and my mastery of self to a new level. Whis congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Lord Beerus," with a knowing smile. Beerus turned to Xue Tian and uttered incredulously, "Thank you." He was acutely aware that had it not been for Xue Tian revealing to him the essence of sentiment, he would never have achieved enlightenment and entered this realm of feeling. Xue Tian was equally astonished that his unintentional guidance had led Beerus to enlightenment and a breakthrough in strength. The next time they clashed, the pressure would be monumental. However, he too had experienced significant advancement. Following this battle, his foundational combat strength had rapidly escalated, and he discovered another effect of his void bloodline, an exceedingly minimal consumption of stamina, essentially allowing for infinite stamina usage, more so than even the artificial beings. No need for thanks, this is merely your fortunate opportunity. You should express gratitude for your own choices, not to me. This simple statement resonated deeply with Beerus, significantly impacting his perception of Xue Tian, enhancing his admiration for him. Bulma observed the tranquility that had returned, signaling the restoration of peace. Everyone come down. The party is still ongoing, and there are grand prizes to be drawn. Chapter 72, Winning the Lottery. Arise, Shenron. The trio descended, and the sky instantly reverted to its original, clear expanse. The sea calmed, and a gentle breeze swept through, revitalizing the vibrant life that had once flourished. As the crowd descended onto the ship, they began to indulge in a variety of delectable dishes. After being reprimanded by Beerus, Bu became significantly more subdued, no longer daring to sit at the same table as him. Naturally, the others also refrained from seating the two together. Instead, Bu was led by Satan to another side to feast heartily. Faced with the abundance of culinary delights, Bu completely forgot the earlier reprimand. Similarly, Beerus, confronted with the sumptuous fare, put aside any previous discomfort, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and camaraderie. After a while, as the feast reached its conclusion and everyone felt satiated, they transitioned to the final segment of the party, the grand prize draw. Bulma instructed Trunks to bring out a large spinning wheel, which bore the words Mystery Grand Prize at its apex. She explained the rules to the attendees. Spinning the wheel and landing on the Mystery Grand Prize would signify a win, while those who did not spin would receive a consolation prize of 100 million, and those who did would only receive 50 million. Upon hearing the enticing rewards and rules, Xue Tian could not help but marvel at Bulma's wealth, for she truly was the richest in the Dragon Ball universe. Displaying remarkable generosity, Consequently, everyone eagerly participated in the draw. The first participant, Android 18, did not win. Although slightly disheartened, she appreciated the consolation prize. Following her, Launch also failed to win, as did Krillin and Piccolo. Even Goku did not strike lucky. Vegeta, initially reluctant to partake, eventually succumbed to Bulma's insistence, after all. It was his wife's birthday party, and he could not avoid participating in the festivities. However, he too did not win. At this point, only Xue Tian, Tianjinhan, Whis, Beerus, and Yamcha had yet to spin. At Bulma's urging, Xue Tian casually gave the wheel a spin, ultimately landing on the mystery grand prize. The crowd erupted in cheer, and Xue Tian was taken aback by his unexpected fortune. He was already aware that the reward was the 7 Dragon Balls, which Bulma had meticulously collected for her birthday. Bulma proclaimed, "I announce that Xue Tian has won the mystery grand prize. Trunks, please bring forth the prize." "Of course, Mom," Trunks replied. Krillin, adjusting his wig, remarked, "Hey, Xue Tian, your luck is incredible. You actually won." The crowd gazed at him enviously, knowing that Bulma's mysterious reward was bound to be extraordinary. Especially given that even the consolation prize was a staggering 100 million. It was only natural that the grand prize would be tenfold that amount. And even Beerus and Whis were intrigued by the nature of this mystery reward. Moments later, Trunks and Goten emerged, holding a platter covered with a red cloth. As the crowd beheld the covered platter, they began to speculate. Krillin exclaimed, "Oh, the mystery grand prize is this." Piccolo chuckled. "The only thing that could elevate 100 million to a consolation prize must be this item." Vegeta chimed in, "Did you collect this yourself?" Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, who was observing coldly from the side, and playfully inquired. The two resembled a married couple, exchanging banter from time to time. Wukong's teasing was not intentional, rather an unconscious jest. Vegeta huffed disdainfully, "Humph, I have no time for such trivial matters." Yet, he had just overheard them mention that during Lord Beerus' recent encounter with Bulma, he had exclaimed, "My Bulma." Wukong, feigning seriousness, asked in confusion. Vegeta's expression darkened instantly, akin to frostbitten leaves, turning an ominous shade of black and purple, cockroach. He had always looked down upon matters of affection, feeling it beneath his dignity. And being called out in front of everyone left him utterly mortified. Bulma, meanwhile, stifled her laughter. Yamcha enthusiastically remarked, "Xue Tian, why don't you take a guess at what this mysterious gift is?" For them, the moment the mysterious gift was revealed, they already had an inkling of its nature. Yet they believed Xue Tian was unaware since he had never crossed paths with them before. It seemed inconceivable that someone like him would have encountered the Dragon Balls, which had always been within their purview, and they had never seen Xue Tian attempting to seize them. Hence, they were convinced he was oblivious to their existence. With a charming smile gracing his handsome face, Xue Tian confidently stated that he could indeed identify the Dragon Balls. 7 Dragon Balls. Ah, the crowd gasped in astonishment, staring at Xue Tian in disbelief. "You know about the Dragon Balls?" "Of course," Xue Tian chuckled. At that moment, Piccolo interjected. "How could he not know about the Dragon Balls if he possesses knowledge of the past and future?" The realization dawned upon everyone. "We were testing him. How amusing." Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Beerus, reclining with a cold cola, inquired with curiosity, "Whis, what exactly are the Dragon Balls?" Whis, like a living encyclopedia, elaborated. "The Dragon Balls are special orbs created by the Namekians, totaling 7. When all 7 are gathered, and the incantation is recited, one can summon the eternal dragon to grant wishes." "Oh, quite fascinating." Beerus expressed newfound interest. After Xue Tian took possession of the Dragon Balls, Bulma urged, "Xue Tian, since you're aware of the Dragon Balls, make a wish quickly." Xue Tian pondered for a moment. He had no particular desires. If he were to wish for something, it would be to elevate his fighting prowess to the level of the Grand Minister. However, how could such a small dragon fulfill such a monumental wish? Even the Super Dragon couldn't accomplish that. Otherwise, there would be far more individuals of the Grand Minister's caliber in the universe. So, what wish could he make? He couldn't let the opportunity slip by without making a wish. Having traversed into the Dragon Ball superworld, it would be a great regret not to experience the act of wishing upon the eternal dragon. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, Lan Chi. Understanding precisely what wish he ought to make, he placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground and proclaimed, "Arise, dragon, and grant my wish." With a whoosh, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, dark clouds gathered ominously, and the distant horizon flickered with lightning, interspersed with glimmers of golden light. Suddenly, from the 7 Dragon Balls, a plume of smoke erupted, transforming into a magnificent green 4-clawed dragon, which then morphed into a radiant beam of yellow light, soaring into the sky. Xue Tian sensed that the dragon's combat prowess was nearly non-existent, yet it possessed a unique power, the power of wishes. He couldn't help but admire the ingenuity and capability of the Namekians for being able to create such a force. Arriving in this Dragon Ball universe, he was on the brink of experiencing the magic of wishmaking. Pilaf, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "The dragon has appeared. I shall make my wish to become the ruler of the world." Meanwhile, the youthful Xiaowu interjected, "Lord Pilaf, this dragon was summoned by Xue Tian. If you wish, might it not turn against you?" Pilaf abruptly froze, his gaze shifting to Xue Tian, as the flames of his exhilaration were doused by a wave of cold reality. He found Xue Tian's temperament utterly inscrutable. Unlike Sun Wukong, who would not harm anyone unless they were truly malevolent, this individual seemed capable of violence. Contemplating the near miss of his opportunity to wish, Pilaf felt a twinge of despair. His dream of world domination seemed to slip away, leaving his lips twitching in frustration. Once, an opportunity to rule the world had been within his grasp, yet in the moment of summoning the dragon, his anxiety had rendered him speechless, allowing Oolong to seize the opportunity and wish for a pair of underpants. To this day, the sight of Oolong stirred an uncontrollable urge to strike him, for his dream of dominion had been thwarted by something as trivial as undergarments. The emerald dragon coiled majestically in the sky, its massive form swaying gently. Its gaze directed at Xue Tian and the others, declaring, "Speak your wishes. I am here to fulfill them." The crowd turned to Xue Tian, their anticipation palpable, urging, "Xue Tian, voice your wish. The dragon can grant it." At that moment, Beerus inquired, "Can this dragon truly fulfill any wish?" The dragon, while maintaining an expressionless facade, replied with a hint of pride in its voice, "Indeed, any wish can be granted." However, when its gaze fell upon Beerus, it momentarily froze, its previously swaying tail coming to an abrupt halt, stammering in shock, "Lord Beerus, what brings you here?" To Beerus's surprise, the diminutive dragon recognized him, igniting a flicker of pride within him, for it appeared that his reputation was indeed quite illustrious. "Yes, let us hastily fulfill their wishes," he declared. "Very well, Lord Beerus. I await their desires," the dragon, drenched in sweat and trembling, replied. Never could he have fathomed that Beerus would manifest on Earth, let alone encounter him, and most significantly, he found himself gazing down at Beerus from above. Yet, he was unable to descend, so he could only remain as he was, silently praying that Beerus would not castigate him. It seemed, to his relief, that Beerus bore him no ill will, alleviating some of his anxiety. The onlookers were equally astonished to witness the dragon's palpable fear of Beerus, as it shattered the once sacred perception they held of the dragon, revealing that it was not as formidable as they had believed. This perception further influenced Bulma's later decision to summon the dragon again, with the threat of Beerus looming as one of her key motivations. Thus, the dragon endured until Bulma's wish was fulfilled. Turning towards Xue Tian, the dragon's tone had shifted from its previous arrogance to one of calmness, asking, "Please, articulate your wish." Xue Tian pointed at Lan Qi, declaring, "I wish for you to cure her tendency to lose control when sneezing, transforming her uncontrollable outbursts into manageable ones." The crowd was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for Xue Tian's selfless wish, as they had anticipated his first desire would be for his own benefit. They couldn't help but feel that Xue Tian was rather considerate towards Lan Qi. Lan Qi, surprised by her master's choice, felt a warmth surge within her, akin to the effect of a strong drink, as blood rushed to her face, leaving her cheeks flushed. She realized what it felt like to be cherished. In that moment of emotional upheaval, she also experienced a sweet sense of happiness. "This matter is quite simple," the dragon proclaimed, its radiance flickering momentarily before a beam of light enveloped Lan Qi, swiftly dissipating. Once the glow faded, Lan Qi sensed a newfound control within her, allowing her to manage her outbursts at will. "Thank you, Master," she expressed gratefully, her joy evident. Previously, she had contemplated using the dragon's power to remedy her issue, but deemed such an action wasteful, especially given her own limited capability to gather the Dragon Balls. To her astonishment, her affliction had been ultimately resolved through the wish made by her master. The dragon continued, "Now, please articulate your second wish." Xue Tian turned to the others and inquired, "What wishes do you have? Please, make your desires known." "What do you mean? Do you not have any wishes left?" Bulma and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that they could make a second wish, and were considering relinquishing the opportunity so easily. Xue Tian smiled and nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, there is but a single wish that it can fulfill for me. Beyond that, its capabilities are limited." Bulma and the others, unaware of the dragon's constrained powers, insisted, "That can't be true. The dragon can grant any wish. There are no limits to what it can achieve. Right, dragon?" The dragon hesitated for a moment before affirming, "Yes." Xue Tian smirked, amused by the dragon's pretentiousness, recognizing its desire to maintain a facade of grandeur. However, he was not one to expose such pretensions, so he responded, "You may make your wishes, mine has already been fulfilled." To the likes of Sun Wukong and his companions from days gone by. The dragon indeed had the power to grant any wish, as they were once naive and inexperienced. Yet, the present circumstances were vastly different. Many things could not simply be accomplished through the meager wish-granting powers contained within one's being. The dragon, keenly aware of its own pride, seemingly to assert its stature before Beerus, proclaimed, "Speak your heart's desire, I shall grant it." Chapter 74. How did you comprehend your divine form? Xue Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind, let's stick with this. You all can make your wishes." The dragon, sensing a challenge to its prowess, grew increasingly displeased. "Are you questioning my abilities? Speak your wish, or I shall take my leave." It initially intended to refer to itself as this divine dragon, but upon considering Beerus's presence, it quickly amended its words. Seeing the dragon's insistence, Xue Tian chuckled. "Very well, if that is the case. Then transform my base combat power into the strongest in the universe." The dragon hesitated, for it knew that such a feat was beyond its capabilities. Not only could it not make him the strongest in the universe, but even the strongest on Earth was currently beyond its reach. In the past, when Sun Wukong and others were young or when Raditz had just appeared, such a wish could have been granted, but now, it was simply impossible. The power to grant wishes within its essence did not support such an endeavor. Noticing the dragon's faltering demeanor, Xue Tian surmised its inability to fulfill the wish. "All right. Then grant their wishes. Bulma, you still have 2 wishes. Do not squander them." "All right." Bulma and the others recognized that the dragon could not fulfill Xue Tian's wish. After pondering, Bulma realized she had no pressing desires to fulfill. Gathering her thoughts, she prepared to voice her wish. 18 immediately interjected, "Bulma, if you are hesitating, allow me to speak my wish." Bulma could easily guess what 18's desire was, likely concerning financial matters. 18, what is your wish? "My wish is for 1 billion. Marin has grown up and requires substantial expenses. I shall assist you in realizing this desire, or perhaps I shall make a wish myself," Bulma exclaimed with exuberance. Upon receiving Bulma's affirmation, Android 18 fell silent and gracefully retreated to one side, standing in serene beauty. Bulma then addressed the dragon, "Eternal Dragon, I wish to become even younger and more beautiful." Ultimately, Bulma was but a mortal. As time passed, she would inevitably age. In contrast, Android 18, a synthetic being, exhibited indifference towards aging. Not that she was immune to it, but rather that her aging process unfolded over a significantly extended period. Consequently, the present-day Android 18 appeared considerably more youthful than Bulma. Each time Xue Tian beheld Android 18's breathtaking visage, he couldn't help but ponder whether Krillin's wife had saved several galaxies in her previous life. "Very well, your wish is quite simple." The Eternal Dragon shimmered momentarily, granting Bulma's second wish. As Bulma touched her cheek, she discovered her skin had become notably smoother and tighter, filling her with immense joy. With her desires fulfilled, she found herself devoid of further wishes. Yet, there remained one wish unspent. Looking around, she noticed that no one else seemed to have a wish, however. It would be a shame to squander the last wish. Xue Tian surveyed the group. "Do you all have no wishes left?" "No." Everyone shook their heads. Faced with the task of formulating a wish on the spot, they found themselves at a loss. In the past, they had always considered their wishes carefully before summoning the dragon. At that moment, Oolong stepped forward, gazing at Xue Tian and stating, "I wish to." Xue Tian swiftly interrupted, swatting him away, sending him crashing against the wall several meters away. You pig, just forget it." As an ardent fan of Dragon Ball, Xue Tian could not possibly overlook Oolong's previous wishes. To allow him to utter such a wish again would indeed be laughable, especially considering that this was Xue Tian's inaugural wish-granting event, an affront to his dignity. Pilaf, witnessing Oolong being sent flying, felt a surge of satisfaction. He had long desired to strike that pig, yet had refrained out of respect for Son Goku and the others. Now, Xue Tian had avenged him. Truth be told, Pilaf had contemplated making a wish with Xue Tian, but he deemed it unrealistic, whether it be Xue Tian or anyone else. They would never permit him to wish for world domination. Moreover, with Xue Tian and the others present, he sensed that such a wish would be unattainable. Even if he were to dominate the world, he would still have to heed their opinions, which, while exhilarating, also felt somewhat stifling. The Eternal Dragon began to tremble, its voice growing faint. "Hurry and speak. I can scarcely endure any longer." Were it not for Beerus's presence, it would have simply uttered a single phrase and departed without delay. Xue Tian pondered for a moment and spoke, "Since no one harbors any particular wishes, allow me to bestow a collective wish upon all of you, as well as our esteemed audience." May you all achieve great wealth in the year of the rabbit. May all your endeavors be met with success. May your heart's desires manifest, and may you experience a life devoid of troubles, filled with joy and robust health each and every day. The golden radiance emanating from the divine dragon blazed brightly, casting dazzling beams of light across the land, reaching even the most remote corners of the earth. Even an ant could feel the potency of this wish. Your wish has been granted. With a whoosh, the divine dragon transformed into a cascade of golden light, dispersing into 7 dragon balls, which then sped off to various corners, awaiting another fortunate soul. However, these 7 dragon balls were primarily claimed by the main protagonist, Sun Wukong, and were predominantly utilized by them, becoming their exclusive treasures. Once the divine dragon had transformed into the 7 dragon balls and vanished, the overcast sky returned to its former state. Xue Tian and the others continued their festivities. Several hours later, having indulged in food and merriment, they sat aside to relax and chat. Weiss, curious, inquired Xue Tian, how did you come to comprehend the divine aspect golden body? Beerus immediately perked up, clearly eager not to overlook any detail, for it might hold the key to understanding the divine aspect golden body. Naturally, Xue Tian could not reveal that it was a reward from the system. Although it was indeed a system reward, Xue Tian had developed his own unique insights after mastering it. He explained, the comprehension of the divine aspect golden body is not merely a matter of desire. It is an understanding that must be experienced personally. It cannot be articulated, but rather must be intuitively grasped to unveil its profound intricacies. This is what allows one to truly master it. It is distinct from the self-extreme technique or the free extreme technique. While this explanation may sound esoteric, it is, in fact, the truth. It is precisely for this reason that few have truly mastered the divine art to this day. Weiss nodded gently, indeed, but what subtleties did you discern? The void is unfeeling, treating all things as mere fodder. The divine remains indifferent, regarding humanity as mere playthings. The 5 elements of the void, devoid of origin, embody the principle of non-action, yet achieve all. It is the essence of the divine aspect golden body. Chapter 75. Your fortunate encounter awaits. Upon hearing this, Weiss felt a jolt of realization, sensing a modicum of understanding, albeit limited. In contrast, Beerus was utterly bewildered, grasping nothing. Observing Weiss's reaction, Beerus inquired, Weiss, have you gained some insight? With a slight smile, Weiss replied, just a touch. Beerus, feeling utterly lost, wondered aloud, but why can't I comprehend any of it? Frustrated, he poked his own head with his finger, feeling quite vexed. Weiss remained silent, knowing that while he could understand, Beerus was unable to grasp it, which was telling in itself. At that moment, Sun Wukong approached with excitement, exclaiming, Xue Tian, could you teach me the divine aspect golden body? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Beerus did not even raise an eyebrow, disdain evident in his tone as he remarked, do you think the divine body technique is a commonplace skill? If it were so easily comprehended, there would not only be a handful of gods who possess it. He smirked, but you may certainly give it a try. Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head, yet it was clear that he genuinely wished to learn. However, as Beerus had pointed out, it was uncertain whether Wukong would be able to master it. The divine body technique was far from being as simple as the ultimate instinct or the self-realization techniques. Noticing that Xue Tian had remained silent, Wukong urged, please, just teach me the divine body technique. Xue Tian was left speechless. If you were a woman, perhaps your charm would sway me, but as a man, especially a muscular one, what do you think you're doing? He had no inclination to indulge in such antics. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Vegeta, who seemed equally eager. Clearly, if he taught Wukong, Vegeta would inevitably seek his guidance as well. These two were intent on clinging to him, as if he were to become their caretaker. That was simply unacceptable. He cherished his leisurely life too much to be burdened by 2 infants. Clearing his throat, he addressed them, Wukong, Vegeta, do you recall that I mentioned I am unable to teach you? The one destined to guide you will appear in the near future. Wukong pondered carefully upon hearing this, then shook his head. I think I may have heard something like that, but I'm not quite sure. Xue Tian, exasperated, turned to Vegeta. Do you remember? Vegeta, not one to be forgetful like Wukong, calmly nodded, indeed. He then considered the implications, casting a glance at Beerus and Weiss, secretly contemplating whether Xue Tian was referring to them. It certainly seemed plausible. With their presence, who else could it be? Given Beerus' strength, he was indeed qualified to teach him, and Vegeta's own mastery of the self-realization technique aligned with that of Beerus. Though Vegeta was eager to learn the divine body technique, he grasped from their conversation that neither Beerus nor Weiss possessed the skill. Thus, considering his own capabilities, how could he expect to learn? While he aspired to enhance his combat prowess, he was not as naive as Wukong, who believed he could easily master the divine body technique. It would be wiser to first fully grasp the self-realization technique. Noticing Vegeta's gaze shifting toward Whis and Beerus, Xue Tian understood that the message had resonated. He reminded them. Though Whis is Beerus's attendant, it is Beerus who trained him. They share a master-disciple bond. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others were taken aback. Staring at Whis in astonishment, eager to discern the truth of the matter. Whis, feeling the weight of their gazes, chuckled heartily. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm quite shy. Seeing his demeanor, the others realized that there was no falsity in his words. Vegeta's once proud demeanor had been considerably tempered by Xue Tian, and now the turbulence within his heart had significantly diminished. Turning to Whis, he spoke in a softer tone, please guide me in my training. At the moment Whis witnessed Vegeta's mastery of the Ultra Instinct, he had already formulated a plan. Moreover, given that Beerus typically spent his time napping, reveling in solitude within the vastness of the God of Destruction realm, he was more than willing to impart his wisdom. After all, having someone to converse with was a welcome change. Whis inquired nonchalantly, guide you? Why? Just then, a task was activated. Choice 1. Disengage from Goku and Vegeta, preventing them from entangling him, thereby allowing them to successfully become Whis' disciples. Reward: energy absorption. Choice 2. Prevent Goku and Vegeta from becoming Whis' disciples. Reward: basic combat power reading technique. Upon seeing these two options, Xue Tian did not hesitate for long. The basic combat power reading technique? This would allow him to discern an opponent's fundamental strength, but in the Dragon Ball Super universe, or rather, the Dragon Ball universe at large, what good would it do to see an opponent's base power? It would not reveal their true capabilities. In fact, if he perceived their combat power to be lower than his own, it could instill a sense of overconfidence, much like Vegeta's initial visit to Earth, where he underestimated Goku and others, only to be astonished by their remarkable strength. Had he not been so dismissive, the outcome could have been quite different. However, who could forget that Goku was the protagonist? After only a brief moment of contemplation, he chose the first option. If he were to thwart Goku and Vegeta's training under Whis, it was inevitable that they would continue to pursue him, resulting in a headache that could not be resolved simply by a basic power reading. Upon making his choice, Xue Tian immediately pointed to the delectable spread on the table. Vegeta quickly grasped the implication and responded, I can provide you with a plethora of exquisite delicacies. A plethora of delicacies? This was indeed tempting. Yet, had they not already sampled nearly everything Earth had to offer? Was there truly anything more delectable? The table bore an array of treats, puddings, takoyaki, meatballs, and more, each of which they had relished. Vegeta paused, momentarily at a loss for words, his mind short-circuiting as he struggled to conceive of anything that could surpass these delights. Xue Tian prompted, Vegeta, doesn't Bulma possess something that is even more delicious than these treats? You could present it to Whis for a taste. Goku, intrigued, asked, oh, Bulma has something even tastier? As he leaned closer to Bulma, sniffing curiously, he nearly brushed against her curves, causing Vegeta to bristle with jealousy. Xue Tian was momentarily speechless, thinking that perhaps there was indeed something truly delectable at hand. Kakarot. Chapter 76. Delectable Delicacies Kakarot. Vegeta exclaimed, his voice echoing with frustration. Bulma attempted to slap him, but Goku deftly evaded her strike. Chi-Chi, wearing an expression of exasperation, stepped forward to restrain Goku. Her husband, oblivious to the subtleties of romantic interactions, often required her to navigate their relationship with painstaking guidance, a matter I shall refrain from elaborating upon to spare readers the burden on their visual sensibilities. Goku, bewildered by Bulma and Vegeta's ire, inquired, what is the matter? Why so angry? Vegeta seethed with rage, yet found himself at a loss against Goku's innocence. Ultimately, it was Chi-Chi who intervened, awkwardly remarking, Goku is just like that. Please don't hold it against him. Aside from Beerus and Whis, who had not spent much time with him, everyone else was well aware of Goku's emotional and intellectual limitations, and thus chose to overlook his naivety. After glaring at Goku, Vegeta's mind raced in search of the most delectable food. Suddenly, a bright idea illuminated his thoughts. I've got it. With remarkable speed, he dashed into the cabin, reappearing mere seconds later before Beerus and Whis, cradling several cylindrical containers labeled Dragon Ball instant noodles. Beerus, eyeing the unassuming packaging, skeptically asked, is this simple-looking item truly as delightful as octopus balls or pudding? His tone dripped with skepticism. Whis mirrored this doubt. Vegeta swiftly asserted, absolutely. This is infinitely more delicious than pudding. Upon witnessing Vegeta's return with the instant noodles, Bulma, having anticipated this outcome, murmured, I knew it would be this. Vegeta promptly opened 3 containers, pouring in hot water. As steam billowed forth, he confidently proclaimed, "Just 3 minutes of soaking, and it will be ready to enjoy." Beerus remained unconvinced. After all, pudding had long been his favorite treat. The notion that anything on earth could surpass it was simply incredulous. "Lord Beerus," Vegeta urged, "you shall soon see. If it is indeed delicious, you must allow Whis to train me." Beerus's gaze sharpened, his expression darkening as he coldly replied, "Should it prove unpalatable, I shall destroy you." Vegeta's heart quaked in trepidation. He had not anticipated such a sudden ultimatum. In that moment, he felt utterly unmoored. What if he tasted it and deemed it unsatisfactory? Would that not signify his defeat? The stakes of this wager were dictated solely by Beerus, and engaging in such a gamble felt perilous. Yet he was aware that this presented a splendid opportunity for Whis to take him as a disciple. If he missed this chance, it might never come again. He couldn't help but cast a glance at Xue Tian, who was watching the spectacle. Xue Tian had a mission to accomplish and would naturally provide them with some guidance. If Whis accepted Vegeta, he would undoubtedly also accept Son Goku. With a slight nod, he signaled his acquiescence. Upon receiving Xue Tian's endorsement, Vegeta's confidence surged. Splendid. A decisive moment. The 3 minutes elapsed. Vegeta presented 3 bowls of instant noodles to Beerus, Whis, and Xue Tian, inviting them to taste. Son Goku, eyeing the bowls with longing, looked towards Vegeta but was met with a fierce glare. He thought to himself, "I haven't yet settled the score with you for earlier. Now you wish to jeopardize my good fortune?" Beerus, as he opened the lid of the noodle bowl, remarked, "How could something contained in such a small box, merely soaked in hot water for 3 minutes, possibly taste good? Prepare for destruction." Whis and Xue Tian also lifted the lids. Xue Tian, having vivid memories of instant noodles, recalled that in his daily life, aside from the first half of the month when he received his paycheck, the latter half was always accompanied by this delightful sustenance. Therefore, how could he forget its flavor? Truth be told, it was never tiresome. It possessed a certain enchantment. Though not particularly healthy, the minor toxicity posed no threat to Beerus and Whis. Beerus slurped a mouthful. Sizzle. The moment the noodle touched his palate, Beerus's expression contorted even further. The onlookers recognized this expression. It was not their first encounter with it. And they thought to themselves, the matter was settled. Vegeta sighed in relief. Indeed, Beerus exclaimed with excitement, "Delicious." Just as he uttered this, he suddenly realized his faux pas. Promptly closing his mouth, his demeanor turning frosty as he coldly stated, "It's not that impressive." Xue Tian, with a smile, inquired, "Really?" But just now, Lord Beerus exclaimed that it was exceptionally delicious, a proclamation that could likely be heard beyond the universe. Beerus's eyes nearly bulged, and he grimaced, muttering, "You truly have a knack for undermining." To which Xue Tian responded nonchalantly, for he cared little about undermining. What truly mattered was completing his mission, to send off the troublesome duo, Son Goku and Vegeta, so they would no longer disturb his peace. Whis chimed in, "Indeed. Lord Beerus did say so." Beerus shot him a glare. Having polished off a bowl of noodles, Beerus yearned for more, yet all the remaining noodles rested in Vegeta's hands. Observing Beerus's state, Vegeta promptly declared, "As long as Lord Beerus agrees, I shall provide you with an endless supply of instant noodles, ensuring you can enjoy them every day." Upon hearing this promise of daily noodles, saliva began to flow. Had it not been for his concern over his status as a god of destruction, he would have nearly drooled. Beerus hesitated, contemplating whether to acquiesce. If he truly allowed Whis to instruct the two of them, their futures would undoubtedly be boundless. One must acknowledge that with Whis's exceptional teaching abilities, even the most inept individuals could achieve remarkable feats, especially considering these two. One had mastered the Ultra Instinct technique, while the other had grasped the autonomous Ultra Instinct. With the right training, their progress would surely be extraordinary. Xue Tian sensed that a little more encouragement was needed. Setting aside his instant noodles, he playfully remarked, "Are you afraid, Lord Beerus, to let Whis teach them? Are you concerned they might surpass you?" Initially, the match between Beerus and Xue Tian had resulted in no clear victor, both refusing to concede. Thus, upon being taunted, Beerus was instantly provoked, casting a mild glare and retorting, "Am I scared? Whis, you shall mentor Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Vegeta was ecstatic, while Goku eagerly approached, eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What about me, Lord Beerus? What about me?" Beerus, having been riled up, blurted out a reply, and upon noticing Goku's eager face, coldly inquired, "What can you offer us?" "Goku, if Vegeta provides us with instant noodles?" Goku, momentarily bewildered, pondered, "What do we have at home?" "Oh right. Wait for me, Lord Beerus." Chapter 77, Whis. Who exactly is Xue Tian? Goku unleashed his full power, utilizing high-speed movement to soar towards his home, returning in less than a minute, cradling several large cabbages in his arms. Beerus gazed at the peculiar vegetables with confusion. What is this? Can it be eaten? The unassuming appearance of the cabbage left him skeptical about its taste, yet recalling how many delectable earth foods were similarly unremarkable in appearance, he remained cautiously optimistic. Goku tore off a leaf and began munching, his expression radiating delight. Observing this, Beerus grew curious and, after plucking a leaf himself, took a few bites, commenting nonchalantly. It's quite ordinary, merely a sweet leaf. What is so special about it? Goku eagerly pressed, Lord Beerus, you should let Whis train me too. I'll give you all these cabbages, and I promise to bring you even more in the future. Won't you agree? Beerus fell into contemplation. Xue Tian interjected, Lord Beerus, Goku and Vegeta are best friends. Since you've taken Vegeta under your wing, why not accept Goku as well? With Vegeta mastering Ultra Instinct and Goku pursuing autonomous Ultra Instinct, it would be fascinating to witness who emerges as the stronger fighter. Besides, having their company in the God of Destruction realm, where only you and Whis are, would be quite beneficial. Sun Wukong is also a master of endearment, particularly when it comes to the pursuit of cultivation, displaying remarkable emotional intelligence. Lord Beerus, you should just agree, he implored. Beerus glanced at Whis and inquired, Whis, are you willing to guide him? Whis chuckled heartily, of course. Since Xue Tian had already spoken, Whis would naturally extend his courtesy. He was intrigued to discover what merits Xue Tian possessed that warranted such protection from his father. Granting Xue Tian favor now could forge a closer bond, facilitating future inquiries. Wonderful! Sun Wukong exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Vegeta shot him a fierce glare and scoffed. If this guidance were only for me. It wouldn't take long for me to easily surpass Kakarot. But now that Kakarot is here as well, my plans are thwarted. Nonetheless, I am not overly concerned. I firmly believe that with my efforts and innate talent, I can effortlessly outshine Kakarot. After all, Kakarot is merely a lowly warrior, while I am a noble scion prince, possessing talent that far surpasses his. Surpassing him would be a simple feat. He had always refused to acknowledge Kakarot's superiority. After all, the latter was just a low-tier warrior whose intellect barely compared to his own. Sun Wukong paid no heed to Vegeta's disdainful scoff and cheerfully remarked, we can train together again. A palpable camaraderie filled the air. Xue Tian couldn't help but think that these two truly were good friends, one aloof and the other exuberantly warm, perfectly complementing each other. After a brief conversation, Vegeta went to procure 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, all compressed into capsules, and approached Beerus earnestly, stating, I am prepared. Beerus nodded in satisfaction, quite commendable. Whis, having eaten and drunk to our fill, we should take our leave, he announced. Whis responded affirmatively and extended an invitation to Xue Tian. Would you be interested in visiting the God of Destruction's realm? Beerus regarded him with curiosity. If they reached the God of Destruction's realm, Xue Tian could once again inquire about the godly transformation and also ask why his death would result in Whis' demise. Were they truly intertwined as life partners? Naturally, he could pose this question to Whis as well. As night had fallen, Xue Tian longed for rest rather than further excursions, thus he declined. I will visit when I have the time. Very well. Farewell, everyone. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, place your hands on Lord Beerus's back. All right. Chi-Chi. Seeing Sun Wukong about to depart, wore a sorrowful expression. Sun Gohan comforted her, while Chi-Chi sighed in resignation. She had grown accustomed to it. Grateful for the presence of her two sons, especially her youngest who consistently kept her company, Whis led the three away in a flash of light. After their departure, the others gradually left as well. Xue Tian expressed his gratitude to Bulma for her hospitality before returning home with Lan Chi. In the vast cosmos, their adventures continued. Beerus inquired telepathically, Whis, how is it that if Xue Tian dies, you will also perish? What exactly is going on? I have never heard of such a thing. With whom are you angels in a bond of life? Surely, you cannot be. He hesitated to voice the latter thought, for it was a blasphemous notion. Whis responded telepathically, no, it is simply that Xue Tian cannot die. If he were to perish, not only would I meet my end, but you would as well. Whis did not exaggerate. He genuinely believed that should he die, his father would seek retribution, and how could he possibly let Beerus, who sought to eliminate Xue Tian, go unpunished? Clearly, he could not. If his own son were to be slain, how could he spare an outsider like Beerus? A sudden shock gripped Beerus, prompting him to ask in confusion, why? Who exactly is the Xue Tian? Is he the son of Lord Zeno? No, that cannot be. Lord Zeno possesses the mind of a child and cannot have offspring. Could he be the illegitimate child of the Grand Minister? Yet, I sense no angelic lineage within him. Whis, what is truly happening? Whis, equally perplexed and utterly helpless, replied, I do not know the specifics, and I cannot divulge any further. Beerus discerned that Whis genuinely lacked knowledge, muttering to himself, it seems I shall have to consult the oracle fish upon our return. Whis remained silent. clearly having contemplated this matter himself. He was utterly bewildered by his father's attitude towards Xue Tian, unable to comprehend why it had changed. His father had always been a figure of calm and composure. In his memory, he had never lost his temper. This was the first instance he had ever heard his father declare that if Xue Tian were to die, he too would perish. It was truly heart-wrenching and somewhat intriguing. Upon returning to the God of Destruction's realm, was arranged for Vegeta and the others before he and Beerus sought out the Oracle Fish. The Oracle Fish, a notorious gourmand, would not offer its services without a delectable treat, and the two did not hesitate to generously provide it with a bucket of instant noodles. Oracle Fish revealed to us the true identity of Xue Tian. Beerus initially intended to inquire why Whis seemed to protect him, but reconsidered. If Whis had already stated he could not speak of it, asking would only expose him. It was more prudent to directly inquire about Xue Tian's identity, allowing him to draw his own conclusions. Chapter 78. He is an enigma. The Oracle Fish accepted the offering and began its prophecy. Time ticked by, 2 minutes elapsed. Yet the Oracle Fish remained silent. This left Beerus in a state of agitation, and even the typically composed Whis began to show signs of unease. Unable to contain himself, Beerus questioned, "What is the hold-up? Why has it taken so long to deliver a prophecy? Are you slacking off?" After another 2 minutes, the Oracle Fish shook its head and explained, "I cannot prophesy anything regarding Xue Tian. My mind is a blank, and all I perceive is an expanse of white. It is as though I have entered a fog-laden forest, where nothing is visible." "What an extraordinary occurrence!" exclaimed Beerus in astonishment. However, Whis remained unfazed, recognizing that Xue Tian's connection to his father implied a remarkable lineage. Even if he were not the illegitimate child of his lord, there could be other significant ties. It was evident that someone of such a powerful background would elude the predictions of the prophecy fish. Initially, he had harbored a glimmer of hope that the prophecy fish might unveil something, but it became clear that it was beyond the realm of foresight. "Whis, what is going on?" Beerus inquired with a perplexed expression. Whis shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "I am uncertain. We shall let things unfold naturally. As long as we do not offend him, all will be well." He then smiled, adding, "As long as Lord Beerus refrains from impulsively causing him harm, we shall coexist peacefully." Beerus narrowed his eyes, stifled a yawn, and casually remarked, "I feel a bit tired. I think I'll take a nap." Whis merely smiled in silence. Meanwhile, at Xue Tian's villa, after returning home with Lan Qi, Xue Tian freshened up and settled on the sofa to watch television. Although Lan Qi was engrossed in the show, her gaze frequently drifted to the strikingly handsome and formidable Xue Tian, filling her heart with joy. "Truly, you are remarkable, master," she could not help but exclaim. "Why the sudden praise?" Xue Tian responded, taken aback by her unexpected admiration. Yet, after a fleeting moment of surprise, he caught sight of her adoring eyes and shyly smiled. "It's nothing extraordinary. If Beerus were to unleash his full power, I might not stand a chance." Lan Qi continued to express her admiration. "In my eyes, master, you are unparalleled." Xue Tian smiled gently, contemplating that if Beerus refrained from employing destruction and continued their duel, the outcome was uncertain, given the astonishing growth rate of his void bloodline. However, should destruction be invoked, he would indeed be at a disadvantage, as he had yet to decipher the techniques of destruction. Destruction was a rather insidious force. Even if Beerus lacked combat prowess, invoking destruction would render Xue Tian powerless, provided it was directed at him. If it were to be eliminated, however, it would not require targeting. Just a single thought would suffice to obliterate everything, an utterly bizarre phenomenon. Yet, currently, only the Omni King possessed the ability to erase, and he was bound to Xue Tian in a life-sharing bond, making it impossible for him to erase Xue Tian. Lan Qi asked again, "Master, do you think Sun Wukong and Vegeta will surpass you in their training?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Lan Qi quickly added, "They surely cannot surpass you, master. However, with their dedication, they will undoubtedly become the strongest after you and Beerus." Reflecting on the efforts of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Lan Qi felt a surge of admiration, recalling how they had consistently managed to turn the tide, even when faced with insurmountable challenges. Xue Tian spoke earnestly, "They can no longer surpass me. The fact that I can contend with Beerus means that neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta can hope to surpass me. Even if they master the Ultra Instinct and self-realization techniques, what of it? Who cannot? Their ascension cannot compare to the system rewards I receive, nor can it match the rapid enhancement of my ethereal lineage. As for whether they stand as the mightiest beneath Beerus alongside me, that remains uncertain." Lan Qi was perplexed. "Are there truly others stronger than them, aside from the three of you?" Xue Tian smiled enigmatically. "What about you? With the rate at which your combat power energy chamber enhances you, it rivals theirs. However, their foundational strength was greater from the outset, relying solely on the energy chamber's elevation. In a short span, you may find it challenging to surpass them. Lan Qi asserted. I surely cannot surpass them. They are formidable. And I have only just embarked on my training. Do not underestimate yourself. It will not take long before you can stand against them. Remember, you have the support of your master, Xue Tian said with a smile. Thank you, master. You are truly kind. Alas, I am somewhat lazy and averse to hardship, which hinders my growth and may bring shame upon you. If my master were to have a disciple with profound comprehension, that disciple would undoubtedly surpass Sun Wukong and Vegeta swiftly. Lan Qi felt a tinge of disappointment, aware that without diligent training, significant progress in cultivation is difficult to achieve. Xue Tian reassured her, it is perfectly fine. You are already quite remarkable. I do not expect you to attain an invincible level. Simply being able to protect yourself is sufficient. As for taking on disciples, I have no such desire. There is no one in this universe worthy of my tutelage. Suddenly, Xue Tian realized something. A light sparked in his brow as he asked, Lan Qi, if you find the monotony of training unappealing, how about I take you to engage in combat? Would you like to join? Combat? With whom? Lan Qi inquired, puzzled. With someone who is about to become your junior disciple. A subtle smile graced Xue Tian's lips, shrouded in mystery, leaving Lan Qi guessing and unable to discern his intentions. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, Lan Qi replied, in my current form, I would certainly prefer not to fight. However, I can transform into my golden-haired state. In that form, she is exceedingly fierce. Not only can she engage in battle, but she could also wreak havoc on planets and even the cosmos itself. Yet all along, she has wished to present herself as delicate and dependent in front of Xue Tian. Particularly after witnessing her master's fierce battle with Beerus today, she was deeply impressed. Now, hearing that master wishes to take her to fight felt like both a command and a request for her opinion, thus she resolved to heed her master's words. Moreover, since it was her master who encouraged the fight, she would not concern herself with her image. Xue Tian remained oblivious to Lan Qi's thoughts. Had he known, he would likely have found the situation both amusing and perplexing. The golden-haired figure exuded an aura of elegance, undeniably captivating. How could he possibly harbor any negative impressions? Chapter 79. Broly, Planet Vampa. A figure donned in a standard Saiyan battle suit, with snug purple leggings and a green fur belt adorning his waist, along with a golden collar encircling his neck. This collar was not merely ornamental, it served as a device to regulate his behavior. With an explosive hairstyle and a physique brimming with muscular strength, this individual was none other than Broly. From the moment of his birth, he had been exiled to the inhospitable planet Vampa by King Vegeta, whose actions were driven by fear of Broly's extraordinary combat power of 10,000, which posed a profound threat to the prince's status. To safeguard his own son, King Vegeta deemed it necessary to cast Broly away. Initially, he had considered eliminating Broly entirely, but upon fervent pleas from Broly's father, Paragus, the king opted for exile instead. In his mind, King Vegeta believed that by banishing the infant Broly to a harsh and unforgiving environment, the child would ultimately perish. After Broly was stealthily exiled, Paragus, plagued by concerns for his son's safety, recognized Broly's immense potential and foresaw that, once matured, he would assist him in dominating the universe, thus becoming the new cosmic emperor. This was Paragus's golden opportunity for ascendance, and he could not allow it to slip away. Consequently, he embarked on a journey to planet Vampa with his companion, Beerus, in search of his son. However, their spacecraft encountered malfunctions en route, compelling Paragus to make a grave decision to ensure a successful arrival at the distant Vampa. He tragically took the life of his companion, Beerus. Ultimately, Paragus arrived at planet Vampa and located Broly. Despite being merely an infant, Broly's latent power was immense, and he managed to endure the inhospitable conditions of Vampa until his father's arrival. Due to the ongoing malfunctions of the spacecraft, Broly and Paragus lived together for a staggering 40 years. The planet was devoid of human life, leaving Broly without companionship, forced to coexist with the local fauna. However, Paragus envisioned Broly as destined to become a being of cosmic dominion, a formidable warrior in his service. Such a lofty ambition could not tolerate associations with mere beasts. Paragus feared that tales of Broly's company would lead to ridicule. Thus, whenever Paragus witnessed Broly in the company of the creatures, he would eliminate them. Over time, Broly found himself utterly alone, steeped in solitude. While repairing the spacecraft, Paragus called out, Broly, fetch some fuel from beneath the lava. I wish to test whether the ship is repaired. Broly acknowledged his father's request and flew towards the volcanic region of planet Vampa, enveloping himself in an energy shield as he descended into the molten depths. Though the temperatures were terrifically perilous, he persevered. However, for Broly, who had unleashed his energy shield, there was no harm whatsoever. At that moment, A streak of light cut through the air, revealing a man and a woman atop the volcano. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman possessed an ethereal beauty, both resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Yet, the woman stood slightly behind, clearly harboring a sense of reverence towards the man. These two were none other than Xue Tian and Lan Qi. After agreeing to engage in combat, Xue Tian had utilized the cosmic shuttle to bring her to the planet Wampa. Since the destruction of planet Vegeta, no one had known that on the distant Wampa, within the seventh universe, resided two Saiyans, one frail and elderly, and the other a legendary Super Saiyan, appearing but once in a millennium, if at all. Master, what is this place? The air feels so thin, it seems uninhabitable for humans, Lan Qi remarked, feeling a slight discomfort in her breathing. However, she was no ordinary person but a practitioner with considerable combat prowess, quickly adjusting to the sensation. In truth, this was largely due to Lan Qi's lack of practical experience. Had she possessed sufficient experience, she would have adapted the instant she arrived on Wampa, rather than requiring a few seconds to acclimatize. It is not just unsuitable. It is entirely inhospitable. Here, you have your target for combat. Xue Tian smiled as he spoke. Lan Qi understood that her master would not bring her to such a place without reason. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed a figure amidst the volcanic lava, vigorously engaged in some activity. Master, what is that person doing? She inquired. He is extracting energy from the lava to serve as fuel for his spacecraft, Xue Tian explained. Lan Qi's understanding dawned upon her instantly. I see. Observing the man with a grin directed at Broly, she began to piece together the situation. Master, the combat target you mentioned, could it be this person? Xue Tian revealed without reservation. Indeed, on this planet, there are only two individuals. One is frail and elderly, while the other is this explosive-haired man before us. Should Paragus have heard Xue Tian's words, he would undoubtedly have been infuriated. Who is frail and elderly? Who do you refer to? Though Paragus may not possess immense combat strength, his abilities still surpass those of an average human, far from being a mere weakling. Thus, to be labeled as frail would certainly provoke his wrath, though he remained oblivious to the remark. Lan Qi was astonished. Master, if this planet is unfit for human habitation, how is it that there are two people here? Moreover, this individual does not appear weak. These two were originally Saiyans from planet Vegeta, but due to one being born with an overwhelming power, he was exiled here by King Vegeta. Lan Qi quickly grasped the situation, realizing the truth of it all. Yet her heart remained in shock. Aside from Vegeta and Goku, it was astonishing to discover that there were indeed other Saiyans surviving from planet Vegeta. Previously, she had heard that planet Vegeta had been destroyed by Frieza, with nearly all its inhabitants perishing. However, it seemed that a few survivors remained. Ranchi, prepare yourself, for the battle is about to commence. This Saiyan, known as Broly, despite lacking specialized training, is an extraordinary talent seldom seen in a millennium, possessing the legendary Super Saiyan lineage with formidable growth potential. Do not take him lightly. Of course, do not attempt to eliminate him right from the start. As he mentioned, Broly indeed had not undergone any special training. At most, he had engaged in a few skirmishes with the fauna of planet Wampa. With such a rudimentary combat ability, if Ranchi were to employ destructive techniques from her Ultra Instinct right away, she could undoubtedly defeat him. As the battle progressed, Xue Tian would not worry about Ranchi defeating Broly. Rather, he would be concerned for her well-being. Yes, master. At that moment, Broly emerged from the magma, astonished to see Xue Tian and Ranchi. Having lived on planet Wampa for 40 years, this was his first encounter with two humans. Curiously, he inquired, "Who are you?" Broly's demeanor was calm and inquisitive, reminiscent of a curious youth eager to learn. Xue Tian understood that in Dragon Ball Super, Broly was deeply emotional, gentle, and filial. Disinclined towards combat, yet due to the bloodline within him, he yearned for battle, embodying a paradoxical nature. This was easily comprehensible. The Broly from Dragon Ball Super exhibited a character almost antithetical to that of his cinematic counterpart, who was cold, ruthless, and capable of harming his own father, Paragus. In contrast, the version from Super would never dream of harming his father. Xue Tian vividly recalled scenes in the anime where Paragus struck Broly with electric shocks, to which Broly's friend could not bear to witness and chastised Paragus for his cruelty. Remarkably, Broly defended his father, a stark contrast to the cinematic portrayal where compassion was non-existent, and Paragus would only meet a Kamehameha. Xue Tian greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Broly. I am Xue Tian, and this is my disciple, Ranchi." Broly was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that these strangers knew him and could articulate his name with such clarity. "You know me?" Before Xue Tian could respond, Ranchi proudly interjected. "Of course. My master possesses knowledge of both the past and the future. How could he not recognize you?" Having spent 40 years devoid of human interaction, surrounded solely by birds and beasts, and later isolated with Paragus, Broly's thoughts were refreshingly simple. Many concepts, such as Ranchi's assertion of knowing the past and future, eluded his understanding. With a look of utter bewilderment, Lanchi observed his state and pondered if he might indeed be a simpleton. How could he not comprehend this? Xue Tian chose not to explain, instead posing a question. Broly, do you wish to leave planet Wampa and venture to a place suitable for human habitation? Broly hesitated for a few moments before responding. If you are willing to take my father along, I will go. If not, then I shall remain. Xue Tian couldn't help but chuckle. You truly are a devoted son. Broly, unfamiliar with the term devoted son, was at a loss for a response. Noticing Broly's prolonged silence, Lanchi glanced at her master and inquired, Master, why does he seem like a blank slate, unable to understand anything? Initially intending to describe him as foolish, she reconsidered, deeming such a characterization impolite, and thus sought a more tactful expression. Xue Tian discerned her thoughts and calmly elucidated, for decades, apart from his father, he has had no communication with anyone. Consequently, he lacks understanding of many concepts, and no one has taken the time to teach him. In truth, he is quite intelligent. With a little guidance, he could become a remarkable individual. Lanchi began to grasp the situation and surmised that her master might wish to take this individual as a disciple. Xue Tian replied with a smile, Very well, if you are inclined to leave. I will certainly take you with me and will not abandon your father Paragus on this planet. Upon hearing this, Broly eagerly declared his willingness to depart, his innocence preventing him from perceiving any ulterior motives. Xue Tian then remarked, Broly, do not be hasty. To leave, you must first best my apprentice. Lanchi, fully compliant, flew to the forefront, her gaze scrutinizing Broly. He, in turn, examined her, having never encountered a woman before and possessing no preconceived notions about fighting them. However, one thing was clear. He detested conflict. I do not wish to fight. I do not want to fight. Xue Tian, aware of Broly's aversion to combat, refrained from comments. Instead, he waved his hand, channeling a surge of energy into Broly's mind, conjuring images of a young Kakarot, Son Goku, weeping. In that scene, two children lay on the ground. One was Broly, the other his neighbor, Kakarot. The latter, sensing Broly's formidable power, was frightened into tears. The sound reverberated in Broly's ears and the scene unfolded before him, causing him to become increasingly agitated and volatile. His body trembled, fists and feet stiffening involuntarily. Observing this, Lanchi, perplexed, asked, Master, what is happening to him? He harbored an aversion to combat, yet deep within his soul lay an insatiable yearning for it. Unable to transcend his limitations, his master extended a helping hand. Lanchi, be cautious, Xue Tian advised. Remember the words of your master. Yes, master, Lanchi replied, not daring to be careless. Since her master had deemed this individual formidable, it was undoubtedly true. He would never jest about such matters. Kakarot, Broly instinctively shouted. This startled Lanchi, leaving her puzzled as to why Broly suddenly called out Goku's name. Xue Tian chuckled and elucidated, Broly harbors animosity towards Goku. They were both born on the same day, but Broly possessed a staggering battle power of 10,000 at birth, which frightened the lesser warrior Kakarot into tears. Thus, Goku's cries were indelibly etched in Broly's mind, fostering his resentment. Lanchi couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. This was, indeed, one of Goku's embarrassing moments. Gradually losing his sanity, Broly's gaze became vacant, as though he were a mere shell of a man. Ha! Broly bellowed, his voice resonating for miles. All creatures within earshot, sensing the chilling roar, hurriedly fled to safety. Within the cave, Paragus, upon hearing Broly's shout, was momentarily taken aback, standing up in confusion with his repair tools in hand. What is happening? Why has Broly suddenly gone berserk? This shouldn't be. He promptly set aside his tools and retrieved the control remote from his waist, designed to administer electrical impulses to the collar around Broly's neck, calming him down. Utilizing his flight technique, he rushed outside. Chapter 81, The Accelerated Ascension of Transformation. Paragus swiftly emerged, his expression one of astonishment as he laid eyes on Xue Tian and Lanchi. What is going on? Why are there two people here? How did they arrive? He scanned the surroundings, finding no sign of any spacecraft, which only deepened his bewilderment. How could these two have traversed here? Even King Frieza would not venture through space without a ship. Spotting Broly, whose eyes were vacant and on the verge of exploding with rage, Paragus called out, Hey, Broly. However, Broly was oblivious to his words, his body trembling violently, muscles pulsating and expanding uncontrollably. Realizing that Broly had lost control, Paragus wasted no time in pulling out the remote. Just as he prepared to press the button, the device exploded in a shower of smoke. Paragus immediately turned his gaze to Xue Tian, demanding, "What have you done? Why did you destroy my controller? Do you have any idea what that device was for?" Xue Tian simply nodded. Indeed, it was meant to control Broly. With a jolt of electricity, he aimed to prevent Broly from entering a berserk state. Paragus, momentarily taken aback, inquired with astonishment, "If you are aware of this, why proceed in such a manner? Once Broly succumbed to his fury, no one could hope to rein him in. In that eventuality, we would all meet our demise." As these thoughts crossed his mind, Paragus's expression darkened entirely, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Even when facing him, a rampaging Broly would strike without hesitation. Before he had managed to equip Broly with the control device, he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the child that Broly once was. Now that Broly had matured into a formidable being, the sheer terror of his power post-rampage was unfathomable, far beyond Paragus's capabilities to contend with. His mind raced with thoughts of where to hide, planning to re-emerge only when Broly had returned to his senses to devise a means to repair the control device. How could this individual be so reckless? Fully aware that the device was meant to regulate Broly, he still chose to destroy it. Were it not for the imminent threat of Broly's impending rage, Paragus would have certainly confronted Xue Tian. Unfazed, Xue Tian chuckled lightly, displaying no concern as he provocatively taunted Broly. "Broly, do you not wish to leave? Then defeat my apprentice." He continued, "If you cannot vanquish my apprentice, you are nothing." With most of his rationality stripped away, Broly plunged into a frenzy upon hearing these words, unleashing a thunderous roar as he charged at Lan Xi. Boom! A single punch surged towards Lan Xi. She easily blocked it and retaliated, sending Broly hurtling hundreds of meters away. Paragus, perplexed by Xue Tian's declaration, questioned, "What did you just say? You can help us escape this place?" Xue Tian harbored little fondness for Paragus, although he had cared for Broly over the years, seemingly fulfilling a father's duty. The truth was that Paragus primarily sought to exploit Broly to aid him in his quest for dominance over the cosmos. In his eyes, Broly was not merely his son but a valuable instrument, a potent enforcer. Such a man, who would use his own son as a tool, was someone Xue Tian could never respect. "Indeed, I can facilitate your departure from this place," Xue Tian affirmed, "but only on the condition that your son defeats my apprentice. Otherwise, I can take him away, leaving you behind." Paragus was momentarily stunned, grappling with the notion of Broly leaving without him. He wished to voice his thoughts, but upon realizing that Xue Tian had already shifted his gaze to Broly and Lan Xi, completely disregarding him, he chose to remain silent and observe the unfolding battle. A dawning realization began to take shape in his mind. This young man was far from ordinary. His awareness of Broly's potential for rampage, coupled with his decision to destroy the control device, indicated a profound confidence in his ability to manage Broly's berserk state. Broly swiftly regained his composure, lunging at Lan Xi like a ravenous wolf, unleashing a series of powerful punches, all of which she deftly evaded. After successfully dodging 10 strikes in succession, Lan Xi elevated her right leg and delivered a fierce kick to Broly's chest, sending him flying. "Ah!" Broly roared, raising his inflated right hand to unleash a devastating energy blast aimed at Lan Xi. With a thunderous boom, the energy projectile shot forth at an incredible speed. Lan Xi effortlessly deflected Broly's attack with a swift motion, simultaneously retaliating with her own energy blast directed at him. Boom! Broly, caught off guard, was struck by the energy blast. Fortunately, it did not inflict significant harm, as Lan Xi had moderated her power, adhering to Xue Tian's earlier advice not to engage him with full force in the initial stages to avoid killing him. Despite her concerns that a single energy blast might be lethal, she recognized Broly's formidable defenses and understood that even if she increased her energy output, it would not be sufficient to defeat him. The impact of the energy blast merely slowed Broly down momentarily, and before long, he charged towards Lan Xi, launching a barrage of punches that disturbed the surrounding air with a sizzling sound, shattering the already thin atmosphere. Xue Tian observed from midair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he noted Broly's escalating combat prowess. Truly, he embodied the legendary Super Saiyan physiology. While Broly demonstrated rapid growth in his fighting capabilities, it remained a modest increase when compared to Lan Xi. If Xue Tian were the benchmark, this enhancement would be minimal, for he possessed the Void bloodline, which far surpassed the legendary Super Saiyan lineage in potential. Had Xue Tian been endowed with the Super Saiyan bloodline instead of the Void bloodline, his battle power would have increased during his confrontation with Beerus, but it would not have reached its current heights. One could only ponder whether the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline could elevate its base power, which is in the billions, to a level where it could contend evenly with Beerus, assuming Beerus refrained from utilizing his destructive abilities. Clearly, such a feat is implausible, achievable only by the singular Void bloodline. In midair, Lan Shi once again sent Broly flying with a kick. This time, she did not relent. Instead, she surged forward, launching a relentless series of strikes while he was still recovering, pummeling his chest with blow after blow, forcing him to retreat. Chapter 82. Killing you will ignite him with a resounding crash. Broly plummeted like an uncontrollable meteorite, colliding heavily with a hillside. The hill could not withstand the tremendous force of the impact, collapsing instantaneously under the weight. Lan Shi placed her hands together and aimed at the hill, letting out a delicate shout. Ha! Boom! A powerful energy blast surged forth, striking the crumbling hill, which instantly transformed into thick clouds of smoke, billowing upward. In an instant, the area was engulfed, obscuring everyone's vision and leaving them unaware of the unfolding events. However, with Xue Tian's keen eyesight, he could discern the commotion within. For there existed a principle within the Dragon Balls, the law of smoke and injury. The denser the smoke, the lesser the harm. Thus, such a swirling mass of smoke could hardly harbor any damage. As anticipated, with a resounding roar, a disheveled Broly burst forth from the shattered hill, his robust hand reaching out towards Lan Shi as if to grasp a mere chick. But could Lan Shi be so easily caught? Naturally not. She deftly evaded Broly's grasp and unleashed a series of punches, sending him flying backward. In a flash, Lan Shi appeared behind Broly, delivering a fierce kick that struck another hill. This planet, Xiangpa, was not short on hills, that was for certain. Paragus, witnessing Broly being continuously sent flying, was deeply astonished. If memory served him right, this mysterious young man had just claimed that this woman was merely his apprentice. If the apprentice was this formidable, how powerful must the master be? Concerned that Broly might not prevail, and thereby trap him here, he hurriedly explained, "Good sir, Broly has never undergone any formal training. Asking him to defeat your apprentice seems rather challenging. Perhaps we could consider a victory if he simply endures without being defeated." Xue Tian, fully aware of Paragus's intentions, replied coolly, "I have another method to enhance Broly's fighting capabilities, but I wonder if you would be amenable to it." "What method?" Paragus instinctively inquired. Yet, upon witnessing Xue Tian's sinister smile, he sensed that this proposition might be rather unsettling. Indeed, Xue Tian spoke indifferently. "That would be to kill you. Only by eliminating you will Broly be thoroughly enraged, unleashing the wildness and potential within him, thus significantly elevating his combat prowess." Paragus felt a chill run down his neck at these words and hurriedly waved his hands in objection. "No, no, let Broly fight as he is. He may yet triumph over your apprentice without any provocations." Seeing Paragus's furtive demeanor, Xue Tian merely smiled faintly, finding it rather uninteresting. He had spoken the truth. Should Paragus be killed, it would indeed provoke Broly. However, he still needed to take Broly as his disciple, and if he were to slay Paragus, Broly would harbor resentment, making it challenging to accept him as a pupil. The two continued their battle, and half an hour later, bang, 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 Broly gradually acclimated to the battle, no longer being easily sent flying by Lan Shi's strikes. In fact, he landed several blows that nearly injured her. Lan Shi, too, began to regain her focus, her strength steadily increasing. Remarkably, within just half an hour, she had maximized her foundational combat power. If Broly continued to evolve at this rate, Lan Shi, without transforming, would soon find herself at a disadvantage. Bang! Boom! The two exchanged a powerful blow, both being propelled backward by several meters. Before Lan Shi could stabilize her footing, Broly charged at her once more, as if the previous impact had not affected him at all. Observing this, Xue Tian pondered silently that Broly's foundational combat power was nearing Lan Shi's level. Indeed, the legendary Saiyan bloodline was no jest, explaining his astonishing initial battle power of 10,000. Broly advanced yet again, delivering a devastating punch, while simultaneously unleashing a colossal energy sphere from his palm. Lan Shi retaliated with her own strike, but, upon seeing the energy sphere in his hand, she instantly recognized the trap. She attempted to evade, but Broly's speed rivaled her own. Nevertheless, she managed to defend, maneuvering her hands to create an energy shield. Boom! The energy sphere obliterated Lan Shi's shield, leaving her slightly disheveled but unharmed. Despite her gentle and kind demeanor, she felt a flicker of anger at this moment. Xue Tian, witnessing the exchange, remarked, "Lan Shi, there is no need for restraint. His foundational combat power is nearly on par with yours. It is time to showcase your true abilities." Having taken a hit, with dust and debris marking her beautiful face, Lan Shi felt her temper rise. With the encouragement of her master, Xue Tian, she realized there was no need for further reservation. She clenched her fist, and with a thought, the combat suit bestowed upon her by Xue Tian materialized. "Activate. Speed form." Under her command, the suit transformed into a vibrant blue, significantly enhancing her speed while slightly diminishing her strength. This was one of the suit's remarkable features. Possessing 3 distinct forms, speed form, power form, and radiant form, each with its unique strengths. Naturally, the most formidable was the radiant form, albeit at a considerable energy cost. In Lan Qi's estimation, although Broly's power had surged, transforming into speed form would allow her to outpace him, leveraging her speed to secure victory. Whoosh! Broly lunged forward, unleashing a barrage of punches that created a tempest of energy. Lan Qi, with her enhanced speed, deftly evaded his assaults, her figure flickering as she appeared behind him, delivering a full-force kick to his back. As she prepared to launch her assault, Broly opened his mouth, unleashing a colossal beam of green energy toward Lan Qi. The ultimate technique. Lan Qi swiftly evaded, as the immense energy struck a nearby hill, instantly reducing it to ashes. In that very moment, Lan Qi appeared above Broly, her hands overlapping. Overlapping impact. Boom. The full force of the overlapping impact collided with Broly's body, creating a gaping chasm hundreds of meters deep. Broly lay within the pit, enveloped in tendrils of smoke. Chapter 83. The mighty power of Broly. The ape gazing down at Broly in the enormous pit, Lan Qi wore a relaxed expression, convinced that she had triumphed over him. Paragus, too, felt despondent, believing his son had been defeated. Immediately, despair washed over him. It seemed he could not leave this desolate place. No, he could not remain in this forsaken land any longer. He must escape. Only by leaving could he and Broly seize the opportunity to truly unleash their potential. Just as he prepared to plead with Xue Tian, a roar resonated through the air. Roar! Broly, lying in the deep pit, slammed his palm against the ground and soared upward, simultaneously launching a ki blast from his left hand. The force was overwhelming. In her speed mode, Lan Qi effortlessly dodged the ki blast's assault, nimbly evading to the side and preparing to unleash another strike upon Broly with her hands overlapping once more. However, at that moment, Broly's speed had significantly increased, and he manifested an enormous green ki blast in his right hand, hurling it directly at Lan Qi. Lan Qi's hands overlapped. Boom. The overlapping ki blasts erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The two blasts collided, releasing a surge of energy that rippled through the air. Paragus nearly lost his footing from the explosive energy, retreating several hundred meters to ensure his safety. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of admiration for Lan Qi. Her prowess was indeed impressive, matching Broly blow for blow. After Broly's transformation, his combat power surged exponentially. All along, Paragus had believed that no one could rival his son. Not even the cosmic tyrant Frieza. Yet witnessing this woman's capabilities truly opened his eyes. She had nearly defeated Broly just moments ago. In the cosmos, when had such formidable warriors emerged? It seemed the past few decades had brought about significant changes. Boom. The battle between Broly and Lan Qi raged on. Yet Lan Qi consistently maintained the upper hand, delivering punch after punch that sent Broly flying, with ki blasts raining down upon him, leaving him with no opportunity to retaliate. Speed is an undeniable advantage, allowing for swift strikes despite a slight reduction in attack power. With precision, several punches landed on Broly's head, leaving him dazed and battered. Although much of his rationality had faded, the searing pain coursing through his body ignited a fierce rage within him. Suddenly, he halted mid-air, refraining from recklessly charging at Lan Qi as he had done before. Clenching his fists tightly, he let out a thunderous roar, unleashing waves of sound energy that reverberated into the sky, as the energy within him swelled exponentially. With a resounding rip, Broly's aura surged dramatically, creating spiraling vortexes around him. Observing this transformation, Xue Tian couldn't help but smile, sensing an impending evolution. This initial phase must be the Great Ape form. Unlike the transformations of Goku and Vegeta, Broly's Great Ape form, known as the Rage Power, did not manifest as a colossal ape but rather caused his body to expand 2 to 3 times its original size. Yet, the strength he gained in this form was formidable, surpassing the combat enhancements of both Vegeta and Goku in their Great Ape forms. In fact, Broly's power was magnified exponentially, as he harnessed the immense strength of the ape within him, merging man and beast into an awe-inspiring force. Xue Tian's deductions proved accurate. Broly's muscles swelled at an observable rate. His pupils turned golden, his hair stood on end, and his aura radiated a vibrant green. Xue Tian murmured to himself, recalling that in this form, Broly had once been stronger than Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta, yet still inferior to the Super Saiyan God. However, with time, he adapted and surpassed the Super Saiyan God, although he remained outmatched by Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Yet, this adaptation was merely a surface-level mastery. With true mastery, Broly could surely contend evenly, if not surpass, Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form. With a primal roar, Broly's eyes lost all semblance of reason. Fixating on Lan Shi with a gaze filled with animosity, he struck his chest and lunged forward, delivering a barrage of punches aimed at her. Lan Shi sensed Broly's escalation in power but harbored no fear, skillfully evading his attacks with the agility granted by her speed form. In a flurry of movement, she sidestepped Broly's onslaught and aimed a kick at him. Expecting him to dodge, she was taken aback when he made no attempt to evade, allowing her kick to connect. In that fleeting moment, Broly swiftly seized her foot and hurled her downward with great force. As Lan Shi plummeted, Broly raised his arm high, conjuring a colossal green energy sphere in his palm. The super explosive wave. Without a trace of hesitation, the colossal super explosive bomb descended. Lan Shi, gazing at the immense energy projectile, felt an unprecedented sense of peril. Without faltering, she unleashed her full speed, deftly evading the bomb's lethal radius. A thunderous roar erupted as the super explosive bomb struck the surface of Wampa Star, instantly unleashing a deafening explosion. The entire Wampa Star trembled violently, as mountains crumbled and glaciers shattered. Volcanoes erupted and tsunamis surged, yet the waves were swiftly consumed by the cataclysmic blast, draining away in the aftermath of the Earth's fractures. Within less than a minute, Wampa Star resembled a fiery orb, engulfed in flames and molten lava. Observing this catastrophic scene, Paragus murmured to himself, "It's over. Wampa Star is utterly doomed. There will be no means of survival here. I must escape. I must leave this place." The devastation surrounding him made it clear that remaining would soon lead to death. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to follow Xue Tian and the others in their departure. Meanwhile, the battle between Broly and Lan Shi raged on. His previous super explosive bomb having missed its target, Broly seethed with anger, directing both hands toward Lan Shi. Tap, tap, tap. Energy meteor. Countless green energy projectiles rained down upon her, resembling a torrential downpour, albeit one of vibrant green and astonishing speed. Chapter 84. The legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Upon witnessing the dense barrage of energy projectiles, Lan Shi realized that no matter how swift she was, evasion was futile. Resolutely, she summoned her power. With a rush, silver light enveloped her, and in an instant, her hair transformed to a shimmering silver, surrounded by flickering silver stars. Utilizing the Ultra Instinct technique, Xue Tian hovered in midair, unfazed by Lan Shi's application of this ability, for without it, evading Broly's energy meteor would be impossible. Despite the multitude of energy projectiles, their destructive force was considerable. In her current speed form, while her agility was unmatched, her defenses were vulnerable. A direct hit from the energy meteor would be catastrophic. Given the circumstances, deploying the Ultra Instinct was the optimal choice. With renewed vigor, Lan Shi effortlessly dodged the rain-like onslaught of energy projectiles, reappearing before Broly. She delivered a powerful punch to his chest, sending Broly crashing into the molten lava, the horrifying heat failing to melt him. With a resounding splash, lava surged thousands of meters high, and with a swift motion, Broly transformed the molten mass into a projectile aimed at Lan Shi. Yet, bolstered by the Ultra Instinct, she once again evaded with ease. With a swift motion, he once again appeared before Broly, unleashing a barrage of punches that relentlessly battered him. Despite being plunged into the molten lava countless times, Broly never succumbed. Emerging again mere moments later, with a roar, he erupted from the lava, arms outstretched, declaring, "Energy Wave Assault." Two energy blasts surged towards Lan Shi, who responded by stacking her hands together, firing a concentrated energy blast in retaliation. The collision was thunderous as her attack pierced through Broly's energy wave, striking him squarely in the chest, causing his attire to shatter and reverting his primal form back to normal. Like a kite severed from its string, his body plummeted downward. Paragus cried out, "Broly!" Exhausted, Broly closed his eyes, acknowledging the formidable strength of his opponent. Suddenly, upon hearing his father's voice, he felt a surge of determination. Reminding himself that he must defeat this woman and escape, Lan Shi, witnessing Broly's descent, thought to herself that the battle was finally over. The wild man seemed untrained yet grew stronger with each encounter. Concerned that if the fight continued, she might not prevail, she attempted to retract her energy technique. However, her eyes widened as she sensed something amiss, locking her gaze on Broly, who was rapidly regaining his momentum and spirit. His pupils once again became vacant as his falling body gradually righted itself. With a thunderous roar, he shook the very foundation of the planet, causing the surrounding space to tremble. The molten lava erupted skyward, soaring hundreds of meters, transforming the entire planet into a spectacle akin to a volcanic fireworks display. Around Broly, green whirlwinds began to form as he instantly transitioned into a primal state, swiftly evolving into an entirely new form. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, his pupils vanished, and he lost all semblance of rationality. Paragus, astonished by this transformation, exclaimed, "What is this form?" He had never witnessed Broly in this state, only having seen his muscle-bound primal form, which was already terrifying enough to threaten the cosmos. The golden-haired state, although he had yet to see Broly strike, emanated a formidable aura that suffocated the surrounding air. Even from thousands of meters away, he felt an overwhelming sense of asphyxiation, realizing the terrifying power of this form, which undoubtedly surpassed the primal state. Xue Tian, observing with satisfaction, remarked, "He has attained a Super Saiyan form." Super Saiyan? Paragus questioned, perplexed. Xue Tian observed with great delight as Broly transformed into this formidable state, momentarily dismissing his disdain for Paragus. He explained, "Indeed, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a prodigious warrior who emerges only once in millennia. His transformation into this Super Saiyan form is bound to impress." Seeing that Xue Tian displayed no hint of fear, rather, he exuded excitement, Paragus could not restrain his curiosity. "Aren't you concerned that Broly might kill you? I recognize your prowess, yet Broly's growth is exceedingly rapid. Your disciple previously subdued him, but I sense that now, in this form, Broly may not be significantly weaker than your apprentice. There exists a possibility that he could turn the tide and defeat you both. Will you not fear for your life? Take me away now. I possess a method to stop Broly." Upon hearing this, Xue Tian scoffed dismissively. "You have a method? What could it possibly be? The controller you used on Broly is already destroyed. What other means do you possess?" Paragus spread his hands in explanation. "True, the controller has been obliterated. Yet Broly is exceptionally obedient to me. He is a devoted child. I firmly believe that in my presence, he will regain some semblance of reason. At that moment, you could ambush him and incapacitate him, allowing him to return to normal." Suddenly, Xue Tian felt a jolt of realization. Upon reflection, it was indeed plausible that Paragus standing before Broly could induce a restoration of his rationality. If that were the case, Xue Tian mused, he could take Broly as his disciple and guide him down an alternative path, the path of Super Saiyan 4, eschewing the errant route. For so long, Xue Tian had yearned to discern which form was superior under equal foundational combat power, Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4. He often pondered whether the subsequent divine stages were truly more formidable than those beyond Super Saiyan 5 or 6. In reality, he had always been intrigued by this question while perusing Dragon Ball comics, yet he lacked tangible data to substantiate his curiosity. Now, however, he felt he had the opportunity to uncover the truth. A mere attempt would yield the answers he sought. Moreover, Broly, as the legendary Super Saiyan, transforming into Super Saiyan 4, was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Noticing Xue Tian's silence, Paragus inquired impatiently, "What have you decided?" Chapter 85. The Ultimate Instinct in Golden-Haired Form. "What have you decided?" Paragus asked, puzzled, believing Xue Tian was deep in thought over his words. Xue Tian replied coolly, "Not much. If you wish for him to calm down, you may persuade him yourself. I have no inclination for ambushes. If I intend to subdue Broly, there is no need for stealth." Paragus's face twitched slightly. He indeed possessed confidence in the possibility of tempering Broly's ferocity to a degree, yet the notion of rendering him entirely rational left him without assurance. It was evident that cooperation was essential, necessitating someone capable of incapacitating Broly. This ally would require strength nearly equal to Broly's. Otherwise, failure to subdue him could lead to disastrous consequences. As Broly emerged from his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he was enveloped in a swirling aura of golden energy, radiating an overwhelming pressure that was both terrifying and profound. Lan Shi, cognizant of Broly's status as the legendary Super Saiyan, felt no surprise at his ability to transform. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sheer magnitude of the menacing presence that accompanied this transformation. Based on her understanding of Super Saiyans, she perceived Broly's current form merely as the first stage of his transformation. If the first stage was already this formidable, how powerful could the subsequent stages, the second and third, possibly be? Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. Upon completing his transformation, Broly lunged toward Lan Shi like a streak of green light, launching a devastating punch at her. With the aid of her Ultra Instinct, Lan Shi effortlessly evaded Broly's fist, but he showed no signs of slowing down, delivering a flurry of punches with astonishing speed. Despite her remarkable dodging abilities, bolstered by Ultra Instinct, Lan Shi found herself increasingly challenged to avoid Broly's relentless strikes. Seizing an opportunity, she retaliated with a barrage of blows directed at Broly. Though she managed to push him back, Broly appeared utterly unscathed, quickly regaining his composure and charging at her once more without pause, akin to a tireless automaton. After countless exchanges, Lan Xi sensed her stamina depleting, while Broly continued to exhibit the vigor of a relentless machine, seemingly immune to fatigue. Furthermore, Broly's combat prowess was escalating rapidly, while her ultra instinct allowed her to evade. The task was becoming increasingly arduous, hinting at an impending inability to dodge. The evasive capabilities afforded by ultra instinct, while significantly enhancing her agility, did not guarantee invulnerability in every scenario. If her opponent's speed continued to surpass hers, evasion would become nearly impossible. This divine technique reduced the moment of cognitive processing, enabling her body to instinctively evade attacks, as if possessing its own consciousness to sidestep danger, thereby conserving precious time. Yet, if that time was insufficient compared to the opponent's swiftness, the adversary would inevitably strike true. After a moment of reflection, Lan Xi realized that she could no longer sustain this approach. She needed to defeat Broly before her energy was entirely expended. After contemplating these thoughts, Lan Xi willed herself to instantly release the state of ultimate freedom, transitioning from her gentle blue-haired form to her golden-haired, frenzied persona. In that moment, her gaze turned savage and ferocious, directed at Broly, exuding disdain and arrogance. With a triumphant laugh, she clenched her fists, and with a thunderous roar, Broly, who charged at her, was instantly propelled away. A surge of purple energy enveloped Lan Xi, and her eyes sparkled with a violet glow. An aura of annihilation permeated the surroundings, radiating outward, causing Broly's father to feel an overwhelming pressure that evoked a desire to kneel, compelled not by anything other than the fear erupting from within. Lan Xi boisterously taunted, "Little Broly, do you dare challenge me, Lan Xi? Allow me to demonstrate the might of ultimate freedom." Paragus paused, pondering, ultimate freedom? I have never heard of such a technique. Previously, this woman appeared relatively composed, despite her formidable combat prowess, exuding a gentle, delicate demeanor. How could her personality transform into such arrogance after this metamorphosis? Broly, noticing Lan Xi beckoning him dismissively, was consumed by rage. Though devoid of rationality, he recognized the mockery in her stance, and her haughty expression ignited his fury. With a resounding boom, he raised his right hand high. Super explosive wave. A colossal energy sphere was unleashed, yet Lan Xi showed no intention of evasion, maintaining a condescending smile as she replied. Overlapping energy wave. The two energy blasts collided with tremendous force. The explosive shockwaves reverberated across the already ravaged planet Vampa, yet neither combatant relented, charging at each other with unwavering resolve. Broly with his massive fists and Lan Xi with her seemingly delicate, yet potent strikes. When their fists met with a resounding clash, an incredible wave of energy surged outward, creating shockwaves that lifted the ground, causing volcanic eruptions as molten lava surged forth, shattering the earth from depths of hundreds of meters to 1,000. Paragus, witnessing the chaos beneath him, could not suppress his anxiety, repeatedly swallowing hard as he implored Xue Tian, "Esteemed sir, if they continue fighting like this, planet Vampa will be obliterated." However, Xue Tian was indifferent to the potential destruction of the planet. His focus rested solely on the enhancement of Broly and Lan Xi's combat abilities. In this battle, while Lan Xi's growth may not have reached the terrifying heights of Broly's, she nonetheless reaped significant benefits, enriching her combat experience and augmenting her power. Although Lan Xi had undergone considerable enhancement through his modifications, she had never truly engaged in a real battle. Without practical experience, even the mightiest power could remain unexpressed. One of the reasons he brought Lan Xi here was undoubtedly to uphold his own dignity as Xue Tian's disciple. Paragus, witnessing Xue Tian's silence, felt an overwhelming anxiety yet found himself powerless, forced to watch the fierce battle between the two. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Xi and Broly exchanged powerful blows, each strike causing the very fabric of Wampa Star to convulse, leading to a catastrophic transformation of the landscape. Within mere minutes, the entire planet was engulfed in molten lava. Except for beings capable of withstanding such extreme heat, the once vibrant Wampa Star was now devoid of life. Chapter 86. Who? Boom, boom, boom. Nevertheless, the clash between the two was far from over. Lan Xi and Broly gradually acclimated to the intensity of the fight. Exploding meteor. Tap, tap, tap. Overlapping energy shield. Broly unleashed a torrential barrage of energy blasts, yet Lan Xi remained undeterred, enveloping herself in the overlapping energy shield and charging toward Broly, taunting, "Is that all you've got? Little Broly? You're still too weak." Suspended in midair, Xue Tian couldn't help but chuckle at Lan Xi's audacious demeanor. In this state, she bore a striking resemblance to the brash personality of a transformed scion. It is well known that once a Saiyan transforms, they become incredibly arrogant and domineering. Although Lan Shi is not a Saiyan, her golden-haired state imbues her with a similar disposition. Her self-extremity technique and unfettered extremity technique exhibited commendable prowess in her hands, particularly the self-extremity technique, which possessed a certain flair. Previously, during her practical application of the unfettered extremity technique, Lan Shi spent most of her time evading attacks, waiting for the right moment to counter. In contrast, the self-extremity technique was a direct confrontation, an assertion of strength regardless of the opponent's power. Each technique had its merits. However, what delighted Xue Tian the most was the self-extremity technique. After all, evasion is something he could apply in battle himself, while watching others employ it was simply unsatisfying. Bang! Bang! Lan Shi effortlessly maneuvered through the torrential energy blasts, closing in on Broly, and unleashed a devastating punch. Broly, of course, was not intimidated. Bang! Boom! Their fists collided once more, sending waves of energy surging through Wampa Star. Sizzle! Wampa Star could no longer withstand the pressure exerted by the two warriors. Fracturing several meters deep, with explosions continuing unabated, their pace surpassing the naked eye's ability to keep up. One could even observe the molten lava cascading into a peculiar abyss of unfathomable depth, seemingly vanishing from sight. In reality, this abyss was not a true chasm, but rather the vastness of the universe, signifying that this celestial body had been utterly obliterated, much like a balloon bursting, with the next step leading to its complete annihilation. Paragus, in a state of frantic despair, realized that should Wampa Star explode, he too would meet his demise. While the fate of the enigmatic young man remained uncertain, however, one thing was clear, his own end was inevitable. Immediately, he shouted at Broly, "Broly, cease your assault. Planet Wampa is on the brink of annihilation." However, Broly had already succumbed to madness, engulfed in a frenzy of irrationality, even if he could hear the plea. He would not heed it, for he was utterly oblivious to the call. Paragus swiftly soared before Xue Tian, kneeling midair with a thud, and implored, "Esteemed sir, I beseech you, compel them to halt. I am aware of your capabilities. Planet Wampa is about to explode." Xue Tian assessed the situation. Recognizing that the planet's demise was imminent, likely within just a few exchanges of power between the two combatants. The diminutive size of Planet Wampa rendered it incapable of sustaining the immense energy generated by their clash, making it rather pitiful in its limitations. Bang! 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 The two fighters continued to strike at one another, retreating several hundred meters, yet showing no signs of restraint. As they gathered strength, preparing to unleash a devastating blow, Xue Tian's figure flickered and suddenly appeared between them, extending his hands to intercept their attacks, calmly stating, "Enough." Though Lan Shi had entered a state of golden-haired arrogance and brutality, she still listened intently to Xue Tian. Even in her ferocity, she recognized her position as merely a disciple before him. The adage, "Once a teacher, forever a father," holds true, no matter how cold or arrogant one may be. They would never strike down their own father. To do so would not signify mere ruthlessness, but a moral degradation into something far more sinister. Lan Shi, regaining her composure and returning to her gentle blue-haired state, gazed at the surrounding lava and exclaimed, "Ah, did we do all this with Broly?" Broly, feeling his fist restrained by Xue Tian, roared in indignation and swung another fist, intending to strike Xue Tian away. Bang! Yet, how could Xue Tian be so easily dispatched? Without flinching, he preemptively struck, delivering a precise chop to Broly's shoulder, rendering him unconscious. Paragus, witnessing Xue Tian's prowess, was profoundly astonished. To subdue Broly with a single move was nothing short of terrifying. He had initially considered drawing Broly's attention for a sneak attack, but now understood the futility of such a notion. There was no need for such tactics at all. Paragus ascended, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." He silently vowed to himself that on his path to becoming a cosmic emperor, he must never cross paths with this individual. To do so would be to court disaster, for there would be no chance of victory against him. Though it appeared to be merely an unremarkable chop, the force and aura it contained were utterly fearsome. Xue Tian calmly remarked, "Place your hands upon my shoulders, and I shall lead you away from this place." Paragus was somewhat perplexed by this notion. How could resting his hands on someone's shoulders allow for departure? However, this was not the time for excessive inquiries, and he believed that Xue Tian had no motive to betray him. If he desired his demise, a mere energy blast would suffice, rendering elaborate schemes unnecessary. Without harboring any doubts, he immediately placed his hand on Xue Tian's shoulder. In an instant, the cosmic instant transmission. Whoosh! Pelagus felt his vision blur momentarily as the scenery within his eyes transformed, his body becoming remarkably light. Instinctively, he closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself within a villa, Perplexed, he inquired, where is this place? Xue Tian remained silent, disinterested in Pelaga's, and chose not to respond. Lan Shi interjected. This is Master's home. Your master's home? Then what planet is this? Pelaga's asked, bewildered. This is Earth, Lan Shi replied with a smile, suddenly recalling something, she added. By the way, there are other Scions on Earth. There are Scions on Earth. Pelaga's exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Tian wished to say something, but ultimately opted for silence. Lan Shi, unaware of their past grievances, cheerfully responded, yes, Sun Wukong and Vegeta are both on Earth. Pelaga's pupils dilated in sheer shock. Who? Chapter 87. The one who defeated Frieza who? Pelaga's exclaimed, his spirit invigorated with excitement. Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Oh, and their descendants. They have been on Earth for many years. Sun Wukong grew up here, while Vegeta arrived later in life, Lan Shi elaborated. Completely unconcerned with whether Pelaga's harbored animosity towards Vegeta. Pelaga's clenched his fists, fury etched across his face, murmuring to himself, Vegeta, oh Vegeta. Why are you not staying on planet Vegeta, but instead have come to Earth? Lan Shi, startled, asked in confusion, what is the matter? Pelaga's, unafraid of revealing his enmity with Vegeta to Lan Shi, recounted, years ago, Vegeta's father, King Vegeta, observed my son Broly's extraordinary battle power. Recognizing him as a rare combat talent, fearing my son would surpass him, he exiled Broly to the distant planet Vampa, nearly leading to our demise. I must seek revenge on King Vegeta, but since his son is on this planet, I shall first settle the score with him. At that moment, Lan Shi recalled that this matter had been mentioned by her master, Xue Tian, earlier. She simply had not connected the dots at that moment. King Vegeta was indeed the one who had exiled Broly. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her, she realized she had unwittingly divulged a significant issue. Gazing at Master Xue Tian, he hoped for assistance, filled with regret. Had he known, he would have remained silent. Perhaps Paragus would have remained oblivious to Vegeta's presence on Earth. Noticing his disciple's pleading eyes, Xue Tian, naturally compelled to intervene, spoke calmly after casting a glance at Paragus. You need not seek vengeance against King Vegeta any longer. What do you mean? Are you offering help to King Vegeta? Paragus asked in despair. He understood the terrifying power of Xue Tian. If he were to support King Vegeta, then Paragus's quest for revenge against Broly would be rendered hopeless. Yet, the thought of relinquishing his long-held desires filled him with bitterness. After 40 years of struggle, would it all be in vain? His ambition to become the ruler of the universe hinged on vanquishing King Vegeta, to trample him underfoot, demonstrating the folly of exiling Broly. This scenario had haunted him for decades, replaying in his dreams each night. The notion of giving up was not an easy one, nor something he could dismiss lightly. However, if Xue Tian were to aid King Vegeta, his path to revenge would be obstructed, compelling him to suppress these thoughts within himself for the time being. Only when Broly possessed the strength to defeat Xue Tian could he seek vengeance against King Vegeta. Xue Tian, perceiving Paragus's turmoil, remarked indifferently, I harbor no intentions of aiding King Vegeta. I merely wish to inform you that he has been deceased for many years, and your planet, Planet Vegeta, was destroyed long ago. What? Planet Vegeta is destroyed? Paragus exclaimed in shock. Xue Tian smiled knowingly. What? Do you doubt me? Do you recall Frieza? At the mention of Frieza, Paragus nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Yes, he is the emperor of the universe. King Vegeta once served under him. Many of our Saiyan endeavors were conducted through him. We were, in essence, his subordinates. Your planet Vegeta was annihilated by Frieza, and it was Frieza who killed King Vegeta. By a twist of fate, Vegeta survived by serving Frieza. Despite the shock that coursed through him, Paragus discerned the seriousness in Xue Tian's explanation. It did not seem to be a fabrication, and there was no reason for him to deceive Paragus, who was not even seeking revenge against him. Taking a heavy breath, he clenched his fists. King Vegeta, I cannot believe you perished so swiftly. I had intended to seek my revenge upon you. But it appears that is no longer an option. I shall turn my sights upon your son, Vegeta, instead. You exiled my son, and now, it seems only fitting that I take your son's life in return. Xue Tian fell silent, reclining on a lounge chair. Upon hearing these murmurs, Lan Shi quickly interjected. What? You intend to kill Vegeta? Paragus affirmed with certainty, of course, since his father is deceased, it is up to Vegeta to settle this debt. Vegeta has transformed. He is no longer a villain, and you cannot kill him, nor are you guaranteed to succeed in such an endeavor. Lan Shi insisted fervently, her heart heavy with regret. Had it not been for her, none of this turmoil would have unfolded. Therefore, she felt compelled to make amends, refusing to let her careless words ignite a conflict. Paragus countered immediately. Not a villain? King Vegeta was the epitome of malevolence. His offspring must surely embody that darkness as well. As for whether we can vanquish Vegeta, I believe that with a bit of effort, Broly can defeat him. Indeed, with Broly's current strength, he might even be capable of ending Vegeta's life. Upon hearing these words, Lan Shi fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. Given Broly's prowess, he indeed stood a chance against Vegeta. She could not ascertain who was stronger between herself and Vegeta. But based on her encounters with Broly, if he were granted sufficient time to engage in battle, it was undeniable that he would ultimately triumph over her. The same logic applied to Broly facing Vegeta. This was beyond question. Nevertheless, she could not permit Broly to engage in a confrontation with Vegeta. She implored Paragus. Your desire for vengeance does not equate to Broly's wish for retribution. You must not impose your own happiness upon him. That would be exceedingly cruel and unjust to Broly. Furthermore, should Broly strike Vegeta, Goku will undoubtedly intervene, and it would become a 2-on-1 scenario against Broly. He would stand no chance. This was not the first time Paragus had heard of Goku, and he inquired with curiosity, who is Goku? Lan Shi, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, quickly devised a response. You know of Frieza, do you not? He is the one who defeated Frieza. Paragus's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. What? The one who defeated Frieza? He was well aware of Frieza's formidable power, the very embodiment of a cosmic emperor. Now, 40 years later, he must be even more formidable. Yet, this individual named Goku had managed to vanquish Frieza. How terrifying must this person be? In that moment, Paragus felt a wave of confusion wash over him. With Vegeta receiving assistance from this Goku, should he still pursue vengeance against the two? Observing his calm demeanor, Lan Shi sighed in relief. At that juncture, Broly, who had been lying on the ground, awakened to his unfamiliar surroundings. Spotting his father and Lan Shi nearby, he curiously inquired, "Where is this place?" He then rose to his feet. Lan Shi explained, "This is Earth, within the home of my master." Broly then noticed Xue Tian reclining in the chair and promptly extended a polite greeting. "Hello, thank you for bringing us here." He was acutely aware that his arrival in this place was entirely due to Xue Tian. As he had previously stated, if Broly could defeat his disciple, he would escort him to this planet. Had he truly bested his disciple? Upon reflection, he realized he had merely reached a stalemate with Lan Shi. She had not even exerted her full strength against him. Had she unleashed her true power, he would have been no match for her. It seemed that Lan Shi's master had instructed her not to engage him fully from the outset. They had not intended to defeat him, but rather to gauge his abilities. Gratefulness overwhelmed him as these thoughts crossed his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he respectfully inquired, "Would you consider taking me as your disciple?" Paragus watched intently, silently contemplating that if this enigmatic figure accepted Broly as his student, then Broly might indeed become capable of defeating Son Goku and Vegeta. Xue Tian sat upright and responded calmly, "Of course." He had no intention of putting on airs, for his original aim had been to take Broly as a disciple. Had the latter not spoken up, Xue Tian would have sought an opportunity to express his desire. Broly knelt with a thud, exclaiming, "Master." Upon hearing Xue Tian's affirmative response, Paragus felt a surge of joy. It seemed that revenge was within reach. The prospect of eliminating Vegeta and Son Goku no longer appeared to be a mere fantasy. Xue Tian was well aware of Paragus's ulterior motives, yet he regarded him as a mere buffoon, unworthy of his attention. Furthermore, Xue Tian wished to remain uninvolved in their vendetta. This was their affair. As long as Broly could be by his side when needed, that was sufficient. Otherwise, he could just as easily reclaim what he had offered Broly. "All right, rise." Suddenly, a notification echoed in Xue Tian's mind. "Hidden choice completed. You have received a tenfold draw." A hidden choice? Such a thing existed? He had assumed all choices were overt. A tenfold draw? Quite splendid. The last tenfold draw had granted him the Void Bloodline. He wondered what this draw would yield. The anticipation was exhilarating. Without further ado, he initiated the tenfold draw. Initiating the tenfold draw. 3 Senzu Beans, 1 system upgrade. 2 Gratitude Draws, 1 Clear Heart Technique, 1 Super Saiyan Level 2, and 2 Glass Clan Bloodlines. Xue Tian was taken aback by the rewards he had drawn. A system upgrade? What could that entail? Would it enable his system to evolve? What transformations might accompany such an upgrade? He found himself filled with eager anticipation. However, regarding the other rewards, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Among them, only the Glass Clan Bloodline piqued his interest. Xue Tian distinctly remembered that the Glass Clan had 2 notable representatives. The first was Ragusi, and the second was Bedel. Ragusi, the last warrior of the core zone of the prison planet, possessed the rare abilities of glassification and glass generation. Subjected to rigorous training from a young age due to this invaluable talent, she exhibited formidable combat prowess, capable of effortlessly creating glass to forge spaceships, sharp blades, shields, and even colossal dragons. Similarly, Videl also wielded the powers of glassification and glass generation, with the remarkable ability to summon 2 clone avatars and a legion of glass soldiers. She was one of the 4 shadow warriors under the previous Time Realm King, Eos, and had participated in the grandiose Super Time tournament. Upon first encountering the Glass Clan, Xue Tian mused that this race was rather impressive. However, the 2 representatives he had met were both female, leaving him to wonder if any males of their kind had survived. Returning to the present, he turned to Broly and said, "Broly, since you have chosen to be my disciple, I shall bestow upon you the Clear Mind technique. This technique will enable you to maintain clarity of mind after transforming, significantly enhancing your combat abilities in a certain sense." Broly felt a surge of joy. He recognized that after his transformation, he often succumbed to confusion. Though his raw power was immense, it lacked the finesse of strategy and intellect, rendering him merely a brute force. In such a state, truly unleashing his potential was an arduous task. However, with clarity of mind, the scenario would change, allowing him to fight according to his own tactics and greatly augment his strength. "Thank you, Master," Broly expressed with delight, while Paragus was equally thrilled, as this seemed to alleviate a major dilemma for him. He had previously thought that he would be relegated to using electric shocks to control the uncontrollable Broly for the rest of his life. Now, it appeared that with clarity of mind, Broly could be managed differently. Nevertheless, a tinge of regret lingered in Paragus' heart. He realized that he could no longer expect Broly to obey him completely. In the past, Broly had been entirely compliant with his commands, and even if he resisted, Paragus could enforce obedience through electric shocks. Now, without that method, he faced the possibility of disobedience from Broly. He pondered whether he should devise a way to create an electric collar for Broly. However, it seemed there was no longer a plausible excuse for it. Previously, he could justify the need for control during Broly's rages, but now that he would not spiral into chaos, that excuse was clearly untenable. After considerable contemplation, Xue Tian placed his hand upon Broly's forehead and, channeling his thoughts, murmured, "Activate the Clear Mind technique on Broly." With a successful activation, Broly immediately felt a surge of memories flooding into his consciousness, merging with his mind. He attentively absorbed the essence of the Clear Mind technique as it unfolded within his thoughts. With a mind as serene as water, the tranquil heart mirrors the clear stream. The gentle breeze stirs not, and the surface remains undisturbed. In solitude among the whispering bamboo, one can sit and let out a long sigh while plucking the strings of a zither, even without succumbing to rage. The practice of this tranquil heart technique brings an immeasurable sense of calm and clarity. Xue Tian perceives this transformation and smiles, then turns to Lan Qi, saying, "Lan Qi, your valor in battle has been commendable. Your master bestows upon you the lineage of the Glass Clan." Chapter 89, System Upgrade. Lan Qi, your valor in battle has been recognized. As your master, I grant you the lineage of the Glass Clan. Though Lan Qi is unfamiliar with the significance of this lineage, she is certain of one thing: the gifts from Master Xue Tian are undoubtedly valuable. With gratitude, she exclaims, "Thank you, Master." In turn, Xue Tian places his hand upon Lan Qi's forehead, channeling the Glass Clan lineage into her. He possesses 2 strands of this lineage, one for his own void lineage and the other for Lan Qi. Xue Tian discovers that by absorbing other lineages, his void lineage can utilize their effects and enhance its own potency, proving to be exceptionally advantageous, truly deserving of its name. Ding! The Glass Clan lineage has been integrated into Lan Qi. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lan Qi feels a gradual transformation within her body. Shards of glass emerge across her arms and thighs, all controllable by her will. Initially astonished, she quickly learns to master her newfound power. Retracting the glass with a mere thought, with a flick of her wrist, a glass sphere materializes, which she then transforms into a dagger and, subsequently, a fan. All at her command. This is quite delightful. Lan Qi exclaims with enthusiasm. "You may now focus on solidifying your enhancements," Xue Tian calmly advises, as he prepares to delve deeper into the intricacies of this system upgrade. Observing Paragus and Broly approaching the villa, Xue Tian contemplates, "Paragus, please wait a moment. I wish to speak with you." Broly, eager to remain, is gently ushered away by Xue Tian to train in the courtyard. Following a recent battle, Broly's combat prowess has significantly increased, necessitating a period of stabilization. Now endowed with the Tranquil Heart technique, he must familiarize himself with it, enabling him to transform at will without fear of losing control. Paragus, perplexed, inquires, "Sir, may I ask what this is about?" Confusion fills his mind as he ponders Xue Tian's intentions in summoning him. Could it be an attempt to dissuade him from seeking vengeance? It seems plausible, considering both he and Vegeta reside on Earth, potentially sharing a connection. If that were the case, persuasion might be afoot. If he were to be dissuaded, he would have to suppress his desire for revenge temporarily, waiting for Broly to master his abilities before taking action. Xue Tian appeared to discern his thoughts, casually remarking, "The matter of seeking vengeance against Vegeta is of no concern to me. Do not overthink it. If you wish to exact revenge, do so. If not, simply refrain. The reason I summoned you here is solely to inform you that your presence in my home is unwelcome. I brought you from planet Wap only out of respect for Broly. Thus, while Broly may reside here, it would be best for you to leave post-haste." Paragus was momentarily taken aback. He understood that Xue Tian held little affection for him, yet he had hoped to remain due to Broly's influence. He never anticipated being dismissed so abruptly. There is nothing surprising about this. Do not entertain thoughts of Broly pleading on your behalf. You should leave immediately. Xue Tian issued his decree. Paragus, visibly distressed, implored, "Sir, please do not act this way. I must remain with Broly. I cannot part from him. I beg you. Do not separate us." Xue Tian raised a hand to halt him, his expression devoid of warmth. "Enough of your repugnant facade. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? Over the decades, your care for Broly, can you truly claim it stems from paternal duty? Is it not simply a desire for him to assist you in conquering the universe? Do you not yearn to be the emperor of the cosmos? The shock collar you placed on him was merely a means to control him through pain. Such clumsy tactics may deceive Broly, but they cannot fool me." Paragus's face was a portrait of discomfort, clearly struck by the truth that revealed his true nature. "I do not interfere with the affections of others. If you are indeed inseparable from Broly, then you may take him with you," Xue Tian responded with indifference. He was satisfied with Broly as his disciple but was not inclined to engage in a fierce struggle over him. Should Broly choose to accompany Paragus, it would merely be his own decision, unrelated to Xue Tian's influence. In that moment, Paragus regained his composure. If he wished for Broly to aid him in claiming dominion over the universe, he must first ensure that Broly acquired sufficient skills. Lacking these abilities, even if he took Broly away, conquering the universe would remain an elusive dream. Presently, he possessed no capital and needed to understand this earth better. It would serve as a suitable base for development. After contemplating, he resignedly stated, "Very well, I shall depart, allowing Broly to continue learning from you. However, I wish to bid him farewell." "That is acceptable," Xue Tian replied, dismissing Paragus from further thought as he closed his eyes to communicate with the system. "System. What is the nature of this system upgrade I have just drawn?" "System. The host may choose to upgrade or refrain from upgrading. Will the rewards be superior post-upgrade?" "That is assured." Without hesitation, Xue Tian focused his mind. "Initiate system upgrade." Beep. System upgrade in progress. 20. 44. 89. 100. Upgrade complete. After the system upgrade, a reward effect prompt was introduced. For instance, upon reaching Super Saiyan level 1, one receives a notification indicating the ability to transform, resulting in a significant enhancement of combat power. Furthermore, the system's random selection has evolved into a hidden trigger mechanism. In a certain sense, it is no longer the host making the choice, but rather a concealed activation. It is possible to receive rewards even while asleep. Yet there may also be occasions when one never triggers a reward in their lifetime. The quality of rewards obtained through hidden triggers will be elevated, with a higher probability of exceptional items being revealed. Upon noticing these prompts, Xue Tian realized the situation. His recent 10 consecutive draws were indeed the result of completing a hidden task. Is this how the system operates? He pondered. Indeed. Future choices will be less overt, relying solely on the host's luck, the system explained. Xue Tian mused. Why do I feel as though I've just left the novice village? It's quite similar. He concluded, feeling indifferent as long as the quality of rewards improved. The notion of hidden triggers seemed inconsequential. He could hardly believe that. As the system suggested, he might never trigger anything throughout his life. The following day, Xue Tian awoke to find it was already noon. Stretching leisurely, he found life quite pleasant. Lan Qi, noticing her master had risen from his chair, promptly brought over water for washing and breakfast. Life felt exceedingly joyful. Naturally, Xue Tian did not hesitate to wash up and eat. "Master, junior brother has taken his father to look for a place to stay." Lan Qi gently informed him once she had tidied up. Xue Tian paid little mind. According to Broly's portrayal in Dragon Ball Super, he was undoubtedly a filial son. Although he had sent his father away, he would certainly assist in finding a new residence. However, given Paragus's shrewdness, he would likely refrain from admitting he had been dismissed, instead claiming it was inconvenient to remain. Paragus would certainly want Broly close by for training, but that was of little concern. Suddenly, Xue Tian sensed the presence of a spaceship in Earth's outer space, which was deliberately releasing energy toward his villa, evidently seeking an audience with him. "Lan Qi, I need to step out for a moment." "Very well, master," she replied. Utilizing the cosmic instant shuttle, Xue Tian materialized in the outer space surrounding Earth, where a massive spaceship hovered before him. He approached the vessel, and at the entrance, a soldier with blue skin awaited him. "Are you Mr. Xue Tian?" "Indeed," he responded. The soldier respectfully gestured, "Please, come in." Xue Tian contemplated the origins of these individuals. Their demeanor indicated they had come with purpose, knowing his name, which suggested they had conducted thorough investigations. He followed the soldier into the spaceship's grand hall, where a figure adorned in a red coat, with blue skin and hair styled upright, occupied the central seat. Beside him stood 3 individuals, 2 of whom shared his azure complexion, 1 male and 1 female. On the opposite side, a handsome man with emerald hair stood, his right eye concealed beneath a patch. Upon seeing them, Xue Tian immediately recognized the trio. They were none other than the 3 members of Zeta. The male seated in the prominent position was none other than the leader of Zeta, Alec, while the 2 individuals standing beside him, sharing his skin tone, were his capable aides, the male named Jace and the female named Maki. As for the green-haired man, the one donning the eye patch, he was Granola, a bounty hunter from the 7th universe. Granola, while not affiliated with the Zeta organization, would lend his services for a price. However, he possessed a unique disposition. Should his mood turn sour, he would not be easily swayed. Having completed the task Alec had commissioned him for, Granola intended to depart directly. Yet, Alec had invited him to Earth to witness Xue Tian, who had slain Oyer. Although Alec was typically disinterested in such spectacles, he had offered Granola sufficient compensation to accompany him merely as an observer, not as an enforcer. Granola, being a bounty hunter, naturally had an affinity for wealth and was eager to accept tasks that promised high rewards with minimal difficulty. Moreover, he surmised that Alec's invitation was more about saving face than genuine camaraderie. Alec descended from his chair, a broad smile illuminating his face as he approached with fervent hospitality, exclaiming, "Greetings, Xue Tian." His demeanor resembled that of a long-lost friend. However, Xue Tian was acutely aware of Alec's cunning nature and grand ambitions. To Alec, relationships were merely transactional. He held a deep-seated disdain for the powerful yet hollow Frisia and Scions, believing that only the combination of intellect and strength could truly dominate the universe, aspiring to one day usurp Frisia and reign supreme over the 7th universe. Thus, his current display of warmth was likely a fade, motivated by his potential need for Xue Tian, prompting him to exhibit such cordiality and respect. Upon arriving before Xue Tian, Alec cheerfully remarked, "Hello, my friend." Xue Tian, however, felt no affinity for Alec and responded coolly, "I am not your friend. In fact, I should be your enemy, for I have slain Oyer." Alec's countenance shifted to one of astonishment, unprepared for Xue Tian's forthrightness, which seemed to sever any pretense of cordiality. His smile faded, replaced by a frosty demeanor. "Xue Tian, I extend a warm welcome, and yet you express no gratitude and dare to bring up this matter?" Alec and his companions were indeed aware of Xue Tian's actions. Initially, Jace and Maki had suggested eliminating Xue Tian. However, Alec believed that since Xue Tian was capable of slaying Oyer, he must possess considerable strength. If he could enlist Xue Tian into his organization, the Zeta, as a pawn, it would be most advantageous. After all, Oyer was already deceased. Even if Xue Tian were to be killed, Oyer could not be resurrected. Yet, he did not anticipate that Xue Tian would grant him no face whatsoever, exposing his intentions before the assembly. Should he continue to smile, it would hinder his ability to lead others in the future. Xue Tian candidly replied, "What is your intention? Do you think I am unaware? You wish to use me as a pawn. Do you believe that is feasible?" The previously silent Jas suddenly surged forward, intent on attacking Xue Tian, but was halted by Alec. "Stand down." Jas, constrained by Alec's authority and his deep respect for him, felt displeased with Xue Tian, yet retreated nonetheless. "It seems we have nothing left to discuss, Xue Tian," Alec stated coldly. "Indeed." Alec warned once more, "Xue Tian, you must ponder this carefully. You have slain Oyer. If you do not join us, this matter will not simply conclude. If it does not conclude simply, how shall it end?" Xue Tian remained unfazed by the threats posed by his adversary. With a swift retreat, Alec returned to his seat and sternly proclaimed, "You truly possess audacity. You blatantly disregard the authority of our Zeta organization. I valued your talent, but it seems that is no longer necessary. Granola, I shall offer you 50 cosmic jewels. Eliminate him." Granola scrutinized Xue Tian. He sensed no aura emanating from him, perceiving him as an ordinary individual. Yet, he was acutely aware that Xue Tian was far from ordinary. Confounding him was the absence of any detectable presence. Could he be vastly more powerful? This rendered Granola hesitant to act rashly, though he felt no fear. No, the price must be increased. Chapter 91. Granola's evolutionary I know. The price must be increased, Granola asserted resolutely. Jas furrowed his brow and retorted irritably. Granola, you are taking advantage of the situation. Do you truly believe we cannot manage without you? Just as Jas prepared to speak further, Alec gestured for silence. Alec acquiesced. Very well, I shall offer you double the payment. Now, eliminate him. He then retrieved half the agreed sum from his waist and tossed it to Granola, adhering to the customary practice of receiving half up front. Upon successful completion of the task, the remaining half would be paid. After receiving his payment, Granola stepped forward with satisfaction, fixing his gaze upon Xue Tian and stating nonchalantly, I apologize. To accept payment is to undertake the task. Granola, what more are you babbling about? Kill him at once. The double payment is not meant for idle chatter. Jas, observing Granola's reluctance to take action, voiced his displeasure with a sharp remark. His annoyance towards Granola had already been substantial, and now, witnessing this delay, his frustration intensified. Granola shot Jas an irritated glance. Were it not for his financial needs, he would have been disinclined to assist the Sita group. However, having accepted payment, it was imperative for him to fulfill his obligations, as this was the fundamental principle of their profession as bounty hunters. Once remuneration is accepted, the task must be completed. With a swift movement, Granola lunged at Xue Tian, his single fist charged with a formidable force, akin to a black dragon descending upon its prey. Yet, with a mere casual lift of his hand, Xue Tian effortlessly blocked the strike, as if warding off a blow from an ordinary individual. Granola's initial combat prowess was rather feeble. It was only after acquiring the 2-star Dragon Balls and making a wish that he attained the status of the strongest in the universe for a time, not including the gods. Presently, his strength was certainly lacking, unable to compare with the likes of Son Goku or Vegeta. With such limited power, how could he possibly inflict injury upon Xue Tian? Granola's astonishment was palpable after his punch was thwarted. Not only was he surprised, but Alec and his companions were equally taken aback. They were well aware of Granola's capabilities, which were only slightly inferior to Jas's. Yet now he had been so easily countered. Following his initial surprise, Granola swung his other fist with renewed vigor. However, the outcome was the same. Xue Tian blocked it effortlessly once more. Attempting to retract his hand, Granola discovered it ensnared by an immense gravitational pull, rendering him unable to withdraw. He prepared to deliver a kick to Xue Tian. Yet, before he could execute his move, Xue Tian acted first, thrusting his hand forward and unleashing a tremendous force that sent Granola hurtling away. He crashed heavily several meters distant, narrowly avoiding a collision with the wall of the spacious spaceship, a mercy granted by Xue Tian's restraint. Otherwise, Granola would have been sent flying with far greater ease. Alec, astonished, observed Granola's vulnerability before him. It was no wonder he had been capable of vanquishing Oil, indeed a formidable individual. Should the Sita group manage to recruit such talent, universal dominance would be within reach, eliminating any need to fear Frisia. At this moment, Alec was already aware of Frisia's resurrection and his efforts to assemble the Frisia force. This knowledge only fueled his eagerness to enlist Xue Tian under his command. Had it not been for Frisia's resurrection, he would not have felt an urgent need for such matters, as their current combat strength was already sufficient. Granola rose to his feet, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The power of the individual before him surpassed his wildest imagination. He had previously contemplated the possibility of not being a match for this opponent. Yet he had never conceived that the disparity between them would be so vast. However, he still had his trump card yet to be utilized. He extended his hand, preparing to remove his eye patch. Alec intervened, saying, Wait. Granola was perplexed by the sudden interruption. Was he not intent on eliminating the figure before him? Nonetheless, since his employer commanded him to halt, he chose to comply without further protest. Alec once again extended an enticing proposition. Xue Tian, if you join our Sita group, I assure you that you can become the emperor of the universe, the supreme being within it. Inwardly, he mused, once I have fully exploited your potential, I shall find a way to dispose of you. Dreaming of becoming the emperor of the universe, are we? Naturally, Xue Tian could not place any faith in his words. Nor did he possess any interest in the prospect of becoming a cosmic sovereign. If he truly desired to ascend as the emperor of the 7th universe, it would be a matter of mere moments. Yet, it was entirely unnecessary. Alec, you are a man of grand ambition, with depths of cunning. Do you truly believe you would relinquish the position of cosmic emperor to me? Do you think I would trust you? Alec was momentarily taken aback. How could Xue Tian possess such insight into the Sita group and himself? Had he encountered him before? Or perhaps conducted an investigation? Despite these thoughts, he refrained from acknowledgement, as admitting such matters would not bode well. I have stated before, as long as you are willing, our Sita group can assist you in becoming the emperor of the universe. The entirety of this cosmos would belong to you. This is my guarantee to you. Xue Tian scoffed, not interested. Observing the disdain in Xue Tian's gaze, Alec realized that there was no way the other party would join the Sita group. Since they could not be allies, let them become adversaries. Eliminating him now would remove a future obstacle. Granola, act now with your utmost strength. Upon hearing Alec's words, Granola wasted no time. He swiftly removed his right eye patch, revealing a peculiar right eye, a vivid crimson, distinct from his left eye, possessing a somewhat mechanical aspect, yet not entirely so. This was an innate ability of the Cerealians, known as the sniper's specialized right eye. His right eye could lock onto the vital points of enemies from a distance, allowing him to strike with precision. Xue Tian assessed the eye, but remained unfazed. While the Cerealian's right eye ability might pose a threat to others, it was of no concern to him, for he, Xue Tian, was without any vulnerabilities. One could also argue that he was riddled with flaws. Indeed, it was as such. After Cyril Star's Granola opened his right eye, he cast his gaze upon Xue Tian, searching for any weaknesses. Indeed, there were vulnerabilities. Yet they felt more like defensive points than genuine flaws, an enigma he had never encountered before. Chapter 92. How will you choose? Granola stood dazed. Alec, noticing his prolonged silence and inaction, was perplexed. What was this fellow up to? He understood well that Granola's left eye was a specialized one, capable of revealing a person's weaknesses. Activating this eye would provide substantial assistance in battle, amplifying his combat prowess several times over. It was precisely for this reason that Granola had earned a formidable reputation as a bounty hunter, with the Zeta group consistently collaborating with him. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, Granola, what are you doing? If you wish to fight, then fight. What is this hesitance? Prompted by Alec's words, Granola ceased his ramblings. Whether it was weaknesses or otherwise, he had to forge ahead, or risk losing his title as the finest bounty hunter. He leaped high, dashing towards Xue Tian like a bolt of lightning. Boom! He unleashed a mighty punch. Xue Tian remained composed, seemingly indifferent to Granola's assault. Indeed, given Granola's strength, he was hardly a concern. Perhaps he would take him seriously once he wished to become the strongest in the universe. But for now, that was out of the question. Bang! With ease, he blocked the punch. Xue Tian casually tossed Granola aside and remarked, Granola, your strength is woefully inadequate. If you continue these futile struggles, do not blame me for ending you. Though his tone was calm, Xue Tian infused his words with a surge of energy that struck at Granola's heart, causing him to involuntarily tremble, his face turning pale. He couldn't help but wonder, who was this person? How could his power be so terrifying? He had never heard of anyone like him in the cosmos. Alec and the others now recognized the undeniable strength of Lin Machin, formidable enough that even their combined efforts might falter against him. While Granola was not quite their equal, he was close enough, yet he was subjected to such scorn. The most alarming aspect was that it was not merely mockery. Xue Tian possessed the actual capability to subdue Granola with ease, truly impressive. What a pity, what a pity. Such a person could not be utilized by our Zeta. Now, to eliminate him seemed increasingly difficult. What should he do? What options did he have? The leader of Zeta? Alec pondered incessantly, seeking a novel strategy to confront Xue Tian, but no solution came to mind. If it truly became impossible to contend with him, he would have to seek Frisia's assistance. If Frisia was willing to intervene, the situation might become manageable. It has come to my attention that the individual in question has commenced training. I ponder the potential outcomes of such training. The Frost Demon clan seldom engages in training. And this Frisia, prior to encountering those individuals on Earth, also did not partake in training. It was only after his demise that he began to undergo such endeavors. In this moment, Alec found himself in a quandary, torn between the desire for Frisia to become more formidable and the hope that he would remain less so. Should he grow stronger, he could assist in vanquishing Xue Tian, yet this would subsequently make him a formidable adversary. Conversely, if he were to remain weak, it would render them incapable of confronting Xue Tian. Alec exhaled deeply, casting a glance at Granola, urging him to ascertain the true extent of Xue Tian's abilities. Granola, you have accepted my remuneration. Shall you simply cease your efforts now? Have you forgotten the code of the bounty hunters? Of course, I have not forgotten. Granola replied coldly, fully aware that Alec harbored ulterior motives. He understood that Alec, knowing full well he was no match for Xue Tian, still sought to place him in harm's way. However, having just accepted payment, he felt compelled to proceed unless extraordinary circumstances arose that would compel him to act against his will. Xue Tian cast a sidelong glance at Alec. Are you attempting to push him into the abyss? Nevertheless, it is true that Granola is merely a pawn in your game, Alec. Now that you perceive him as less valuable, it is only natural for you to consider discarding him. After all, should he perish, there exist other bounty hunters to take his place. Alec retorted coldly, Xue Tian, do not speak so harshly. I am not coercing him. It is Granola's own principle that he will act upon receiving payment. This is the code of bounty hunters, unless he no longer wishes to be one. Xue Tian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Oh, how intriguing. I shall observe how Granola chooses to proceed. Alec and Granola exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the implications behind his words. What choice? Shouldn't accepting payment signify a commitment to fulfill the task? For reasons unknown, Alec felt an unsettling premonition. Was it possible that they would fall victim to Xue Tian's might? Surely not. Although they might struggle against him, he could not easily dispose of all three of them. They possessed their own secret weapons. Xue Tian turned his attention to Granola, speaking earnestly. Granola, a member of the Cerealian race 40 years ago. Your planet fell victim to an invasion by Frisia's army, and the transformed Scions laid waste to your world. At the tender age of 10, you sought your estranged mother. Muesli, only to be pursued by the rampaging Scion apes. You were so frightened that you lost consciousness. Granola stared at Xue Tian in astonishment, his voice trembling as he asked, how do you know this? Not only was he taken aback, but Alec, the leader of the Cerealites, was equally shocked. This stranger possessed knowledge of such events, raising the unsettling question of whether he was also aware of the concealed truths lurking in the shadows. If that is the case, then would not Granola turn against me? Contemplating this, he exhaled deeply. The situation had escalated to a point where he could no longer intervene. Even if Granola were to discover the truth, it mattered little now. Xue Tian, with unwavering composure, declared, the reason I possess this knowledge is that I am aware of both the past and the future. Granola, your journey as a bounty hunter is primarily driven by your lack of currency, that is to say, money. You need to support the one who raised you, Manit. Had it not been for Manit, you would have perished long ago. Yet, you have always believed that Frisia and the Scions were responsible for the destruction of your home planet. Consequently, you harbor a profound enmity towards Frisia and the Scions, yearning to vanquish them. However, upon learning of the demise of the Scions and the destruction of planet Vegeta, you redirected all your animosity towards Frisia. Am I correct? Granola affirmed. Indeed, you speak the truth. Simultaneously, a fervent light radiated from his eyes, as if he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Do you truly possess knowledge of the past and the future? Indeed,